Adventure. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Sailor, let go of the wheel for a minute.
Why?
So you can pinch me.
What else could a girl ask for? Happy, Slate?
When I die, this is the way I want to live.
Yeah. The two of us on your boat, sailing the Caribbean Sea. Southern wind kissing your cheek. Me pinching you.
Who's talking about that?
There's something else to talk about?
Yeah, fish.
Okay, what'll we discuss? Guppies or flounders?
Look at him, sailor. Did you ever in your life see a beauty like that? That marlin, what a beauty. What a fight he gave me. Must weigh 300 pounds.
300 pounds? How come I can lift him? And with one hand?
What do I know about the talents of weightlifters? I tell you, that marlin... Hey.
See what happens when you talk like that? Even boat motors can't take it. They start to die.
I don't understand it. She's been running like a dream. Here, grab the wheel, sailor. I'll take a look.
What's wrong, Slade?
Sounds like dirt in the fuel line. Choke it, sailor. Give it the choke.
Think you can nurse it along till we get back to Havana?
No, I'll have to clean it out.
Maybe we can get some help.
Sure, we just dip a chubby little hand into the sea and bring up a mermaid mechanic.
We could do that. Or we could hail that ketch drifting off our port bow in the cove there.
What?
I can make her name. Golden Swan. What do you say, Slate? Shall I hail her?
In between chokes, sailor. Who knows? She might lay an egg with a clean fuel line in it.
Ahoy! Golden Swan, ahoy! Ahoy! You try, Slate. My siren call isn't doing anything to them.
Roll up the cuffs on your jeans. Show an ankle. That'll get 'em.
Golden Swan, ahoy! It didn't work, Slade, and I rolled up both cuffs.
Here, watch me. Ahoy! Golden Swan, ahoy! Hey, that's funny. There's no one on deck, not a sign of movement.
After you roll down your pants leg, what do we do?
We board her. They don't treat me like that.
Hold my hand, Slate. I've never walked through a ghost ship before.
Eerie, isn't it?
The other hand. This one's got a stalk of celery stuffed with Roquefort I swiped off the captain's table.
Catch riding off an uncharted key without a soul aboard. Who's going to miss a stalk of celery?
The way that table was set, like a banquet. Hors d'oeuvres, chicken under glass. Who walks away from things like that?
Not you, baby. Enjoy your chicken sandwich?
Yummy.
I don't understand it. Not even a dead man aboard.
He's complaining.
Come on, sailor. There's something about a deserted ship that brings out the lonely in me.
Maybe we could tow her back. Finders keepers, you know.
No, I don't want her. She's too rich for my blood. Come on.
My boy.
Cut it out, will you?
Oh, now, Johnny, boy. Lad, don't take it to heart.
Try it, Captain. Pick yourself a palm tree, lean against it, and enjoy the night. Just leave me alone.
You don't like me. Captain Carey isn't good enough for you. He talks too loud. His hands aren't soft and pink like yours, eh? Now, let me tell you, Johnny, lad.
Yeah, all right. Forget it.
Forget it, Johnny says to me. No, I can't do that. No, boy. Something like you and me he's got. It's something Captain Carey's been looking for. A long time looking for.
Look, Captain, maybe there's another way.
Yes, indeed, there is.
But I have to tell you, John boy, I'm not happy with you. And by this time now, your wife is supposed to be dead. You promised, lad. Hey, what's your wife doing now, Johnny?
In her hotel room, I guess, sleeping. Margaret likes to sleep.
Margaret Norman, a sleeper. In a fancy hotel room on silken sheets, I'd say. Why didn't your wife show up today? Why didn't you bring her to the Golden Swan?
I told you she was tired. She didn't want to look at it.
Didn't want to look at it, the lad says to me. So we had to hide the boat till another time. Kill her another time at another place.
Now, look, Captain,
and
please.
the thing I don't like, those people who boarded my ship.
But they looked, they went away.
Aye, they looked and they went away. Then other boats came and tried to find the Golden Swan. And lucky we are to have found this cove to hide her. Calm water, she'll just drift there. And lucky we are.
Yeah, we're lucky fellas.
Yes, indeed we are. To have such confidence, you and me, each in the other. Yeah, we're fortunate. Now, the final item, lad. Here.
What do I want with a gun?
Why, lad, but for a thing. Kill your wife with it.
You're crazy.
Be I now? Go on, take it. Hey, take it home with you, John.
You're going to sit here and wait?
Oh, lad, you're such a child. Listen, John, 2 people came to my boat today in a power cruiser. Its name I saw was Bold Venture through my glasses. And I must seek them out. Tell them how lucky they are still alive. Tell them it might not be so the next time.
Come on, sailor. We're not making a dent in the brain of the inspector of police.
Oh, don't grow impatient, senor. My brain is your brain. Make dents to your heart's content.
Your brain is his brain, huh, policeman? That explains why Slate's been suspicious of me ever since we came off that catch. He can't believe that all I swiped was a chicken sandwich.
Yeah, that's why.
You have brought to me perhaps a slice of this chicken? What was it? White meat or dark meat?
Eat your heart out, kid. It was with pickle relish.
It is not that I have a tooth for chicken, senor. It is only that this would be a slice of evidence that you indeed saw a ghost ship. The Golden Swan, you called her?
Because it was the name painted on her transom in big gold letters. What would you have called her?
And you did not tow this ghostly ghost ship in?
We told you why. Our fuel line was fouled up.
In the approximate hour that you have been here, you two, I've had my harbor police combing the waters.
You're going to say all they came up with was sea dandruff.
I would if I could have thought of it. I was going to say my harbor police found no trace of a catch. The Golden Swan.
Maybe she drifted out to sea. She was there, LaSalle. We walked her deck, spied into her cabin.
I think you do not need police, senorita. I think you need a psychiatrist. Let me recommend mine. Here, his card.
He's good, huh?
For people who see ghost ships, he's how you say, a dilly? Si, a dilly. Amuse yourselves, amigos. And please, stay away from me. I've got enough crazy already. Go away.
How much longer are we going to have to wait?
How do I know?
Just seems to me that the registry office ought to have a better system. What do they do? File data about ghost ships on ectoplasm?
What are you so impatient about? Here comes Senor Mercado now.
My apologies, Senor Shannon. Senorita Duval. I have kept you waiting too long.
Now, what'd you find out about the Golden Swan?
The Golden Swan, owned and capitan by one Capitan Carey. And, senor, I whisper this in your ear of this Capitan Carey. Bad, nothing but bad. Suspicion there has been of him.
Like what?
2 ships of the Capitan blew up in port. One in Macau, another in Montevideo. Insurance was collected. However, the 2 words have been whispered.
What 2 words?
Skull and doggery.
That goes without saying. Now, about the Golden Swan?
Of this I know nothing. It has not been reported in these waters. That is all I can tell you.
That's enough. Come on, sailor. Sailor, how come a ship we saw and the cops didn't see and is never reported and...
Which way to the registry, mate?
No, in there.
Hey, don't I know you?
Yeah, what makes you think you do?
Sure I know you, lad. A shipmate once on the Golden Swan.
Oh, the Golden Swan, huh? When were we shipmates?
Oh, that old death ship, the Golden Swan. Oh, you see her again, mate. Keep away from her. Take it from an old shipmate.
You trying to tell me something, old shipmate of mine?
I said it.
Now look, Buster.
My boy. Remember the old days? Old me, handy with the shiv, the knife and the ribs? Sure you remember. So remember about the Swan. Keep away from her. Goodbye, my boy.
It's been a happy day, hasn't it, Slate?
Yeah, it makes me tingle when an old salt points a shiv at me.
All he did was carve his initials in your pea jacket.
Yeah, but on the lapel.
Let's leave it like that, huh, Slate? Like two ordinary people living a humdrum existence.
How come we see things no one else does, Sailor? How can complete strangers stick knives into us?
We're talented. I'll get it.
I'll get it. Grab your darning needle. Start being humdrum. Shannon's place. Slate Shannon speaking.
Mercado speaking. I know something, senor.
Goody. Been a nice chat. Goodbye.
I know that only this minute my mouth is talking to a lady. A lady of fragrance who wished to buy the catch Golden Swan. She wanted to know if the title was clear.
What lady? Where?
The Senora Margaret Norman at the Palace Hotel. Her perfume was...
Put up your thimble, Sailor. We're calling on a lady of fragrance.
I'm telling you, mister, you can't go in there. That's Mrs. Norman's suite, and she...
Yeah, I know. She left orders not to be disturbed.
So make a snappy right turn, walk down the hall, turn right, turn left, and then you go through the door to the... Did you say something, miss?
No. It was the man on this $5 bill talking. Have you ever noticed what a real old chatterbox he is?
Well, what do you know? Mrs. Norman left the door unlocked. Thanks a lot, chums.
Mrs. Norman? Mrs. Norman? Try the bedroom, Sailor.
All right. Mrs. Norman, I'm sorry to wake you up like this, but... Slate, come here, quick.
What's the matter?
Look at her. She's been shot.
The one person who could have given us an answer, Sailor. Something tells me that's why it happened to her. That's why she's dead.
Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
A ketch there was that sailed the seas, lately drifted around the Caribbees, seen by Miss Sailor and Slade Shannon, then in a twinkle boat seen by no one. Then come a lady to registry, who owned Golden Swan, so asked she. Then she returned to her bed, perhaps she is tired. Come person with gun, lady expired.
Por favor, Senor Slate. I have come to ask questions, not to hear music.
King Moses answered all your questions, Inspector LaSalle.
Rhymed him, too.
Thank you, Miss Sailor. However, in the case of a lady who has been murdered, it is not always easy.
I think you did very well.
My father before me, Senor LaSalle Sr., who was also of the police, took me upon his knees and told me that on certain days, the career of the police is sometimes for the birds.
I can make up a song about a bird, Senor LaSalle. I will give it to you.
No, por favor, no.
Have you figured out a motive for this killing, LaSalle?
Si. The person who killed Senora Norman was a thief. The Senor Norman revealed that jewelry of great value is unaccounted for, therefore missing.
So there's a Senor Norman. What about him?
If you are being evil, Shannon, to think that he killed his wife, the answer is impossible.
Her husband doesn't have a trigger finger?
2 of them. However, he is accounted for at the time of the murder. Too far away from the scene of the crime. Discussing business with a Senor Capitan Carey. We checked with this Capitan Carey.
Captain Carey. Now, that's a name that brings back a memory.
Just for the record, LaSalle, what does this Carey look like?
Heavy set, big all over. This way and this way. Beaten with the weather. Not too much hair, but down to his knuckles with tattoos.
Oh, something tells me I've seen those knuckles clutching a knife. Think your minions can find him again?
It is important to do so, senor?
Yeah, it's important, and I'll help. The captain was Norman's alibi. Let's see how much Norman will cover for the captain. Who is it? Slate Shannon, Mr. Norman, with a friend.
That's telling him.
Go away, get out. That's no way to talk, Mr. Norman. I told you, get out. Inside, Mr. Norman.
What do you want with me? You working with the police?
Mr. Norman. This is Slate's private project.
Well, I told them I didn't kill her. I didn't kill Margaret, and I don't know who did. A beating won't make me know either.
You don't understand, kid. That's not the project. All I want from you is an old shipmate of mine, Captain Carey.
Captain Carey? All I know about him is he owns the ketch I wanted my wife to buy for me. That's what we were talking about on the other side of Havana when Margaret was murdered.
And you wouldn't remember where that is?
No. Not even if you...
I know. Not even if I beat you. You're in for a disappointment, kid. I'm not going to beat you. Let's go, sailor.
I admire you, John boy. I do indeed.
Thanks. I killed my wife, rob her. I get admiration from a guy like you.
Oh, but a drop in the bucket, these gems, compared with all your wife's wealth, eh, my boy? The money you figured to get? Yes, scads and scads of it.
One thing, Captain. It's going to take a little while for Margaret's will to be probated, for her estate to be transferred to me.
I should get restless waiting, John boy. I have what I need, this jewelry.
What are you talking about?
An idea of something worthy, lad. I don't trust you, Johnny. A thief who kills a woman is never trusted, didn't you know?
Hey, now look.
Hey, now look, John says to me. Yeah, eventually the police will get onto you. And you'll be naming me. Won't you, boy?
No, Captain, no.
It has to happen, John. Oh! Sleep, lad, while it happens to you. Adrift in the Golden Swan. Dead. In time, you will explode.
Come on, sailor, on your feet.
Slate, we've already looked in every waterfront hole in Havana for Captain Carey. How far can you go on a crummy vendetta?
Till one of us drops, me or him.
You take it alone this time, Slate. I'll stay here at the hotel to rest my weary jeans. I'll get it. Shannon's place, Sailor Duval.
Inspector LaSalle, senorita. We have found Capitan Carey.
Don't you lay a finger to him. He's Slate's. It's LaSalle. He's found your boy.
Here, give me that phone. Where? Where is he, LaSalle?
In my office. He laughs in my face and tells me how he does not know where is Senor Johnny Norman. He says...
Maybe he'll tell me, LaSalle. Just hold him there. Bye, sailor.
You kidding? I'm going with you.
LaSalle, all I need is 10 minutes alone with him. We fellows of the sea have a language all our own.
And in this language you will bring me the whereabouts of Johnny Norman?
That, too.
I've just put a new grass rug on the floor in that room where he is. Be nice to it.
Maybe I can get him to wear it for a skirt.
Well, if it isn't the sailor boy, Slate Shannon. You come to help an old shipmate in distress?
Yeah. It helps, doesn't it, Carey?
Hey, it clears the head. You're the man to my liking, Shannon. None of that lily-fingered la-di-da.
That shiv, where'd you point it, Carey?
Here? No, a little higher. Nearer the heart.
You're sharper with the knife, shipmate. You unconscious, Carey? If you are, I'll hate myself in the morning.
Hey, what makes your blood boil so, lad? What is it your brain's drooling for?
I already got what I want, but I'm running an errand for a policeman. They want Norman. They want a murderer.
All right, they can have him. I'm weary of the lad.
Where?
On the Golden Swan, 2 miles off Verdugo Key. Is there anything else your seaman's heart needs?
Now that you mention it. So I'll hate myself in the morning.
Now, you really ought to check with your psychiatrist, Inspector LaSalle. You're walking on the deck of a ghost ship. Do you believe it?
See, I believe it.
Okay, Captain. Where's the cargo? What'd you do with Johnny Norman?
He's living the good life, lad, in my cabin. Here. When I left, the boy was learning a sad sea chanty and singing it for his poor dead widow. Hey, it's in here. John, boy. John, what are you doing lying on the floor, boy?
Senor Norman is dead from a large caliber bullet.
Is that what you do when you get tired of a buddy, Captain? Give him large caliber bullets?
I tell you, Slate boy, I don't know what happened to him. I'm as surprised as anyone here.
I'm not surprised.
But the thing's mysterious aboard my ship. Take the dead boy and let's leave it.
Yeah, what's your hurry, Captain?
Well, it's my ship. I said get off it.
You know, Slate, the captain didn't want to come out to the ship in the first place. I wonder why.
Yeah, a fellow might think the ship was going to blow up in his face.
What are you saying, Shannon?
Our captain, boy's got a history. Rumor has it he time-bombed 2 ships. One in Macau, one in Montevideo.
That is an interesting...
Slate, watch him.
I've already got it, dear girl. My gun. Waiting for me in my desk drawer.
The same one with which you killed Senor Norman?
You'll never know. Don't be a fool, you know, but I will. Oh, Shannon, help me.
Yeah. Hold him, LaSalle.
You're a fool, policeman. Get off my arm.
He'll do that. Did he get you, LaSalle?
See, here in my shoulder. Finish it for me, Slate.
Well, don't stand there, sailor. Give LaSalle a hand.
Here, put your armor on me.
Gracias.
Sit down here.
On your feet, Captain. Come on your feet.
We've got to get off the boat, lad.
Yeah? How much time do we have, Carey?
I don't know. Not much. None, maybe. I think we should get off the boat, lad.
Now, just take it easy. I want to give LaSalle your confession. Who killed Mrs. Norman?
John Boy did it. I swear it.
Did you help him?
We'd better get off the boat.
John wanted his wife to buy him this boat. He was going to show it to her, wasn't he? Then somehow he'd leave her alone on it, and it'd go off. Is that why we saw the Golden Swan floating around, Captain?
I'm warning you, lad. Off the boat.
Where's the time bomb hidden?
It's going to go off soon.
Who killed Johnny?
I'll tell you ashore, lad.
I want a confession. Sailor's my witness.
Hi. LaSalle's fainted, Slate.
Got a cigarette, sailor?
Sure. I'll light it for you. Here.
Thanks.
Slate, what's all this business about we're going to get blown up?
That's a trick the captain has.
Listen. The bomb's in the hold. An alarm clock wired to dynamite, strung to the seal, and a little after the engine.
Well, that's a nice place.
Very.
Get it for the love of Mike.
Oh, there's lots of time.
No, lad, there isn't. There's 10 sticks of dynamite.
Who killed Johnny?
Get the bomb.
Who killed him?
I did.
Let's go, Captain. Get the bomb.
We'll be too late. It'll blow up.
Make him hurry, Slate.
Come on.
There it is.
Get it.
Yeah.
Tear out the wires, Captain.
Yes. It's done.
Yeah, me too.
Sailor.
Uh-huh.
If I ever get brave like that again, wire me to 10 sticks of dynamite and set me off for 10 o'clock.
Slate?
Yeah?
I just got a call from the hospital. Miss Sal's going to be all right.
Oh, that's fine. Sailor, take a walk on the beach?
Not tonight.
Oh, this is a new sailor. What makes tonight different?
Who needs walking on the beach?
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Where you going?
I got a standing date with a hat check girl at the El Nido. We walk together between hats.
That's nice. Bye. Well, aren't you going?
Come here. You just want to be begged, don't you? Bye, sailor.
Slate! Slate, come back here. Check your hat, mister. Check your hat. Oh, Slate. You weren't going to leave me, were you?
Check this beret, sailor. Your floor show's great.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Dana Andrews in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents a story based on fact as we examine a city in terror of its life. A dramatic report which we call The One-Man Crime Wave. Our star, Mr. Dana Andrews. Well, Hap, how are they going?
What, Harlow?
Why, your New Year's resolutions.
Oh, they're going fine. In fact, they're all gone, except one.
What's that, Hap?
Never to use any battery except an Autolite Stay Full.
Well, you couldn't keep a better resolution, Hap, because the Autolite Stay Full is the famous battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. There's no better way to start the new year and to start your car than with the battery that gives fast, sure starts every time. And that means the Autolite Stay Full.
And what about its long, long life, Harlow?
Why, everybody knows about that, Hap. Fiberglass retaining mats protect the power of every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking and give that Autolite Stay Full longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So, friends, see your Autolite battery dealer. He services all makes of batteries, and make sure your next battery is an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed The One-Man Crime Wave, starring Mr. Dana Andrews, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
These murders occurred in a city, a good-sized city. If it's your city, you'll know it. Take murder, and take carefully into consideration the results of the crime. Tragedy, not perhaps so much for the victim, because to the dead there's no further use for tears. Tragedy, though, for those who are left to mourn. And fear if it happened to your next-door neighbor, the friendly man or woman, the ones with kids, the ones with a big hello and a comfortable approach to living. The fear because it was next door and might have been you. It began on a Tuesday night, senseless, frightful. It happened in a city, and the city began to live in fear for what was to follow.
Sergeant Ferring?
Yeah?
I'm Driscoll. I was told to report to you for duty.
Oh, sure. You're the new man.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Come on. There's been a killing over on East Bay. Woman in the street, stabbed. We got to East Bay. The body was still there, shrouded in an overcoat. One hand uncovered lay in the gutter. Thin stream of water washing through the stiffening fingers. She'd been murdered a half a block from her house. A neighbor told what she knew. standing white-faced, frightened under the streetlight. It was 8:30 p.m. and the temperature was 39 degrees.
Well, I saw her pass my window. She waved, and she had a letter in her hand. I guess she was going to mail it at the corner.
Did you see her after that?
No, I only heard her scream. I ran out and looked up and down the street. I thought there'd been an accident, maybe, but I didn't see a car or anything until I saw her lying here.
Was there anybody on the street?
I don't know. I thought I saw somebody go around the corner at the end of the block, running. I'm not sure.
You'd better go inside, Mrs. Meade. It's kind of chilly out here.
What'll her husband do? He gets off work at 10. What's he going to do when he finds out? And those nice kids. What are they going to do?
The camera work was finished. An ambulance took the dead mother away, and the search for a murderer was begun. I roughed out the first report, and Driscoll filled in the details. They were not released to the press.
The husband of the deceased was questioned. His replies were all negative. No known enemies. His wife was not involved with another man. His own movements on the night were checked and found to be as described. Neighbors were questioned. They had seen nothing of the attack. There were 14 knife wounds in the deceased's body, any 5 of which could have caused death. The coroner's report is attached. We're proceeding now with the theory that the department is dealing with an unknown assailant, probably with a criminally insane background.
The killer, if he were criminally insane, would strike again. He did. It was on Thursday. There'd been a light snowfall during the day, and as evening came, the temperature dropped lower, leaving a thin covering of crystals on the ground. It was 10 p.m. The street, Washington. A woman of 37 was returning to her apartment. She was a waitress at the Gold Rush restaurant. She was between 2 lampposts in semi-light when a man stepped out from a doorway. He didn't give her a chance. She was alive when they got her to the hospital. She was alive when I went into the White Room to question her. She told me what she could remember, weakly, frightened of what had happened and of what was going to happen. You think you're strong enough to tell me a couple of things, miss?
I'll try.
Can you describe him?
Well, he was about your height. Maybe a little shorter. Kind of heavy set. His eyebrows go across the middle. Funny eyes.
What complexion?
Dark, I guess. Dark.
Any scars?
I didn't see.
Can you remember how he was dressed?
I don't know. I was scared. There was an overcoat. I don't remember. And he had a hat. Kind of a regular hat.
All right. You said you told him a man was coming down the street.
Yeah. I thought I'd scare him. He'd turn around. I could run. That's when he...
Yeah. Is there anything else you can remember about this fellow?
No. Hey, hold my hand, will you?
Sure.
Thanks.
Try to remember something now. What color was the overcoat?
I told you. I don't know. It was maybe dark gray or brown. I was scared.
That's all right. It might come to you later. Just one more thing. Miss? She turned her head aside. The eyes were closed. I held her hand, and it was the last knowing thing in her life as she died, quietly, unprotesting. I went back to the office and called in Driscoll. We had coffee sent up and drank it steaming. I'm going to give it out to the papers. This guy's a nut. He'll keep on killing until we catch him. It's best to warn the women about walking alone at night.
Yes, sir. What about the description?
Well, it's enough for a start. We'll contact institutions, go over our files. You can get to work on that now.
Okay, Sergeant. Oh, by the way, They get any footprints in the snow?
No. By the time I got there, 50 people had trampled it all up. For the time being, anyway, we'll have to go on luck, unless we come up with something. That's the trouble with killings like this. City this size, you have a tough time finding a murderer unless he's got a record or a motive. Well, he's nuts. That's his motive, I guess. We'll have to wait for the record. The story broke in the papers on the next day, Friday. The results were immediate and expected. My telephone began to ring and kept on ringing. Crackpots, people who had seen a man they thought answered the general description of the murderer. They'd seen him in a dozen different places at the same time. And they knew more about him than we did, because we had nothing to go on.
You've got a lot of patience, Sergeant. I don't know how you take it.
Well, I look at it this way. There's always one call that's the real thing. Can't afford to take any chances. This guy's done 2 killings on opposite sides of the city. That makes it even worse. He's not killing in a pattern. And he might do it again somewhere else. Until we get a lead, I'll listen to anybody who's got something to say. Get me a pack of cigarettes out of my coat, will you, Driscoll?
Yes, sir.
Homicide, Sergeant Faring. Yes, ma'am. That's right, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm in charge. The weekend passed, and it was Monday, Tuesday. We worked hard, sifting rumor, possibility. There was nothing much to show for it. The tension in the city mounted, started to build into panic. There was talk of vigilantes, college day stuff. Complaints as to the ineptness of the police force piled up. We took it and waited. Then the thing we were scared of happened. Wednesday morning, a little after midnight, on the west side, a young couple, both of them, ripped to pieces, dead before any help could come. And early the next morning... Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I know, but we may have got hold of something. A young fellow struggled with him. He ripped off a button and some cloth from his coat. Yes, sir, the lab's working on it now. Yes, sir, I will. Yes, sir. Well, that was the chief. We'd better be getting something fast. Lots of pressure.
Maybe we have, sir. 14th Precinct picked up a man last night. He might answer the description. Kind of crazy. Won't deny or admit anything.
Oh?
They're bringing him down now. He should be here in about 15 minutes. There's another thing.
Have they got the overcoat?
No. He wasn't wearing one. And he won't say what happened to it.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Dana Andrews in The One-Man Crime Wave. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, what about your New Year's resolutions?
Well, Hap, I've resolved to tell everyone the great news for 54.
And what is it, Harlow?
Why, Hap, an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
That's reason enough for going to Autolite in 54.
Well, if it isn't, Hap, this is. The Autolite Stay Full has a life that's longer than your winter underwear. Fiberglass retaining mats surround every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking and give the Autolite Stay Full longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
So see your Autolite battery dealer.
That's right, friends. He's a battery expert, and he'll tell you all about that dynamic and dependable Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Dana Andrews in Elliot Lewis's production of The One-Man Crime Wave, a true report, well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The man was brought into my office on Thursday morning. His name was Frederick Sorensen. He'd been picked up 10 blocks from the scene of the crime 2 hours after it had been committed. He appeared to be drunk, and although the temperature was in the low 30s, he wore no overcoat. In general, his features answered the vague description given by the dead waitress. He sat with his head lowered, sullen, ignoring the coffee by his side. Well, you're not under arrest, Mr. Sorensen. This is just a routine questioning.
It's like the Germans or the Russians. Man's walking along, and he's arrested just like that.
If you'll answer a few questions, sir, you can be on your way.
Well, what am I supposed to have done? What?
Can you tell me where you were this morning a little after midnight?
In a bar, I guess. I don't remember.
Any particular bar?
Well, there were 2 or 3. I got problems. I was drunk last night.
Will you try to remember the names of the bars?
I don't know. Oh, the Star, I guess, over on Manchester. Well, once in a while I go into the Astor. I guess I did last night. I was pretty drunk. Got no right to arrest me.
You're not under arrest, Mr. Sorensen. What happened to your overcoat?
I don't know. I had it on when I left my apartment. I took it off in one of the bars and forgot it. I was pretty drunk.
Will you describe your coat?
Yeah, sure. It was gray, tweed, I guess. Not too heavy. I don't like a heavy coat. It makes my back ache.
Well, we'll see if we can get it back for you, Mr. Sorensen. You said you were in the Star and the Astor. Any other place?
Oh, I don't think so. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. Maybe the joint over on William Street, opposite the big hotel. You know, the
McDonald's Bar and Grill?
Oh, yeah, that's the one. I think so. I don't know. I'm not sure. Hey, look, I'm answering all these questions. What am I supposed to have done?
2 people were killed just after midnight last night, a few blocks from where you were picked up. It's our job to investigate anybody who might know something about it.
I don't know anything.
When the officers questioned you, you refused to answer. They asked you if you knew about the murders, and you said, I'm not saying yes, and I'm not saying no. I'm not saying anything. Do you remember that, Mr. Sorensen?
No. I was drunk. Did you ever get drunk and try to remember what you said? I didn't even know what they were talking about. I didn't kill anybody. I got enough problems without killing somebody.
All right, Mr. Sorensen. I'd like you to wait in there for a while until we check on some of these things. Have you had any breakfast?
No.
We'll have some sent up.
Hey, listen, if I'm not under arrest, how come I got to stay here?
As a good citizen, Mr. Sorensen, I'm sure you want to help in every way to catch the murderer.
Sure, but I don't know.
You're helping, then, by staying in there until I get back. We checked the Astor, Star, McDonald's Bar and Grill, asked questions. Sorensen was known to them all. In particular, he was known to Mr. McDonough.
Yeah, he was in here kind of late. Had a good load on.
Could you say what time?
Oh, 1, maybe 2. Tell you, Sergeant, it was a big night last night. Maybe the cold and snow, but everybody felt good, didn't want to go out. You know how it is.
Oh, sure. Did you happen to notice whether Mr. Sorensen was wearing an overcoat?
I couldn't swear, but put it this way. If he wasn't, I would have noticed because it was too cold outside to be without one. Now, wouldn't you say the odds are he was wearing one?
Possible.
Freddie, there's a couple of butts under the table at the end. You missed them.
You didn't find an overcoat after you closed? Gray, tweed?
No. Freddie, you find an overcoat a man left here last night? I guess you're out of luck.
Yeah. Well, if it does show up, Mr. McDonough, I'd be obliged if you'd give me a call.
You bet. Say, it's none of my business, but have you arrested Sorensen?
No. Routine questions, that's all.
Well, I wondered. He's not the type for that killer. I've talked to him. He's been coming in here for 5 or 6 years. He's a nice guy, quiet, no trouble. As a student of human nature, I'd say he wasn't your man.
Thanks a lot for your trouble. We checked some more. Sorensen's apartment, neighbors. Found nothing. The man was quiet, but well-liked. The overcoat had disappeared. And since his alibi held up, we didn't have much choice. You've been cooperative, Mr. Sorensen. Thank you.
That's okay. Hey, did you find my overcoat?
I'm afraid not, but if we do, we'll let you know.
I sure hate to lose it. It's all right for me to go now?
Yeah, I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
All right, that's okay. Hope you get that guy.
We will, Mr. Sorensen.
Yeah. Well, so long. Nice to have met you.
Thanks again.
Yes, Sergeant?
He's leaving now, Driscoll. Get a man to follow him and a relief for that man. I don't want Sorensen out of sight for a minute.
Yes, sir. Right away.
They followed him for a week, and the only thing he did to be noted was to buy a new overcoat. I summed up our progress for the chief, and it wasn't much. Thanks. Well, sir, he's a suspect, but he's a weak one. We've checked pretty carefully. He works for a lumber yard. He's been there 9 years. No financial problems. He was married, but he got a divorce 3 years ago. His ex-wife says he was all right, kind of moody sometimes, but no big thing. Just wanted to live alone. Didn't want to be married, so she gave him a divorce. There wasn't another woman as far as she knew. So, unless that overcoat shows up somewhere and there's a button with some cloth missing, we haven't got much. And for another week, no killings, no progress. We continued to have the suspect followed, if for no other reason than the physical description given by the dead waitress, but even that was flimsy. On a Friday at 9:15 p.m., it was raining. Not cold enough to freeze, just a bitter, penetrating wetness. And that's when the overcoat showed up. The overcoat with the missing button. There was a man in it, too. He'd been picked up in a bar, disturbing the peace. His name was Winters, and he had a record. 5 arrests, 3 convictions. It took a couple of minutes to match up the shred of cloth and button to the coat. And we had our first break. We sent for Winters.
It doesn't have to be Sorensen's coat, Sergeant.
Doesn't have to be, no.
You think it is?
That's what we've been working on. Come in, Winters. Sit down. Okay. Now, you ever see this coat before?
Sure, it's mine.
You swear to that?
Sure, I swear.
What were you picked up for?
Bum rap. Fella starts picking on me in a bar. I hit him first. He was bigger than me.
Disturbing the peace. How would you like murder added to that?
Murder? You're crazy. I didn't kill nobody.
Where did you get the coat?
It's mine. What do you mean? Where did I get it?
2 weeks ago, that was Wednesday, 16 days ago, a man and a woman were stabbed to death. The murderer wore this coat. We've got a bit of cloth and a button to prove it. Your coat, Winters.
Listen, I never killed. Now listen. Just because I got a coat that looks like... Oh, I didn't.
Where did you get the coat?
I told you.
This is Driscoll. Yeah? Where? Oh. What about Sorensen? You sure? Okay, I'll tell the sergeant. Stabbing off Lincoln Avenue. Woman. She's dead. Sounds the same.
All right, Winters. You hear me now. You want that to be your coat. I'll accept it. No more talk, and you're up for murder, and I'm not kidding. But I don't think you did it, and I'm giving you one more chance to tell me where you got it.
Well, look, mister, Okay, I found it.
Found it where?
In a bar.
When?
Like you said, a couple of weeks ago.
What bar?
I don't...
Come on. Astor, the Star, McDonough's?
McDonough's.
Okay. Did you see the fellow you got it from?
Oh, look, now, I'm a loser. You're going to get me in on a larceny and rap?
You want murder?
Yeah, I saw him.
Was he wearing the coat when he came in?
Yeah. He acted kind of strange. Like he was hot, maybe drunk. He sat down at the table, took off the coat. Then he started to look at his hands. For a long time. I remember because he looked kind of nuts. Then he went to the men's and left his coat. It was a good-looking coat, so I...
Did you hear him called by name?
A couple of guys seem to know him, I guess. I don't remember what they call him.
Can you identify him?
I guess so.
Okay. I'm holding you as a material witness.
You're going to book me for taking the coat?
I'll think about it. With the new killing, we had another problem. The man on duty outside Sorensen's apartment had reported that Sorensen hadn't left the place all evening. That might mean we had still one more killer working with a knife. But Driscoll and I drove over to Sorensen's place. We had enough to pick him up. Matson was on duty, and he came up to the apartment with us. We had to break the door down. Sorensen wasn't answering. And when we got inside, we knew why.
Sergeant, I swear he didn't come out.
That's where he went out. Fire escape. Leads out the back.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. He never...
Can't do anything about it now.
We go after him, Sergeant?
No. Put out a call to pick him up. We'll stay here. I think he'll come back. Matson, get back out front. If you see him, don't make any move unless you're sure you can get him.
Yes, sir.
We turned out the lights, left the window open, and waited. The rain kept falling, and it got cold in the room. An hour went by. We didn't smoke for fear Sorensen would smell it as he came up the fire escape to his window. So we just waited.
Sergeant?
Yeah.
Would they execute a man like that?
I don't know. They might as well. He'll cost the taxpayer a lot of money for the rest of his life if they don't. He'd be better off dead. For himself, he'd be better off.
What makes him do it? You read about it? You see him, talk to him? What makes him that way?
Don't ask me. I'm just a guy who has to try and catch them after they got their kicks carving out somebody's life.
Boy, I'd sure like a cigarette.
Shh. Wait until he's inside. Okay.
Who's there?
You're under arrest, Sorensen. Driscoll, come on. He'd sensed something wrong, and he wasn't close enough for us to get him. We followed him out to the fire escape and up to the roof. It was raw up there, and a slick was forming underfoot. There was only one place for him to be, behind the elevator housing shaft. You could only approach it on one side, so I stationed Driscoll behind me to cut him off if he made a run for it. Come out with your hands up.
I haven't done anything. Let me alone. I feel sick. Why don't you let me alone?
Get out here where I can see you. Move slowly and keep your hands high.
I want to die. I want to die.
Come on.
You don't know. You just don't know. You don't care. Well, I won't go to jail. You're not going to kill me.
Driscoll, watch out!
You all right, Sergeant?
Yeah. They got my arm. Sorensen? Sorensen.
He's done.
Better call the ambulance.
Suspense. Brought to you by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Dana Andrews.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, boats, and industry. These products include bumpers, die castings, industrial thermometers, and batteries such as the famous Autolite Stay Full, ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, both standard and resistor types, voltage regulators, wire and battery cable, Autolite bullseye seal beam units, and Autolite original service parts for all Autolite-equipped electrical systems. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. So, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, the story of a man who was able single-handedly to rob a bank of $50,000 and get away with it. It's called The Face is Familiar. Our star, Mr. Jack Benny. That's next week on Suspense. The One-Man Crime Wave was written by Anthony Ellis. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. In tonight's story, Joseph Kearns was heard as Sorensen and Lee Millar as Driscoll. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Charlotte Lawrence, Junius Matthews, and Tom Tully.
Dana Andrews can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Duel in the Jungle.
And remember next week, Mr. Jack Benny in The Face is Familiar.
You can buy Autolite Stay full batteries, Autolite original service parts, and Autolite standard or resistor type spark plugs at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
If you know a man in the service, one of the greatest favors you can do is to write him regularly. Even though it is often difficult for servicemen to reply promptly, word from home is a great morale builder. Resolve now to write and keep writing to a serviceman you know. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Your money or your life. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're on a spot where a step forward drags you 2 steps back, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm taking for granted this is confidential, so here goes. A couple of days ago, I got so desperate I stole to get some dough to pay off a debt. What I want most is to see the guy I borrowed from get what's coming to him for running a racket that smells to high heaven. Maybe you heard of him. His name is Douglas Harger, and I want to see something happen to him.
If this hits you right, you've got a job. The only time I can talk to you is between 12 and 1 at Molly's Cafe on Pierpont Street. Signed, Fred Dundee.
Give it a look, Fred. Don't you see I can't play ball with you?
Why not? You'll be getting paid for it.
Well, I can't take that kind of money.
Who did you steal it from?
That's my business, Miss Brooks. And if you're worried about me making it my life's work, forget it. It was my first and last time.
I know, Fred. I'd like to help you, but...
Oh, sure.
Hold a chili, Mike.
I suppose that's what you fellas call ethics, huh, Valentine?
Well,
But it's all right for Harger to make all the dirty money he wants without anybody saying a word.
How can you be so sure it's Harger who's running this loan shark business?
I borrowed that money from Phil Pagano. He's always going in and out of Harger's Melody Club. He works for him.
Yeah?
You should hear his line. Go on, kid. Your credit is good. If the wife's going to have a baby, let her have the best.
Huh?
You got a whole month to pay back the $250. Of course, there'll be $100 service charge. But then we don't ask for no security, which you don't have. I tell you, I can...
Hold it, Fred. Take it easy.
I know you think I was a schnook to take his money. But I wanted Peg to have everything good when she was having the kid. I couldn't borrow anywhere else because I'm in hock up to my ears now.
But think of the chance you were taking when you decided to steal.
Don't I know? But they wouldn't give me any more time. They didn't just threaten me. They said things would happen to Peg if I didn't raise the dough.
Uh-huh. You know, there may be an answer to this.
There's got to be, Valentine. It's not just myself. Think of all the other people who get squeezed and do things they never would have done to pay Harger back. That's why I couldn't just pay up and forget it. I
know. You want something to happen to him. All right, tell you what, Fred.
What?
I'll take the job and see what I can do.
Oh, that's swell. There's a little money left. I'll give you.
No, Fred, no. You just make sure you hold on to that. No, I'm working for free.
Well, good to see you again, Mr. Valentine. The Melody Club doesn't have many interesting visitors during the day.
Come off it, Hager. And tell this musclehead to get off the couch and get out of here. I want to talk to you alone.
Did I hear you call
You
me
should be more careful in your choice of words, Mr. Valentine. This gentleman is supposed to be my bodyguard, although you'd hardly tell it to see him lying around reading comic books.
Come on, Buster. Up you come. Outside.
Let go of me.
Put the gun away, Marty. We don't want to give our guest the wrong impression. You'd better go sit at the bar and soothe your chagrin.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you are as friendly as ground glass today.
Never mind the patter. I want $350 from you, and I want it now.
Oh, a little strapped, eh? Well, I think you're a good risk. Glad to oblige.
Oh, no, you got me wrong. I'm not borrowing it. You're giving it to me. For keeps.
Oh, come now. Just as you have your principles, I have mine. I'm a businessman. I never give anything unless it's for value received.
Yeah, well, you're going to make an exception. This is for someone who got hurt on one of your loan shark deals.
What are you talking about?
Your boy, Phil Pagano, bore down so hard on a friend of mine he had to go out and steal. Now, this is to square things for him.
Ridiculous. If out of the goodness of his heart someone I know lends money and collects it in his own way, that has nothing to do with me.
$350, Hager. Let's have it.
I could have you thrown out.
Well, why don't you?
You know how violence unnerves me, Mr. Valentine. But as long as the sum is so paltry, I'll let you play Santa Claus.
If you had a conscience, Hager, I might be tempted to say it should feel better.
Here you are. Oh, may I ask, is this a single commission for a client, or do you have more quixotic and ambitious plans in the same direction?
Why do you ask? Just curiosity?
No. I just want to be prepared. As much as I despise any form of physical conflict, Mr. Valentine, I may be forced to make another exception to my principles.
Valentine, you may not have noticed, but the word on the door says homicide. Don't come to me about loan sharks.
Riley, how can Hager operate a racket like this without your worthy colleagues putting the arm on?
You say it's Hager. I suspect it's Hager. It might well be Hager, but when we pick up one of those strong-arm bankers, he says it's a personal deal.
Yeah?
There's nothing in writing. The victims are too scared to say anything, and there's no mention of Hager. Now, go ahead. You arrest somebody.
Lieutenant, you should have talked to Fred Dundee.
Look, Miss Brooks, we don't like the idea either, seeing the little people in this city being pushed around.
A question, Lieutenant. One simple question.
Oh, I know your simple questions. They take till doomsday to answer.
Wouldn't you say it'd take a lot of cold, hard cash to supply what you call these strong-arm bankers? There must be dozens of them covering the city. And they're ready to lend dough right on the line. You just name the amount.
What are you driving at?
Hager isn't headed for the poorhouse, but neither does he get his mail in care of Fort Knox.
And he has so many other interests that take cash to run. Christopher Arena, his nightclubs, and all the rest of them.
Yeah, in other words, somebody else has to be furnishing the wherewithal, the financier, the angel. Now, have you ever heard of anyone connected with him who could even vaguely fit that description?
Not even vaguely.
Oh, great. Well, there's nothing like being a pioneer and trying to find the answer to my own question.
There's Pagano in there at the bar, Valentine.
Yeah, I see him, Fred.
He always hangs out here at Maloney's, 8 to 12 every night. So any sucker like me who wants money, I know where to find him.
I think I can charm him out so you can talk to him alone, George. Or do I sound like I'm confusing myself with Betty Grape?
Oh, he'll fall for you like a ton of bricks. He thinks he's a ladies' man, Miss Brooks. But you be careful of him. He's an oily little rat who carries a knife.
A knife, huh? Hey, look, Angel, maybe we ought to forget this. Look, I'll find another way to get you. Hey, Brooksy, wait.
Drop dead, mister. I've got an appointment with a gentleman.
What can I get you, lady?
Oh, nothing, thanks.
Oh, hey, sweetheart. I'm good for around here. And when they come like you, I can do better than that. Much better.
No, I only wanted to talk to you. Alone.
Oh?
Yeah. I need money. Need it real bad.
Why me?
Oh, names get around. You hear things. Somebody said I'd find you here.
What seems to be your trouble, sweetheart?
Probably nothing new to you. The show I was dancing in folded up. I held out as long as I could, and now I've got to borrow money.
What's your name? What show?
Vivian Dupre did a solo in Gals Can Be Pals, the Morrison circuit.
Your real name, I mean, Miss Dupre.
Oh, okay. Mary Sullivan. Do I get the money? I'll pay it back. Usually I work regular.
All right. Don't get so nervous, Mary. Bill Pagano will take care of you. How much do you call money?
Well, I'm afraid it's got to be at least $300.
Bill Pagano can still take care of you.
Oh.
And he's happy to.
Oh, when can I have it? What do I have to sign, Mr. Pagano?
Well, this is no joint to talk about something personal, sweetheart. Suppose we go over to my place and set up the deal.
Well, I don't know.
You trust me, don't you, kid?
Oh, you know I do, Mr. Pagano.
What are we waiting for? Here we are, sweetheart. Well, I got my key.
Yeah.
The way you're looking around, you think you was expecting somebody.
Oh, no. No, it's just that, well, the hall is so dark.
Well, we'll take care of that right now. Go ahead in, Mary.
Oh, no, you first.
I don't know who you are, Bud, but I'm going to...
Shut up. And you, babe, sit down over there.
What? Oh, yes, sir.
Copper?
We'll talk when you take your hand off that knife in your pocket.
Oh, so you heard about me, huh? Well, then you ought to know I let this knife do my talking for me.
Now, wait a minute. Listen to me, handsome. Hager sent me to see you.
Huh? You're lying.
Yeah, I started working for him today. It seems he lost his respect for Marty as a bodyguard.
You think I'm going to believe that?
Hager says you've been charging extra interest on loans and holding out on him. You've shaken his faith in mankind, Phil.
I never held out a cent in my life.
Now, snap that knife closed. I want to have nice things to report about you.
Well...
That's a good boy.
Before we do any talking, what about the babe here?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want her to miss this for anything.
Oh!
All right. You're working for Hager. But I want to know more than that.
Get off me. Take your knee out of my chest.
Now, who finances the setup? Who's the top man on the totem pole?
I don't know. I don't know nothing. Don't.
Who really runs the racket? Supplies are ready, cash. Come on, talk.
All right. I'll tell you. Stop it.
Yeah?
Leslie.
Leslie who?
Leslie Remsen. Out in Compton Hills.
Okay. Thanks, Phil. You've been very helpful. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but I gotta do this.
Oh!
Sweet dreams, handsome.
Well, what do I do? Cheer or just fold up like an accordion?
Sorry I had to expose you to that bit of rough stuff, Angel. But even if it takes more of the same, I'm going to clean this thing up.
Compton Hills? But there's nothing out there but fashionable estates.
Yeah, I know. But that's the next stop, Brooksy. We're getting up in the world.
Leslie will be down in just a moment, Mr. Valentine. In the meantime, would you like to step in here and see some of my books?
Huh? Oh, sure, all right.
May I get your drink? I'd ring for one of the servants, but it's their night off.
No, thanks. Did you mention it was important?
Yes, I told Leslie. You know, Mr. Valentine, I suppose most people would say that my life is an unpardonable waste. So much of it given to collecting books, living with them. But then, what is important, young man?
In college, they drummed me out of my philosophy class, Mr. Remsen. Now, would you mind calling upstairs again and see if...
That won't be necessary.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, have you met my wife?
Huh?
Leslie, dear, this is the young man who has been waiting for you.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm Leslie. I'm sorry I'm not wearing a mustache. I understand you have some business you want to discuss with me, Mr. Valentine.
Well, yes.
Why don't you two stay right here in the library?
Thank you, Paul.
I have to phone my book dealer anyway. You know, Mr. Valentine, Leslie just can't understand my passionate interest in books.
No?
But then again, I'm often baffled by her interests, even though I understand them. Well, good night.
I received a very enlightening telephone call while you were waiting, Mr. Valentine.
Then you ought to know why I'm here, Leslie. Or I suppose I ought to start calling you Mrs. Remsen.
No, I like Leslie better. You seem to think I'm masterminding some sort of minor crime wave.
Aren't you?
That was a melodramatic way of putting it. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Did you know that in the early 30s, the oil industry had to meet the challenge of new, high-powered cars? A plain mineral oil just couldn't lubricate the new, powerful engines properly. Engineers at Standard of California met the problem with compounded RPM motor oil, the oil that won't run away from internal engine hot spots, that keeps a protective film on all parts when a car is standing cold, and that cleans your engine as it lubricates. One motorist quick to see the advantages of RPM motor oil is F.B. Stormont of Tombstone, Arizona. Mr. Stormont started using RPM in 1936. He states that he has been a constant user of this premium motor oil for the past 13 years. He's driven the same car all these years, driven it close to 100,000 miles with only one major overhaul job in all that distance. Well, that's really protection you can trust. And to give your own car this superior protection, stick to RPM motor oil. Ask for RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're not surprised to find a hard-bitten operator like Douglas Harger mixed up in the loan shark racket that has victimized your client. You're not surprised when you run into assorted forms of mayhem. What does rock you back on your heels is that the beautiful and wealthy Mrs. Leslie Remsen is apparently the banker and kingpin. But if you have George Valentine's recuperative powers, you counter with a surprise of your own.
Now, Leslie, what does Harger have on you?
I could see my husband took an immediate liking to you. I can't say I blame him, George.
Okay, be evasive. I'll do the talking.
I don't mind listening.
He has to be blackmailing you one way or another. You wouldn't get mixed up in a filthy deal like this if you weren't forced into it. It can't be the money.
Maybe I just like the excitement.
You know what this shuffle means in human misery.
Maybe I'm a psychopathic case.
Oh? Well, maybe it's as simple as this.
It's almost worth being an arch criminal. To be kissed like that.
Huh? That's all it is, Leslie. You've got a low melting point. Well, the kiss was worth the slap. But it is the truth, isn't it?
Leave me alone.
A beautiful woman married to a man years older. That could be dynamite. Now, what was it? Letters you wrote to somebody? Is that what Harger's holding over you?
Yes. They were quite inflammatory. In fact, I remember them more vividly than the man I wrote them
Then
to.
you'd better find a way to get them back, sister, or you're a gone gosling.
No one can prove anything, not even you.
I beat it out of one of Harger's mugs, and the police can, too. The point is, there will never be any mention of Harger, only you. He'll make like he never heard of you before in his life.
How did I get into this? George, you've got to get those letters back for me.
Now you're frightened, aren't you?
You can have whatever it's worth to you. Money, anything.
No promises, Leslie. But I'll give it a whirl.
I'll live up to my end of the bargain.
You won't have to. It's all part of services rendered for another client. And a lot of other people like him. Now look, Fred, I've got an idea. A way to take all the pep out of Harger.
And if it works, what happened to you and Peg won't ever happen to anyone else.
Let me have it. I'll do anything.
I've got to get some letters out of Harger's safe at the Melody Club.
Huh?
Letters signed Leslie Remsen.
I don't know much about blowing safes.
Now, I could try to scare him into giving them to me at the point of a gun, but he knows I wouldn't shoot him.
Yeah?
But, and this is where you come in, if someone with a nervous trigger finger and a man-sized grudge walked in, Hager would really sweat.
I see what you're driving at.
Sure. You put on an act. You don't like the way you were taken for a ride. You're going to get even. You want him to open the office safe so you can help yourself.
I'll put on an act that could get me a Hollywood contract.
Now, Fred, you know there's a risk involved. But we've got to have those letters.
You've got them. But there's just one thing.
What's that?
That gorilla, Marty. He's always following Hager around. He never lets him out of his sight.
Okay, that's my job. I'll get Marty off the scene. At 9:30 tonight, Hager will be alone at the Melody Club. That's when you walk in.
Pick up Marty Harris for questioning.
That's right, Lieutenant, and keep him under wraps overnight.
What am I supposed to sweat out of him?
I want him out of the way, Riley. It's important.
I suppose it would be rude of me to ask why, huh?
Not rude. I just don't want to bother you.
Huh? Since when?
Don't you remember, Lieutenant? This isn't in your department.
George, down the alley. There's Fred now.
Yeah, good. Hop in, Fred.
Well, they're all right here.
Good boy. Have any trouble?
Just trying to act nervous. I had to slug Hager to give me time to get out.
That must have thrilled you no end.
Drive around the block, Angel.
Well, I don't want to sound faint-hearted, but wouldn't it be a good idea to put some distance between us and the Melody Club?
Drop me off at that cab stand on you, Fred.
Yeah?
Beat it home to Peg. You did a good night's work.
Well, I'll take a bow when it pays off.
I hate to think I'm just supposed to keep driving around the block.
Park just before you get to the entrance of the club, Brooksy. I got a hunch Hager's going to come streaking out of there in a few minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Now, you stick on his trail. I got to know where he goes. You can call me at Leslie Remsen's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, but you just missed Leslie.
Oh.
She seemed rather in a hurry, too.
Well, do you know where your wife went, Mr. Remsen?
Well, let's see. It could be the Dolphin Room, the El Dorado, Antoine's, or possibly Le Coq d'Or.
For a bibliophile, you know your night spots.
As a husband, I know my weak spots. Not being able to keep up a hectic social pace, I try to substitute patience and a modicum of wisdom that comes with the years.
Meaning just what, Mr. Remsen? Let's not spar.
Meaning all things come to him who waits. I'm quite able and willing to wait for Leslie.
You're okay, Remsen. All right, I'll kick around those spots you mentioned and see if I can find Leslie.
Oh, just a moment, Valentine. You probably think it's strange I never questioned you about your business with my wife.
Well,
Of course, I have sensed that she's in some kind of trouble. I'll even venture to say that you're here to deliver that little package.
Huh?
Would they be ill-advised letters? Leslie's very impulsive.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Don't be embarrassed. I'm not going to ask to see them. They don't matter. It was foolish of her to get in trouble because of them.
Mr. Remsen, why are you telling me this?
Because I know you're trying to help her. That being the case, you ought to know how I feel. Oh, pardon me. Hello. Oh, yes, he's right here. It's for you. It's a Miss Brooks.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Brooksy? Huh? Both of them, huh? He met her there, the Gramercy room. No, use your head, Angel. No matter how many of Hager's men are staking out the place, I got to do this alone. Okay, I'll be right there.
You must think I'm a fool, Douglas.
You had no choice but to sign it, Leslie.
You never asked me to sign receipts for money from any of your collectors before.
I've decided we should be more businesslike. Yes, and to avoid any stigma of blackmail, I'm going to let you have your letters back.
Well, what's this gentleman trying to sell you now, Leslie?
George.
Sorry, we can't ask you to sit down, Mr. Valentine.
Why, thanks, I will. A business conference?
George, Douglas said that if I sign these receipts, he'd let me have my letters back.
Letters? What letters? Have you any letters belonging to the lady, Harger?
I made a mistake some time ago not teaching you to keep out of my affairs. I never make the same mistake twice, Mr. Valentine.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if these were the letters you meant.
George, you did get them.
Uh-huh.
So, that's why you wanted me to sign these, Douglas. You had to find some other way to keep me under your thumb.
Nice try, Harger.
You don't think you're going to keep those letters very long, do you?
Oh, I know you've got your private goon squad sprinkled around.
It seems quite a shame that my long-cherished principle of nonviolence should go overboard this way.
I'll take them, George. They won't dare touch me.
Take it easy. Buster's playmates don't know the meaning of the word chivalry.
You're a realist, Mr. Valentine. I admire that in a man.
Why, Georgie, what a lovely surprise.
What?
The most wonderful thing just happened.
Brooksy, why didn't you do as I told you?
Well, fancy seeing you here. And as I live and breathe, my old friend Douglas Harger.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
It's a funny thing, George, how I ran into Lieutenant Riley. You know, there's a big policeman's ball tonight.
No, I didn't.
Sort of a spur-of-the-moment affair, you know.
Yes, and he wants us to come along as his guest, darling. He's even got a squad car outside.
A squad car?
Yes, sir.
Oh, swell. You'll join us, won't you, Leslie?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
We'll be with you in a minute.
Well, don't be long now. We'll wait for them at the bar.
Why, you bet we will.
You wouldn't care to go to the policeman's ball, would you, Harger?
I'm afraid I shouldn't be very good company. You know, Valentine, I relish having you as my private nemesis. If it weren't for you, my life would be much too pallid and uncomplicated. I look forward to our next meeting. Good night.
Yeah.
I won't forget what you've done for me, George. May I have those letters now?
No, Leslie. Finders keepers.
What?
Yep. I think I'll just hold on to them now. Oh, incidentally, your husband is waiting for you. You know, I do a lot to keep Paul from getting hurt. He's a very nice guy.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
I get it. Blackmail. With a good housekeeping stamp of approval.
Oh, George, before you burn those letters, you might at least have let me peek at one of them.
You know, that's what I like about you, Angel. You're so unscrupulously feminine.
Yeah, but seriously, George, do you think Leslie and her husband will make a go of it now?
Oh, maybe. As long as she thinks I still have the letters. She doesn't suspect that Paul knows about them.
Darling, you should run a column of advice to the lovelorn. Dear editor, my young man, who shall be nameless, keeps putting off popping the question, what shall I do? Signed, Anxious.
Oh, I get it. Dear Anxious, after seeing your beautiful pictures, I'm convinced your young man is a half-wit. By no means marry him. Insanity is hereditary.
You can't win.
If your car's battery begins to act a bit feeble toward the end of winter months, nobody's surprised, for the extra use of lights and short, stormy weather trips are an added load on battery juice. But one way you can be sure of giving your battery longer life is by using Chevron Supreme gasoline. This premium quality fuel puts command performance in your car. Fast starts with little or no drain on your car's battery, smooth acceleration, extra power, high-octane power that makes it great on hills. And it's a battery saver wherever you drive in the West because it's climate tailored. That means fast starts for your car in each different altitude and temperature zone. So for economy and for all-round command performance from your car, be sure to say Chevron Supreme gasoline. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. In the course of next week's adventure, we find George Valentine in a cheap rooming house.
Okay, Walt. I never play AC-doocy with a .38.
And now you're being smart.
Well, I see you've been packing.
Yeah, leaving town. All on account of that crazy bottle. I should have thrown it down a sewer, but no, I gotta go be nice to somebody, a guy I never seen before.
Who gave you the bottle, Walt? And why?
You're getting nothing out of me, mister. Nothing but this. Oh! That crazy bottle.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Larry Dobkin as Harger, Gene Bates as Leslie, Ted Von Eltz as Paul, Don Diamond as Fred, and Eddie Marr as Pagano. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends. This is your host of the Inner Sanctum inviting you in through the creaking door. Come on in and enter into the spirit of things. Don't pay any attention to those gurgling sounds you hear. They're the unfortunate ones. The midnight spirits who were caught haunting before midnight. Poor things. All they can do now is gurgle because they've evaporated into distilled spirits.
What a horrifying thought, Mr. Host. Can't we ever talk about the brighter side of life?
Well, don't forget, Mary, murder is my business.
Well, thank goodness it isn't mine. And right now, I'd much prefer to talk with our Lipton listeners about something more conducive to happy spirits. I mean, a cup of hearty, piping hot Lipton tea. You know, it's really wonderful, the extra delight you get from this superb tea, friends. And the reason is simply this. Lipton's grand brisk flavor. Brisk, you know, is the tea expert's own word for the fresh, full-bodied, lively flavor of Lipton tea. Because unlike ordinary teas, Lipton's is never flat-tasting or lifeless. Lipton tea is always spirited, full-flavored, truly satisfying. Why, I'd even go so far as to say that once you've tried it, I think you'll enjoy Lipton tea more than any other tea you've ever tasted.
And I'll go even further, Mary, and introduce our listeners to tonight's story. It's an original radio play written especially for Inner Sanctum by Emil Tepperman and starring Richard Widmark in the role of Alex Gregory. It's about a man who became master of a secret so fearful that it could never be revealed to any mortal, living or dead. But let him tell you the story himself, how he learned the most terrible secret in all the universe, and what he did with it.
It was an evening in September, the 15th to be exact, when I first learned of the existence of elixir number 4. It happened at Professor Jarman's house just off the college campus. You've heard of Jarman, of course. He was to chemistry what Einstein is to physics. But it was his daughter, Elaine, that I was interested in that evening in September when I rang their bell.
Oh, hello, Alex. Oh, gosh, is it that late? I'm not even dressed.
Hi, sweet. Snap it up, will you? The last show starts at 8:30.
Oh, it won't take me long. Wait for me in the library. I'll be ready in a jiffy.
I knew my way around the house. I went into the library, and the first thing I noticed was that the door to Professor Jarman's private study was ajar. It had never happened before. The private study and the laboratory beyond were forbidden territory in the Jarman home. Not even Elaine was allowed in there. And now the door was open. I'd heard stories of Jarman's experiments with new and secret formulae. So here was a chance, a possible chance to find out what the old codger was working on. I couldn't resist. I pushed open the door and I stepped into the private study. I could hear Jarman in the lab talking to himself. Elaine had told me once that he always talked to himself in the lab. I stood quietly in the study, but I couldn't make out what he was saying in there. I looked around. The study was just a small cubbyhole with a chair, a bookcase, and a desk. And on the desk, I saw the open diary. A single sentence was written on the open page. I stepped closer. And then I got the first shock. For that sentence was written in Latin. My Latin was rusty, but I was able to decipher the words, Vitae secretum in elixir quartum perpetus habeo. In elixir number 4, I have the secret of perpetus life. Perpetus. That was the one word I couldn't seem to place. In elixir number 4, I have the secret of something. Life. I was puzzling over that word perpetus when suddenly the laboratory door was flung open.
What are you doing at my desk?
Oh, hello, Professor Jarman.
I asked you, what are you doing at my desk?
Well, the study door was open. I thought I'd see if you were in here.
You were reading my diary.
Oh, no, Professor.
You saw the entry in my diary.
Well, really, Professor, I assure you.
Do you read Latin?
Latin? Well, I don't understand.
You're sure you don't understand Latin?
No, I
Here
don't.
I am, Alex. Ready and... What, is anything wrong?
Elaine, I've told you time and again, no one is to be admitted to my study.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad. You must have left the door open. Oh, Alex, you shouldn't
I'm
have
terribly sorry, Elaine. I found the door open, and I thought Professor Jarman was in here. I just wanted to say hello.
All right. No harm done as long as you can't read Latin. Now, get along, you two. I'm busy, but keep out of my study hereafter.
I took Elaine to the movies, but I haven't the faintest recollection of what the picture was about. Through my mind kept running that Latin sentence, Vitae secretum in elixir quartum perpetus habeo. When I said goodnight to Elaine at her door after the show, I hurried home to my room and I got out an old Latin dictionary. I looked up the word perpetus. And then I got a strange, cold feeling down my spine. For the word perpetus meant perpetual. The Latin sentence which Jarman had written in his diary meant, in elixir number 4, I have the secret of perpetual life. Professor Jarman had discovered the secret of immortality. All the next day, I conducted my chemistry classes purely by instinct. I couldn't take my thoughts from elixir number 4. Every voice in the classroom seemed to sing the same refrain.
Accomplished by adding to a dilute solution of H2SO4 a quantity
immortality. Never to know the fear of death. To live on serenely. To watch the world change through the centuries. Never to die. It grew on me like a festering tumor, this terrific dream of immortality, everlasting life. I had to have elixir number 4. In the afternoon, the first free period I had, I went down the hall to Jarman's office.
Come in.
May I come in for a moment, Professor?
Oh, it's you. Yes, come in. But I haven't much time.
Professor, I want to apologize for last night.
Let's forget about it. No harm done.
Well, whatever it was you had written in your diary, it must have been pretty important.
Oh, no, not at all. Only some chemistry notes. Nothing of any importance. Just something I've been experimenting with.
Well, I'd be very glad to assist you, Professor. Anything I could do,
That's very kind of you, young man, but I don't need any assistance, thank you. As a matter of fact, the experiment is completed.
You mean you're all finished?
All but the practical application.
Oh. Well, couldn't I help you on that?
It won't be necessary. Tonight, I'm taking the last step.
Tonight? I knew what that meant. Tonight he was going to use elixir number 4. He was going to administer it to himself. I had to act tonight or never. Jarman's keys were on his desk. I distracted his attention, and I managed to pick them up without his noticing. Then I hurried across town to a locksmith and had him make duplicates of Jarman's house key, his study key, and his laboratory key. Then I returned to the college, and I managed to replace the keys on Jarman's desk while he was out. Now, I was ready for an adventure into immortality. At 8:30 that evening, I let myself into Jarman's house, opened the study door, and stepped quietly over to the laboratory. I knew Elaine was at a sorority meeting. The professor and I were the only ones in the house. Jarman was standing at the lab table with his back to me, talking away to himself. There was a small vial on the table and a hypodermic syringe alongside it.
The quantity administered yesterday will be sufficient. At my age, since my blood is too thin, I require the additional dose. But a younger man would need only one injection to cause the necessary type change in his blood. Who's that?
Good evening, Professor Jarman. I hope I'm not interrupting.
What are you doing here? How did you get in?
So elixir number 4 changes the bloodstream, huh?
What do you want in here?
Quit stalling, Professor. I know what elixir number 4 is.
Oh.
So this is it. Elixir number 4.
Careful. Don't spill it.
How much of this stuff have you got?
That's all there is. 5 cc's.
You mean you haven't got any more?
It took me 5 years to distill 10 cc's. Before that, I experimented for 10 years. I failed 3 times.
And this is your 4th try, huh? Elixir number 4. And there isn't any more of it?
It will take me 5 years more to make up another bat. Please be careful. Don't drop it.
Don't worry, I won't. You said this is enough to make the average man immortal. Me, for instance?
It's not for you. You hear me? Not for you.
Oh, yes, it is, Professor. It's for me.
I won't let you... What are you doing with that mallet?
What do you think?
No.
I'm so sorry, Professor.
Wait. I'll let you have it. Don't kill me.
I've got to kill you. When I take this dose of elixir number 4, I'll be immortal. And I don't want anyone to know it.
Go away, you fool. You'll never enjoy your immortality. You'll wish you were dead 1,000 times. I'll come back to remind you. Back to remind you.
I didn't hit him hard enough to kill him. That wasn't part of my plan. But when he lay unconscious on the floor, I searched among the chemicals until I found what I wanted. I mixed some chemicals in a test tube, and I watched the fumes forming. Then I held the test tube against Jarman's mouth, forcing the deadly gas into his lungs. When I was sure he was dead, I wiped the tube clean of my fingerprints and put it back in the rack. Then I picked up the vial of elixir number 4, the hypodermic syringe, and I hurried away, locking all the doors behind me. As soon as I got home, I filled the hypo with elixir number 4, and I gave myself the injection. Almost immediately, I felt a strange radiance pervading my body. A new strength was flowing in my blood. I was immortal. I couldn't die. I would go on living and living.
and living forever.
Hey, what's going on here? What's all this about living forever? If you ask me, it would be more of a curse than a blessing. Now, just suppose we all took a shot of this elixir number 4. I think of all the people who'd lose their jobs. Grave diggers and stone cutters and shroud makers and hearse drivers and... Oh, I go on. You see what I mean. Why, everybody'd be out of a job. We'd all practically starve to death.
Well, then, Mr. Host, maybe we can be glad that nobody has ever found the fountain of youth. You know, I think it's not a matter of trying to live forever. The important thing is to get more enjoyment out of every day.
For instance, Mary.
Well, for instance, one splendid way to get more enjoyment out of an otherwise dull day is to invite your friends in for tea. It's a delightful neighborly custom, made even more delightful when the tea you serve is Lipton's, because there's so much extra pleasure in Lipton tea. The party will seem more of a party. The conversation will be more sparkling, and your reputation as a thoughtful hostess will soar to the skies the moment your guests take their first sip of Lipton tea. For Lipton's wonderful brisk flavor makes it a favorite with everybody. So when friends drop in for tea, or the family gathers around the dinner table, serve them Lipton's, tea at its delicious best.
And now let's get back to our story. We're all anxious to see what this fellow Alex does with his secret of perpetual life. Just imagine, a man with all that time on his hands. Time to kill. And kill. And kill.
Immortality. I had it in my blood. I could feel it pulsing in my veins. The vitality, the power. I had to establish an alibi. Not that I expected to need an alibi. Jarman's death would surely look like an accident or suicide when his body was found in the laboratory in the morning. But I wasn't taking any chances on a murder charge. I had so much more to lose now. Wouldn't it be ironic if they were to execute me for murder? Me, an immortal. Next morning, I stopped at Jarman's house and rang the bell. I knew Elaine must have gone right to bed when she returned from the sorority meeting last night, because she never disturbed her father when he was in the lab. But now, when she discovered that he hadn't been to bed all night, she'd want to investigate. And I wanted to be there when the body was found.
Oh, good morning, Alex.
Hello, sweet. What's wrong? You look worried.
Come on in. Alex, I am worried. Dad's still in the lab. He didn't go to bed last night.
Well, what of it? He must be working on something big.
No, I'm afraid something's happened. I knocked at the door just now, and there was no answer.
The door was locked?
Well, yes, but I have a pass key. I wonder if I ought to use it.
Well, of course you should.
Well, please, Alex, you come with me.
Of course, darling. Together, we opened the laboratory door. I was all set to act horrified when we discovered the body on the floor. But there was no need to act. I was horrified. For the lab was empty. There was nothing on the floor. The body of Professor Jarman was gone. I don't know for how many hours after that I walked the street, confused and frightened and uncomprehending. I tried to reason it out. How Jarman's body had walked out of that lab. There was only one solution. Jarman had already taken one dose of elixir number 4. It must have counteracted the poison that I'd forced into him. He must have gotten up and then walked away. But where? And why? I recalled what he'd said before I hit him with the mallet. Yes, I could hear his voice faintly strumming at my brain.
You'll never enjoy your immortality. You'll wish you were dead 1,000 times. I'll come back to remind you.
The
The next day, I went to Elaine's house, and I saw that she was taking her father's disappearance pretty hard.
Oh, Alex, I don't know what to make of it. Do you think that Dad, that he's...
Now, take it easy, baby. Maybe he's just suffering from amnesia. Maybe he just walked out of the house. He might turn up tomorrow.
I have a terrible feeling, Alex, that he's dead.
What makes you think so?
Oh, I don't know.
Now, please, Elaine. That won't do you any good.
Oh, but it's the uncertainty. If I only knew for sure. Alex, do you believe in mediums?
Communicating with the dead?
Do you believe a medium can put you in touch with the dead?
Oh, is that what you're thinking of, darling? Going to a medium?
But don't you see, Alex, if Dad is dead, maybe...
I was worried, too. I had to know if Jarman was dead or alive. I had to know before I could start enjoying life. Yes, that might be a good idea, Elaine. Can't hurt to try. There's a medium in town.
Oh, I don't know what I want to do. Let me think about it.
Well, sure, darling. In the days that followed, I began to doubt whether I really was immortal. Was elixir number 4 really the elixir of life? Was I really going to live forever? If there was only some way to prove it. Then I remembered what Jarman had said, that the elixir caused a change of blood type. Well, that'd be easy enough to check. Elaine was taking a medical course, so I asked her to test my blood on the pretext that I thought I had anemia.
It won't hurt, Alex. Just the needle.
Ouch.
There, now I've got all the blood I need. Just sit here a minute while I make the test.
Well, does it take long?
Only a minute. Alex.
She was excited. There was something different about my blood then.
Alex, come here quick.
What?
Look. Oh, look, Alex. I can't be mistaken. Your blood. It's a new type.
Elaine couldn't get over the discovery that my blood was a new type. I'd asked her not to tell anyone about my new blood type, but I knew she wouldn't be able to keep the secret for long. And once it got out, people might begin to suspect what I already knew for sure, that I was immortal. Oh, I couldn't afford to have that known, because then everybody in the world would be envious of me. They'd hate me, too, because they'd know I could go on living long after they were dead. Oh, no. No, it had to be a secret forever. No one in the whole world must know, except myself. And the only person who could spill the secret now was Elaine. So, there was only one thing to do. Elaine furnished the opportunity herself the next day.
Alex, I've been thinking about that medium. I've got to know if Dad is alive or dead.
All right, whatever you say, darling, if it'll make you feel any better. I'll go with you, of course. Just the two of us, huh? We made a date to go to the seance that evening, and I made my plans accordingly. I didn't intend that Elaine should leave the seance alive. We arrived at the medium's house promptly at 9 o'clock. The medium asked Elaine and me to sit close to each other. And then she put out the lights.
Alex.
It's all right, sweet. I'm right here. I'm right next to you.
I'm frightened.
Now, there's nothing to be frightened about, darling. I'm right here with you.
But it's so dark. I can't see anything. I don't hear anything. Where's the medium?
She's still here. She's right across the table. She's gone into her trance.
Do you think she'll contact Dad's spirit?
I don't know, darling. Wait and see. I timed myself carefully, waiting for the moment when the medium should be well into her trance. Then I took out of my pocket the hypodermic syringe. I held the plunger in my left hand while I gripped Elaine's arm with my right, my thumb over the artery.
Alex, my arm, your fingers hurt.
It's all right, sweet.
Slowly, I brought the hypodermic needle up close to the artery. One bite of the needle, a single plunge of the plunger, and death would come almost instantaneously. And no one in the world could say that it hadn't been heart failure. But suddenly, just as I had the plunger ready, I heard something strange. A sound. In the room where there should have been no sound.
You'll never enjoy your immortality. You'll wish you were dead 1,000 times. I'll come back to remind you. Back to remind you.
The voice of the dead.
Back to remind you.
Jarman, where are you? Jarman, stop. You're dead. You're dead, Jarman. You can't be talking. You're dead. I saw your dead body. I killed you myself. Suddenly, the lights flashed up. The room was full of police.
Arrest him, officer. He killed my father. You heard his confession.
That voice.
That was Dad's voice, Alex. A recording.
What? A recording?
That's why he always talked to himself in the lab. He had a wire recording machine. He talked while he carried on his experiments so that there'd be a permanent record. The wire recorder picked up everything that was said in the lab the night you killed him. But we could never have proved it was your voice in court if you hadn't confessed just now.
Yes, but the body.
I found Dad dead that night when I got back from the meeting. And I hid the body until I could find his murderer. And now, Alex, I found him.
All through the trial, Elaine sat and watched me. All the time the jury was out, she sat and watched me. And she watched me while they read the verdict of guilty. Her eyes never left me when I stood up to be sentenced and heard the judge say,
Alex Gregory, it is the judgment of this court that you be confined to the penitentiary for the rest of your natural life.
Me of all people. Me sentenced to imprisonment for life. Me in whose veins runs the precious elixir number 4. Imprisonment for the rest of my natural life, which means forever.
You know, I feel kind of sorry for Alex. He really got a tough break. Locked up in a cell for all eternity and no way out. Yes, looks like they'll have to build a new jail around him every 1,000 years or so. Of course, there's one way out for him. He could let his beard grow for a couple of centuries, and when it gets long enough, he could hang himself.
Oh, imagine such a thing, Mr. Host.
Yes, it would be sort of breathtaking, wouldn't it, Mary? Poor Alex. He probably had many good impulses in his lifetime. As the trouble is, he didn't follow them.
Well, Mr. Host, I'm afraid that's something we all do every now and then. For instance, perhaps some of you Inner Sanctum fans have promised yourselves the pleasure of trying Lipton tea, but somehow just haven't gotten around to it. Or maybe you've just forgotten it when you're writing out your grocery list. Well, this time, make sure. Add Lipton tea to your grocery list right now. For until you do try it, you're missing a real treat. Why not start enjoying lively, full-bodied Lipton tea beginning tomorrow?
And now, friends, before I say goodnight, here's a pleasant bit of philosophy. Biologists tell us that all life starts in a little cell, and for convicted murderers, it ends there, too. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Death in the Limelight by A.E. Martin. And next week's Inner Sanctum story, brought to you by the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup, and directed by Hyman Brown, next week's story is called You'll Never Escape. So, if you feel in a capturing mood, join us next Tuesday. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
want to know how to make an ordinary meal into a feast? Start it right. Start it bright with tempting, heartwarming Lipton's noodle soup. Lipton's noodle soup is ready to serve in a jiffy, and what a treat it is. Lots of tender, golden noodles and a world of real chickeny flavor that makes it taste homemade. It's economical, too. Lipton's noodle soup mix costs less and makes lots more than canned soups. So try Lipton's noodle soup real soon. And don't forget to tune in next week at the same time for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Michael Shane, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Anything can happen in San Francisco. Well, almost anything. And when it happens, you usually find Michael Shane, private detective, somewhere around. That's why Mike and Phyllis Knight, his observant and easy on the eye assistant, are locking the office at 9 a.m. and heading for the nearest corner to join Inspector Faraday on what the inspector describes as a wild goose chase, or as Phyllis more aptly puts it, a junket on office time. It seems there are pirates in San Francisco Bay.
Oh, it's spring, Angel. Wonderful day. And I've always wanted to go aboard a yacht.
Yacht, my eye. It's probably phony, too. What about our clients? You haven't cleaned up on that insurance case
Oh, let them
yet,
wait, let them
haven't-
wait. 16 men on a dead man's chest, Joe, and a bottle of rum.
Oh.
Here's the elevator, Dolly.
Oh, this is going to too many pirate pictures. Pirates in San Francisco Bay. Do you suppose they're related to the Indians at Stanford?
What are you muttering about?
I always mutter when some publicity-seeking chorus girl lets herself be found drugged in her pajamas, wrapped in a blanket in the bottom of a canoe.
She's no chorus girl, honey. She's the wife of a college professor.
But when she says pirates boarded a yacht, killed her husband, and kidnapped her, well, now, really,
Yeah, yes,
Mike,
I know.
that's
You don't believe it. Well, I'm the open-minded type, darling.
Certainly are.
Here's where we get off. Oh, smell that air. As I said before, honey, it's spring.
Mm-hmm. And in the spring, the sap rises.
Over here, folks. Oh, hi, Inspector.
Hello, Inspector.
I'm in. Here, darling.
Thank you.
Sausalito, first stop. Oh, what a day for a motorboat ride. Why, Inspector, you're actually glowering. What's happened?
Plenty. I think I got my finger on the guy at the bottom of this deal. A movie press agent by the name of Jim Fonda. And never that guy pulling his Hollywood shenanigans in my town.
Why, Inspector, no pirates.
Oh, plenty of them, Phil. Too many of them. A whole brig full. There's 200 of them.
What? You've already got 200 pirates in jail? Holy smoke.
A brigantine is a pirate vessel, Mike.
Huh?
Right, Inspector?
Right, Phyllis. They might as well be in jail. For that anchor doesn't budge until I give the word.
Lafitte's men, I suppose, from around the Horn.
No, nothing so romantic, my dear. They're Captain Kidd's men from Central Casting in Hollywood. There's a movie company aboard the ship, and they're getting ready to sail down the coast on location when I climb down.
Oh, aren't you a bit rough on them, Inspector? After all, press agents have to have their fun. Or do you know something I don't know?
No, not a thing, Mike. I guess I lost my sense of humor. Hollywood had its laugh this morning. Now I'm going to have mine.
Huh?
You know, they have to pay those pirates every day, you know.
Yeah, I get it. Investigations, questions, delays. Well, where do we go first? The pirate ship or the yacht?
The yacht. Maybe Professor Porter will be there himself, if he isn't still playing dead.
Where's the wife?
She'll be there, too. And so will Jim Fonda, or I'll fire every detective on my staff.
Well, that might not be a bad idea.
Save the sarcasm, Mike.
Tony Cooley.
Well, there's the yacht.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow. There's nothing phony about this baby. She's big enough to go to sea.
Yeah, but she hasn't been away from that dock site since the professor bought her.
Hey, this doesn't look like a college professor's layout. A nice, tidy little investment there.
Yeah, teaching's a sideline with Professor Porter. They tell me he's got oil wells working for him.
If that's Annabelle, his wife, coming out to welcome us, they better be gushers. She looks very expensive.
Inspector Faraday?
Yes? Oh, and this is Michael Shane and Phyllis Knight, Mrs. Porter.
How do you do? Good morning.
How do you do?
Please come into the lounge.
Thank you. I'm a courteous man, Mrs. Porter, but I haven't time for courtesy this morning. I can't understand why an apparently sane woman would expect us to believe such a story.
Do you mind if we stroll around, Mrs. Porter? I've never been on a yacht before.
Yes, certainly. And now, Inspector, would you please explain why you doubt my
Big-hearted Mike. He just can't bear to hear a beautiful redhead bawled out, so he takes the powder.
Oh, look, Angel, this doesn't add up. You don't plot publicity gags in a playhouse like this one.
Huh? You've seen something, Mike. Or maybe it was just one look at the redhead.
I guess this is the master's stateroom. 2 beds.
What are you doing?
The one bed layouts in the guest cabin.
Mike, what did you see?
Huh? Oh, just Mrs. Porter. She used to be Annabelle Armstrong in the movies.
So what? Hey, now it's my turn. I spy something beginning with the letter P. Give you one guess.
Pills in a blue bottle by the bed.
Think I'll have a look. Mike, this entire bottle wouldn't put a child to sleep.
Let me see it, honey. Oh, it doesn't spell anything backwards.
It spells something for me. These pills prove Annabelle went canoe riding with her eyes open.
Ow!
What'd you expect to find in the closet, pirates?
Oh, that bag that hit my foot felt like it was packed.
Hey, it is. And so's this one. Everything for a nice long trip. You know, I could take a honeymoon with this bag.
Say, the professor's a snappy dresser.
Oh,
Just
fine.
look at this sport coat.
Come on, Mike. Let's quit playing house. I want to watch Annabelle act.
Okay.
I might have known how it would turn out when I brought you along, Mike.
Why, what's up, Inspector?
It's murder, my boy.
While we're playing houseboat.
So her story stood up.
I'm buying it up to here.
Well, I haven't heard it, but I think I'll shop around.
Well, Fonda's the guy, all right. I just telephoned a general alarm. Ought to pick him up any minute.
You telephone?
Yeah, there's a phone. The yacht's permanently tied up to the pier. I also sent for Porter's secretary. He may have some information.
Inspector, do you mind bringing us up to date? We've been sightseeing.
Well, Mike, here's the story. Jim Fonda is Porter's nephew.
Yeah?
Sort of a family black sheep. He's been causing trouble. Everything from forgery to some sort of blackmail.
Uh-huh.
Well, it seems Fonda headed for the professor's home as soon as he hit town. The professor's secretary sent him to the yacht. That'd be yesterday afternoon. There was a row. Porter threatened to send Fonda to jail and shoved him off the boat.
Yeah?
Fonda yelled he'd be back and told Porter he'd better have it ready. Mrs. Porter thinks he meant a sum of money. Maybe the secretary Taylor can clear that point.
Uh-huh. But where do the pirates come in?
Well, I'm coming to that.
I'll tell you, Mike. After Fonda left, Mrs. Porter developed a headache. That night she couldn't sleep. The professor went into the lounge to read, and Mrs. Porter took 2 sleeping pills.
3, my dear.
Mrs. Porter took 3 sleeping pills. Later, she was aroused by loud voices, and then a big, burly pirate with a red beard leaned over the bunk.
I believe his beard was black this night.
Oh, yes. The light was on.
No, the cabin was dark. This man, dressed like a pirate, seized me, threw a blanket over me, and carried me to the canoe. It was one we kept tied to the yacht. There was a body wrapped in a blanket on the bottom. He paddled for several minutes, and then put the body overside.
Maybe you'd better ask the questions, Mike.
Well, you're doing fine, Angel.
Thanks.
Mrs. Porter, the cabin was dark. There was no moon. How did you know the man was dressed like a pirate?
He struck several matches.
Oh?
Yes, he was smoking a pipe.
I see. And why are you so sure that this man dressed as a pirate was Jim Fonda?
I knew Jim. He was publicity man on one of my pictures. Oh, maybe I should explain. I'm Annabelle...
Oh, not at all. I recognized Annabelle Armstrong the moment I came aboard.
Thank you. Well, Jim Fonda had 2 peculiarities. His eyebrows were highly arched, and his left eye twitched. I recognized him despite his disguise the first time he lighted a match.
Did he know you had recognized him?
I'm not sure. He might have worn the pirate costume as a prank. Jim had an odd sense of humor. I believe he intended taking me with him. He tried to arouse me when he landed the canoe. I was too heavy to carry far.
Those sleeping tablets must have been pretty powerful.
Mr. Shane, those tablets are a mild, harmless sort. I was wide awake. Limp from fright at first, and then I acted. Don't forget, I used to be an actress.
Why did you stay in the canoe after he left you?
Well, I yelled my head off, and nobody came. It was dark, and, well, I was afraid I'd fall into the water. I can't swim.
Well, that's sensible. Do you think you could locate the spot where your husband's body was dropped into the water?
I pointed out the spot when the police brought me to the yacht this morning.
That's right, Mike. We've had men grappling for the body all morning. There's no current and the water's quiet, so we ought to bring it up. Well, that's the police launch.
Found the body, Inspector.
That ties it up.
Bring it in, boy.
Well, you satisfied now, Angel?
No, I am not, and neither are you.
Mm-hmm. Say, I guess that'd be Mr. Taylor with the briefcase over there coming down the pier.
Huh? Oh, yes, the secretary. Dark and handsome.
Huh?
And not too tall.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike Shane and Phyllis Knight in their adventures. Probably no other possession you may have requires the attention and constant care that your automobile does. The hundreds of bearings and precision gears in a car need continual protection against rust, friction, heat, and abrasion. That is why regular stop-wear lubrication is so vital to the condition of your car. You see, stop-wear lubrication is more than just a grease job. It's a system that's been worked out from years of experience to give your automobile the best possible care. When you leave your car at a Union Oil Minuteman station for stop-wear lubrication, you can be sure that nothing on your automobile will be overlooked or hurriedly serviced. Each fitting is carefully and thoroughly lubricated according to the manufacturer's specifications. While your car is on the hoist, the Minutemen inspect out-of-sight points and check them for danger signs. Finally, as complete proof of stop-wear's reliable lubrication, you receive a 1,000-mile written guarantee with each job. You'll find your car rolls smoother, handles easier, stands up better with regular stop-wear lubrication. Stop-wear guaranteed lubrication is available only at Union Oil Minuteman stations. Professor Porter's body has been recovered from the bay, and Inspector Faraday is hurrying to meet the launch at the end of the pier. Mike and Phyllis are following, but Phyllis is reluctant to leave Mrs. Porter and the professor's secretary, Bill Taylor, together in the lounge of the yacht.
Come on, hurry, honey. They'll be here in a minute.
You're getting awfully careless, Mike.
I know what I'm doing.
I wonder.
Oh, cut it out, Angel, please.
Oh, Mike, get tough. Be yourself.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, don't let a good-looking redhead blind you.
So far, she's got all the answers, Angel. Good answers.
All of them.
All right, take it easy now. Yeah, okay. Bring it over here.
Hey, give me a hand. This is heavy.
Okay, Sergeant, cut the ropes.
Right.
Hey, what are all those lumps?
Some sort of weights.
Made a sack out of the blanket.
Open it up, men.
Okay, here we are.
Holy jumping catfish.
Well, I'll be...
I knew they were heavy reading, but I never thought of them as weights.
Well, the professor went down wrapped in culture, the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4... 12 volumes.
Mm-hmm. From A to J.
Mike, look over by the inspector, Mrs. Porter, and Bill Taylor.
Of course, darling, they've got to identify the body. Oh. Look out, she's fading.
Take her back to the yacht, men.
This I've got to see. Annabelle in a swoon.
You better go with her, Angel. Now, hurry.
Okay.
Doc says, can he have the body now? Okay, take it to the morgue. What about all them books? You know what to do with evidence. The blank and everything go to headquarters.
Right.
Inspector.
Yes.
See any marks on the body?
Not a scratch. Hey, where's Porter's secretary?
Right here, Inspector. Bill Taylor.
Does Jim Fonda strike you as the sort of fellow who'd pull a job like this?
Well, I wouldn't like to accuse anyone of a thing like this.
How long have you known him?
About a year. Ever since I've been with Professor Porter. Shall we return to the yacht? I'm afraid Mrs. Porter's ill.
We can talk here. Miss Knight will look after her. Oh, this is my friend, Mr. Shane.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Shane?
Fine. Well, looks like Fonda put his trademark on this one.
I don't know. I only wish I'd never sent him to the yacht.
When was this?
Sunday. Yesterday afternoon.
Well, why did you send him?
Well, I never dreamed it. He was insistent.
Did Porter tell you to keep Fonda away from him?
Well, this is embarrassing, Mr. Shane.
Murder usually is, Mr. Taylor. Come on, let's have the story.
Well, Professor Porter disliked seeing his nephew.
Why? Was he afraid of him?
No, not exactly afraid. It was just that, Well, look, Inspector, can this be kept confidential?
Well, how can I tell you until I know what it is?
Well, a good many years ago, Professor Porter was involved in a rather nasty divorce case.
Well, nothing like that stand up. His past is clean.
Maybe he took on a new identity, Inspector. It's been done, you know.
Yes. Professor Porter did take a new name and arranged an entirely different past. You see, Professor Porter was William Steele.
Hey, wait a minute. I remember that case. Back on Long Island.
I don't know a great deal about it, however.
But Fonda did, huh? and made the most of it.
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Shane. But you see, I took care of Professor Porter's bank account, and he gave his nephew large sums of money.
How much does Mrs. Porter know about this?
I don't believe she knows anything about the divorce.
But she knew Fonda had something on her husband?
I suspect she did. She knew about the money because she spoke to me about it.
Mm-hmm. How often has Fonda been tapping the professor?
Almost every month. This was his second trip this month.
Speaking of trips, where were you going on your vacation?
My vacation? Oh, you found my bag.
What's this about a bag, Mike?
I found 2 bags fully packed in a closet. One belonged to you, Mr. Taylor, I believe.
And the other one?
To Mrs. Porter.
Oh, well, that's easy to explain. You see, the professor sold the yacht, and I was moving my personal possessions. I presume that Mrs. Porter had the same thing in mind.
What about Professor Porter?
Well, he always put things off until the last moment.
Meaning?
Well, the moving van isn't due until tonight.
All right, Mike, that explains the bags. Now, let's get back to my office. I want Fonda.
And I'd like to see how Mrs. Porter's feeling.
All right, go ahead. The coroner's inquest hasn't been set, but I want to see you and Mrs. Porter tomorrow morning.
Okay, we'll be at Mrs. Porter's home.
Mike.
Huh?
Michael.
Yes, Angel?
Now I've seen everything.
How is Mrs. Porter?
Oh, she's beautiful, but bereaved. She's repairing her makeup.
Come on, I want to get to my office.
Mike, did you ask Mr. Taylor about the bags?
Yes, Angel, yes. But he knows the answer.
Any messages?
Hollywood's been calling every 20 minutes, Inspector.
What do they want?
Feller at Apex Studios wants his pirates.
Tell him we got a murder case to settle first.
Says you're going to have a lawsuit, too. Claims this is costing him thousands.
Why don't you turn him loose, Inspector?
The guy says you better do it pronto.
That boat's stuck till I get my hands on Fonda. Come on, Mike, fellas.
Okay.
Now, let's get down to business.
Yeah, let's go to work.
Well, it's about time.
What do you mean, Phyllis? Fonda left a trail a yard wide.
Too wide, Inspector.
You want to do me a favor, Inspector?
You two? What is it?
Check on that story about the sale of Porter's yacht.
Yes, Mike, I had that in mind.
Yes, Inspector?
Is Bolton back from that pirate ship?
He's waiting outside.
Send him in. Pick up any leads, Bolton?
Not a line. The guy just vanished.
Oh, he can't do that.
What did they tell you about Fonda?
Everybody had a good word for him. He came to town ahead of the picture crowd last Friday.
Oh? When was he on the boat?
Yesterday. They said he seemed worried about his uncle. Hadn't been able to see him.
Did he tell anybody why he wanted to see his uncle?
No. Seems that he didn't do much talking.
Does Fonda smoke a pipe?
Say, you haven't found him, have you, Mike?
No. Why?
The pipe's a part of the description they gave me.
Mm-hmm. Left eye twitches, too.
You must know the guy.
No, just the woman he kidnapped.
Well, he can't get out of town. Must be holed up somewhere.
You searched the boat?
Yeah. Even turned up some girl pirates.
Any pirate costumes missing?
Wardrobe man says they're all there.
Well, how about the odd parts? Wigs, scarves?
I thought of that. Could be. But it'd take a week to check.
Okay, take a week, but check it.
Okay.
Hello?
That Hollywood guy's on the wire, crying.
Tell him I got a murder in my hands. The boat stays here.
Fonda's not on that boat, Inspector.
His friends are. Get back to that boat.
If I stay out there any longer, I'll turn pirate myself.
Got any ideas, Mike?
Well, I'd like to know about,
About that Porter yacht, Inspector.
Yes?
Professor sold it, all right.
That satisfy you, Mike?
Well, that cooks one idea, anyhow.
I've got an idea, Inspector.
Let's have it, Phil.
Remember when lovely Annabelle was giving us Act 2?
Oh, let's don't be catty, Angel.
You be quiet. I know when you're getting ready to spring something.
I wish I knew as much.
All right, Smarty. Well, Mrs. Porter spoke of Jim Fonda in the past tense.
A natural reaction. Probably glad to have him out of her life.
Oh, you don't.
Just heard from the coroner's office, Inspector.
When's the inquest?
Tomorrow. Funny thing.
What's that?
Doc says Porter's been in the water 2 or 3 days.
Did you hear that, Mike?
Well, that knocks the whole case into a cocked hat.
But Mrs. Porter said it happened last night.
Well, maybe she'll know the answer to this one.
Maybe I know the answers.
What?
Remember when we went through the staterooms on the yacht?
Yeah, you admired the beds.
Uh-huh. There were 2 in the stateroom and 1 in the guest cabin.
Yeah, they'd all been slept in.
Maybe yes, maybe no. But there was something missing.
Hey, I remember. The blankets.
Now you're cooking.
Look, this is no time for guessing games, Mike.
Let him alone. I thought he never would wake up.
1 blanket to wrap the professor in, 1 for his wife for a canoe ride.
Yeah.
That makes 2 blankets.
Where's the third one?
Maybe it was for Fonda.
You're wrong, Mike.
And about encyclopedias?
20 volumes to the set, covering everything from A to Z.
Right, Angel, right. Where's the other 8 volumes? Porter was dumped overboard with A to J.
And you think K to Z are with Fonda?
Say, anybody on the yacht with that dame?
Oh, Taylor's where the she'll keep.
Well, Fonda didn't keep very well.
Well, maybe I left her uncovered so she'd lead us to Fonda.
I've got a different slant, Inspector. The only place Annabelle will lead you is astray.
I guess we better get back to the yacht.
If you're still looking for Fonda, we'd better go. I doubt if there's anyone else there.
All right, let's go. Fonda's the lad I'm still looking for.
Then you better take along the boys with the long-handled rakes, Inspector.
We'll return to Michael Shayne and his adventures in just a moment. The front wheel bearings on your automobile are made of finely machined high-carbon steel. With proper lubrication, these bearings will last the lifetime of the car with no other attention. But notice, ladies and gentlemen, that we say with proper lubrication. For front wheel bearings do require extra protection. They're exposed to damage from brake dust, grit, and water. In addition, they must support the heavy weight of your automobile. For these reasons, and because they're expensive and difficult to replace nowadays, front wheel bearings should be carefully and thoroughly lubricated. Your neighborhood Union Oil Minuteman knows this. That's why he takes such pains to do a thorough job of lubricating front wheel bearings. First, he washes out all the old grease and dirt with solvent. Then the bearings and races are individually cleaned until they're dry and shiny. Finally, the clean, polished bearings are replaced in the races. Then, with special equipment, every surface is snugly packed in a thick coating of Union ball-roll grease, and your front wheels are all set for months of well-lubricated, easy rolling. The cost for the entire service of your front wheel bearing assembly is nominal. So for safer, easier driving, just stop in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil's front wheel bearing service. Thank you. Mike, Phyllis, and Inspector Faraday are back at the yacht. A crew with grappling hooks is just arriving. It would be Old Home Week if Mrs. Porter and Bill Taylor were there, but they've flown the coop. The inspector mutters to himself.
I hope this phone's still working. Hello? Hello, Sarge?
Yes, Inspector?
Get Cassidy on the short wave. Tell him to bring Mrs. Porter and Taylor back to the yacht.
So, you did have them tailed.
How do you think I keep my job, Mike?
Mike, you were right about the blankets, and the bags are gone, too.
Sure they're gone. Taylor told us they were moving into town.
And here's where the encyclopedia set came from.
Where is it? An empty shelf, and I never even noticed.
Say, let's go out on deck and see if they fished up anything, huh?
All right.
Hey, fellas, have you found anything?
2 tire cases and a couple of pairs of old shoes.
Well, keep on raking. Try up forward.
Okay.
It's beginning to add up, all right.
Yeah, sure it adds up. Fonda gets into town, goes to see Uncle Porter.
And tries to pick up $5 grand.
No. I'm not buying the blackmail scenario.
Why, Mike?
Too well planted like the rest of the deal. Anyhow, a crook working a blackmail racket doesn't have to work as a press agent.
Okay, so Fonda goes to see Porter.
And Porter isn't in sight. Annabelle and Taylor give Fonda a cock and bull story. He gets suspicious and starts checking.
Yeah, but where?
Around the neighborhood, at the university.
And then?
Annabelle and Taylor get ideas. Maybe Fonda is the answer to a little job they've already done.
You mean Porter's murder?
You're on the beam, Inspector. My guess is Fonda stood to get a slice of the professor's estate, a big slice.
I'm beginning to like your story.
Well, wait a minute. Let me finish it. They decide to knock off Fonda, hang the Porter murder on him, and live happily ever after.
Take the whole pot, huh?
Right. So Taylor lets Fonda know that his professor uncle is on the yacht.
And when Fonda shows up Sunday night, Taylor drills him.
Hey, aren't you boys guessing a bit too far ahead?
Huh?
You've got no proof that Taylor shot Fonda. In fact, you've got no proof that Fonda's even dead.
No. But do you see what I see on that ledge?
You mean the lamp?
Yes, darling, a lamp. Where it couldn't do anybody any good.
No, it's not very ornamental.
Okay. Quit being clever. Move it.
All right. A bullet hole.
Yes, honey, a bullet hole. Not very old either.
And since no bullets were used to put the professor out of the way, and Taylor and the professor's wife are still alive... What is it, Sarge?
Another bundle, Inspector.
Well, Inspector, blanket number 3.
Yeah, and the same kind of bulges as the other bundle.
Yes, Angel. Encyclopedia Britannica, volumes K to Z.
Looks like a police car.
Cassidy, you hope.
With our 2 murdering lovebirds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Cassidy, all right.
Here they are, Inspector. Did you send for us, Inspector?
Yes, I wanted to finish our chat.
Why, what happened, Inspector?
Nothing much. We just found Fonda's body. Get out of the car, Taylor. You too, Annabelle.
Look, guys, he's got a gun. Get him, Faraday. Get him. My gun's jammed. That got his tire.
The car's caught fire.
Yeah, come on, run for it. Hurry.
They're both unconscious.
Yeah, pull them out. Pull them out. Get her first.
Easier that way. Taylor's all in one piece anyway.
It's the same with the Dane. Just bumped her head.
Well, that's too bad. Mike, where are you going?
To get the robe out of the car before it's burned.
Have you gone crazy?
No.
Now, here, let's throw this robe over Annabelle. Put it up over her face.
Hey, Taylor's stirring. He's coming out of it.
Good. But I can't have Annabelle awake. Maybe I better conquer her.
Let me.
Wake him up, Inspector.
Come on, you get up. Wake up. Come on.
Where am I?
You're at the end of the road, fella.
Oh, where's Annabelle? Mrs. Porter.
Mrs. Porter is dead.
Huh? Oh, no, she couldn't be.
Huh? Pull the blanket back, honey.
Was she dead? I mean...
I know exactly what you mean, boy. No, she talked. Talked plenty before she went. You've been out cold for 10 minutes, fella. Come on, you better talk fast.
I had nothing to do with it. Oh, I helped dispose of the bodies, yes, but she made me. She threatened my life. She acted like a madwoman. I didn't do it. I didn't.
Then who did?
Annabelle. She poisoned the professor and she shot Fonda.
He's lying. Don't believe him.
Oh, so you came too, huh?
But you said she was dead. You tricked me.
Which is nothing compared to what we're going to do to you, both of you.
Yes, we tricked you. And you accused her of murder. Now it's her turn. Where did he hide the gun?
At my apartment.
Oh, you fool. If you'd kept your mouth shut.
If you both kept your mouths shut, we'd still have caught you. Every clue that you planted, every clue that you thought would point to Fonda was a signpost leading us right to you. I don't want to talk to them anymore, Inspector. How about you?
Not me. I've had all I want. Take him away, Cassidy.
Well, Mike, this is my apartment, remember?
Huh? Oh, yes, Angel, yeah.
What are you thinking of, Mike? The redhead?
Redhead? Oh, her, no.
Oh, no. She did sort of go for it, in a mild sort of way.
Not me, honey. I knew she was a phony.
Don't give me that.
No, look, Angel, look. What do you think I am, a fool?
Yes, where blondes and redheads are concerned, yes.
Angel, from the word go, I had her tagged. She tried to identify Fonda as the guy who kidnapped her.
Well, I know it.
Well, could you picture Fonda picking her up, wrapping her in a blanket, carrying her to a canoe, and all the time striking matches to light a pipe he was smoking? Tut, Angel.
Well, then why didn't you say so before?
Just because you look so cute when you're jealous?
Jealous? Well,
Angel, please, Angel, not here. The neighbors are watching.
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Tom Petty and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is Ed Stevens substituting for John Lang, saying good night for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all our efforts to know that living costs are rising, and certainly the high taxes of war are cutting deeply into our incomes, so why not help yourself and your country by starting a victory garden now? Growing your own vegetables will not only make a big saving on your grocery bill, but will provide a healthy, interesting hobby. Those who have no yards of their own may be able to find space in nearby vacant lots. So wherever you live, whatever you do, serve yourself and the nation with a Victory Garden in 45. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Mr. Chameleon in The Case of Murder and the $1 Million Smile. Tonight we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in another of his celebrated cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, a case of murder and the $1 Million Smile. The opening scene of tonight's murder case is the drawing room of a richly appointed mansion overlooking Gramercy Park. The master of the house, the elderly philanthropist, Julian Ford, has sent to share his home. And now as they enter the drawing room, the old man smiles at them, little and horrible consequences.
Come in, children. Come in.
You wanted to see us, Uncle Julian?
Nothing is wrong, I hope, sir. In fact, I have news for you and Ethel, which I'm sure will please you very much. Ethel, you and your husband have shared my home for some time now.
Oh, you've been very generous to us, Uncle Julian.
Nonsense. It's good for a loan. And now, in a few hours, we shall have an additional member to our little household. An additional member? Yes, Alan. I'm bringing a guest here. A young woman named Jennifer Gray. And
what are you saying, Uncle Julian?
who is this Jennifer Gray? Well, she's a girl I met some weeks ago when I was taking my walk in Gramercy Park. I've seen her every day since then. She's a waitress at a little restaurant down...
Here, to this house, to live?
Yes, Ethel, dear. She has no family or friends. And not much education, I'm afraid. But her smile. Why, the moment I saw that warm, ingratiating smile of hers, I felt drawn to her. I felt toward her as if she was the daughter...
And we understand how you must feel and how kind you always are. But this girl, you know nothing about her.
She's probably a conniving little fortune hunter, taking advantage of an old... I assure you, Alan, she's a sweet, innocent child whom I shall bring here and perhaps someday even adopt as my daughter.
Uncle Julian, we realize how generous you are.
Too generous, perhaps, for your own good, Uncle. This young woman could be dangerous. She's a total stranger, and to bring her into this... the master of it. Now, I'm picking up Jennifer Gray at her rooming house at 7 this evening and bringing her home with me. And I...
As you wish, of course, Uncle Julian.
Naturally, sir. I'm going to the study. I'll see you both later.
This is outrageous.
I always knew your uncle was eccentric, Ethel, but now he's gone stark, raving mad.
Alan, if he adopts this dreadful girl, he'll leave his money to her. Every penny of it, probably. She'll be getting money that belongs to us. Money I've waited for all these years, and I won't be cheated out of it. I won't, I tell you, I won't.
Your Uncle Julian is a fool.
What are we going to do, Alan? He's bringing her here at 7 o'clock.
Don't worry, my dear. She won't be coming here at 7 o'clock. Word, Ethel, Jennifer Gray will never set foot inside this house.
Now, promptly at 7 o'clock that evening, Jennifer Gray has a rented room. And he is greeted by the landlady, Mrs. Hester Krebs, who says to him,
Jennifer, come on, I'll go along with you. I want to say goodbye to her.
Thank you, Mrs. Krebs.
Oh, you know, Mr. Ford, Ain't many girls alone in New York who are as lucky as she is.
I'm the one who's lucky, Mrs. Cribb, to have met a girl like Jennifer Gray. What a sweet, lovely child. She has the nicest smile I've ever seen. So...
Well, looks like it's turned out to be. Well, she deserves a break. She's real excited about going to live in that big, elegant house of yours. Here we are. This is her room.
Jennifer, my dear, it's Mr. Ford. I've come for you.
That's queer.
Jennifer, are you in there?
No, Jennifer, why didn't you... Oh, Mr. Ford, look. There on the bed. Oh, it's Jennifer Gray.
Dear heaven. There's a knife in her throat. Mrs. Cribb, call the police. Hurry. The poor girl's been murdered.
Now, half an hour later, we find Mr. Chameleon, the famed and dreaded detective, and his assistant, Detective Dave Arnold, in the murdered girl's room. Mr. Chameleon says,
Dave, Jennifer Gray was stabbed to death sometime shortly before 7 o'clock tonight. Looks as though overturned bureau drawers, papers scattered over the floor. Whoever was here must have been looking for something. This is horrible, Mr. Chameleon. Horrible. You're Julian Ford, aren't you? The millionaire with a reputation for helping people. Well, I made my money through pure good luck, Mr. Chameleon, when they found copper on some property I owned. I always felt I wanted to... Like Jennifer Gray, for instance? Yes. I have a house on Gramercy Park where my niece, Ethel, and her husband live with me. And I'd invited Jennifer to stay with me, too. How well did you know the murdered girl, Mr. Ford? Well, I was attracted by her simplicity and charm, and we became great friends. And now she's been murdered, and it's my fault. Your fault, Mr. Ford? Because if I'd arrived half an hour earlier, she might never have been murdered.
Mr. Chameleon, I found this on the floor.
Oh, let's have it, Dave. Obviously expensive. Mrs. Cribb, you're the landlady here?
That's right, Mr. Chameleon. And I run the pawn shop next door. The only one I knew of, Nicky Collins. And they had a terrible fight last night.
A quarrel? What about?
How should I know, Mr. Chameleon? But I heard them arguing up here in her room. He found a pocket, number 712.
Dave, have Mickey Collins picked up and brought to police headquarters, Jennifer Gray, and if it led to her murder...
Jennifer's dead. I loved her.
Come now, Mickey Collins, pull yourself together.
You had a fight with Jennifer Gray the night before her death. Maybe you wound up that fight by killing her.
That's a lie. Yes, I went to see Jennifer last night, sure, but I didn't quarrel with her. I wanted her to go back to Cedar Springs with me, Mr. Chameleon. Jennifer and I grew up there together.
And when she wouldn't go back, you threatened...
Tell you, last month, she left town and came here to New York without any explanation. I followed her and traced her here to the rooming house last night. She was living in terror of her life.
In terror of her life, Collins? What did she mean?
She told me she found out something and wanted to go to the police. But she was afraid to. Then pleaded, but she wouldn't explain.
That sounds like a phony yarn to me, Collins. It's much more likely you got angry and jealous because she was going to live in that millionaire's house. So jealous it drove you to murder.
That's not true, Detective Arnold. Sure, I wanted to marry Jennifer. But I was...
Possibly, Collins. Or, as Detective Arnold suggests, you may have wanted to stop her from walking out of your life and invented the story of her being terrified. But that remains to be seen. You may go for the present.
Pretty emotional guy, that Nicky Collins.
Yes, but he could be telling the truth, Dave. A young... But afraid of whom? And why? Dave, let's drive over to Julian Ford's house. I'd like to have another talk with him.
And meanwhile, in the drawing room of the home of the millionaire philanthropist, Julian Ford, his niece, Ethel, is...
Ellen! Ellen, for heaven's name, have you been?
Keep your voice down, will you, Ethel? Where's your uncle?
Uncle Julian's in the study. Oh, Ellen, that him?
Yes, what about her?
She was found murdered, stabbed to death at her rooming house. Uncle Julian came home a few minutes ago and told me that Detective Mr. Chameleon is on the case.
Chameleon? He's supposed to...
We won't have to worry about Jennifer Gray threatening our security any longer. We can... Alan, what's the matter?
Ethel, listen, comes here. I want you to tell him I didn't leave this house all day.
But that isn't true. Alan, where have you been since 5 o'clock?
Never mind that. But you're to tell this Detective Chameleon I was in this house all day. Can you get that through your head, Ethel? My very life may depend on what you say to him.
And now, back to Mr. Chameleon in The Case of Murder and the $1 Million Smile. Left in a rented room just before moving to the home of the rich philanthropist, Julian Owens, who was in love with her, that Jennifer feared for her life. Now, at Julian is at her husband, who was saying to her tensely,
Ethel, when Mr. Chameleon gets here, you're to tell him I didn't leave this house all day.
But, Alan, that's not true. You went out of the house at 5 o'clock, right after Uncle Julian told us about his bringing Jennifer Gray to live with us. Where did you go? Where have you been?
Never mind that. You're to say that I depend on it.
That is a very interesting statement, Mr. Alan Drake.
What?
Who are you? And that man with you?
I'm Detective Arnold, and this is Mr. Chameleon of the police.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon.
And you, I take it, are Julian Ford's niece, Ethel, and this is your husband.
How did you get in here?
Yes, we didn't hear you.
Obviously not, Mr. Drake. However, Detective Arnold and I heard you very clearly, asking hardly. And the man doesn't need an alibi unless he's hiding something, like murder, for instance.
No! No, Alan didn't kill Jennifer Gray.
Quiet, Ethel. Mr. Chameleon, what you're suggesting is ridiculous. A total stranger.
Perhaps for a very logical motive, Alan Drake. Self-protection.
Self-protection.
Perhaps even planning to legally adopt her as his daughter.
Why?
As matters now stand, your wife inherits Julian Ford's entire fortune. However, if Jennifer Gray had come here, had been adopted by him, you...
No right to say that. We didn't present that girl coming here. When Uncle Julian told us, we were delighted about it.
Of course we were.
Mr. Drake, Detective Arnold and I overheard you warning your wife to tell us that you hadn't left her. Where were you between 5 o'clock and 7 this evening?
I was out because I didn't want to become a suspect in that girl's murder.
You've already made yourself a very strong suspect, Mr. Drake. You had plenty of time to go to Jennifer Gray's room and stab her.
No, he didn't. Alan wouldn't.
And as for you, Mrs. Drake, you also had a motive. The threat of losing your inheritance, and with it, possibly your husband's love as well.
Oh, stop it! I didn't go near Jennifer Gray's rooming house.
And neither did I.
Oh, it's no use, my boy. Tell them the truth.
Uncle Julian.
Come in, please, Mr. Ford. Alan, if you'll be honest with Mr. Chameleon, we can help you.
What are you trying to do? Involve me in murder?
Oh, you're already involved, Alan. Mr. Chameleon already knows you were in Jennifer Gray's room. This is your lighter, isn't it, Mr. Drake? It has the initials A.D. engraved on it.
All right. Yes, it's mine. Believe me.
Alan!
I went to see her to persuade her to change her mind about coming to live here. When I opened the door to her room, she was lying across the bed with a knife in her throat. It was horrible.
Oh.
And I didn't call the police because I didn't want her murder pinned on me.
Alan! Oh, Alan, you said that she would never set foot in this house, but I never dreamt you meant to...
Ethel, you little fool. I told you I didn't kill her. What are you trying to do, send me to the electric chair?
All I wanted was to help that girl. If I...
Mr. Chameleon, look. I found something. Here, take it.
What is it, Mr. Chameleon? A bracelet, Dave. A diamond bracelet.
What? What would a girl like Jennifer Gray be doing with a diamond bracelet? Uncle Julian, had you been...
Certainly not. I doubt if your uncle gave her this one, at any rate. This bracelet looks like some jewelry that was reported stolen some weeks ago.
Stolen?
Oh, no. No, I don't believe it. The fact this bracelet was discovered in her room doesn't mean that she stole it, Mr. Ford. As for you, Alan, I have not arrested you yet. But don't leave the house until you hear from me.
I swear I'm innocent, Mr. Chameleon. I swear it.
Bracelet? I don't get it. I think I'm beginning to get it now, Dave. When we get to headquarters, I want you to check on something. Case. The one she was in the middle of packing when she was murdered. I have a feeling an important clue may be in that suitcase.
And later at Central Police Headquarters, Mr. Chameleon is in the office of the police commissioner. The murdered girl's valise...
Suitcase was brought in exactly as it was, Chameleon. She must have been packing it to move to Julian Ford's house when she was murdered.
Yes, so I gather, Commissioner. Not, Commissioner, I've already found it. But not among her clothes.
Excuse me. Police Commissioner speaking. Chameleon, Lieutenant Dale calling.
Oh, thanks. Lieutenant Dale, you're calling, eh? You found it, eh? Yes. Yes, come on. Dale, thank you very much. Did you check on what I asked you to?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon, and you were right. The landlady, Mrs. Krebs, who runs pawn shop next door to Jennifer Gray's rooming house, has a police record, sure enough.
I thought I recognized her.
5 years ago, she was arrested for using her pawn shop as a fence. She was charged with being a receiver of stolen goods.
She stole the girl's room. Looks like the stolen bracelet.
Great Scott. Young Mickey Collins, who was in love with Jennifer Gray, said she had discovered something and was terrified.
Mr. Chameleon, Jennifer would go to the police. And maybe she had the stolen bracelet in the murder room to make it look like Jennifer Gray was a thief.
Dave, I'm sure to get the proof.
What kind of a disguise, Chameleon?
I'm going to become temporarily Caleb Watson. I just arrived in town. And this will be the voice of my disguise.
By Dingo, sure feels mighty good to be down here in New York. Well, they're always talking about them smart city slickers. Get you up our sleeves. Yes, sirree.
Hey, that's great, Chameleon.
You want me to get all the suspects down here, Mr. Chameleon?
No, that won't be necessary. Dave, I want you to make... I'm going to pay a visit to that pawn shop of Mrs. Hester Krebs, disguised as Caleb Watson. And...
And sometime later, we see Mr. Chameleon, disguised as Caleb Watson, entering the dingy little pawn shop. The voice of his disguise says,
You, Mrs. Krebs, lady who owns this pawn shop? No, ma'am. My name is Caleb Watson. I'm Jennifer Gray's uncle. I heard about her being murdered.
Jennifer Gray was your niece?
Yeah, she and me. Mrs. Krebs, I come to claim something that belonged to Jennifer and the key to her safe deposit box.
A key? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, now, maybe you're changing the little racket you're running here. Jennifer called me yesterday saying she found...
What? You must be crazy.
Well, now, I could go to the key you stole from Jennifer's room, and I won't.
I haven't got any key.
I'll be back. Oh, sorry, mister. Didn't see you standing in the doorway.
Why don't you watch where you're going?
Well, said I was sorry, didn't I? Dingo?
What about that key, Mrs. Krebs?
Mr. Ford, I don't know what that old fool was talking about.
Don't lie to me.
Mr. Ford, you're joking me.
Answer me. What have you done with that key?
I can't breathe.
Now, take your hands off her throat, Julian Ford.
Mr. Chameleon, it's you. You came here in disguise.
Mr. Chameleon, oh, Mr. Chameleon saved my life.
Were you trying to commit a second murder, Ford? Killing Jennifer Gray wasn't enough, I tell you.
What? What the devil are you talking about?
I suspected you of Jennifer Gray into the trap I set for you when Detective Arnold telephoned you and asked you to come here.
Why, you're insane, Chameleon. Jennifer Gray was my friend.
She was also the daughter of Tom Gray, a man you defrauded 20 years ago when you jumped his claim to the Queen Anne copper mine. After a mysterious accident. From an old newspaper in the bottom of the murdered girl's suitcase. Also from some papers in a safe deposit. The newspaper told of Tom Gray's death at the mine. And the paper in the safe proved that he, and not you, was the legal owner of that fabulous copper mine.
Kind old man Julian Ford killed Jennifer Gray? When did you suspect him?
My doubts were aroused at his home when he told his nephew Alan that I had discovered a cigarette lighter in the dead girl's room. So that you couldn't have known that it was your nephew's unless you yourself had planted it there. The way Alan planted the diamond bracelet there afterwards to take suspicion.
All right, Chameleon. It's true I killed Jennifer Gray. I had to protect myself. A few days ago, Jennifer came to me with certain papers, which she, not I, was the rightful owner of the copper mine. I'd have lost everything to her.
And she might eventually have even proved that you killed her father.
No, I didn't kill Tom Gray. That was an accident. But I took over his claim to the copper mine in my own name and made a fortune on it.
Execution, but I needed time to think. So I invited her to stay in my home.
And she accepted, never dreaming that your motive was murder.
I was to her room instead. At 7, I returned with Mrs. Krebs, pretending to discover her body. I thought no one would ever suspect that I, with my reputation for philanthropy, could be...
Brutal murders I've ever encountered. Come on in, Dave. Put the handcuffs on this man. This is one time when I shall take great pleasure in watching the wheels of justice take their course.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played based on the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert, directed by Henry Howard, with music selected by Victor Arden. Listen next Friday evening at the same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces. Listen for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, on the CBS Radio Network.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's exciting case, Shakespeare's Ghost, in which Nick Carter tracks a disappearing corpse and a ghost is accused of murder. Nick Carter is brought to you each week by the three great Linux home brighteners: Linux Cream Polish, Linux Clear Gloss, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax. You know, there's no time like New Year's for making good resolutions. And ladies, one of the best resolutions you can make for 1946 is that you'll keep your floors sparkling bright and beautiful with Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the anti-skid wax finish that beautifies your floors without making them slippery. Your folks are sure to appreciate the added skid resistance Linux Self-Polishing Wax gives, and how proud you'll be of the satiny, lustrous appearance it lends all your floors and linoleum. Depend on Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the modern way to new floor beauty. Ask your dealer for it by name. Linux Self-Polishing Wax, the anti-skid floor finish that wipes on in a jiffy, dries without tiresome rubbing. You'll find Linux Self-Polishing Wax at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. As we look in on the old brownstone mansion at the corner of 4th and 5th, Nick is clearing up the files on his desk as Patsy answers the door.
Let's see. Alexis Martin, convicted of arson, 15 years. Harry North.
Gentlemen to see you.
Mr. Carter,
My name is J.T. Reed, but I don't suppose that means anything to you.
Not unless you're the J.T. Reed who bought the original letters of John Keats, the poet, at the Gibson Auction Galleries on March 15th, 1920.
Why, that's amazing. Absolutely right, even to the day of the month. How in the world did you know that, Mr. Carter?
Oh, I've always been interested in literary memorabilia, and an important sale like that stuck in my mind, that's all.
I see. Well, as you may surmise, I have quite a collection of rare books and manuscripts. Now, last week, a Mr. Rodney Stone called at my country home. He was a fully accredited representative of Latchford and Blake.
The English firm of rare book dealers?
Correct. And as their American representative, he offered to sell me a copy of the Gutenberg Bible.
Mm-hmm.
But as all my capital is invested in books, I told Mr. Stone that at present I was more interested in selling some books than in buying.
And he offered to sell some for you?
Yes. His credentials were so good, I gave him my first folio Shakespeare and a few other items. He signed a receipt for them and took them to his hotel here in town.
Well, Mr. Reed, you wouldn't be here unless something had gone wrong. What is it?
Well, just to make sure, I checked Stone's hotel, and he was registered there. But then I sent a cable to his London office to confirm the details. And this, Mr. Carter, is the answer I just received.
We have no American representative named Rodney Stone. His credentials obviously forged. Suggest you contact Nick Carter immediately to investigate this fraud. That's Ford and Blake, London.
I took their advice, Mr. Carter, and came here at once.
Yes, I've handled 2 or 3 cases for them. Have you been to Stone's hotel?
Well, I thought I'd better see you first. I phoned, however. He's still registered there.
Well, it's probably a fairly amateurish swindle case, but I don't like to disappoint people who cable a recommendation 3,000 miles.
Then you'll go with me to see Stone?
Yes, and there's another reason, too, Mr. Reed. I've always had a soft spot for Shakespeare. Come on. Let's go rescue old Master Will from the clutches of a rather clumsy con man.
You say it was the first complete edition of Shakespeare's plays, Mr. Reed? Why, it must be 300 years old.
322 to be exact, Patsy.
Wow.
The folios were printed in 1623.
And my copy is of special interest. The flyleaf is signed by Ben Jonson, Shakespeare's friend and fellow poet.
A Johnson copy? Wow.
Yes. Oh, there's a legend about that copy. Very foolish, I suppose, but...
Yes, I know the legend.
Well, what is it, Nick?
3 times in 3 centuries that copy has been stolen. And each time the thief has been found later with his head cut off.
Oh, slightly grisly, what?
The legend is that Shakespeare's ghost comes back and slays the thief for meddling with his friend Johnson's copy.
And that's the copy that this man Stone has stolen?
Yes, Miss Bowen.
And if this legend is true, then his head...
Oh, nonsense. Just a silly story, Patsy.
Yes? Well, if you think it's a silly story, why have you stepped on the gas? Still no answer.
I'll try it.
Never mind. I'll open the door.
But how?
I always carry skeleton keys. There. Let's go in.
Nick.
Great heavens.
Inside, quickly. Both of you. Shut the door.
That man on the floor. His head. Just like the legend.
I suppose that's Rodney Stone, Mr. Reed?
It was. Oh, poor chap.
Oh, just look at this room. There must have been a terrific struggle.
Yes. Furniture overturned, blood all over, clothes almost ripped from the body.
Oh, what a battle he must have put up to save himself.
Well, one thing's certain. Our simple case of fraud has certainly become a lot more serious.
The bedroom door's open. I'll go in and see whether there's anything in there.
Are you going to examine the body, Nick?
In a moment, Patsy. First, I want to get an all-over picture of the room from here.
Uh-huh.
I often tell a lot just from standing in one spot, getting kind of a perspective on the crime. For instance, position of the body, location of the bloodstains, and the way the clothes are ripped.
It looks as if the ghost of Shakespeare has struck again.
Mr. Carter, come in here, quick.
Right with you.
Look what I found on the windowsill here, Mr. Carter.
Don't touch it. Let me see.
A sword. A blood-stained sword.
Yes. 16th century claymore.
A 16th century sword. The thief's head cut off. Why, it all fits.
Well, Mr. Carter, what do you think of the legend of Shakespeare's ghost now?
Find any clues, Nick?
No. Bring me a pillowcase from that bed, will you, Patsy? I want to wrap up this sword.
Yes, Nick.
How do you explain it, Mr. Carter?
I don't, yet. This is the 23rd floor. The door was locked from the inside. There's no fire escape or balcony outside these windows.
Here's the pillowcase, Nick.
Thanks. Now, gently. That's it.
Well, it's a good thing we're all intelligent adults, because it certainly looks like the work of a ghost.
That's one of the things that bothers me, Mr. Reed. It looks too much like ghosts. I think I'll go back and give the body a closer examination for it.
What is it, Nick? What's wrong?
Look, Patsy.
Where's the body? It's disappeared. Vanished.
Hand me that microscope slide, Patsy.
Here you are. Nick, why didn't you investigate the other rooms on the 23rd floor of that hotel when we found no one had been seen leaving the floor since we came up?
You can't search people's rooms without their permission or a warrant. Besides, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
And catch a murderer?
Right. Now, I just want to check the blood cell structure from the stains on the sword.
Well, how can you tell whether it was Stone's blood?
Can't, but I can be sure it's human blood. Evidence can be framed, you know.
Uh-huh. Well, how about it?
Yeah, human blood, all right. Been on that sword about 7 hours, which means about 6 hours before we found it.
What does that prove?
Could prove or disprove a great deal. That's when the steel punch with him.
Sure.
I just want to take a small chip off this sword. There. Obviously, hand-forged. Now I'll smelt down this little piece over a high-heat flame.
Here's a crucible.
Thanks. Now, Patsy, while you're waiting for that steel chip to melt, we should look up J.T. Reed in our files.
All right, Nick. You sure we've got him listed?
You ought to be there.
Uh-huh. Here's his card. Joseph T. Reed. Chief interest, books, manuscripts, and curios, and... Mm-hmm. Oh, quite a patriotic citizen, too. Did a lot of volunteer war work.
You did, huh?
Uh-huh.
Very interesting. Let me see that.
Oh, there's a signal on the heat gauge, Nick. The steel's melted.
Better tend to that first.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll just add this catalyst. Just as I thought.
What's the matter, Nick? Was the sword a modern fake?
On the contrary, Patsy, the chemicals used in its manufacture prove almost conclusively that it's authentic Elizabethan. Now let me see Reed's file card.
Here you are. Nick, why were you so anxious to prove the sword is genuine?
Because it shows someone is trying to throw suspicion. Great Scott.
What is it, Nick? What do you see on the card?
Patsy, send a wire to J.T. Reed. Tell him we're coming out to report to him tonight.
Well, that's more like it. A little action.
If Reed can tell us what we need to know, we may crack this case tonight.
Tell me what's on your mind, Nick, please.
I can tell you two things, Patsy. First, there was more than one criminal involved.
There was?
And second, they're among the most cunning and cold-blooded men I've ever met.
You haven't met them yet.
Well, we may tonight. Hand me my Colt automatic. And then we're on our way.
Well, a swindler murdered like other men before him who stole the same rare book. The legend of Shakespeare's ghost brought to life as a genuine Elizabethan sword is found in the room. Then the body disappears. Where will this mysterious trail of bloodshed and theft lead, Nick? We'll see in just a moment. What happened last time you waxed your floor? Did hubby grumble because the floors were slippery? Did the youngsters use that fresh new wax job for a skating rink? Not if you used Linex self-polishing wax. For Linex self-polishing wax cuts down the slipperiness of your floors and at the same time gives that satiny beauty only real wax can give. Yes, it's true. The underwriters' laboratories have proved by test that hardwood, linoleum, and rubber tile all are less slippery after Linex self-polishing wax has been applied. Yet your floors and linoleum will look more beautiful than ever before when you use Linex self-polishing wax. And you'll find it easier to keep them clean, too, for Linex self-polishing wax gives a finish that lasts longer, so that you just whisk a damp cloth over the surface to keep them spick and span. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax wipes on in a jiffy and dries quickly without tiresome rubbing. So, in every way, it's the wise choice for wise homemakers. Get Linex self-polishing wax now. It's the modern anti-skid floor finish. Get all the great Linex home brighteners for new home beauty the whole year round. And now back to our story. Nick and Patsy are investigating a strange murder, a vanishing corpse, and the disappearance of a copy of a first folio Shakespeare. The entire crime seems to be linked to a legend about Shakespeare's ghost. They are now in a small suburban railway station waiting for their client, J.T. Reed.
Nick, what do you suppose is keeping Mr. Reed?
Oh, station master.
Yep.
Are you sure Mr. Reed got the wire we sent this afternoon?
First, I'm sure. This here depots the telegraph office, too. Got your wire saying you was arriving on the 7:12 and send it right up to Mr. Reed.
Can't imagine why he isn't here. It's almost 7:30.
Well, anyway, Nick, we had a cozy place to wait during the shower. It was short, but awfully wet.
I'm not interested in waiting anywhere cozily. I want to get going.
Well, if he's supposed to be here, he will be. Real fine man, Mr. Reed. Public-spirited. Works on bond drives. He even serves as a volunteer up to the county hospital.
Well, here's a car now. It's Mr. Reed, Nick.
Let's go, then. Thanks for your hospitality, station master.
You're welcome.
Oh, Miss Bowen, Mr. Carter. I'm dreadfully sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Reed.
Suppose our wire surprised you.
No, it wasn't that. I had trouble starting my car. Couldn't even get it out of the garage till 10 minutes ago.
Oh, no?
Right this way. No. My butler Evans insisted on helping me. Every time I thought the motor was ready to run, he'd reach in under the hood to adjust something, and bang, it would stall again.
Well, let's hope it won't stall on the way back. I'm rather anxious to see your place and your butler.
Mr. Carter, I do hope you can get my beautiful books back for me.
I'll do my best, Mr. Reed. Oh, by the way, were they insured?
Oh, yes, thank heaven. But I want my books back. Mr. Carter, shouldn't we notify the police?
No, Mr. Reed. You can't make a murder charge stick without a corpse.
But I saw it. I could testify that
No corpse, no case.
Oh, well, just around the next turn and we're home. Ah, there it is.
Oh, what a lovely place. Isn't it, Nick?
Yes, indeed. Charming place.
The whole scene is so nice. Smoke curling from the chimney. Well, that's funny.
What is, Miss Bowen?
Smoke curling from the chimney on a warm summer night.
Oh, that's the hot water heater.
Really? An awful lot of smoke for one of those things, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it's a nuisance. We have to burn soft coal, all we can get right now.
Who tends the boiler, Mr. Reed?
Why, Evans the butler, even though he considers it a little beneath his dignity. Why do you ask?
Oh, no particular reason. Just curious.
I'll leave the car here in case we want it later.
Let me help you, Patsy.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, Evans. Come on in, both of you.
Thank you.
Evans, this is Miss Bowen and Mr. Carter. They'll be staying the night.
Very good, sir. Mr. Carter, the detective, may I ask?
Yes, why?
Nothing, sir. Nothing at all.
Would you care to wash up, either of you?
Oh, no, thanks. I freshened up on the train.
I'd like to wash, please.
Oh, but Nick, you...
I know, Patsy.
Yeah, I'll take you upstairs.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Evans, will you show Miss Bowen into the library?
The library, sir?
Yes, the library.
Perhaps Miss Bowen would like to see the garden. The hollyhocks are quite lovely now, and there's still enough light.
I'll look at the garden in the morning, if I may.
Oh, certainly. Show Miss Bowen to the library, Evans.
Yes, sir. Very well, sir. The library. This way, please.
Oh, gee willikins, what a collection of books. First edition Paradise Lost. David Copperfield in the original part.
Beg pardon, miss.
Oh, Evans, you surprised me. I didn't hear you come in.
Sorry to startle you, miss. Thought you might like some tea.
Thank you. And, Evans, could we have a little more light in here?
Why...
You've only this one lamp on. The whole other half of the room is dark. Makes it gloomy.
I don't think it's gloomy, miss.
I do. May we have a little more light, please?
Very good, miss.
Look at that other wall.
Yes, miss.
Wait, it's covered with armor, swords and things.
Yes, miss.
Very interesting.
If you need anything, you will please ring, miss.
Thank you. Let's see. I think I'll take a look. Big suit of armor, time of Henry II, Well, in Target, 14th century. Crossbows.
Quiet, Patsy.
Oh, Nick, it's you. I thought... Well, never mind.
Come along. We've got work to do.
Oh, but Nick, look here at the collection of armor and swords.
So I see. A good collection of British battle swords, too.
Look here, Nick. See this?
Oh, yes. One sword missing.
And the label says it was a 16th century claymore.
True enough, Patsy. Good for you.
Nick, that butler...
Save it for now, Patsy. Come on. We've got work to do.
Where are we going?
Out through the French windows, into the garden.
Whatever for?
To see the hollyhocks and other things. Come on.
The hollyhocks are beautiful, Nick, but what do we want with flowers at a time like this?
You'll see in a minute.
You know, Nick, I just realized why you were so excited when you saw Mr. Reed's file card. You knew the curios meant swords and armor, didn't you?
Oh, did I?
Oh, I knew there was some reason why that butler was so anxious to keep me out of the library. He didn't want us to notice that sword was missing.
Maybe so.
We ought to nab him quickly, Nick. He'll make a getaway.
Not just yet, he won't. Over here, Patsy.
Hmm?
I found what I came out for.
A door. A door to the house. But why come out here to find a door going back into the house?
Unless I'm much mistaken, this is a door to the cellar.
Oh, the cellar.
Locked, of course. Well, curious keyhole. Now, my pick lock was made for just such unusual locks. So let's see.
Well, what do we want in the cellar, Nick?
Patsy, when we arrived, you noticed smoke pouring from the chimney. Reed said it was the hot water heater.
Yes?
Well, I made a point of going up to wash my hands. The water in the hot faucet was only lukewarm. With all the smoke we saw, that water should have been boiling hot.
I see. That means...
That it's not the hot water boiler that's burning. Something else is burning in the cellar.
Oh.
Or being burned. There. Thought that would do it. Now. Wait till I turn on my flashlight.
Uh-huh.
All right. Down those steps. Easy.
Right. Oh, Nick, it's hot down here.
Yes. And a big fire going in that furnace. You can see it's still glowing over there.
Nick, that smell. It's like...
You're right, Patsy. Afraid that's just what it is. Wait. Take this slice bar and open the furnace door.
Oh, Nick.
Just as I thought.
Look, there's the toe of a shoe left.
Yes. Unquestionably, one of the shoes we saw on the body of Rodney Stone.
Oh, Nick, shut the door, please.
Right.
It all fits together, Nick. That butler. He probably overheard everything about Stone in the first folio of Shakespeare. Then stole the sword. Then followed Stone to the hotel and killed him. And Nick, remember? When Reed came to the station, he said he was delayed because Evans kept stalling the car. Yeah. And Evans has charge of this cellar. And he thought he'd have time to burn the body. But our wire surprised him. He kept delaying Reed so we wouldn't get here too soon.
Certainly hangs together, Patsy, but you...
Oh, someone's coming.
Wait, Patsy, behind this bin. Hurry.
Okay. Nick, it's Evans.
Quiet.
Well, Evans? Just keeping the home fires burning?
Mr. Cutter.
Drop that poker, Evans.
But, Mr. Cutter...
Drop it, I said.
All right.
Have all the cold-blooded, fiendish
But,
killers...
I
got your dead to rights, Evans. Now you're going to tell us where you've hidden those books.
No, I
Stay where you are. I've got a gun.
So have I.
Mr. Reed.
I've got the drop on you, Carter. Let go of your pistol.
Very well.
Now, kick it over here. Good. I congratulate you, Carter. You're cleverer than I thought. But from now on, things will go my way.
And what way is that?
I'll turn Miss Bowen over to my associates whom you haven't met. They'll take excellent care of her. And then tomorrow you and I will visit the police and the insurance company. And if you don't testify as I wish, Miss Bowen will...
Oh, Nick.
You see, I don't want the books back. I want the insurance. It's a great deal more than the present market value of those books. And you're too clever. You really might find those books.
You're darned right he would. Nick Carter can find...
Look, on the wall behind you. The shadow of a bearded man. Shakespeare's ghost.
Yeah, what? Why?
Look, Patsy.
Right.
Oh.
Now, Mr. Reed, I have the drop on you.
Well,
You smart boys are always fooled by the simplest tricks. The furnace door was open, and by manipulating my fingers behind my back, I cast the shadow of a bearded man on that wall behind you.
Oh, thank you, Nick. I wouldn't have liked to meet Shakespeare's ghost. I think I'm much more attractive with my head on.
Now, Reed, I'm sure you won't be too reluctant about naming your accomplice, because you won't want to go to jail for both of you. Then we'll turn over to the police two of the most cold-blooded thieves I've ever met.
Thieves? You mean murderers?
No, Patsy, they aren't guilty of that. They couldn't have murdered Rodney Stone because Rodney Stone never lived.
In just a moment, Nick will be back to give you the final details of today's adventure and tell you how he followed the mysterious trail of Shakespeare's ghost. Fingerprints and dust smudges can spoil the appearance of the finest furniture, as every housewife knows. Help your fine furniture to look its best always with Linex Cream Polish, the polish which dries hard with no oily surface film to attract those ugly smudges and finger marks. You'll find Linex Cream Polish, all the great Linex home brighteners, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And remember that your dealer is headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that has brought sparkling new beauty to 20 million rooms in American homes. Chemtone covers in one coat, dries in 1 hour. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself.
You see, Patsy, there never was such a man as Rodney Stone. It was all a scheme that Reed and his accomplice cooked up to collect the insurance on those books. You see, Reed's file card told me he'd been a volunteer worker at the county hospital. That's what excited me, because that meant he had access to the hospital morgue and the blood bank.
You mean they stole a corpse?
Right. Some poor, nameless pauper, probably.
Oh.
And they also took a couple of pints of blood from the blood bank. His accomplice took the body and the blood to the hotel in a trunk, hired 2 suites, and set the scene we saw in one of them. Meanwhile, Reed had sent his cable to London, knowing full well the answer he'd get.
Well, why did he want you in on it?
He needed a reputable witness to the murder and the theft. And then, as soon as I had seen it, they had to get rid of the body at once to avoid a checkup.
Oh, but how did the body disappear?
The accomplice was hiding in a closet. When Reed called us into the bedroom to see the sword he'd planted there, his pal slipped out and took the body into the suite next door.
Oh.
He put it in a trunk, and as soon as we left, brought it back to Reed's house so Reed could burn it up.
I thought Evans was the guilty one.
No, Patsy. I was convinced Reed was lying when he met us at the station. He said he'd started only 10 minutes before, yet his car was wet.
I remember. The sudden summer shower.
Right. The rain had stopped 15 minutes before, which meant that Reed himself had delayed along the road in the shower so that cremation would be over before we got back to the house.
Yeah, but Nick, when we were in the cellar, it was Evans who came down to see if the body were consumed.
Patsy, Evans told me that he knew nothing of the swindle Reed had planned until he accidentally found him putting the body in the furnace. And then, having been with Reed's family for years, he loyally did what he could to help him out.
Oh. Nick, why didn't you try to trace the body when it disappeared?
Because I had a strong hunch that there was something phony about the murder. And I felt sure I could catch the crooks another way.
Looked awfully real to me with all that blood around.
That was one reason why I suspected his genuineness. If the man had been killed as we were led to believe he had, he would have dropped on the spot. And there'd have been no blood in the far corners of the room. No, Patsy, there was too much blood in too many places.
Why, of course.
What's more, the body was too dramatically arranged. Murdered people usually sprawl in almost ludicrous and unbelievable positions. But the clincher, Patsy, was the corpse's elbow.
Oh, Nick. What could you tell from an elbow?
Patsy, you recall that the blood analysis showed the blood was at least 6 hours old?
Uh-huh.
Well, when a body lies as long as 6 hours in one position, immediately after death, gravity causes the blood to settle into the parts of the body touching whatever it's resting upon. As a result, the skin becomes purplish at that point. Well, the corpse's bare elbow was touching the floor, yet there was no sign of any purple color, which meant something was not as it should be.
Well, well. Work for Nick Carter and learn while you earn, I always say.
And so do I. What's next week's adventure going to be, Nick?
Well, Ken, next week I have a rather unusual story for you. A man came to my office and told me he'd just killed a man.
Well, that's odd. I suppose he came to give himself up.
Oh, no. He came to ask Nick to find the body of the man he just killed.
Oh, we found it all right. But it took a black mirror and a pinched bar to find the killer.
Well, I thought you said he confessed.
He did. And that's what makes the story.
I give up. What do you call the story?
I call it The Case of the Wandering Corpse.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson as Patsy. Script is by Stanley Kaufman. Original music is played by George Wright. The programs are fictional, and any resemblance therein to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners: Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Now the makers of the great Linex home brighteners take this opportunity to send you their most cordial good wishes for a bright new year, filled with contentment, prosperity, and the realization of every personal ambition. May 1946 be the best year you've ever known. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase?
Potter, you're a bum. You heard me. You're a bum. This is Charlie Morgan telling it right to you in your own dictaphone, Potter. Because of your pig-headedness, you missed the biggest news beat since the atom bomb, and I'm laughing at you, Potter, right up my sleeve. I only wish the joke was really funny. But it's sad, Potter. It's downright pitiful. Remember the day you canned me, Mr. Editor? Remember the day you bounced me off the staff? Big wheel, sitting on a rubber inner tube behind your lousy desk, fat, complacent, smug. A law unto yourself down here in South America. Top foot kisser for the Continental Press. Yeah, I can still see you wiggle that fat cigar around your greasy mouth and hear you tell me.
Morgan, you're fired.
I'm what?
Fired. 5-letter word. Look it up. Synonym for bounce, can, withhold salary from, and dismiss without notice.
Why?
Why what?
Am I fired?
Oh, several reasons. I won't list them all, just 2 of them. A, you drink too much. B, you're a rotten reporter.
No, wait a minute,
No
Father.
point in arguing, Charlie. As a newspaper man, you're through. Particularly here in South America, and you know it.
Yeah, I guess I do.
The AP fired you first, and you lost your berth with UP. I gave you a berth here on Continental because I felt sorry for you. You didn't appreciate it.
I don't want to lecture, Potter.
Too much vino, Charlie, too many senoritas. This is a newspaper office, not Hollywood's version of what a newspaper office ought to be like. Days are gone when reporters wore their hats on the backs of their heads and scooped the town while having a quick one at Harry's Speak. You got to work for a living if you want to keep a job, Charlie.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll stake you to the tourist plane fare back to New York. It's 5,500 miles due north, Charlie, and I don't expect you to walk.
Keep your stake, Potter.
Oh?
I'll get along. Maybe you were right about the hooch and the dames. But when you call me a rotten reporter, I should have kicked your teeth in.
Don't try any rough stuff, Morgan.
Blind drunk, I'm better than you'll ever be, and I'll prove it.
How?
I'll let you know. Right after I wind up cockeyed. You were half right anyway, Potter. I couldn't hold the job. That's why I came down to S.A. in the first place. My rep in the States was getting too bad. But the atmosphere south of the Amazon didn't change me, Potter, and I knew it when I wandered into that tourist-ridden cocktail lounge at the El Canto Hotel and found a place for myself at the bar. Una scotch, chico, pronto.
Un martini muy seco, por favor. Dispénseme usted, señor. You are an American reporter, are you not?
I was.
You do not remember me?
No.
The name is Gonzalez. We met in Rio 2 years ago. I worked for a magazine at that time, El Estilo.
So what?
I have something to offer you, senor, for a little money.
No, thanks.
But you do not even know what it is I have for
Whatever
sale.
it is, I'm not interested. Go peddle it somewhere else.
If that is how you feel about the most astounding piece of news since Hiroshima?
What are you gassing about?
I am taking a big risk by talking to you this way, senor. More than one man has been thrown into the river for the piranha fish to feast on. Within minutes, they can strip onto the bone so that nothing is left.
You're a cheerful character.
But for a sum, senor, a small sum, I will give you the news beat of the century.
You better try drinking your martinis through a straw. You're loaded.
Don't be a fool. Won't you even listen to me?
I'm listening, but you don't say anything. What's this big news scoop all about?
I can only tell you at this time that it concerns a missing person. A man the world thought was dead, who has suddenly reappeared.
Oh, big deal.
It is a big deal, senor. Since you are so stubborn about
it. Wait a minute.
Well?
All right. You got a beat. I'll buy it if it's right. But, what is it?
Will you pay $500?
Maybe.
Do you have $500 in American money?
I can get it.
Very well, senor. In that case, we are being watched, senor.
Watched?
Do not look around. I am in the hotel, room 413. Meet me there in exactly 1 hour.
413.
Leave the hotel first and then return. Make sure you are not followed, senor. Your life may depend on it.
He turned and slunk out of the bar like an animal afraid of being cornered. I waited 10 minutes, then walked through the lobby and left the hotel. I strolled up the Avenida to kill a little time, then crossed the plaza and started to circle back. It was at that point that I first had the feeling of being shadowed. 20 minutes later, I was standing in front of room 413. I rapped once and waited, then rapped again. Then I tried the door and found it open. The room seemed empty at first, but when I crossed to the window, I saw an arm sticking out from behind the couch. There was a body attached to the arm, Potter. Gonzalez's body. And as I lifted his head, I saw the bullet hole in his chest. Gonzalez.
Senor Morgan.
Who plugged you, Gonzalez? Tell me.
They know about you, senor. And you will be next. Run. Run, senor. For your life.
The next thing I heard was a death rattle, and I lowered what was left of Gonzalez to the floor. My first impulse was to get out of there fast. But as I started for the door, I noticed a photograph standing near the bed. It was a picture of a woman, and I grabbed it on a hunch and yanked it out of the frame. That was when they made attempt number 1, Potter, to shut me up. The shots came from the window, and they missed me by a hair. I bounded out into the corridor and started racing down the hall when I heard footsteps behind me, and I knew I was being chased. I could almost hear the next 2 bullets whistle past my ear, and it was no time to stand on ceremony. I grabbed the nearest doorknob with a prayer that was answered when the door pushed open, and I slammed in and locked it behind me as I staggered into somebody's room.
I beg your pardon?
Excuse me.
May I ask who you are?
10 more seconds, and it would have been who I was.
What are you doing in my room?
I'm running, mister.
Running?
Yeah, from a gun. Somebody out in that corridor thinks there's an open season on Americans.
Is this some kind of practical joke?
Didn't you hear the shots?
No.
Well, I heard them, mister, and they were meant for me.
Just a moment, my friend.
Don't open that door.
Please.
Well?
Hall is empty.
You're sure?
Look for yourself.
The guy who was chasing me must have taken a powder, which suits me fine.
Please, exactly what is this all about?
Man's been murdered in room 413.
On this floor? Let me see.
Now, wait a minute, mister. They've had 5 tries at me up to now, and I don't want number 6 to hit the jackpot.
I tell you, there's no one here in the corridor, my friend. Now, show me the corpse.
This way.
Incidentally, who are you?
Charlie Morgan's my name.
Well, mine is Stuben. Kurt Stuben. And, Charlie, do you mind if I suggest that you have liquor on your breath?
Okay, so I had a quick one. One, mind you. That's not enough to dream up a yarn like this, is it? This is the room.
Very well. The room is empty, my friend.
Empty?
Quite.
But he was lying over there near the couch.
Perhaps your corpse strolled down to the bar for a beer, huh?
Oh, these boys work fast. They got him out of here while I was ducking slugs in the hall. Oh, I'm sure now that Gonzalez had a story. And what a story. If it's hot enough to kill for, it must be blazing.
What kind of a story are you referring to?
A missing man. Must be a big shot. I guess he turned up somewhere, but who? Where? What are you smiling at?
Was I smiling?
You think I'm off my conch?
No, not exactly. Perhaps you did run into something important, and the man was killed because of it. Wouldn't it be wiser to forget?
Is that a suggestion or a threat?
A threat? Why should I threaten you?
Look, I've got part of a front-page banner headline in my pocket, Bub, and if a certain fat-headed editor will give me 5 minutes, you can read all about it in the next edition. He smiled again, then stuck a monocle in the corner of his eye and looked me over like I was some kind of bug under glass. He was still gawking at me with all his molars showing when I left the room. As soon as I stepped out into the street from the hotel lobby, I knew I'd made another mistake. I should have called you, Potter, from a phone booth inside, but it was too late now. Right behind me, blocking the doorway, was a guy with a chest like a barrel and a face like an ape's. He was watching me with an ugly scowl. One of his mitts was inside his pocket, wrapped around a gun. I began to walk, and so did he. And then I started to run. I tried to lose myself in the narrow streets, but he stuck to me like glue, and any second I expected to hear his revolver crack and feel the lead burn through my spine. Then, just as I thought my legs would give out, I spotted a shopping arcade, and I ducked inside with the crowd. A few seconds later, I looked behind me, and he was gone. I ducked into a phone booth. Charlie Morgan, Potter.
Well, Charlie?
Listen, I'm calling from a phone booth near the Avenue Rio Carta. I just got a tip. It's a hot one.
What kind of a tip?
A guy's been missing. He's supposed to be dead, but he's shown up again.
What guy?
Well, I don't know yet.
Oh, brother.
Now, listen to me, Potter.
What kind of a pitch are you trying to hand me, Morgan? You drunk again?
Don't be a chump. A man's been murdered because of this thing. I saw his body.
Where?
The El Canto Hotel.
You notify the police?
Well, no.
Why not?
Because his body disappeared.
Along with the pink elephant?
Oh, for the love of Mike, stop baiting me, will you? This is on the level, Potter. I swear it. I've got a photograph. Some dame. She might be his lady friend. If I can find out who she is...
All right. Come up to the office. Let's see what goes.
Do I get my job back if this thing hooks up?
If it doesn't, I'll have you thrown in the river. Let the piranha fishes eat you alive.
Yeah, I'm on my way, Potter. Just sit tight. But I wasn't on my way, at least not yet, because I suddenly spotted the gorilla who'd been chasing me coming through the arcade. I ducked out of the phone booth just as he caught my eye, and we both started moving together. He was big, but I was fast. And 10 seconds later, I tumbled into a cab that was parked in front of the arcade and yelled, "Calimates! Uno, dos, cinco! Pronto, hombre!" I looked back through the window and saw him standing on the curb. The sun was down, the streets were getting dark, but I could have sworn I saw a smile on his face as my cab jumped away. 5 minutes later, I knew the joke was on me. Driver. Hombre.
You call, senor?
Where are you going?
Calle Marte, senor.
This isn't the way to the Calle Martes. You're going north.
Si, senor.
¿Cómo?
A shortcut, senor.
¿Está usted bien seguro?
Pues si, senor.
Hey, wait a minute. Stop the car. I'm getting out here. Did you hear me, hombre? Stop this jalopy, you stupid-looking crumb, before I...
Be quiet, senor, and enjoy the ride.
I saw it when I leaned over. A German Luger as big as a cannon that was strapped to his gear shift, and he had one hand on the wheel and the other on the gun butt. We drove for 20 minutes more in silence while I weighed the odds against trying to take him from behind. He was doing 50 by that time, and we were on the open road at least 5 miles from town. But gun or no gun, I wasn't going to let him waltz me around again, Willie, so I moved up suddenly and grabbed his throat while his hand shot up and pressed the Luger muzzle against my cheek. Caramba! Stop this car! Let go! I shoot! Go ahead and I'll twist this wheel right off the road. I swear I shoot! Let go! Hey, look out! We hit a tree head-on, and the car was a wreck. I got out of it lucky with a twisted shoulder and a cut on my cheek, while the driver's head smacked into the dashboard and knocked him cold. Hey, hombre, wake up. Hombre.
¿Qué es eso?
Take it easy, hombre. Now I've got the Luger. Can you stand?
No puedo andar.
Try it. Come on, get on your feet.
Caramba.
That's better. Now, let's keep it in English. You were pretty good at it before. What's the deal?
Senor.
Who paid you to take me for a ride?
I do not remember.
Will you remember better if I massage your skull with this Luger?
Senor, por favor. I'm a poor man. For a few pesos, I do someone a favor.
A few pesos? I'm not worth much, am I?
It was not to hurt you, senor. Just to drive you to the house.
What house?
It is near here.
Okay, let's go.
Senor?
I said let's go to that house, hombre. He took me through the woods about a half a mile until we reached a broken-down shack with a car parked in front of it. It was a big job, European, a Mercedes, and it looked incongruous standing in front of that hovel. I nudged the guy with my gun, and we stopped for a minute while I took stock of their surroundings. This the joint?
Si.
Who owns that car?
I don't know, senor.
Who lives in the shack?
I don't know, senor.
Do you know you're alive?
Si, senor.
Congratulations. Come on, we're moving up to that busted window to see who's inside. We approached the window slowly, bent half over, and when we reached the house wall, I raised my head inch by inch until I could peer through the broken glass. The first guy I noticed was the hatchet man who'd chased me through the streets, and then I spotted the guy who called himself Kurt Steuben. Between them was another character with his back to me and his head hunched over, almost hidden by an upturned coat collar. This was the missing man, the guy Gonzalez told me about. But before I could get a good look at his face, his sidekick spotted me, raised his hand, and fired point blank through the window. I felt a stab of pain in my right wrist, and I dropped the gun. Then everything happened at once. The driver lunged, the shack door opened, the air was filled with oaths, orders, and whistling. How I got back to town, Potter, I don't know. I remember how dark it was as I tore through the woods and the way my spine crawled every time I heard a noise behind me and thought they were closing in. But I found the highway at last and bummed a ride back into the city on a banana cart. That was when you came into the picture again, you great, big, lovable slob.
Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan.
What's happened to you? You're a mess.
I'll tell you what happened to me, Potter. I've been conned, chased, mauled, and shot at. I played tag with a gunman and wound up crawling out of a car wreck with a radiator cap in my teeth.
Well, your wrist.
It's just a little flesh wound. Forget it. Listen, I'm convinced I walked into the biggest rhubarb since Lincoln's assassination. Somebody big's on the loose, Potter. Someone so hot his pals go in for mass murder just to keep it quiet.
Now, wait just a minute, Charlie.
Oh, you wait. How do you think I got into this condition? Playing jacks? I tell you, there's something tremendous going on, Potter, bigger than anything I've ever handled in my life. Look at this picture. It's the one I took from Gonzalez's room. She must have been his girlfriend, and he knew all the answers. And if he knew who this mystery character is, she will.
But she doesn't.
If I can find her. What did you say?
I said she doesn't. And the whole thing's a tempest in a teapot.
No, that's an original expression. How can you tell what this dame knows?
Because she's inside my private office.
She's what?
They found Gonzalez's body half an hour ago. She came in to give me the story. Gonzalez was mixed up with a small-time heister, a crook who broke out of jail.
A crook who... And you believe that yarn?
Why not?
Look at me, that's why not. Would a small-time crook have an organization so slick I can't move down the street without being tailed by a walking arsenal?
Oh, now, take it easy, Charlie. Here she comes.
I'm going now, Mr. Potter.
Well, thank you for coming in to see us. Oh, this is Mr. Morgan. He was the man who found your fiancé's body. Miss Friar Talon, Charlie.
It must have been terrible. I warned him, begged him to change his ways. He wouldn't listen to me. Then when he tried to tell you where Rivera was hiding out, he was murdered. They found his body in the woods, outside the city.
Who's Rivero?
The con who escaped. They got an alarm out for him.
You an American, Miss Talon?
I was educated in Chicago. Why do you ask?
Gonzalez was Spanish.
Of course.
I was just wondering where you met him.
Here. I knew him for the past 2 years. He wasn't a criminal. He was a well-educated man. Met the wrong companions. I loved him very much. Goodbye, Mr. Potter. You've been very kind.
Goodbye, Miss Talon.
Mr. Morgan. Goodbye.
So long.
I wish I could help you both. The police. Bye.
She's lying, Potter.
What?
They set this up to put us off the scent. They'll probably knock off this escaped con themselves so he can take the rap for killing Gonzalez. But I'm not going to let it go at that.
What are you going to do?
They've been on my tail for the past 8 hours. Now it's my turn. I'm going to chase Miss Friar Talon. I saw her enter a cab as I hit the street, and I climbed into another one and followed. We drove up the main drag to the center of town, and her taxi stopped in front of one of the plushier joints, a big white stone affair that looked like an embassy. She walked inside, and I went around to the back and let myself in through the service entrance. I passed through a butler's pantry, then a hall, and found her in a reception room, just taking off her hat. Hello again.
You?
Me.
You followed me.
Sure.
Why?
Because you lied before. Gonzalez wasn't mixed up with a small-time gangster. This rhubarb is bigger.
You're very rash, my good-looking friend.
The word is stubborn.
Well, as long as you're here, sit down, relax. I'll get you a drink.
No, don't bother. And stay away from that desk drawer.
What are you looking for? A gun?
I'm becoming a very cautious guy, lady.
Don't be silly.
You've changed a little in the last half hour, baby.
Have I?
In Potter's office, you gave a pretty good imitation of the bereft sweetheart.
Well, since you were astute enough to see through my story, why bother to play act anymore?
Who's the man with the upturned coat collar?
Beg your pardon?
I saw his back in that hovel outside of town. He's the one who's supposed to be dead, isn't he?
I thought you already knew all the answers.
What's his name, honey?
I haven't the slightest idea. You sure you won't have a drink?
And have you flavor it with cyanide? No, thanks.
You don't mind if I have one, then?
So you were educated in the States, huh?
I was.
Where were you born?
In a hospital.
Very funny. You got me in stitches.
You're such a nice-looking boy. Why do you want to bring trouble on yourself?
I like trouble. It agrees with my appetite.
Be careful of your choice of food. I wouldn't want you to upset your stomach.
As soon as you finish that drink, sweetie, you can get your hat.
Oh, we going somewhere?
Policia, senorita.
You're not serious.
Do I look like I'm laughing?
You couldn't possibly take me to the police, darling.
No? Why not?
Because that gun you were looking for is in someone else's hand. And he's standing right behind you.
Good evening.
Herr Steuben, I presume. Looks like we're back where we started. I was running, wasn't I? And one of your goons was on my tail.
But the chase ends here. Friar.
Yes?
Bring the car around to the back, then call Bauer.
What shall I tell him?
Say, the fox is cornered. We will dispose of the pelt on the bridge.
Do you want me to drive you there?
Ja, schnell.
Are we, taking a little ride?
Exactly.
Is this trip necessary?
You are a warm one, mein Herr. But we will cool you off. You will walk out of this house and into the car with both your hands in your pockets. You will be careful not to utter a sound. Make myself clear?
Very.
Good. And let me warn you, my friend. One false move, and I shoot to kill.
We drove in silence until we left the city limits, and any bright ideas I had about making a break were dampened slightly by the rod he was pressing against my ribs. I didn't know where we were going, and I didn't bother to ask because I had a funny feeling I wasn't coming back.
Stay on this road, Friar.
I know the way, Kurt.
Are you comfortable, my friend?
Oh, extremely.
Good.
Look, as long as my future doesn't look very promising, you might ease that gnawing sense of curiosity that's been burning me up for the past 12 hours.
And for which you are paying a stiff price.
Who is he? Who's this mystery guy who's so hot you've got to keep him under wraps by leaving a trail of stiffs from here to the Amazon?
You will know who he is very shortly, my friend.
You mean I'm going to see him?
Yes.
When?
As soon as we reach the bridge.
And what happens after that?
I prefer not to discuss that. It's a very distressing subject.
Especially for me.
You see, it is very important that your body is not found. It would create a greater disturbance than Gonzales merely because you're a newspaper man.
Oh, you flatter me.
So we will leave it to the piranha fish to dispose of you. Have you seen them operate?
Once.
They attack in schools. Give them 10 minutes and they can do away with anything alive that happens to drop into the water.
I just can't wait.
Kurt, the bridge.
Yeah, I see the cars there already. Stop here, Friar.
The bridge was a wobbly affair, made of wood, suspended across the river below. A car was parked in the center. The Mercedes I saw before, and the guy behind the wheel must have been the gorilla who chased me in the arcade. But it was the second man I was interested in, the one with the upturned collar. And he was standing just outside the car in the center of the bridge, watching us.
You asked to have your curiosity satisfied, my friend. Look for yourself.
Who is he?
You cannot see.
Oh, he's in the shadows, and his collar's still turned up around his head.
Friar.
Yes.
Drive on across the bridge. I will take care of this one here. You are honored, my friend. He has come down himself to see that we dispose of you properly.
But who is he? I can't see him. What's his name?
His name, my friend, is...
the bridge is cracking! The bridge was weak, and it couldn't hold the weight of those two heavy cars. Just as it buckled, I leaped free to the bank, but Steuben went down with the others. As the cars bubbled underwater, I saw the surface suddenly come alive with piranha fish as they moved in for the kill. The next thing I knew, a head bobbed up in the water, gasping for air. It was the mystery man with the upturned coat collar, and just before the fish pulled him under, I caught a glimpse of a trick mustache and heard him scream. Well, Potter, you know what piranha fish can do. I searched the riverbank for an hour or two, but all I found was part of an overcoat. The coat the trick mustache was wearing. Inside, I found a billfold, Potter, and in the billfold, a water-soaked card. It looked like some kind of a political party identification tag. Only the ink had run, and I could hardly read what it said. But I was able to make out two things on the card, Potter. One was a crossed symbol in the form of a swastika on the upper right-hand corner, and the other was what was left of a name on the bottom. A first name, Potter. Adolf.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Featured in tonight's cast was Vinton Hayworth. Others were Doris Dalton, Stephen Schnabel, Wendell Holmes, and Louis Van Ruten. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Walter McGraw. Next week, another exciting script involves a search for gold and sudden death when you follow The Chase.
Next, it's First Nighter on NBC.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are a passenger on a Continental Express train, racing through the peaceful countryside. While unknown to you, an enemy, desperate and ruthless, awaits the moment when he will set in motion the action which will mean for you and your fellow passengers a fate from which there is no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you Ross Murray's exciting story, Train from Oberstfeld.
Well, it's about time, Ernst.
Yes, but we did not make contact until half an hour ago.
Oh.
Look, you have the tickets?
Yes, I have them. Third class. That's all I could get.
Well, that will do. Oh, no, Mr. Herrick here. This is Mr. Callender. He will take you to Hanover.
How do you do?
Bruce, better now to get on the train?
No. We wait for the whistle.
Oh? Why?
Use the crowd for cover.
Ah.
Here, Mr. Herrick, turn your face to me. That's it. Keep your back to the train. Now, wait. All right, now, Herrick. Be back in a few days, Ernst. As the British zone terminus of the East German underground, I'd had my share of surprises, but none to match finding Lawton Herrick in my custody. This was the man who had disappeared behind the Iron Curtain nearly a year ago, voluntarily. Brilliant nuclear physicist and authority on thermonuclear reaction, he'd been swallowed up in the gigantic red maw of Eastern Europe, highest bidder for his brain. And now he was back. It was up to me to escort him safely to Hanover to British intelligence. And as we rode, I speculated on why he had come back.
I suppose you're wondering why I came back.
Why did you?
Very simple. I finally realized I'd picked the wrong side. So I chucked the whole show and came home.
Just like that?
As you say, just like that.
You sound pretty casual.
How else should I be?
I don't know.
If it's my conscience you're concerned with, don't bother. I got more from them than they got from me.
Oh?
Yes, I know every installation they've set up, what the fissionable material output is per day, and what their potential is for producing the hydrogen bomb in quantity.
Uh-huh. Where are your records, notes, that sort of thing?
Memorized. Paper and pencil were too risky. I had a security guard with me constantly.
How did you get away?
I walked out of Magdeburg.
What about the guard?
I imagine they'll bury him with full military honors.
Yes, I imagine they will.
Yes. But we're here now, and I'm safe, and that's all that really matters, isn't it?
Well, I won't feel safe until we get past Tallersleben.
When's that?
Oh, about 2 hours.
Do we stop there?
Yes, for a few minutes.
Right. Mind if I take a nap?
Suit yourself.
Wake me at Tallersleben, will you?
Right. And so he went to sleep. And I thought about how easy his escape had been. Too easy. This was no ordinary defection to the camp of the free world. This man was important. Important enough that his safe arrival could cause considerable embarrassment to those from whom he had escaped. We wheezed into Tallersleben. A few passengers got out. Some came aboard. Then we started off again. Did you sleep well?
Very. Where are we?
Leaving Tallersleben.
You slept?
No, Yes? Who is it?
Conductor, sir.
Come in.
Bruce. Now, will you please tell this stupid...
One moment, if you please.
But there is no time
Easy
for...
does it, Ernst.
Go ahead, identify me, but hurry.
It's all right, conductor. I know.
What about his fare, sir?
Well, I'll take care of it later. Now, if you please.
Of course, sir. Forgive me, but my job, and I have a wife and...
Yes, we know all that. Now, will you go, please?
Yes.
Bruce, now we are in trouble.
Oh, what's the matter?
They know where we are.
What?
They have an agent aboard this train.
Well, when did he get on?
Just now, at Tallersleben.
Oh, we just left Tallersleben.
Yes, I know, and that idiot of a conductor would not let me find you in time to get you off.
Well, then we stay here in this compartment till we get to Hanover.
Now, that is the problem. We won't get to Hanover.
Why?
There is a bomb on board.
A bomb?
Yes, in a suitcase. And the plan is to destroy the train when we get on the Oka River Bridge.
Well, then we'll stop the train.
No, I thought of that, and that's no good. Because whoever it is has orders to explode it if the train stops for any reason before we reach the river.
When did you learn this?
An hour after you left. I received a message from the man in Magdeburg. They found the body of that guard soon after Herrick left. They missed you in Urbesfelde, and they arranged this Tallersleben interception.
But how did you...
I drove. And when I got here, the train was pulling out of the station just. If it had not been for that stupid conductor...
Oh, it's too late for that now.
Yes.
We've got to find the bomb. Is the agent a man or a woman?
No, I don't know, Bruce.
Yeah. How soon before we reach the Oka River?
But from now, about, an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
Well, between the three of us, we should be able...
No, Herrick. You stay here.
But at least I should...
Herrick.
Yes?
We know nothing of atomic reactions. That is your field. This is ours. Just do as you're told. Will you, please?
I'm sorry.
All right. Ernst?
Yes?
Get the conductor.
Yes,
And hurry.
But why? We are not at war. Why should they want to do this to me?
It's not you, it's us they're doing it to.
But what can I do? Where shall I look?
We'll do the looking. All we want from you is cooperation.
Of course I will cooperate. What else is there for me to do?
Well, not much. Now, first, do you have a list of the passengers that got on at Tallesley?
Yes.
Good. Second, can we get into the baggage car while the train is in motion?
On this train you can. Some of the first and second
All right,
class.
that's enough, as long as we can get on this one.
No, wait. What about the baggage? Did we take much aboard at Tallesley?
Only the baggage clerk knows that.
You'll go with me when I go to the baggage car.
Yes, sir.
Ernst.
Yeah?
Go through the cars claiming that you've lost a bag. You understand?
Yes, yes.
Match up every bag with an owner.
Right.
Mark the location of any odd ones that you may find. He may have put it on one of the baggage shelves and left the train.
Where will you be?
Baggage car.
Yes. But after that, you...
Back here.
Calendar.
Yes, Herrick.
It won't be easy staying here.
You didn't expect it to be, did you?
I suppose not.
Well?
Nothing. Good luck.
But if he's not a policeman and not a soldier, why should I let him in? This baggage car is not...
Carl, do not argue with us. There's no time.
But why should
Here, let me. Carl, this is an emergency. I must be permitted inside to check the baggage.
But where is your permit? Badge, credentials, anything that I may look at. Jobs are hard to get. My wife and children will...
All right, then I'll tell you. Someone has planted a bomb on board that's going to go off.
Ein Bombe?
Yes, ein Bomben. And if I don't find it in, well, let me see, an hour and 15 minutes, none of us will be able to hold a job anymore. Now, may we come in?
Yes. Come in.
All right.
What do you want to know?
How many pieces of baggage came aboard at Tallesleben?
Not many. 5 suitcases, a trunk, and that crate.
The crate? What's in the crate?
I don't know. It's routed through to Hanover.
All right, have you got a hammer?
But I have no authority.
Get me a hammer. All right, thanks.
Oh, careful, please. Careful, oh no. Watch out.
It's furniture. Okay. Now the suitcases.
Over here.
Yeah. Have you a sharp knife?
Yes, but why?
I must cut the bags open.
Cut? But the owners will...
I'll take the responsibility. Now get the knife. It was the only thing to do. The bags had to be cut open and inspected by hand. Opening a catch might set the bomb off even if the detonator wasn't wired to it, which in all likelihood it was. As I cut into the first bag, I felt a hard knot forming in the pit of my stomach. I reached inside the bag. Close. The second case. Close. The third. The fourth. And the fifth. Then we broke open the trunk. No bomb. I wiped my face. I left the conductor and Carl and went back to the compartment.
Nothing?
No, nothing. Where's Ernst?
Still checking the bags, I suppose. How much time do we have?
Not quite an hour.
Time enough?
I don't know.
You're sure the bomb is aboard?
Yes, I'm sure. Ernst doesn't make mistakes.
What do we do now?
Well, you do just what you've been doing. Stay here. I'm going out and check the passengers that came aboard at Tullesleben.
Anything you want me to tell Ernst when he gets back?
Yes, if he gets back before...
We're doomed, I tell you.
What's the matter, Dietrich?
The engineer's going to stop the train.
Stop? What do you mean, stop? He can't. I told you what would happen if we stopped before we reached the Oka.
Nevertheless, the engineer's going to stop.
Well, why?
He says he has a bad coupling on the coal tender.
Well, did you tell him why we couldn't stop?
Yes, he says he can see the bad coupling on the coal tender. The bomb he cannot see.
Oh, no.
Therefore, the bad coupling must take precedence. And he's going to stop the train.
Dietrich, the conductor, had just informed me that due to a defective coupling, the engineer was about to stop the train. And under these circumstances, it was a horrifying thought. Because we knew that the train was to be blown up if it stopped for any reason before we reached the Oka River.
I thought you would still be in the... What's the matter?
The engineer's going to stop the train.
No, he can't. I told you
yes,
what
I know,
happened.
I know. Dietrich told him.
What more can I do? It's out of my hands.
Well, there's one thing more you can do.
What, Mr. Cullen?
Go back to the engineer. Tell him we want 15 minutes. And tell him that if he refuses, I'll personally kill him.
But the coupling, what about the coupling?
I don't care about the coupling. If it breaks, we're dead anyway. So let's at least try to find the bomb.
Yes, Mr. Cullen, I'll tell him.
Bruce, what shall we do if that engineer refuses?
Then I will kill him. Or at least get him out of the cab and let the fireman run on the train.
You know, there is still the possibility that agent may have planted the bomb and himself then left the train.
I might. But we don't know.
No, that we don't. What about that baggage car?
That's clean. The passenger's luggage?
Oh, no. Every piece matched up.
Yeah.
Now, where can we go now?
Dietrich gave you a list of passengers that boarded at Tullesleben, huh?
Yes.
All right, give it to me.
All right, here. But they are all checked, Bruce. Except one couple in second class.
What?
One couple.
Couple?
Yes, it's married couple, newlyweds. They could not possibly be the one. That would be very clever of them. Wouldn't it?
Yes, very. Where are they?
In this car. The compartment third from the end.
Have you a pistol?
Yes.
All right, give it to me.
Here. Do you want me to come with you?
No. Give me 5 minutes.
Right.
This was infinitely worse than fighting in the dark. Dark fighting terrified me. Here my enemy was unseen, unknown, and out of reach, yet he was close enough to mark us all for death at a specific time. As I hurried along the corridor, I glanced at my watch. If the engineer gave us the 15 minutes I'd asked for, then we had already used 3 of those precious minutes planning strategy. One thing I knew for certain, that the hand holding the gun in my pocket would not come out until I was completely satisfied as to the identity of the newlyweds.
Yes, what can I do for you?
My name is Bruce Callender. There's been a bit of a stir aboard, and Well, the conductor made me a kind of deputy to make an inquiry. May I come in?
Of course.
Thank you.
I'm Lieutenant Crofton, Royal Navy. This is my wife, Gerda. Gerda, this is Mr. Callender.
How do you do?
How do you do?
You're American, aren't you?
No, Canadian.
Oh, good show. Have a drink with us, old boy.
Well, not right now, thank you.
Oh, all right. Well, what's all the fuss about, Mr. Callender?
Well, it seems that there was a jewel robbery in Tallasleben. The thief was apprehended at the station, but not before he'd managed to stow the loot somewhere. The authorities believe that he may have put it in someone's baggage with the view toward recovering it sometime during the journey.
Oh, then you'll want to inspect our baggage, is that it?
Oh, no. I have no authority to do that, but if you will, see for yourself so that I can report it to the conductor.
I doubt very much whether it could be in either my valise or Gerda's. They haven't been out of our sight since we arrived at the station.
But you won't mind making the inspection, will you?
No, not at all, my dear fellow. But I'm afraid you'll be wasting your time. Oh, look here, do have a drink, won't you?
No, thanks, anyway.
We're on our honeymoon, you know.
Oh, really?
Yes, I've been trying to get Gerda to marry me for a long time now. It wasn't until yesterday that she finally made up her mind.
Yesterday?
That's right. I finally wore down her resistance, didn't I, Gerda?
Yes, Roger. Of course.
The bags, if you please, Lieutenant.
Oh, yes, forgive me. Only two, mine and Gerda's. I'll get them down. Mine. Shirts, socks, ties. Sorry, Mr. Callender, there's nothing here.
Ah, good. Now, Mrs. Crafton?
I'll do it, Gerda.
No, you may not open it.
Then, if you will open it yourself.
I can't.
Why not, Gerda?
Don't ask me why. I can't do it, that's all.
You have to have a reason.
Please, leave me alone.
This is no time to be stubborn. You can't obstruct the law.
I don't care about the law. My valise will not be opened.
Yes, it will.
I will not open it.
Then I will.
He snapped open the catches of Gerda's valise. And then he saw it. A picture of a rosy-cheeked boy in a Luftwaffe uniform. Proud, arrogant, with a super race. The lieutenant turned away. His face looked like it had been slapped hard. I stood there for a moment. It isn't very pleasant to see a man's world disintegrated by a photograph.
What happened?
They're not the ones.
Oh. Now what?
I don't know.
I do. I'm jumping off the train.
What? Why?
They're after me, not you. If I'm off, the train is safe.
Oh, sit down. You're making a fool of yourself. How do you propose to let him know you've jumped when we can't even locate him?
I can't even die nobly, can I?
Wait here for me, Ernst.
Where are you going?
To find Dietrich.
Mr. Callender, I was on my way to
We
see
need
you and
more time. The engineer must give us more time.
But he won't.
Well, he'll have to. Can the fireman run the train?
Yes, but if the coupling...
Excusez-moi.
Que voulez-vous?
La porte des cabines est fermée.
Je l'ai ouverte quand nous avons quitté Tallasleben.
Elle est fermée maintenant.
Avez-vous attendu longtemps?
Oh, mais oui, pendant plus d'une heure.
Oh, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. Un moment. Mr. Cullen, the little room at the end of the train, it has been locked, so this woman says, since we left Tallasleben.
But... Dietrich. That's where it is. That's the only place it could be. We've looked everywhere else.
Yes.
Get rid of the woman. Go on, I said. Get rid of her.
Essayez l'auto voiture, madame.
Oh, mais pourquoi?
Essayez, madame, s'il vous plaît.
Oh, bien, merci. Oh, c'est conducteur.
Shall we force the door?
No. He'd set the thing off before we cracked it.
But are you sure he's in there?
I'm not sure he isn't in there.
How will you find out?
Well, I'm going to climb to the top of the car, move down to the laboratory, smash the window and shoot. And I hope I hit him and not the bomb.
But if it is not he, then
You will have killed an innocent man.
And if it is, and I don't shoot, over 100 innocent people will be dead in 5 minutes.
I don't know if I should permit it. After all, I'm the chief conductor.
We've got 5 minutes, Dietrich. Don't try to stop me.
The responsibility is yours. I will do what I can to help.
All right. Now get Ernst. Tell him what I'm going to do. Tell him as soon as he hears the shots to have you open the door. He'll disarm the bomb. Now, is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Cullen.
All right, then hurry. We only have 4 minutes. As he ran down the corridor, I turned and went to the door leading to the outside of the train. And there I took off my shoes and checked the pistol Ernst had given me. At any moment, I expected the train to start slowing down, which I knew must be followed by the blast. Until I got to the roof of the car, I didn't quite know how I was going to reach down and break the glass, but when I got there, I saw that this time the brakes had come my way. This was an old relic that had the light standards at each end of the car. Carefully, so as not to betray any movement to the man beneath me, I hooked one leg around the standard and let myself ease down. As I hung there for a second, I hoped that the man inside was the man I sought. This was my last chance. He had to be. Then suddenly there was a shift of wind, and I was almost blinded with the cinders. The brakes were applied. The time was now. I raised my gun and swung. Hello, Dietrich. Everything cleaned up.
Yes, Mr. Cullen. The passengers are still a little excited.
No doubt.
You shoot very straight, Mr. Cullen.
Oh?
The body will be turned over to the authorities in Hanover.
Oh, just a minute, Dietrich. I'll be right back. Pardon me, madam.
Oui?
The door is opened now.
Je ne comprends pas.
Forgive me. La porte est ouverte.
Oh, enfin. Merci.
You're quite welcome, I assure you.
Under the direction of Anthony Ellis, Escape has brought you Train from Oberstfeld, a story by Ross Murray, starring William Conrad as Bruce. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Fritz Feld, Alistair Duncan, Byron Kane, Richard Peel, Jerry Gaylor, and Gladys Holland. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are high on the frozen slopes of a great mountain, terrified and caught in a blizzard, while the thing for which you've been hunting has suddenly become the hunter. And if it finds you, then for you and your companions, there can be no escape.
So listen next week when Escape will bring you Anthony Ellis's exciting story, The Abominable Snowman. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
CBS Radio.
CBS goes wherever you go, 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 go.
Go with CBS Radio.
That is where you find your very favorite shows.
Everyone knows you'll get the best on CBS.
Go, 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 radio.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. And the desperate pursuit of money and a career can be the most terrifying chase of all.
You sent for me, Lieutenant? My name's Hicks, Eddie Hicks, the publicity agent. Where's the body? I've never been inside a morgue before, Lieutenant. Is she under that sheet? Yeah, that's Gloria Hastings, all right. Even a murderer's bullet couldn't change that beautiful face. She was hard to top when it came to looks, Lieutenant. But she was only good to look at on the outside. On the inside, well, that was something else again. Suspects? Why, I can give you a list of suspects as long as you're armed, Lieutenant. When you're out to hit the top and you don't give a hoot who you step on as you travel up the line, you make enemies. Ever chase a buck, Lieutenant? Well, Gloria did. A fast buck and a big career. She chased them both like a bloodhound follows a scent. Yeah, I remember the first time she walked into my Broadway office. She was fresh from Milwaukee, and her name wasn't Gloria Hastings then. It was Anna Crow. But when I changed her moniker, I didn't know I was putting a label on a walking powerhouse. Yeah, sure, I'll handle the publicity for you, Mr. Regan. I'll give it the works. Maybe I can get a spread in one of the big picture magazines to start with, and we'll go on from there. Yeah, well, you just leave it to me, Mr. Regan. You've just hired yourself the biggest press agent in the business. Bye.
Hi there.
Well, who let you in?
I just walked in.
Well, you can walk right out. There's a sign marked private on the door.
Don't be difficult. One day you'll thank your lucky stars that I strolled by.
Oh, and who are you?
My name's Anna Crow, but you'll have to find me another one. It's a little too plain for a girl who's going to wind up famous.
Got it all figured out, have you?
To the last dollar, Eddie.
The name is Mr. Hicks, and furthermore...
Please don't be difficult, darling. I'm going to make you $1 million. And you're going to make me the talk of the country. They said you're the best publicity man in the business, and nothing but the best is good enough for me.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you want to be a movie star.
It's not a bad beginning.
Beginning? Oh, and then what?
I want to be the greatest thing since Cleopatra. I want to be everything, Eddie. The most beautiful, the most talented, and the richest girl in town. I want a career, a big career. And I don't care how I get it. I want my name in lights, not only on Broadway, but on Park Avenue and Palm Beach. I want to be toasted by men from New York to Rio. And I'll get what I want, Eddie. If I have to chase it from here to Kingdom Come. I'll get what I want if it's the last thing I do.
See what I mean, Lieutenant? She had a cash register where her heart should be and a one-track mind. The career was everything, and she did everything to get it. Well, I got her a job as a model first, and then I changed her name. I never took anyone on that fast before, and no one ever tried to work me so hard. But I did it because... well, because she fascinated me like a cobra fascinates a bird. Whatever she said, I did it, and whatever she asked for, I got. Oh, hi, beautiful. How's the big career girl?
Ready to move on.
What?
Modeling's all right for a country bumpkin, sweetheart, but $90 a week won't pay for my stockings the way I want to live.
Hey, take it easy, baby. I'm breaking you in for bigger things. You'll get to know a lot of people around town while you're posing for those advertisements, and we'll go on from there.
I'm ready to go on right now, Eddie. I want you to enter me in the Miss Venus contest.
Miss Venus? Wait a minute, honey. That's way out of your line.
Is it?
Well, sure. First of all, it's not open to amateurs. They're using Miss America and Miss Universe entries only. Why, even movie stars are entered in that shindig. They're only going to hold it once.
And they're going to advertise the winner as the most beautiful woman who ever lived.
Sure. It's a press agent's pipe dream.
There's $20,000 in it. And the winner can practically write her own contract for movies or the stage.
Yeah, but there's a catch, baby.
What?
The entry fee. It's 1,000 clams.
You'll put up the money for me, Eddie.
I'll what?
Eddie, darling, don't make me unhappy.
Baby, look, I don't even own $1,000 right now.
If I don't have this, Eddie, I'll kill myself.
Gloria.
I swear I will. I swear it.
Now, put that letter opener down, you little idiot. Put it down. Holy jumping Jupiter, you meant it. How do you know you nicked your throat with that knife?
I don't want to live if I can't get what I want, Eddie. If you ever refuse me anything again, you'll have my blood on your hands for the rest of your life.
All right, take it easy, honey. Just take it easy, huh? I'll hock my car and dig up the dough. And then I'll put your name on the Miss Venus list. Well, don't think she was kidding, Lieutenant. She meant every word. She was chasing that career right down the line for everything it was worth. And she'd have cut off an arm if she thought it could push her 1 inch forward. Well, I entered her in the Miss Venus contest, but I didn't think she had a chance. She was bucking the pros in that one, gals who'd won contests before by the bushels. Gals who were already signed up to fat contracts by movie outfits. It was the biggest publicity stunt in 40 years, and $1 won it would be on her way to the top. No, I thought Gloria was reaching too high for that one, but if I knew what was under that mop of flaming red hair of hers, I might have changed my mind. Well, there were 3 judges in the contest, but the big boy who pushed all the weight was old Nan Winters, a retired widower with a grown child. Gloria found out he lived in a midtown hotel suite all by himself, and one afternoon she moseyed up there and knocked on his door.
Yes?
Does Mr. Hammond live here?
I'm afraid you have the wrong apartment, young lady.
I'm looking for...
Are you ill, miss?
I feel faint.
Oh, my dear, here. Take my arm. Come in, my dear, come in. I better call for a doctor.
No, please don't. It isn't necessary. I'll be all right after I rest a while.
Well, sit down over here.
Thank you. That's better. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I inconvenienced you, Mr.
Winters, and it's quite all right.
It was just a fainting spell. Guess I haven't been eating as regularly as I should lately. My money's run out.
Well, you poor child. Let me get you something from the restaurant.
Oh, no, please
Now,
don't.
I insist. I'll call down immediately. Now, you just stay right where you are and relax. I'll take care of everything.
Thank you, Mr. Winters. You know, you remind me of my father.
Do I?
He was just as kind as you are, and, well, if I'd taken his advice, I wouldn't be in the fix I'm in now.
Well, perhaps I can help you.
Help me?
To find a job or something.
Oh, but you're doing so much for me.
Oh, nonsense. We've only known each other for a few minutes. But still, I feel I've known you longer. You said I reminded you of your father. Well, you remind me of a daughter I had years ago, Evangeline. She died at the age of 19.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I have another daughter. She's 21, a wonderful girl. Unselfish, unspoiled, and she worships me. Here I am talking too much. Let me order some dinner for you, child, and then I want you to tell me all about yourself. I think we're going to be friends. Good friends.
I'm sure of it, Mr. Winters.
Fast work, Lieutenant? Oh, you didn't know Gloria. Why, in no time at all, she was calling him Daddy, and she had him jumping through hoops. Oh, it was all legitimate on his side. He actually thought he saw his dead child in Gloria's face, and for a while, she made him happy. And then one day, she sprung the contest on him, and that was that.
Well, Gloria, my dear.
Hello, Dad.
Well, I'm so glad you dropped in. I have wonderful news.
Oh?
My daughter Mary arrives home today from school in Europe. You'll meet her for the first time. I know you'll be crazy about her. I've already written her a great deal about you.
Won't she be jealous?
Jealous, Mary? Bless your heart. There isn't a jealous bone in her body. I've told her how I've virtually adopted you, how close we are now, and she's thrilled. You see, she's always known how miserable I've been since I lost Evangeline.
I'd love to meet her, Dad, after the contest.
After what contest?
The Miss Venus beauty contest.
What's the contest got to do with it?
I'm entered,
You're entered?
and I'm going to win.
Well, you never told me you'd entered that contest.
I'm telling you now.
Did you know I was going to be chief judge?
Do I know when Christmas comes around, Daddy boy?
I don't quite follow you.
I want to win that contest, and you can help me do it.
Well, you'll have as fair a chance as any other contestant.
I'll have a better chance, Daddy boy, because that contest is going to be rigged.
What do you mean?
You're not only going to vote for me, but you're also going to influence the other two judges to make it unanimous.
Well, you must be joking.
I was never more serious in my life. Both those judges are friends of yours. You can talk them into anything, and you know it.
But I have no intention of talking them into anything, Gloria.
No.
All my life, I've been a man of honor. I don't intend to change that now.
You'll do as I say and like it. Do you understand? I mean business, Daddy boy.
It's amazing. In the space of 2 minutes, you've changed from a sweet, lovable child to a predatory, vicious woman. I can hardly believe it.
I don't care what you think of me, as long as you vote for yours truly. I want that contest title, and I'm going to have it.
On the contrary, you're going to get out of here right now.
You asked for it, you old fool. Now you're getting it. If I don't win that contest, I'll give your daughter an earful that'll make her hair stand on end. I'll tell her about her darling father, her lovable dad, and me.
Well, there's nothing to tell.
No? Well, you hear my version. How do you think your daughter will feel when I tell her that her father's chased after a girl her own age, and... I'll even take that, Daddy boy, and let you get away with it. But if you and your pals don't vote my way, I'll spill enough to your daughter to drive her away from you for good. And if you don't think I'm a fancy liar, try me. Well?
You're an evil woman, Gloria.
Don't make me laugh.
I can see now. It was just a trick. A ruse.
It's dog eat dog in this world, Daddy boy, and I'm having you for lunch.
A woman like you has no right to live. You should be eliminated. Stamped out. Like some evil disease.
Do I get first prize? Or do I take that finishing school daughter away from you for keeps?
You'll get first prize.
And she did, Lieutenant. But old man Winters never forgave her. Well, you asked for a suspect, and there he is. But he's not the only one. Now, take Paul Bixby, for instance. 6 weeks after Gloria won her contest, she was on the move again. A movie contract came with first prize, but was that enough for Gloria? Not on your life. She didn't want to make one movie. She wanted to take over the studio. And when she outlined her plans in a Hollywood hotel, I knew she was chasing that buck again and that big career right into the ground.
How much longer must I sit around in this stuffy hotel room, Eddie, waiting for those idiots to call me from the studio?
All right, take your time, kid. We'll be hearing from them. They've got to find the right picture. Meanwhile, you're sitting around for $500 a week under contract.
$500 a week. What do I care about peanuts? They ought to pay me $5,000.
Hey, hold on, baby. Only the big stars get that kind of lettuce.
Then make me a star.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Who's head of the studio?
Arthur Summers is vice president in charge of production.
But who's his boss?
Paul Bixby. He runs the works.
He married?
Yeah.
Any children?
Well, he's got a 22-year-old son in his last year at college. Oh, now, look, Gloria, you've got no more chance of meeting Bixby than a snowball on the Sahara.
It isn't Bixby I want to meet, darling. Much more interested in his son.
I don't get it.
It's just a joke. Forget it, Eddie. I suppose I'll just have to be patient until that phone rings and I've got myself a job.
She was lying, and I knew it. But there was nothing I could do. Well, she was cooking something up in that brain of hers, and whoever she'd set her sights on this trip didn't have a chance. Well, first she did a little research, and she learned that Bixby's kid was taking a pre-med course at UCLA. And then she got a good idea of his regular habits. And one sunny day, she parked herself in front of the college library where young Johnny Bixby spent his afternoons.
See you later, Frank. I'm on my way home. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you coming. There was quite a collision.
My ankle.
Oh, did I hurt you?
I'm afraid it's sprained.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. What can I do?
It was just an accident. If you'll call me a taxi.
Well, I've got my car right here. Let me drive you home, please.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, I insist, Miss.
Gloria Hastings.
My name's Bixby, Johnny Bixby. Here, let me help you to the car.
Oh.
Does it hurt that bad?
I'd better put my arm around your neck.
Yeah.
Like this. You put yours over here. Now, I'll try to walk. It's very kind of you to do this, Mr. Bixby.
Kind? Gosh, after I bumped into you like an overgrown hippo, it's all my fault.
But I'm not sorry it happened. Are you?
Not on your life, Gloria. I mean, Miss...
Please call me Gloria, Johnny. Your car's so nice and comfortable. This is one ride I think I'm going to enjoy.
Oh, it didn't take her long to have him eating right out of her hand. And inside of a week, the kid was hopelessly in love. He'd never met a dame like Gloria before. A woman who knew all the answers even before you asked her the questions. And when she wanted to put on the siren act, but she was second to none.
You're a sweet boy, Johnny.
I love you, Gloria. I love you more than anyone or anything on earth. You're beautiful, Gloria. You're breathtaking.
Don't say any more, dearest. Just kiss me. Hard.
And after she'd hooked him solid, Lieutenant, she used the gaff. He begged her to marry him, and she laughed right in his face. And then she started to get him crazy jealous, and he began to drink. Why, he changed from a clean-cut kid to a drunken slob. And he was still sliding downhill when his father paid Gloria a visit.
Yes?
Are you Miss Gloria Hastings?
I am.
I'm Paul Bixby, Johnny's father.
Oh, please come in, Mr. Bixby. Johnny's talked so much about you, I've always wanted to meet you.
I've been told you're under contract to my studio.
Yes. I've been sitting around now for the past 3 months, just twiddling my thumbs and waiting for a call. Oh, my goodness, don't tell me you've come in person just to say they found a part.
That could be. But first, I've come to talk about my son, Miss Hastings.
Oh? I'm sure he'll make a wonderful doctor.
He would have, perhaps, if he hadn't been expelled from school.
Expelled?
Don't pretend you don't know anything about it, Miss Hastings. John's been doing nothing but seeing you for the past 6 weeks. He's neglected his studies. He's become a heavy drinker. I understand that it's all due to your encouragement.
Now, please,
Let me
Mr.
finish, please. John's madly in love with you. You seem to be driving him out of his mind. I don't know what kind of a hold you've got over him, but I want it broken immediately.
Are you giving me orders, Mr. Bixby, or asking for a favor?
I've had a private detective look into your past, young lady. It's not a very savory record. If you have any ideas about getting John to marry you...
Just what do you think you could do about it?
I could see that you'd never get a job in pictures as long as you live.
But you won't.
No?
Because you know I can break your son in two. The way I snap my fingers. You think he's drinking now? Wait till you see him in a couple of weeks. I can make a tramp out of that son of yours in no time at all, Mr. Bixby. So handle me with kid gloves.
You must be some kind of monster to want to do a thing like this. What do you want from the boy? What do you want from me?
I'll let you know when I'm good and ready. And when I think you're good and ripe. Meanwhile, let me show you what I can really do with your beloved son.
Cute, Lieutenant? Well, that was Gloria. She was chasing that buck real hard, Lieutenant, and her conscience was frozen solid in a hunk of dry ice. Well, 2 weeks later, Johnny Bixby was pulled out of his car on Sunset Boulevard where he tried to make it climb a tree. He was drunk when they grabbed him, and he got off lucky with just a busted arm, but it was enough to bring his father back to Gloria on his hands and knees.
You've got to give him up, Miss Hastings. That boy is killing himself because of you.
Are you willing to pay for it?
What do you want?
I want to be starred in pictures. I want $1 million worth of publicity and a nice new fat contract to go along with it. I want to be the biggest name in show business, and you can turn the trick.
If I notify my production chief to star you in our next film, will you break off with my son and promise never to see him again?
I'll tell him I'm married, Mr. Bixby, and I'll handle him carefully. Don't worry about that.
If you fail to keep your word, Miss Hastings, I warn you, don't try it.
Is that a threat?
I'll make it even clearer. You're not a human being. You're more like an animal, and I'll treat you like one. I'll give you your new contract. But if you dare to see my son once more, it may be your last act on Earth. And I mean every word I say.
Well, there's suspect number 2, Lieutenant. You want some more? Well, I've got another one to hand you, and this one is a dilly. You'd think Gloria would have been satisfied with a juicy contract and her name in lights, but, well, you don't know my girl. The sky was her limit, and she wouldn't settle for second best. I suppose the psychiatrists have a word for what was wrong with Gloria, what made her run like a doped-up filly in a phony race. The chase was never over as far as she was concerned. The faster she ran, the more she wanted. Well, it was 3 or 4 months after the Bixby episode. I was waiting in a dressing room on the lot until she finished a scene. The minute she walked in, I knew that something was up, because she had that crazy light in her eyes. A light that reminded me of the glint on a $20 gold piece.
Eddie,
Hello, Gloria.
I didn't know you were going to meet me here.
Oh, I thought I'd give you a little surprise. All right, what's up, Gloria?
Nothing.
Oh, come on now, you look excited.
Do I? Must be this picture we're doing. It's got me all in a dither. I'm going to be the biggest thing since Garbo, Eddie.
Mm-hmm. And then, will you be satisfied?
Satisfied?
You know what I mean.
Eddie. Who's there?
It's Herbert. Herbert Fondley.
Give me 20 minutes to change, huh?
I'll be waiting for you, Miss Hastings.
And who is Herbert Farnley?
You don't read the papers, Eddie. He's here on a trip with his wife.
I see.
He's real nobility, Eddie. His family dates back 1,000 years. He's not one of these nouveau riche American millionaires you can get for a dime a dozen.
Well, you seem pretty impressed.
Don't get any ideas in that silly head of yours. He simply invited me out to dinner.
Well, he was supposed to go out with me.
Oh, be a darling, Eddie. Let me out of it. It isn't often that I get to meet a British title. And besides, it's good for my career. Think of the publicity I'll get when I'm seen in his company.
Yeah. I'm thinking of everything, baby.
Oh, let me have my fun and don't be a meanie. He's perfectly harmless. Now run along, be a good boy. Gotta be dressed by best tonight. Never know where a thing like this can lead.
No, you never know, do you, Lieutenant? But I knew. Little Gloria was wrapped up in the chase again, and this time she was out for a title as well as a man. Lord Farnley was happily married when he met Baby, and he had 2 wonderful children to keep him that way. Oh, but that meant nothing to Gloria. Broken homes were her specialty, and she also left a few broken people on the side of the track. Well, her romance was a fast one, and she thought she kept it under wraps from everyone, including me. But, I wasn't the only one who knew exactly what was going on. Lady Farnley had a pretty good notion, too.
Are you Miss Hastings?
Yes.
I'm Lady Farnley, Herbert's wife.
I see.
May I come in?
I suppose so.
Oh, you have a very attractive place, Miss Hastings.
I'm glad you like it.
Yes, the setting's quite right for someone like you.
Come to the point, Lady Farnley. You didn't pay me a visit just to admire my furniture.
No, you're right. I came to discuss a very personal matter. It's taken me a long time to make up my mind to do it. But I find the situation's getting beyond my control, and I want to do something about it before it's too late.
What's on your mind?
My husband. And you.
As if I didn't know.
He's fallen in love with you, hasn't he?
Ask him.
I did.
And what did he say?
He seemed to feel that our marriage was coming to an end.
That's too bad.
It doesn't seem to matter to you that I happen to love him very much and that I have 2 small children who depend on him.
You're beginning to sound like a Class B picture.
I'm trying to be sincere, even though I realize that honesty is something you'll never understand.
I understand men, Lady Farnley, a lot better than you do.
Yes, you're very clever. And extraordinarily lovely. I can't compete with you on that score.
I'm glad you know it.
What do you want with my husband?
What do I want with him?
You have your career. Thousands of men would be happy to throw themselves at your feet. Why do you want to take the one man I love away from me?
Maybe you've had him long enough.
It's his title you want. It's his background that intrigues you.
What difference does it make?
None to you. You'd ruin a man's life if only for an afternoon's entertainment.
You've spoken your piece. Now you can leave.
I haven't quite finished.
You're like all the rest. You can't hold on to a man yourself, and you expect someone else to hand him back to you on a silver platter. Anyway, it's none of your business.
My husband's happiness is my business, Miss Hastings, and my children's, too. If I give Herbert his divorce, you'll make him miserable. You don't even know the meaning of love and respect. You'll take what you want from him and then discard him like an old toy.
That's his lookout.
I'll ask you once more, Miss Hastings, to leave my husband alone.
And if I refuse?
You'll regret it.
How?
Perhaps this will give you an indication.
What are you doing with that gun?
I want you to see it as a warning.
Keep away from me.
I want you to know just what I'm prepared to do to keep my home intact.
You must be crazy.
Yes, perhaps, but it's an insanity born of desperation, Miss Hastings, and I mean every word I say.
You wouldn't dare use that gun on me.
Wouldn't I? Don't put me to the test, Miss Hastings, I warn you. I'm leaving now, but if you make one more move in my husband's direction, I'll put a bullet through your predatory head. Goodbye, Miss Hastings.
Well, there you have it, Lieutenant. Suspects number 1, 2, and 3. Any one of them could have put that slug in Gloria's body just as easy as spearing herring in a barrel. Which one, Lieutenant? That's the $64 question, but maybe I can answer it. None of those suspects is guilty, Lieutenant, and I guess I ought to know. How do I know? Why, because I killed her myself, Lieutenant. I put that bullet in her pretty head. You see, I left out one minor item in the story of Gloria Hastings. She was my wife.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. Featured in tonight's cast were Larry Haynes, Elaine Rost, Wendell Holmes, John Sylvester, Sarah Burton, and Stotts Cotsworth. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Edward King. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a ghost falls in love with a living man and pursues him relentlessly in The Chase.
The Chase came to you from our studios in NBC Radio City.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening. of the mystic marvels of manifold murder, this is your host, extending a cordial invitation to step through the creaking door of the inner sanctum, where we probe deep into the dark and cavernous depths of men's souls to see what makes them kill. Our clinic here is the whole vast world of crime. And you who listen in may hear us dissect our characters at a safe distance. And unless your nerves are strong, you'd better take my advice and keep your distance.
Why, Mr. Host, that's not the kind of advice to give folks. It sounds unfriendly.
Well, what would you suggest, Mary?
Well, give them some sort of friendly advice. Like pointing out to them the extra delight they'll get from a cheering cup of Lipton tea. Then go on to tell them why Lipton's is so downright delicious. Tell them that the reason is Lipton's brisk flavor. And don't forget to mention that brisk is the tea expert's own word for the spirited, full-bodied flavor of Lipton's. So refreshing and so zestful. Explain that Lipton's brisk flavor is never flat, but always lively and satisfying. And in closing, remind them to try Lipton's soon, because in every cup of Lipton's, there's extra enjoyment. And now, that's the kind of advice you should give folks.
Well, Mary, you seem to have given it to them already. So we can go ahead and get launched on Skeleton Bay. That's the title of tonight's story. An original radio play by Emil Tepperman. It's about a lady novelist, a writer of mystery stories. It opens at a swanky hotel with private cabins situated on a storm-swept, rock-bound coast. The story itself is all about, you guessed it, murder. And here's Betty Lou Gerson as Carol De Winter, the lady novelist, who will give us a blow-by-blow description.
I'll tell you first about the night I met Michael Barrett. It was in August at Skeleton Bay. I'd come to the hotel supposedly for rest. That was what I kept telling myself. But in reality, I didn't know why I'd come here.
Skeleton Bay.
I'd seen the name advertised months ago.
Skeleton Bay.
Since then, it kept hammering at the inside of my brain. It's like the voice of implacable fate commanding. Because I didn't like crowds, the hotel manager had given me a cabin near the beach all to myself. It was the middle of the night, but I couldn't sleep. The wind came in from the ocean, howling like a hungry beast across the shoals. And the pounding of the surf mingled with the angry, baffled growl of the sea. I sat at the window in the dark, staring out at the beach. I was restless, excited. It was then I saw the signal. It was just a winking little light a few yards away on the beach. Someone was blinking a flashlight. On and off. On and off. I was able to make out the figure of a man in boots and a leather jacket. He was signaling toward the hotel. But to whom? I had the answer in a moment. A man moved past my window, going down toward the light. He had his collar turned up against the wind, his hat brim pulled low. But I knew who it was. Mr. Field. A small, furtive man who'd come up on the train with me. The two men met, barely a stone's throw from my window. I could hardly see them huddled closely together. This was excitement, mystery, intrigue, the stimulation I wanted and needed. I had to know what was going on. I threw on a raincoat, opened the cabin door. The wind swept my hair in a streamer, and the spray stung my face as I hurried down the beach. My blood began to race, my heart to pound. For those two men were not engaged in any conference. They were locked in struggle. It was a deadly, silent struggle with only a grunt now and then. I saw the flashing gleam of a knife, but I couldn't tell who had the weapon. The tall man in the leather jacket or the furtive Mr. Field. And then I saw the blade plunge home into the throat of the furtive Mr. Field. I felt a sudden surge of wild elation. This was murder. I had witnessed murder. The tall man let the body of Mr. Field slide down to the sand. Then he looked up and saw me. He stood there with a bloody knife in his hand, and we looked at each other.
Who are you?
I'm Carola Winter. I have this cabin here, number 5.
You saw me kill him?
Yes, I saw you.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to help you dispose of the body. He told me his name was Michael Barrett. He lived on the opposite side of the bay in the house high up on the cliff.
It won't be so easy to get rid of the body. If I had the boat, I could take him out and drop him over, but it's too rough tonight. If there was some place to hide him for a day, I could come across on the boat tomorrow night.
You can hide him in the closet in my cabin. Nobody will look there.
Better lock the closet door.
Yes, of course.
You sure nobody will come snooping here?
Nobody comes here but the maid.
All right. I'll be back tomorrow night with a boat.
Did you pick up the knife?
Yeah. Got it in my pocket.
Well, I guess that's all.
Good night, Carola.
Good night, Michael. All night I sat up alone, with the locked closet door between me and the staring, sightless body of Mr. Field. At breakfast the next morning, they'd already discovered the disappearance.
And the maid says his bed wasn't slept in at all. Think he could have committed suicide in the ocean. You see,
I hurried through my breakfast listening to the gossip all around me. Now, in broad daylight, I could hardly believe the thing had really happened last night.
You know, the hotel manager thinks it might be murder. I heard him phoning for the police.
The police? I hadn't counted on that.
Anything wrong, my dear? You look sick.
I do feel a bit dizzy. I think I'll get some fresh air.
Oh, poor dear. It must be quite a shock to her. She came up on the train with Mr. Field, you know.
Out in the open air, I let the wind cool my fevered face as I hurried down toward the beach. It was only 9:30 in the morning. A whole day. A whole evening before Michael could come for the body. And the police would be around all day investigating, snooping. And all the time, Mr. Field would be sitting in my closet, staring blankly out of his sightless eyes. When I reached my cabin, I put a hand on the doorknob. Suddenly, I went cold all over. The door was unlocked. I stood still as a statue, listening. Yes, there was someone inside. Someone moving around. I only had my handbag. I had a pistol in it. I always carried it for protection. But my handbag was inside on the dresser. Slowly, I pressed the door open. Half inch, an inch. And then the door creaked.
Is that you, Miss Winter?
The maid. It was only the maid, of course. She'd be making up the bed. Why hadn't I thought of that?
Miss Winter? Is that you?
Yes, it's I. What are you doing in that closet with those keys?
Why, they're just my pass keys, Miss Winter. I was just going to tidy up the closet.
I didn't ask you to do anything to the closet.
Well, but that's part of the job, Miss Winter. I'm supposed to do that in all the rooms.
Well, you leave this one alone. Keep away from that closet, do you hear?
Yes, Miss Winter. But I was only trying to help.
When I want your help, I'll ask for it. Now, please leave at once.
Just as you say, Miss Winter. I'm sorry if I did anything wrong.
Did she suspect anything? I hadn't liked her tone. Why? Why had I been so sharp with her? Now she'd surely think there was something in the closet. Something she shouldn't see. At lunchtime, I didn't want to leave the cabin. I sat at the window. And I could almost feel the sightless eyes of Mr. Field staring at me through the closet door. Someone at the door. Who? Just a minute.
Miss Winter? Miss Carola Winter?
Yes, I'm Miss Winter.
I'm sorry to trouble you, Miss Winter. I'm Detective Sergeant Smith from headquarters. May I come in for a moment?
Well, yes, please do. What can I do for you, Sergeant Smith?
We're out here investigating this Field business. He hasn't turned up yet.
Well, I'm sure he will in time.
Well, I wish I could be so sure, Miss Winter.
What do you mean?
We've gone through his room. Found some mighty queer things.
Queer things?
It seems this Mr. Field's in some sort of racket. There's a good chance he may have been murdered.
You don't say.
I understand you came up on the train with him.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Did you have any conversation with him on the train?
No, none at all.
You're the Carolyn Winter who writes the mystery novels, aren't you?
The same.
Yes, I've read every one of them. They're darn good, Miss Winter.
Why, thank you.
Do you think you'll get a plot out of this? Mr. Field.
Why, I can't tell yet. I wish you'd keep me posted on developments in case it does turn out to have a plot.
Well, I sure will, Miss Winter. By the way, we found this picture among the papers in Field's room. I'm showing it to everybody around in case they might recognize it. It's an old newspaper item, about 10 years old. Can't figure out why he was carrying it around. It's about a guy named Wycliffe. It's wanted for murder in Canada. Here, take a look at it.
I felt the blood racing in my veins, pounding at my wrists. The picture of the man named Wycliffe, who was wanted for murder in Canada, was a picture of Michael Barrett.
Well, it looks as if Michael Barrett is a lucky guy. With a beautiful woman ready to commit murder for him. But what'll he do when she runs out of victims and begins looking at him with a calculating eye? As for Carola, she sinned heavily. Because murder is the greatest sin. Yes, if you ask me, she'd better hope for a depression, then all wages will go down, including the wages of sin.
Well, I never knew that murder and economics were related, Mr. Host.
Oh, definitely, Mary. Take the high cost of living, for instance. Why, those prices are murder.
Oh, yes, Mr. Host, it is difficult when the cost of living starts to climb. But then, so often, the things that really add up to good living are just simple, inexpensive pleasures. Like that piping hot cup of Lipton tea that many of us find waiting when we come down to breakfast each morning. As you read the morning paper and sip that cheery cup of Lipton's, the whole world seems brighter. It's simply wonderful the way that lively, spirited Lipton tea gets you off to a fresh start. For Lipton's brisk flavor gives you all the natural zest of tea at its best. Gives you extra delight, extra satisfaction. So remember this, folks. At breakfast time, dinner time, or any other time when you want a grand, refreshing drink, pour yourself a cup of Lipton tea.
And now, let's get back to the rock-bound coast of Skeleton Bay and see how Carola entertains the grisly guest in her closet.
I don't remember now how I got rid of that Detective Smith. I told him I'd never seen the man in the picture and sent him away. The day was interminable. From my window, I could see the guests moving about the beach, but none of them went in swimming. The weather was too rough. I wondered if Michael would be able to bring the boat over tonight. If not, how much longer could I sit guard over Mr. Field in the closet? Now and then, I'd see Detective Smith poking around on the beach. And then, without warning, he was standing over the very spot where Michael had stabbed Mr. Field. I watched him bend down and examine something. Was there a telltale drop of blood there? Did Smith know that was the murder spot? I saw him frown. Then he stood up, walked quickly away. I had to know what it was he'd seen there. I slipped on a coat, went out. Started toward the spot on the beach.
Going somewhere, Miss Winter?
Oh, it's you, Detective.
Going anywhere in particular?
No, I'm just going up to the hotel for dinner. It's almost dinner time, you know.
Oh, fine. I'll walk up with you if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Hey, could I help you? I'll take your arm there.
Thank you. The sand is so soft.
Yes, it's still wet. We had high tide last night. Oh, Miss Winter.
Yes?
You a sound sleeper?
What? Why do you ask?
Well, I just thought maybe you might have heard something last night. Like a fight or something.
Fight?
Yes. I was just looking at the sand back there, down near your cabin. It's all messed up, stamped around.
What's that got to do with me?
Oh, nothing at all. Except I think there was a fight there last night. Maybe that's where Mr. Field was killed.
You You think Mr. Field was murdered?
It's beginning to look more and more like it, Miss Winter.
Somehow, I don't know how, I managed to get through with the dinner. I hurried back to the cabin. I stopped at the door, shocked and unbelieving. There was a light inside. Someone was in there. This time, I had my handbag with me. I took the pistol out. Once more, I inched the door open. It happened. The thing I feared. The closet door was open. And there was the maid, stooping over the body of Mr. Field. Oh! What are you doing there?
The body. It's Mr. Field. You killed him.
Suppose I did.
What are you doing with that gun?
What do you think?
No! Oh.
The wind was high, and the weather was rough. Unfortunately, no one heard the shot. I pushed her body into the closet next to the body of Mr. Field and closed the door. Now I was a murderer, too. Who is it?
Let me in, Carla, quick.
Yes. Michael, I thought you weren't coming. It's been a terrible day.
What happened?
Come here, I'll show you.
Is he still in there?
See for yourself.
Great Scott, a woman. Who is she?
The maid. She opened the closet while I was out.
You killed her?
Yes, Michael. I had to kill her. There are detectives at the hotel looking for Mr. Field.
I suppose if I was smart, I'd kill you, too. Then there'd be no one to talk.
Yes, Michael, that would be smart. Go ahead. Kill me, if you can. I knew he couldn't kill me because I'd seen it in his eyes. We were two of a kind, both wild, both reckless, both eager for the thrill of danger. He, too, wanted to be like the wind. We'd both been brought together here by some force stronger than either of us. And we loved each other.
Carla, darling.
Michael. No more now, Michael. We have work to do.
Yes. I'll take them down to the boat.
I'll help you. We carried Mr. Field and the maid down to the boat.
I'll take them out away and dump them.
And after that, Michael?
After that, then I'm going home.
To your house on the cliff on the other side of the bay?
Yes, Carola.
Michael, take me with you.
What?
Take me with you to your house up there on the cliff.
I'm sorry. I can't.
You can't? Why can't you?
There isn't anything I can tell you.
What are you hiding up there in the house on the cliff?
You mustn't ask. Please, Carola, you mustn't ask.
Why, you're married. You have a wife up there.
No.
Then what?
I can't tell you.
But you're going away, leaving me forever.
Not forever, Carola. Go back to the city. I'll come to you soon.
I returned to the city and waited. I waited a week, a month. But Michael Barrett did not come. I wrote to him, but there was no answer. And then one evening, I saw him. I was returning home in a taxi, and I saw him standing across the street looking up at my window. He saw me get out of the cab. He turned and started to hurry away. Michael! Michael! Michael, don't go away! Michael! Michael, why did you try to run away?
Don't you know?
Well, you're afraid.
Yeah, let's call it that.
But you love me, Michael, don't you?
Carola, it's no good. There's nothing but ruin for both of us if I stay.
We'll be together forever.
It's impossible.
I won't let you go back to that house on the cliff. I don't care what it is you're hiding up there. I won't let you go back.
Goodbye, Carola.
Wait.
I'm going.
Better forget about it.
Don't go yet, Mr. Wycliffe.
So you know about that, too.
I saw the old newspaper clipping Mr. Field carried.
I see.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You know why I killed Mr. Field? Because it tried to blackmail me about that old murder.
But, Michael, dear, I'm a good deal smarter than Mr. Field. You see, I write mystery novels. I know how to handle such things.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't do you any good to kill me. I've written out all about you. Your real name and about that old murder in Canada would be found if I should ever be killed.
Oh.
Michael, darling, I'm blackmailing you. There's only one thing I want from you. Your love. It shouldn't be so hard for you to meet my terms.
All right, Carola. You win. We'll be married tonight.
Soon after we were married, Michael began going out evenings. Once, sometimes twice a week. Staying out all night. He'd return late the next day. When I asked where he'd been, his temper would flare up into something terrible. I stopped asking, but I couldn't rest. I had to know where he went. One evening, I followed him. He boarded a train for Skeleton Bay. At Skeleton Bay, he set out to walk from the station, and I followed. It was no longer summer. Trees were bare, and the night was forbidding. I kept behind him when he skirted the bay to the narrow road that led up toward his house high on the cliff. It was a small stone house, and the wind whistled around it, against it, and above it. I stole to one of the windows. It was barred, like a prison. Carefully, I raised my head above the sill, peered into a lighted room. Michael was there, with a woman. For the first time in my life, I knew the meaning of frustration, jealousy. Michael told me he wasn't married, but this woman, I'd helped him to do murder. I'd killed for him. I'd lied to that detective for him. And all the while, this was the secret he'd been keeping from me. I opened my handbag. I took out the pistol. I looked into the room again. The woman was alone now. Michael was gone.
So you came up after all, Carola.
Michael, you sneaked out. You knew I was here.
I'm sorry you saw through that window, Carola.
Is that your secret? That woman?
Part of it, but it's the part you mustn't know.
But I do know it now.
That's why I've got to kill you, Carola.
That knife. You've still got that knife.
Yes, Carola.
Well, I've got this, Michael. He fell at my feet. I looked down and watched him die. Now I knew why I'd really come to Skeleton Bay that first day. It was for this. To kill Michael Barrett.
So he's dead. At last. You've killed him.
You, the woman in the house. You saw me kill him?
Yes, I saw you.
What are you going to do about it?
Help you dispose of the body, of course.
Help me dispose of the body. Those were the very words I'd said to Michael Barrett down there on the beach. Now this woman was saying them to me. Who are you?
I'm Lisbeth Wycliffe. I'm Michael's sister.
Sister? And you want to help me dispose of his body?
See the bars on those windows?
Yes.
I've been a prisoner in this house for 10 years.
You what?
Michael killed the man I was going to marry 10 years ago in Canada. He murdered him.
But this house, this prison...
Michael brought me here. He's kept me a prisoner because he knew if I got free, I'd tell the world he was a murderer. And that's the secret. The secret he wouldn't even tell me.
I shot her. Yes, I killed her, too. There outside the house, and she fell beside Michael. And I rolled both bodies over the cliff, down into the sea. This is the end of my book. The best mystery novel I've ever written. I know that in writing it, I deliver myself into the hands of the law. But I can't stop. I can't help myself. So now, I'm finished. I will mail it to my publisher and wait for Detective Sergeant Smith to come and get me.
Well, it looks as if Carola's mystery novel will earn a lot of money after she's executed. Yes, but I'd say it's tainted money. Why tainted? Because she'll be dead, and a ghost can't own money. So taint hers. The trouble with Carola was that her conscience was too little and too late. It told her not to commit murder after she'd done it.
Well, that's certainly too late, Mr. Host.
Oh, yes, Mary, especially for her victims. And now, what's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Host, right here, I'd like to say a word to our listeners on behalf of our veterans. You know, friends, ex-servicemen are returning to civilian jobs with a lot to offer their employers. They've had valuable training and experience in highly specialized service jobs. Many of them were able to keep up with their civilian jobs and learn new trades through special correspondence courses. And they're coming home fully equipped to do the same fine job as civilians that they did in the services. So let's give them every employment opportunity to put their increased skill to work.
And so, friends, we take our leave of lovely Carola Winter. She would have been better off if she'd remembered that the pen is mightier than the sword, because the sword is leading her right back to the pen anyhow. Oh, yes, and remember, friends, when you go on a vacation, always insist on plenty of closet space, as you never know what unexpected guests might drop in or drop dead. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Death in the Limelight by A.E. Martin. And next week, the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup will bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown. It's about a young chemist who discovers the secret of perpetual life. But he made the mistake of getting involved with death. So, until next Tuesday, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Here's a swell dish, folks, that's easy to make and mighty easy to take. Lipton's Noodle Soup. You can prepare it in a jiffy, and the whole family will love its delicious chickeny-tasting broth, so full of tender, golden noodles. Lipton's Noodle Soup has all the fresh-cooked, homemade flavor of grandmother's noodle soup. Yet it's economical. It costs less and makes lots more than canned soups. So get Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix tomorrow. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are crouched in the center of a barren room, the heat of the tropics numbing your brain, your bare hands bleeding and torn. While facing you, his giant hands reaching for you, is the brute of a man whose life depends upon his killing you.
Listen now as Escape brings you John Russell's unusual story, Jetsam.
The pub known as the Crown and Anchor was much like any of its fellow establishments along the Sydney waterfront. It was noisy and ill-lit and always crowded with a clientele that worked hard at being boisterously happy. The liquor was cheap and potent and quickly available. At the Crown and Anchor, there was a little something for everyone. New acquaintances, male or female, old friends to be met, and, of course, arguments. Those wonderful, time-consuming, liquor-bred arguments.
What was that again?
I said and I say again, you bloody English think you won the war yourselves.
Well, that's a filthy thing to say.
Or maybe you won it yourself in your pretty little Spitfire.
Well, at least I didn't spend my time mucking about in the desert with Montgomery.
No, you don't.
Big lumbering clown.
The fleet alarm has just collapsed. Here, give me a hand, Alf. We'll chuck him out in the street.
And now, sitting in the waiting room of Morley & Sons solicitors, Junius Peabody couldn't remember too well everything that had happened. He remembered the Crown and Anchor, and the man with the scarred face, and waking at dawn on the cobbled street, face down in the gutter, but he wasn't too clear on the reasons for it all.
Sir John will see you now, Mr. Peabody.
Good morning, Junius. Sit down.
I'm sorry about not keeping our appointment the other day, said John.
It was almost 2 weeks ago, Junius.
Yes, I'm sorry, sir.
I wanted to see you because I've had another cable from your father.
Yes, sir?
Sent along a letter of credit, drawn in the amount of £50. From what he says in the cable, I don't think he expects you to come back to England.
But the last time I wrote, I said I'd be home. I said I'd work for him there.
Yes, I don't think that's of much interest to your father anymore. Would you care to see the cable?
No. No, thank you.
Now, he also has instructed me to advance you no more money under any consideration.
So I'm not to be a remittance man after all.
Junius, do you have any plans?
I have no plans.
Well, what about your commission?
Who can use a 35-year-old flyer, one that can't even hold a rum glass steady?
Yes, and that's something else, Junius. This drinking of yours.
This is going to be a lecture, Sir John?
Well, in a sense, yes. Now, ever since the war, you've done your best to become an alcoholic. Why?
Why does anyone drink?
Well, may I tell you why I think you do? The war. You're still fighting it. Still in a Singapore prisoner of war camp. Well, you were a good officer and a good pilot, I'm told. You could have gone on if you'd let yourself. Why can't you forget what's behind you? Forget what you went through. Others have.
This is a lecture, isn't it?
Well, you came to Australia at the war's end. You've done a lick of work since.
Now, really,
you lived as well as you could on the money your father sent out here. You've held only one position in all that time, and that you managed to keep for just 3 weeks.
I was out sick. In a hospital.
Oh, you were dead drunk in a back street house.
I was out sick.
Call it what you want. But don't use the war as an excuse for your own shortcomings.
Oh, it must be very fine to be successful and smug and righteous.
Now, Junius, listen to me for a
No,
moment.
I won't. I'm sick to teeth of men like you and my father. Preaching, moralizing. I'm tired of the lot of you. Now, if you'll be good enough to give me that letter of credit, I will get out of your office.
Now, you're talking like a child.
The
Junius.
letter, please.
Yeah? Junius, where are you going?
For as long as my money holds out, Sir John, I shall be at the noisiest, filthiest, and most enjoyable bar in Sydney.
And that was the start of a most colossal binge for Junius Peabody. The entries were badly blurred, but he could trace himself up through Brisbane, Port Moresby, Macau. There were assorted voyages and counter-voyages, women's faces, and the cloying aroma of heavy perfumes. There was a hectic session when he and a Norwegian schooner captain hit the bank at Fantan and swore eternal friendship amid champagne baskets. And it was this same captain who landed him finally, the champagne baskets having been emptied, on a small island. And it was on this island that he found a bar where a tall, cynical white man by the name of Bendemeer cashed in the remains of the dwindling letter of credit for the last magnificent splurge. And now, weeks after leaving Sydney, Junius awoke on the wide sandy beach, watching the dawn spread over the butternut sea.
Hello.
Hmm?
You don't happen to have a flask or anything handy about you?
Well, if I had one, it would be empty.
Shame it is. I've a notion I'm about to have the fantods.
The what?
Fantods, you know, the creepers.
Oh. Yeah. I could use a bracer myself.
I'm the Sydney Duck. Your name's Peabody.
That's right.
It wasn't half a party you give last night at the Bendemeers.
Bendemeers? It seems to me I was thrown out of there last night. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
You was, and me, and the big Dutchman, Willems. But it was your fault. You started playing Chuck Farthing among his bottles with a bunch of copper spikes. I never seen a man hold his liquor worse.
Well, I paid for it, didn't I? It was my money, and heavens knows you had your share of it.
Well, Lord love you, chum, that I did. Hey, seeing as he threw us out, I suppose your credit's gone.
I imagine. Sydney?
Yes?
What is this place?
This is a beach, chum. And the island's Fufuti.
And what the devil's Fufuti?
3,000 miles from the nearest pub.
I did have some cufflinks and things. I wonder what became of them.
Hey, you got any smokes left?
Oh. Yeah. Here.
Thanks. Well, you're on the beach now, matey, that's for certain. And you won't like it, you won't.
Do you?
Me, I'm used to it. But look at your hands. I'll lay you never did a day's work in your life with them soft hands. You was probably a gentleman. But you're a beachcomber now, matey, a lousy beachcomber. And you needn't expect me to do no begging for you, for I won't no fear.
Junius turned and examined the features of the Sydney Duck, who was hunched on the sand beside him. The prominence of the nose and upper lip, the thin pink ears, the jutting teeth that gave him the feeble ferocity of a rat. And at the same time, he was conscious of himself, only in a different way. Here was Junius Peabody, washed up on the beach at the far edge of the world, like any other bit of useless jetsam, to stay and to rot.
Pretty low.
Oh, it ain't so bad. Nobody starves here, that's one thing. You can always fall in with a wedding or a birthday or something. Or maybe you come across a new chum with a bit of brass. Some flat who's willing to stand the drinks.
Like me?
Oh, there's plenty like you. The pearl fishing brings them in, you see. When they're stony like you, they usually take a job till they get a chance to get away again. That is, if they're able to do anything at all. What can you do?
That's a good question, Sydney.
Well, what can you do?
I can fly a Spitfire, and I'm a good judge of French brandy.
Huh. That's not much, is it?
Not much.
Hey, yeah, what's the game?
Where
are you going?
Going to take a swim. Have you had yours yet?
Ho. Morning bath on the beach at Fufuti.
Well, you can't tell, Sydney. You might like it.
Oh, go on. Can't prove that water ever helped anybody. Aye. You really are going in.
Yes, I really am. Keep an eye on my things, Sidney.
Oh, right you are, me lord. Hope the bath ain't too cold, me lord. Oh.
Junius walked down the sand alone to the water's edge and stood looking out to where the sun sent a long, glittering path toward him across the morning sea. And he was suddenly conscious that he made an ugly figure under the clear light. He moved out into the water till it reached his knees. Then something bumped against his shin, nearly tripping him. He could see the object floating nearby. It was a rough lump of some substance, grayish-brown, the size of a boy's football. He picked it up. To the touch, it was greasy.
Sidney! Sidney, duck!
What?
Come down here to the surf a minute.
I'm close enough now. You got something to show me? Bring it here.
This was floating about in the water. I think I know what it is, but I can't quite believe it.
Think you know what is?
This. Sit up and have a look at it.
Hey, boy, the great Lord Harry. It's the stuff. Look at it. All smooth and greasy like. Oh, we ain't struck it rich nor nothing. Oh, no, not much.
But shouldn't there be an odor, a perfume?
That comes later when it's not so fresh, and anybody else would know it. Hey, what could this be but ambergris, worth nearly £2 an ounce, right here on Fufuti. Here, let me take a feel of it.
£2 an ounce.
Ambergris as right as rain. And there must be £8-10 here. And half of it's mine.
What?
I say half of that's mine. Ain't I been palling along with you? Wasn't I here? It's a fair divvy. I want me half.
Your half? Nothing small about you, is there? No, my lad. This is my insurance of this island. I'll give you whatever I don't need.
Oh, no, Mr. Peabody. You wouldn't forget an old friend who came to your side when you was on the beach, would you?
Why, you dirty old windbag. You just be happy if you get anything.
Mr. Peabody, I know a gentleman like you who'll do the right thing.
Yes, well, don't you worry, Sidney. You just...
Now, lie cozy, Mr. Peabody. It's a real shame to see a gentleman like you lying all stretched out in the sand. But since you're there, I'll just relieve you of this insurance of yours. And now, I bid you a respectful good day, Mr. Peabody.
In just a moment, the second act of Escape. But first, tomorrow night at most of these same CBS radio stations, hear William Powell in a startling anti-communist drama titled The Man Who Cried Wolf on Suspense, tomorrow night on CBS Radio. And now, back to Escape.
Why Junius Peabody hadn't been killed by the Sydney Duck's blow at the base of his skull was hard to understand. But it was only a matter of minutes later that he presented himself at Bendemere's Saloon and General Store. It was the only place Junius was known on the island of Fufuti, and Bendemere was the local authority. He was at once the best loved and the best hated individual, being police, landowner, merchant, trader, and purveyor of bad alcohol. Junius stood a moment, trying to get his breath, and then...
I've been robbed.
So?
The property of mine has been stolen.
Money, this was?
No, not money.
Then what do you care?
What do I care? What are you talking about, man?
What was this property you lost?
Well, that's not important to you. I want to know if you're going to do anything about it.
No. Why should I?
But you're the only authority on the island.
That's right. Who was the man who stole from you?
Sidney Duck.
He hit you and ran off?
Yes.
I could help you, but I won't.
What?
I've seen too many of your kind here on the beach. Drift stuff that gets washed in. You're not worth it.
All right, I'll do this myself since you won't help.
Where are you going?
I don't know, but this island isn't so big I can't find the Sydney Duck.
You go alone to retake this property of yours?
Since I must, yes.
You're a fool. They'll probably kill you.
Well, they'll probably... They?
Those that live at Tenbo Head, that's where the Sydney Duck will be now. That's where they all go when they must hide because of some minor lawlessness.
The Sydney Duck has something of mine, and I'm going to get it back. And when I do, I'll be in to see you to talk business.
I still think you're a fool.
Bendemeer, last night you cashed in the last of my letter of credit.
That's right.
You were glad enough to help me then.
You had money.
That's the only drive you have? Money?
It's the biggest. But let me tell you more. I don't mind helping a man who is worth something, a man who wants to help himself, but you... I know you're kind. You're filled with rum and useless. You're jetsam. You always will be.
You're very sure, aren't you?
I know you're kind, pitying yourself, thinking no one understands you or your problems, so you swill in rum in order to hide. You always will.
I'm going out to Tenbo Head, and I'll be back.
I'll give you a drink if you get back.
It took the better part of 2 hours for Junius to work his way over the lava cliffs and crevices, knife-like and treacherous, to Tenbo Head, or what was better known as the Rocks. And here, his fingernails bleeding, his clothes torn, Junius finally found the Sydney Duck and Willems. They were seated on a small ledge, half hidden by pandanus leaves, overlooking the blue Pacific 30 feet below. Between the hulking German and the little Sydney Duck was the prize, his prize, the gray-brown ball now enclosed in a torn fishnet. Empty-handed, there was no way to take the ambergris from the two of them. Junius crouched low behind the foliage, thinking. And then a plan came to mind, so simple that Junius smiled. With a rush, he cleared the foliage and, stooping, clutched the filled net with one hand. Then, before the 2 startled men could more than cry out, he dove into the ocean 30 feet below.
Bendemeer!
Coming. I was out in the storeroom and Peabody.
That's right. I'm back.
So I see. But not in good condition.
It'll do. You needn't stare. I'm a paying customer now.
As how?
Ambergris. My property. Over 10 pounds of it.
What? Was it this the Sydney Duck robbed you of?
That's right.
And you went out to the Rocks to get it back from him yourself?
From them. Willems, the German, was with him.
By yourself? You did this?
Look, there's the stuff. Now about that business proposition.
Concerning this?
Right.
How much do you want for it?
1,000 silver dollars or 2,000 shillings.
I don't have that much about me. Suppose we say a standing credit for 1,000 drinks instead.
I want money, not liquor.
It amounts to the same thing. By the time you drunk yourself to death, I'd simply have the money back again.
No, it doesn't, because I'm going to leave this island. And to do that, I need money. So let's talk business, Bendemeer.
Not yours to sell, you ruddy thief.
What?
Mr. Bendemeer, this man here, this Peabody robbed me and my partner Williams of that what's lying on your counter there. And if you want to do business, it should be with Williams and me.
Yeah, that's right. That's ours. Now, what do you give us?
I've been told it's not yours.
Sydney, you're a lying little cheat. You know that's mine. I found it.
That belongs to the Sydney Duck.
That's a lie.
Don't tell me
Now, quiet! All of you.
Oh, Mr. Bendemeer, after all, it's our word against his, and they're 2 of us.
But what if 2 of you are lying? How do you suggest it be settled?
Fight for it.
Yeah, fine. We'll go outside, the 3 of us, and whoever comes back in, it's rightly theirs.
Yeah, good.
The minute I set foot outside that door, you'd have a knife in my back.
Oh, you don't sound as brave as you did before, Mr. Peabody.
Not against the 2 of them. I'm not a fool, that's all.
Against one, perhaps.
Willems?
Why not? After all, you could kill Sidney with one blow.
You must hate people.
Just weaklings.
All right, I'll fight. And if I win?
I'll buy from you. Sidney, sit down in that chair where I can keep an eye on you.
Yes, all right. Now give it to him proper, Williams.
There are no rules. Go ahead.
You're big and stupid, Willems.
Now that's enough for you, no?
Will you ausstellen ein Einmal mehr, Tränchen, einmal mehr. Nein! Genug!
And so, you see, it is easily settled. Sidney Duck.
Yes?
Get your friend out of here. I have business to discuss with Mr. Peabody. You feel better now that you are bathed and whole again, huh?
Now, let's get on with it. I want money for this stuff. I want to leave this place as soon as possible.
You can only get off this island when and how I allow you. You see, mine is the only boat, the Likely Jane. You can see her through the window there. A brandy?
I had my final drink in this place last night when you threw me out.
Sure?
Quite.
Well, just in case. Now, let me suggest my plan. The island of Nukava, which I own, is well planted with coconut crop. However, Nukava is on the edge of the earth, the farthest corner, and the loneliest, and the driest. There are 12 Kanaka boys there, but I need an agent, someone I can trust.
Why do you tell me?
A white man could live there if he wanted to, and if he were fit to live at all. Of course, once he was there, he'd be stuck for a year on a coral gridiron. There's not a drop of anything to drink, save water, and that is brackish.
Look, Bendemeer, what about this ambergris? I've got more than 10 pounds of it. Will you buy it?
You can't very well take it anywhere else if I wouldn't buy it. Can you? Now, I'll make you an offer. I'll buy this lump of stuff from you, and I'll buy it either two ways. I'll give you a half interest in Nukava, and you go there at once to take charge as agent, or else here is the first of your brandy, and I'll keep you perpetually drunk as long as you last.
Nukava.
Once you're there, Peabody, there's no escape. You'll sit and fry.
What for? Why do you offer me a choice like this?
Because it amuses me. Because I please. Because I know what you'll do.
Yes?
I've been watching men of your sort all my life. And I know just what they're worth. Drift on beaches, scraps, trash, jetsam, regeneration, rot and drivel. You can't save yourself any more than you could lift yourself by your own bootstraps. It suits me to prove you this way.
There's your stinking brandy on the floor to say that you're wrong, Bendemeer. You lose.
Oh, so?
Yes. I'll go to Nukava.
As my agent?
Yes.
You'll stay and run the island for a year?
Yes, if only to prove there are some scraps thrown on the beach that are worth something.
So I see. So I see. The Likely Jane will sail within an hour.
Yes, I'll be aboard.
An hour or so later, as Bendemeer watched the Likely Jane set a course for Nukava, there was a smile on the face of that remarkable man, curiously unlike that of a loser's chagrin. He was still smiling as he went back to his storeroom to put the place to rights. There was a clutter of odds and ends of cargo from one of his surf boats, which had upset the day before while hauling cargo out to his schooner. Most of it had been salvaged by his Kanaka boys along the shore. But a certain tub containing tallow had lost a part of its contents. However, he was able now to restore the missing tallow, a large lump, weighing perhaps 10 pounds or so.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Jetsam by John Russell, adapted by Norman MacDonald and starring Ben Wright. Featured in the cast were John Daner as Bendemeer, Lawrence Dobkin as Sir John, and Charlie Lung as the Sydney Duck. The narrator was Edgar Barrier. Editorial supervision is by John Meston, and the special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are standing in inky blackness, looking up a long flight of stairs, at the top of which lurks something unbelievably evil, while in the moving shadows behind you, coming closer to you, is the shadowy figure of something that could only come from a nightmare.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Anthony Ellis's terrifying story, I Saw Myself Running. Tomorrow on CBS Radio, hear Robert Q. Lewis filling in for Arthur Godfrey, who's off on an Air Force mission. On House Party, another of our Monday through Friday mainstays here on CBS Radio, popular Art Linkletter holds the reins. Don't miss them tomorrow on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
I offer information to all who heed. If a recuperation is your very first need, invest several dollars for peace and rest. Come to Shannon's place and be our guest. We've a reasonable hotel right on the bay. Features seafood marinated and a filet. If keeping stomach happy you should chance to tire, just step to the beach, we've a boat for hire.
Hey, that's a neat pitch for a hotel if I ever heard one, Shannon. Where'd you find King Moses?
In a gin rummy game in Port-au-Prince. I knocked with 3.
This is a new version of it, Joe. The last time Slate told it, he was sitting on the beach and a bottle washed up on the shore. He pulled out the cork, and there was King Moses. You were a lot smaller then, weren't you, King?
Oh, yes, Miss Taylor, I've grown.
Who put you in the bottle in the first place?
The wind. I was sitting there playing my guitar, and a hurricane came up. There just happened to be a bottle lying around.
Yeah, well, the way it really happened, Joe, was that...
I'll settle for the last one, Shannon. Now, what about it?
Well, I don't know. I admit it appeals to me, but diving for sunken treasure isn't exactly the way I want to make my way in life.
Well, he's not asking you to dive for anything, Slate. He just wants to use your boat. Isn't that right, Joe?
Sure, I'll do the diving, your boat, your equipment. We'll split whatever we find down the middle.
My equipment, I haven't had a diving suit since I lived in Hawaii.
And that was the time when all the beach boys who dived for quarters almost starved. Slate stood on the bottom of the ocean in his diving suit and a large tin cup.
That's where I met Mr. Slate.
That's right. King Moses was making change.
May I say something?
Oh, please do.
I know where the bark Hesperides is. An old slaving ship returning from the Carolinas with gold. It sank. I know where it sank.
Where?
I've listened a lot, and I've got me a lot of old charts. I can draw an X on a map of the Caribbean, and that's where the Hesperides is.
The lady asked you where.
Look. Off here, the smallest island on Portuguese Key. This reef we use as a mooring. Get a bow hawser on the reef point. Shall I go on?
Yeah, I like it.
Back off 300 feet, drop a stern anchor, and we're secure. Then climb into a suit and jump down. Just 20 fathoms down, and gold.
Seeing you this way, Danny, talking to the seagulls, feeding them, one could think you were a man of kindness.
Yeah, would one, though. You bring the stale loaf of bread like I told you?
See? Here.
Break it up in little pieces for me, Filippo.
So it would be tempting to their digestive juices?
Just chock full of cute sayings, aren't you? Now, give it to me. Here, pretties. Feed your ugly faces. That's it. Fight for it, you feathered beasties. Fight for it. Look at them, Filippo. Cute, aren't they?
Because they are hungry?
Happens to all of us.
Soon maybe you have flaky pastries to feed your birds. They might kill each other for them. You'll like that, huh, Danny?
Yeah, I'll like. How are we doing with that part of it?
I'll follow this Joe Cowan like a stray dog. Into alleys, into gutters.
Had fun, huh?
He talks much of the sunken ship Hesperides, of the gold that lies in a rotting hulk for fishes to nibble on. But when I stroke his ear and whisper where, he kick me and laugh.
Because you're a stray dog, Filippo.
I once was of dignity. I, too.
Yeah, I know. You were a big man in the deep-sea diving set, but you got the bends. Your lungs got tired. You're a cripple, Filippo, a cripple with an itching palm.
And you are a prize to be dishonorably discharged from the Navy to gloat over hungry birds?
That's why all that gold cries out to us, because we're cripples, you and me. We're not doing so good, huh, Filippo?
We're doing excellent. Only in the last hour, Cowan went into the hotel of Shannon. I think to hire Shannon's boat. I think to hire Shannon, because he needs such things to gorge himself on what is in the Hesperides.
Well, what do you know about that? Now maybe we can stroke Shannon's ear a little. Hand me some more of that bread, Filippo. I feel kindly toward things. Chow time, pretties.
And now, Mr. Shannon, for buying all this equipment from me, may I congratulate you?
Go right ahead.
I congratulate you.
I think he's got something else on his mind, Slade.
See. Now, what can it be? Is it possible? No. It is, senor, a feeling that you have forgotten something.
I don't see what. I've got the compressor, the lines, the diving suit,
Everything.
See, which means that now I have no compressor, no lines, no diving suit. Is that fair, I ask myself?
Something's awry, huh, Chico?
See, now it comes. Alakazam! You have not paid me.
Oh, we've done business before. Put it on the cuff.
But, senor, I cannot open the cash register. It is so stuffed with cuffs. White cuffs, pink cuffs.
I'll tell you what.
I listen.
If I make any money out of this trip, I'll give you 10%.
This is a modern way of payment?
Only squares use money. Think of what you can do with 10%.
I need some caulking compound, amigo.
Oh, see, your cock is my command. It is in the back room. I will fetch it.
My, what a lot of equipment you got, mister. Going diving?
Uh-huh.
Diving for what?
Boiled shrimp.
With hot sauce.
Just asking. My, look at that. Real honest-to-Betsy deep-sea stuff. What are you looking for, mate, Gold?
Slate, he's pinching the diving suit. Mother told me there'd be men like that.
You got a yen for diving gear, Buster?
For gold, huh? Lucky people. Need a hand?
Uh-uh.
For sunken gold. I'm nosy, curious, a dreamer. Tell me where so I can dream about it. Tell me.
Back up, friend.
Just whisper it. Come on. Come on, tell me or I'll...
Dream about it, Buster.
Is that gentleman lying there what we call a gentleman with gold fever, Slate?
Senor, here's the compound for cocky. Yay! What you do lying on the floor?
He's got a split seam, Chico. Caulk him. Let's go, sailor. What's the etiquette, sailor? How long does one wait for a tardy deep-sea diver?
How should I know? I've never been stood up by a man who wears a bubble on his head.
Now you have. How does it feel?
I feel like a girl with an empty deep-sea diving suit and nobody to shove into it. That's how.
You and me. We're wallflowers, sailor. We've been invited to a dance and nobody wants to waltz with us.
You'll show, Slate. If I know anything about men who get their kicks out of pacing the ocean floor looking for gold...
You know, when I was a kid, I used to tickle my feet with dreams like this. Gold in a sunken ship at the bottom of the Caribbean.
Let's go home, Slate. I'm tired. The Bold Venture's tired. It's all tired, all of it.
Maybe something happened to Joe. Maybe somebody got to him, like the guy who tried to get to me.
Yeah, maybe. That's why I want to go home. Come on, Slate. I'll buy you some gold-covered chocolates.
Or maybe he's celebrating. Joe's a guy who likes to celebrate for any excuse at all.
You're going to look for him, huh, Slate?
Yeah. How'd you guess?
I peeked through the hole in your head and saw the gold already folded in. Hurry back, Slate.
You lost, senor? We have many things in this place to make a man find himself.
Joe Cowan, is he here?
I have just made a pleasurable tour of inspection. Joe Cowan wasn't anywhere in it. Too bad for Joe.
Look, I'm asking in a polite way, Pedro. Has Joe Cowan been here?
See, many choruses ago. It was on this one he left us.
Did he tell you where he was going?
See, to the bottom of the ocean sea.
Did he tell you anything else?
Only that he would come back for the girl who is dancing there. Oh, look at her, senor. And wherever you go, you will come back too.
Yeah, I might at that.
Ask for Joe at Papa Gomez. Papa knows all the children of the barrio.
Yeah, I'll put in a good word for you, Pedro. And for her, too. She needs it.
You are Slate Shannon. Your name is whispered in the barrio, often.
By Joe Cowan?
By him also.
Well, then maybe he told you why he hasn't met me like he was supposed to.
Why you not go ask him yourself in the place where he sleeps?
That's what I've been yearning to do. For 4 hours now I've been yearning like that. Where does a man like Joe sleep?
The latest pillow is in a yellow house on Bolivar Street, number 8. This thing of you and Joe, my blessings, child.
Thanks, Papa. I may be able to use them.
Joe! Joe, it's me. Slate Shannon, open up.
Enter, Slate Shannon.
Who are you?
Do as he says, Shannon. I got something that'll knock your eye out. This gun.
Well, it's the curious buster with the diving bug. How was it being unconscious? Did you dream?
Inside.
I must say it, Shannon. Your banging made almost enough noise to awaken the dead, but not quite.
What are you talking about?
Observe, please, the dirty couch. Then observe slightly on top of it. He is definitely dead, Shannon.
Yeah, mostly he doesn't breathe. You jealous, Shannon?
Why'd you kill him?
Once he was useful. Thus he lived long enough to tell us the position of the Hespides. Under duress, I assure you. And thus his usefulness expired. And thus he died.
Meaning we're going diving, Shannon. Him, me, you, that dame, your equipment, your boat. Diving, splashing. Oh, I tell you, we'll have fun.
What do you think of it, Shannon?
Splashing too, huh? Well, the man's already said it. We'll have fun.
Back to Bold Venture. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Feels good to have an old sea hand at your right hand, huh, Captain Shannon?
Couldn't live without it.
Hold the thought, kid, how you couldn't live without it. How you doing with the charts, Mr. Val?
I tried to eat them like you told me, Slate, but I don't know. I've lost my taste for old parchment. I'm just jaded, I guess.
Sailor Duval of the Able Body. The gun I hold on you don't make good sauce, does it, Candy Mouth?
Try me without it.
A promise I make to myself. Hey, Filippo, you've been gazing into the sea spaces long enough. Come up with something.
Wait! Wait! Portuguese kitty off port bow! Steady as she goes!
You made it, Captain. Now find the teeniest island, and I'll bet I'll find you a reef to moor my dreams to. Just like Dead Joey said.
Feel in your pockets, Danny boy, because you forgot something.
I got you, I got the charts, I got
everything but a diver. You broke Joe Cowan in two, remember? That makes this a twilight cruise. It's been fun, Danny boy, just like you said.
I remembered, Captain. I brought a diver.
Filippo? You won't send him down. He'd die before he found the gold.
Oh, Filippo found time to cry on your shoulder about his lungs, huh?
Yeah. Anyone else, it would have broken my heart.
I'll give you someone else. Shannon. And Shannon dives.
You're crazy. All I ever dove for was abalone or Santa Monica.
And 2-bit pieces off the shores of Manacora.
That's why I got Filippo, to give you hints. Go hit the sack, Captain. Come daybreak, you'll need all your strength.
Slate, I've been watching you. Mind if I watch from up close?
Don't make me talk, sailor. I want to save up on my breath.
You could do that better if you slept.
So they tell me.
You'll die, Slate. They'll use you to bring up the gold. Then they'll let you die.
The thought has occurred to me. Where are the playmates?
They're asleep.
Oh, don't you believe it, baby. Nobody sleeps on a night like this. Not you, not me, not them, nobody.
There must be a way. There must be.
I've been looking for it in the water, sailor. In the bright lights on the backs of the phosphorescent fish. So far, they haven't spelled out a word.
Try me, Slate. It's a word on my lips. Read it.
Yeah. Just the word I was looking for.
A very romantical picture you two make in the tropic moonlight.
What I tell you, sailor? Nobody sleeps.
You're wrong, Shannon.
Why'd you do that? He wasn't even...
Because I owed him one. Because he needs his sleep, Candy Mouth. Like I told him. I didn't think he'd need a gun butt to sing him a lullaby.
I'll kill you.
I could enjoy it from you. No? I just throw a blanket over him. I want him all tingly and refreshed in the morning.
Flake the air hose so it won't kink, Danny.
It's flaked.
You check the air pump, the compressor?
10 times. I counted on my fingers.
The lifting gear, secure?
It's holding on for dear life.
How about me, Danny boy? Want to check me?
Filippo tells me you'll need a lifeline. I give it to you because Filippo tells me.
I'll never forget you for little things like this, Filippo.
The helmet, and we are ready.
Wait. Come back to me, Slate.
Are you crazy? Where else have I got to come back to?
Come on, Shannon. Stuff your head into the steel balloon.
Anything for you, Danny boy. Let's check the intercom, shall we? Just for kicks. Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, Shannon. Intercom okay. You are going over the side now. Okay, Danny. Shannon?
Yeah, Filippo, who'd you expect?
I give you your depth. Here comes 12 fathoms. Now.
Thanks a lot. Can't we go any faster? As long as I'm doing this, I'd like to have a little thrill.
Don't beg for it, it will come. You are safe at this speed, but no faster.
What's my depth now?
Here comes 14 fathoms. Now. How is it?
Never had it better. Lots of light, very blue.
How's your air?
Lovely. How's yours?
The ship, do you sight it?
Nothing. All I see is what's in front of my faceplate. I'm going round and round, real slow. The blue light. Pretty tropical plants. It's a world apart, Filippo. You don't know what you're missing. Hey, hold me up. Quick, hold me up.
Trouble?
Big trouble. A manta ray, a killer. It's coming for me. Hold me up. Up.
Shannon, if he's seen you, it's too late.
Up, up.
You have a knife, Shannon. Use it. Use it.
It's you or me, killer. Okay, Shannon. Let's see how good you are against a manta ray.
There he is, Filippo. Give me a hand with him.
Be gentle with him, can't you?
It is touching, Miss Duval, your concern for perhaps a dead man, but you are in the way.
Yeah, let's get with that helmet.
Let me help.
As you wish it.
It's breathing. Slate, speak to me. Are you all right?
How'd you get inside this manta ray, sailor?
So that blood that came to the top was the rays. I'm happy for you, Shannon. Take a small rest, then you will try the ocean again.
How is it down there, Shannon?
Good footing. Give me more line. I want plenty of slack in both my lines.
You heard him. Give him line.
Miss Duval.
What do you want?
Shut up.
There's something ahead. Wait.
What is it, Shannon? Shannon, what do you see? Can you hear me?
Give me that phone. Slate, what's the matter?
Hi, sailor. I found me a boat.
I will take it. The phone, Miss Duval.
It's the Hesperides, all right. There's the name.
Very good, Shannon. Can you get on deck?
Sure, she's lying on her side. Looks like the boat's split in the middle, amigo. Half of it's gone.
The gold was in the cabin. What of the gold?
Well, now take it easy, will you?
Shannon, the gold! Shannon!
You want gold, Filippo? I've got it.
Put it on the platform, friend of mine, and send it up to me. Do not be a fool. I can cut your airline.
One ingot at a time, Filippo, so I'll know I'll be alive for the next one.
Shannon, I will cut them.
No, you won't. Then you wouldn't know where your next ingot is coming from. Haul up the platform, amigo.
He didn't do so good, did he, Filippo? 6 lousy lumps of gold.
You should have your lumps like that every day.
Now, if I am correct, Shannon, you say we must return to Havana for more equipment.
That's right.
So, you two fellows drop us off at Havana, hire yourselves another boat, and go golding all by yourselves.
Get her, comedian. Go wash your face, comedian. It's dirty.
Come up forward, Shannon. I want to talk to you. Things, what we shall need to salvage the rest of that gold. Take the wheel, Danny.
Right.
First of all, we're going to need an awful lot of dynamite.
Hi, Danny. Want to wash my face for me?
Would you hold still?
If you were gentle. Are you gentle, Danny?
Want to try?
Think of what the rest of our passengers would say.
Yeah, they'd talk.
If they could, they would.
You kill me.
That's not the idea. I'm talking about Shannon.
Uh-huh.
Shannon will relieve Filippo at the wheel at 4 bells this morning. I'll wake Shannon. Stand at the wheel with him. Put my arms around him. Say something nice to him that'll make him warm. A knife in his back could put an end to it all. Maybe you can do the same to Filippo later.
If you're anxious for me, Candy Mouth, why don't I do it while he's asleep?
Take the chance if you want. But maybe Shannon won't sleep.
You're an education, baby. Something a man needs to get ahead.
Beautiful night, isn't it, Filippo?
Mr. Duval, what are you doing here?
Right now, admiring the way you handle the wheel.
Get below. Wake Mr. Shannon. It is his turn at the wheel.
After all I've done for you, look what I brought you.
What?
Me and Slate's pea jacket. To keep you warm. Put on the jacket. Go ahead. Put it on.
Very well. Your sudden concern amazes me.
And my arm around your shoulder. What's your reaction to that?
Amazement.
Filippo.
Yes?
Hold me.
My dear.
Hold me. Hold me.
You set him up pretty, Candy Mouth. Hey, Candy Mouth, come back here. Okay, I'll throw him in the ocean myself.
Slate, are you up?
Huh? What's the matter?
Don't talk, just listen to me. Danny just stabbed Filippo. He thought it was you.
Let's get out of here. Get back on deck.
Hey, this is Filippo. You tricked me.
There he is, by the wheel.
Listen to me, sailor.
I'll get you, both of you.
Crawl forward along the starboard side, circle around and grab the wheel.
But he's standing there, Slate.
I'll draw him away from the wheel. When I yell, grab that wheel and spin it hard. And open up the throttles.
Aye, Skipper.
You looking for me, Danny?
Yeah, I am.
Come and get me.
That's what I'm doing. You're shark bait, Shannon.
Prove it to me.
Yeah, I will. I work good with a knife, you'll see.
Show me. Sailor! Where's your balance, kid?
Shannon!
So you got no foundation. Sailor.
You're my boy.
I'll take the wheel now.
Let's pull up to the curb for a minute.
Later, sailor. When we get home.
Slate.
Yeah?
What are you looking like that for?
I'm trying to figure you, sailor. I'm trying to figure why you ran to the Cuban officials and told them where the Hesperides was located. And why did you give them those 6 gold ingots?
5 gold ingots.
Oh, you held one back. Show it to me.
I put it in my hope chest.
What else you got in your hope chest?
1 doily.
What kind of a hope chest is that? 1 doily and 1 gold ingot.
It'll build.
Come here, sailor. I did that even though you stole. I forgive you for it.
Come here, Slate. I forgive you, too.
For what?
I looked in my hope chest a few minutes ago. All I've got is 1 doily.
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Now, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you from Hollywood Miss Bonita Granville as star in Bank Holiday, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you a remarkable tale of suspense. And with Bank Holiday and with the performance of Bonita Granville, Roma Wines hope indeed to keep you in suspense.
It happened the morning after I became engaged to Harold. I got to the bank a little early that morning, hoping I'd be able to see him for a minute before we opened for business. And sure enough, Harold was just hanging up his hat and coat when I came in the door. You see, I'm one of the junior tellers at the main branch here in town, or rather I was, and Harold is assistant manager. That's how we met. So this morning I didn't stop at my own cage, but went on through the gate and walked up quietly behind Harold. Hello, darling.
What?
Why, Mr. Osborne, don't you remember me? I'm the girl that you're...
Jane, please. Good morning, Mr. Osborne.
Oh, good morning, Johnson. Miss Evans, would you step into my office for a moment?
Why, certainly.
Jane, really, you mustn't.
Mustn't
I mean,
what? I didn't do anything. I just said
But suppose someone had overheard. Don't you see how...
Well, what if they had? They'll all know about it in a day or two anyway.
But that's just the point, my dear. They mustn't.
They mustn't? But we're going to tell our friends, aren't we?
Jane, I thought you understood all that. You know how the bank frowns on office romances. After we're married, it'll be different, but for
Harold,
the time...
this is different. We're engaged.
Nevertheless, my dear, the policy of the bank distinctly is...
Oh,
that it's
phooey on the policy of the bank. This is our business.
But, Jane, the bank is my career, and I'm only thinking
of the bank. And I'm thinking of our life together.
Now, Jane, please be practical. In my position here, I simply must live up to the standards that the bank has...
The bank. Sometimes I wish I could meet somebody, just somebody, who hated banks. Wasn't a very good way to start off an engagement, or even to start off a day's work, for that matter. I went back to my cage feeling miserable. I got out my cash for the day, including the little package of 25 $1,000 bills that a client of ours always called for on Friday. We never asked why. That isn't a bank's business. And I unlocked my cash drawer and put the money away. Then it was 10 o'clock. I opened my window for business. There weren't many people in the bank yet, but at my window there were two men. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I help you?
Yeah. This is a stick-up.
What?
Just take it easy and do what we tell you and you won't get hurt. But my friend here's got a gun under that newspaper he's carrying.
I love to use it, sister.
What? Well, what do you want me to do?
Here's a paper bag. Fill it up.
All right.
And don't forget those 25 G notes that George Oliver calls for every Friday.
The what?
Don't stall.
We know all about them. That's one reason we're here.
And don't make any funny moves, sister. Because if you do, it's curtains.
I'd often wondered what I'd do if this ever happened, but now I couldn't even think. As I fumbled with the money, I looked at the two men. One of them was about 35, with dark hair and a square jaw and hard blue eyes. The other, the one with the gun, was a nervous, evil-looking boy about 21. I knew they meant everything they said. I glanced sideways for a moment toward Harold's office. As luck would have it, he was just coming out the door. He must have seen that something was wrong because he started over to my window.
Come on, sister, snap into it.
I'm trying to hurry.
Who's that coming over here?
It's Mr. Osborne, the manager.
All right. Just don't try to make any bright conversation. I'll do the talking.
All right.
Is there anything I can do here, Miss Evans?
Yes. Just stand right where you are and keep quiet.
What?
Harold.
Don't look so hurt. You've heard of banks being held up before, haven't you?
Oh.
Come on, miss. Hand it over. We haven't got all day.
Here you are.
Thanks.
We ought to take her along.
Don't be crazy. Come on.
We ought to take her.
Why, no, you can't. You can't do that. Miss Evans is one of my most trusted employees.
And I'm his fiancée.
Oh, you were you?
Jane.
Now, I know we're going to take her along.
You're a fool, Sonny.
Oh, yeah? Well, Harold here don't think I'm so dumb, do you, Harold? Because you know what happens to your girlfriend if you set the cops on us.
No.
Yeah. Curtains.
Don't do anything, Harold. I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you a star, Bonita Granville, whom you have heard in the first act of Bank Holiday by Robert Richards, which is Roma Wines' presentation tonight of Suspense.
Between the acts of suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Elsa Maxwell is an acknowledged expert on the niceties of dining and entertaining. Recently, she said, "Gracious little touches can do so much to make meals more enjoyable. Dine by subdued light. If possible, adjust radio or phonograph for soft, mellow music. And as the crowning touch, serve well-chilled Roma California Sauterne." A most excellent idea from Miss Maxwell. Good Roma Sauterne is pale gold, delightful in bouquet, and even more important, exquisite in taste. Created in the Roma tradition, Roma Sauterne is always unvaryingly good. The goodness of luscious grapes, selected at peak of flavor richness in sunny California's choicest vineyards, carefully pressed, then, unhurriedly, guided to perfection by the ancient wine skill of Roma's famed wineries. Good Roma wines are always delicious, yet cost only pennies a glass. Remember, because of uniformly fine quality at reasonable cost, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Bonita Granville, who, as Jane Evans in Bank Holiday, continues a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Why would I tell a couple of bandits who came in to hold up the bank that I was engaged to Harold, particularly when Harold was the manager of the bank? It was crazy, but there were a lot of crazy things I did that day that I didn't understand myself until later. Naturally, when I told them that, they took me along as a hostage. And the next thing I knew, I was sitting in the front seat of a big blue car beside the one called Frank, and the other one called Sonny had tied a blindfold over my eyes. And we were driving. Once we drove in somewhere, and for 15 or 20 minutes, there was a lot of banging and clattering around the car. Then we drove on. At first, I was too frightened to even breathe. Then I began to get angry. Just what do you think you're going to do with me?
To tell you the truth, I haven't quite made up my mind.
Yeah? Well, I have.
Shut up, Sonny.
I demand that at least you take this silly blindfold off.
No, we couldn't do that, darling.
Well...
Then you might see how we'd strip this car down just now. Change the hood and the fenders and the
Shut up,
brakes.
Sonny. You talk too much.
What's the difference? She ain't gonna be around to telling you...
I said shut up!
What's the matter? You getting soft?
No, but a bank rap is enough without having some trigger-happy punk of a kid.
You better not talk to me that way.
I'll talk to you any way I want to. Watch out the back for cops.
Cops? You don't think the little lady's boyfriend is gonna...
I wouldn't want to bet too much on it. Would you, Miss Evans?
I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that at least Harold isn't a cowardly, bullying...
Oh, I'm sure Harold is the perfect gentleman. But I got a hunch he's also the perfect banker.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just don't want to admit what I'm talking about. Which is that in spite of anything that might happen to you, Harold will turn us in.
He wouldn't.
No? Maybe we can check on that. I'll turn on the radio.
What's that going to prove?
Short wave.
All the latest equipment for bank robbers, sweetheart. That's us.
LAPD. Car 17. Car 17. Disturbance at 8th and Pico. A disturbance at 8th and Pico. That's all. LAPD.
Car 17. Roger. That's all. Car 17.
Well?
LAPD, general alarm. General alarm.
Uh-huh.
2 unidentified men are wanted for a holdup, main branch of the 42nd Bank and Trust Company, and for kidnapping a woman employee answering to the name of Jane Evans. When last seen was wearing a light blue dress, black shoes, has blonde hair, blue eyes.
He done it.
See what I mean, Miss Evans?
Well, it was his duty. Why shouldn't he?
Nothing, no reason at all. It's just a question of who rates the most with a guy, I guess, his boss or his woman.
All right, he asked for it. I told him what I'd do.
What are you going to do?
Well, Miss Evans, I think we'll drive up this little side road here and let you out.
Oh?
You shouldn't have any trouble hitching a ride back. If you do, just try what Claudette Colbert did in that picture. Remember?
Say, are you kidding?
You heard what they said. She was nothing but excess baggage anyway. Now she's just another way they can identify
All
us.
right, but that don't mean we let the guy get away with it. I told him what I'd do to her if he squawked, and I'm
You're gonna do what I tell you.
Oh, yeah? Well, if I'd known you were so yellow, I'd...
Now, what was that you said, Sonny?
All right, Frank, but... Cops.
They're turning in here. Give me a gun, Sonny, and get down on the floor under that blanket.
I'll plug him, Frank.
Give me
I'll
that
plug
gun
him.
and get down on the floor.
You're nuts. They'll get us, Frank.
I know what I'm doing. You do what I tell you. That's right. Keep covered up and keep quiet.
All right.
Take off that blindfold, Miss Evans.
Well, look here, if you
Now you're
think
going to
that-
kiss me, and you better make it good, because this gun's going to be right in your ribs. All right,
Oh,
now.
no. Go.
Hey. Where?
Oh, you kind of startled me, officer.
What are you doing here?
Well, if you must know, I'm getting engaged. Is there anything wrong with that?
Let me see your license.
We haven't got the license yet,
Your
but we're...
driver's license.
Oh, sure. What's the matter?
Just let me see your license.
Here you are. You looking for somebody?
Just a couple of guys who held up a bank and kidnapped a girl.
Is that right?
The young lady got any identification?
Well,
Go on, tell him, honey. You see, we left town in sort of a hurry. You might call it a sort of elopement.
Oh, sort of elopement, huh?
Yes.
Well, I guess you're all right. But you know, you shouldn't be parking in here in the broad daylight like this.
Yeah, but you know how it is.
Sure. I know how it is.
You can come up for air now, Sonny. They'll leave it.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Well, Miss Evans, I'm afraid that under the circumstances, you'll have to put up with our company a little longer. It wasn't as bad as all that, was it? Well, was it?
She slaps him right in the voice.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I guess it does.
That was crazy, too. Here I was, my life completely in this big ape's hands, and I had to slap his face. I knew I'd made him angry, and what was even more dangerous, I'd hurt his pride. But there was nothing to do about it now. For a long time, we just drove along, and nobody said anything. We were crossing a stretch of desert, heading toward a mountain range, and had just passed through a little town. I saw the car pull out of a side road as we flashed by, but neither of the two men did. And all of a sudden, my mind began to race, thinking that maybe now was coming my chance to escape, wondering what I could do, and then my blood ran cold again. The way they were talking.
Still heading to the same place, Frank?
Yeah.
Mountain place?
That's right.
What about Miss Spitfire here?
I'll take care of that when the time comes.
She knows too much.
That's right.
Hey, if I thought you was getting soft, Frank.
What would you do?
Well, you know what we gotta do, don't you?
Yeah?
Where?
Not right out here in the open desert. That's a cinch.
The mountains?
Yeah, maybe the mountains.
Maybe. There better not be no maybe. Cops again. Look right behind us.
Yeah. Those others must have got to thinking things over.
Cops in the middle of the desert. No one in sight for miles.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this.
Sonny!
I've been wanting to do this all day.
You crazy fool!
Who's crazy? We get them before they get us, that's all. Hey, they're shooting back. They know they got a fight in their hands now.
So have we. Shoot at their tires, you hear?
Okay. Oh, hey, they hit us.
And that's not supposed to happen the way you saw it in the movies, huh? You.
Me?
Yes, you. Get down. Down on the floor.
Well, what are you going to do?
There's only one thing to do now. Drive light.
First, I wasn't afraid at all. It was even a little exciting. I kept thinking that maybe in just a few minutes I was going to be rescued and wondering what Harold would say and at the same time feeling the exhilaration of being in a race and wanting my side to win. And of course, that was crazy, too. And then suddenly the car took a sickening lurch. I scrambled up onto the seat again. We were out of the desert now, climbing a long, winding hill that twisted up toward the mountain. The police car was falling behind, but it was still following us. We hit another curve.
Hold on.
I looked down, and for a moment there seemed to be no road under my side of the car at all. Only a sheer drop down to a canyon filled with huge boulders and 100 feet below.
Take it easy.
We hit the other side of the curve and straightened out. Oh, I was frightened now, all right. I was weak and sick from fear.
I told you to stay down on the floor.
Oh, I can't, Frank. Look out.
Get your hands away from that wheel.
You're going to kill us.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, stop, please, stop.
Stop? That might be all right for you, lady, but it wouldn't be so good for me.
Oh, I'm afraid. I'm so afraid.
Take it easy, kid. Take it easy. Close your eyes. Like you do on the roller coaster. You'll be all right.
Oh, I'll be killed.
What do you think I'm running for instead of fighting? Just so nobody will be killed, not even cops.
Frank, look out.
Keep away from that wheel, I told you.
Look out.
Keep away. I hate to do this, but...
I saw his fist rush toward the point of my jaw, and that was all. When I woke up, it was mid-afternoon, and I was lying on a bed in a bare little room of what was obviously a mountain cabin. Through the one window, all I could see was the jumble of rocks and boulders piled up against the mountainside. I felt my chin. It was sore, and there was a little bruise on it, but aside from that, I seemed to be all in one piece. Then suddenly I heard voices. They were coming from the next room through the crack of a door left an inch or two ajar. I crept over and listened.
Don't worry, I'll handle it. Okay. Right? Yeah, sure. Now go on down in the tower, get some grub like I told you.
Okay, Frank. Are you sure you don't want me to?
No. Get going.
Okay, Frank.
I stood there by the door, frozen with fear. I didn't need to hear any more to know what they'd been talking about. For a second, I thought of escape. I looked wildly over toward the window. Oh!
Been listening, huh?
Yes.
How do you feel?
All right.
Oh, I'm glad to see you're up and around.
Why? Because it's against your principles to kill women who are unconscious?
There's a path down the backside of the mountain that leads into the main highway. It's 4 or 5 miles long and pretty rugged, but you ought to be able to make it before dark if you hurry.
Oh.
Does that answer your question?
Yes. I guess it does.
Better get going.
How do you know I won't...
Because you're going to promise me not to. Aren't you?
Yes.
All you have to say is that I slugged you, and that's all you remember until you woke up by the side of the road. We'll be out of here and over the border by morning anyway.
What about Sonny?
I can handle Sonny.
Well, I guess I do owe you something after all.
Me? What?
My life.
That plays strictly for me. I just don't want that punk kid with his movie idea, Cops and Robbers, to be hanging a murder rap on us, that's all.
You're a strange man to be
A crook? Listen. There are just two kinds of guys in the world, right guys and wrong guys. And the wrong kind can be the usual bum with a gun in his hand, or he can be a pillar of society that sits all day behind a big shiny desk. He can be kind to his mother and nice to little kids and have a lot of fancy excuses and reasons he gives himself. Or just no reasons at all, like me. But a wrong guy is still a wrong guy. He's no good.
Well, thanks anyway.
You better get going now. By the way, I'm sorry I hit you.
That's all right. I guess I had it coming.
I'm sorry I let you get into this mess in the first place, but
But what?
that kiss. I meant that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Frank, so did I.
Jane.
Frank!
They must have trailed us here after all.
Frank, the cops.
Yeah.
What? I saw him down ahead of me on the turn of the road. I just had time to turn around and get back. You still got the dame, huh?
Yeah.
I was hoping you hadn't done nothing yet. She's about the only ace we got left.
Take the south window. I'll take the west one. Yeah. Don't try to go knocking them off. It'll only make it worse. Just keep them covered so they can't rush us.
Oh, yeah? But if I got a clean shot at one of them...
You do what I tell you. Can you see them?
Sure. They're down behind the big rocks.
That's as far as they can get. That's as far as they could get even if they had an army. Until it gets dark.
All right, we can turn the car headlights on them.
Then only shoot them out.
We can hold them, Frank. We got enough ammunition to
But
hold
you can't eat ammunition. Oh. Maybe they can't get up, but we can't get down either. We can't stay here forever.
Well, they ain't gonna take me alive. They'll never take me alive as
Stop
long
it,
as
will you? Try using your head for a change.
What?
The phone.
Yeah.
Frank, what could that be?
I don't know. The boys seem to have stopped the artillery barrage, too.
Oh.
Don't answer it.
What's the difference? You don't think we're going to kid anybody that we're not home, do you? Yeah? Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, she's here.
Hmm?
Sure, she's all right.
Frank, who is it?
It's your boyfriend, Harold.
Harold?
He came with the cops. He's on the Forest Ranger's emergency call box just down the road.
Let me talk to him.
Worried about him?
No, it isn't that. But let me talk to him.
Sure, go ahead.
Harold? Oh, yes, so am I. Oh, no, nothing like that. They've been quite all right. Yes, of course they are. No, there's nothing to prevent them from killing me any time they want to. Listen, Harold, all you care about is getting the money back. And me, isn't it? Yes, I know. All right, wait a minute. Frank, you said you were near the border. How long would it take you to get there?
A couple of hours. One would put us in the clear.
Would you give them back the money and me?
Will the cops go for a deal like that?
They got to. Harold, what's getting dark got to do with it? Well, of course you can't storm the place and expect to find me alive. Now listen, they'll give back the money. Yes, I'll bring it down myself. But you've got to give them an hour's start. Oh, well, you can just say that they rescued me and the money, but the men got away. Oh, no, Harold, nothing like that. No, you've got to promise me, Harold, on your word of honor, your solemn word of honor. All right? They'll do it.
Okay.
Are you nuts?
It's our only chance.
Harold? All right? Yes. I'm coming down now.
Yeah, but if she goes
She's going. The dough's still in the paper bag. It's on the table.
Frank.
Get going.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Harold, just so you don't have an idea you're getting away with anything, I think you're a dirty liar.
I hardly heard and didn't even think about it. I was so relieved. And still so bewildered by everything, running down the hill with a paper bag of money clutched in my hand. And then I saw Harold crouching behind a rock, and then some policemen, and then I was around the bend, and they were all running up to me, and I threw myself into Harold's arms.
Jane, dearest, you are all right.
I'm all right, Harold. Here's the money.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's all here. All right, officer.
Okay, Chuck. Let him go.
Come, my dear.
Harold, what is that?
Tear gas.
Tear gas?
Oh, it's quite harmless, really. And...
Harold, tell them what we promised.
Oh, I'm afraid of it. It's out of our hands now, my dear.
Harold, you promised. You gave me your word of honor.
Well, of course I did, but you didn't think
you knew. You knew all the time. Well, you planned to... Stop it! Stop it!
Please, my dear, you're over.
Oh, let go of me. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I tried to run back, but they held me. And I had to watch. I couldn't help it. It seemed like hours. It was only minutes, I suppose, with the tear gas bombs exploding around the cabin and crashing through the windows as they got the range. And then something white flooded from the door, and they came out. The boy first, with his hands in the air, and then Frank, stumbling toward us like blind men and coughing. Oh, those terrible rocking coughs that just seemed to be tearing them to pieces. Oh, Frank!
All right, come on.
Oh, Frank, I didn't know. I swear I didn't know.
I know, I did, though. I knew before you left.
Oh, why did you let me go? I wouldn't have gone if
Because he's just the kind who would have stormed the place. Maybe I couldn't have handled Sonny then.
I'll help you. I'll do anything, everything I can, anything.
Skip it. Just take some advice, will you? Next time, be sure it's a right guy.
Yes, it's funny. It's like he said. People can be honest and dishonest in so many different ways. I got to the bank early the next morning, too. Harold was already there waiting for me.
Hello, darling.
Hello?
I'm so glad you're here early. There are some things I wanted to talk over with you. You know, you're quite the heroine now.
Am I?
Oh, yes. And you know, I've been thinking, perhaps I was a little too conscientious yesterday, about our marriage, I mean. I think perhaps you were right after all. We ought to tell...
Harold, about our marriage.
Yes?
There isn't going to be any marriage.
Isn't going to be any?
I found out something about a girl getting married, Harold. Marriage is something you do second.
Do second?
Yes. First, you find a right guy.
And so closes Bank Holiday, in which Roma Wines have brought you Bonita Granville as star of tonight's study in suspense.
This is Truman Bradley with a word for Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense. During the warm weather, nothing tastes quite so good as a tall, frosty Roma wine and soda. And as Elsa Maxwell recently remarked, serving Roma wine and soda is smart 1945-style hospitality. You'll find this delightful iced drink as refreshing as it is delicious. Yes, and Roma wine and soda is so easy to prepare. Half-filled tall glasses with Roma California Burgundy or Sauterne. Add iced cubes and a bit of sugar. And for a decorative touch, garnish with cherries or fruit. Here's another suggestion. For a delightful aperitif, sip delicious Roma sweet vermouth, well chilled. Zestful, full-flavored Roma vermouth, both sweet and dry, is blended and developed with all the traditional winemaking skill of Roma wineries, is made and bottled in the heart of California's famous vineyards, yet surprisingly low-priced. Try Roma vermouth soon, won't you?
Next Thursday, you will hear Norman Lloyd and Mark Humboldt as stars of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase.
Now listen, I ain't nuts, see? I'm in full possession of all my faculties. Maybe it happened and maybe it didn't. No, I don't know. But I'm giving you the story just as it was, see? Straight from the horse's mouth. First of all, let me ask you, did you ever chase a buck? Well, not the way I chased it, mister. I've been running after that greenback until it's gone to my skull. I'm beginning to hear voices. Now, everybody's got a weakness, and I got mine. I don't drink or take snuff or run after blondes. I don't shoot craps. I don't play poker. The movies don't appeal to me, and the suit on my back is all I want to own. My weakness? Horses. Not the kind you ride. I'm talking about the pari-mutual type horse. Kind who figures to win, place, or show. I know it ain't right. I know I ought to get myself a steady job and make my dough the hard way. But every time I make up my mind to settle down, somehow I end up at the track, yelling my head off for some goat that's running last. Stay out in front, baby. Come on, you bum. Win for Papa. You got it. You got it. Yeah.
Well?
Well, that's how it goes, Flossie.
Who won?
Jackson D.
And what was your horse?
Mayonnaise.
Ooh, if I had a pot of it right now, I'd push it in your face.
Oh, Flossie.
Don't off-Flossie me. I hate gambling, and I hate guys too lazy to make a decent living. Sometimes I think you'd rather go to the electric chair than work.
Oh, ain't that remark a little hasty?
I'll give you hasty. Now, you listen to me, Harry Potter. I've been engaged to you for over 3 years, and I ain't getting any younger. You either find yourself some honest work tomorrow or we're through.
You mean you want me to get a job?
Oh, even when you mention the word, you start to turn green in the face.
Well, look, I tell you what we'll do. You lend me another $2, just a double, see, and I'll make one last bet, and I can... Hey, Flossie, where you going?
As far away from you as I can get.
Oh, now, wait.
Well?
You win, baby.
You go to work?
I go to work. Tomorrow. Oh, Floss was right. She's too good a kid to lose. Ever since I met her, she's been staking me when the going got rough. Many a meal I took in her flat after losing the daily double. She don't make enough of the job to support the two of us. So I slowly followed her across the paddock and out of the track. But as we're passing the stable, something catches my eye. It's a nag with his head sticking out of the stall, and I recognize the name on the door. It's Mayonnaise, the last goat I bet on. I figured the least I could do would be to give him a piece of my mind. Just a second, Floss.
Where you going, Harry?
That's the nag I lost on just now. I'm just going to tell him what I think of him.
Oh, Harry, don't be silly. Horses don't understand English.
He'll understand my English.
Harry, come back.
You nanny goat. You three-legged cow. At a 4 back in the stretch. You couldn't take the pace, you old burning battle axe.
Harry, don't open that stable door.
They ought to send you to a glue factory.
Harry, look out. He'll kick you. Harry!
He caught me on the skull with his right hind leg, and then the roof fell in. But just before I conked, I could almost swear that nag understood me. Next thing I knew, I was laying in a hospital bed trying to listen to the voices that seemed to be coming from somewheres out in left field.
He'll be all right, Miss Hinkle.
Are you sure, Doctor?
He's out of danger now, but he needs a rest. He'll have to remain here in the hospital for at least another week.
Hospital?
Harry, he's coming out of it, Doctor.
What happened?
You were kicked by a horse.
By a horse?
You've suffered a mild concussion, Mr. Potter, but you'll be fine in a couple of days. How do you feel?
Funny.
What kind of funny, Harry?
Very funny. I hear bells.
Bells?
Maybe they're wedding bells. We're supposed to get married soon.
Oh, congratulations. Nurse, I'm going to prescribe a sedative for the patient.
Harry,
Yeah, Floss?
you scared me stiff.
I'm sorry, Floss. Right now, I just like to go to sleep. I must have slept for hours. When I woke up, it was dark. My head felt funny. I still heard the bells. But suddenly, I felt my strength coming back. Then I remembered the look on that horse's face when I started to talk. It was almost a human look, so help me. I suddenly had an irresistible impulse. I wanted to see that nag again. So I crept out of bed, slipped into my clothes, and sneaked out of the hospital without no one seeing me go. It was 3 a.m. when I reached the track, climbed a fence, crossed over to the stables. Then as I turned a corner, there was Mayonnaise again with his head out of the stall, just like before. You're a fine one, you are. Look what you done to me. This bandage on my head is your fault. Wow. Maybe I had it coming. Maybe you taught me a lesson, you skinny plug. So long, horses. Track. Daily doubles. From now on, Harry Potter is through.
I'm sorry, Harry.
What? Who's that talking to me? I could have swore I heard somebody say sorry, Harry.
I did.
No. It can't be. Not a talking horse.
Listen, Harry, we horses talk all the time. Only you two-legged dopes call it whinnying. You know, Harry, you had that kick in the noodle coming to you. You got no right to call me names. But I'm gonna make it up.
Yeah? How?
I'm gonna tell you when to bet on me and when to keep clear. I'm running tomorrow in the fourth, Harry. The favorite is fruitcake, but the bum won't win.
No?
No, I will.
What makes you so sure?
I had a talk with him this evening. He ain't up to par.
Who's that standing in the stable?
Now, you better duck, Harry. Here comes your groom. Put your shekels on me tomorrow in the fourth, kid, and bring me a bag of oats when I come through.
Who's driving that horse?
Well, I got out of the park without being caught and went back to the hospital. I sneaked in again the way I sneaked out, but when I crawled into bed, my mind was jumping like a rubber ball. I pinched myself just to make sure I wasn't dreaming, and slowly fell asleep.
Good morning, Harry. Rise and shine.
Ah, hello, Floss.
I brought you some flowers just to make your hospital room look more cheerful. You like them?
Oh, they're fine, just...
What's the matter?
Nothing.
You look a million miles away.
Come here. I got something important to say.
What is it, Harry?
How much money you got in the bank, baby?
Why?
I want you to give it to me, Floss.
What for?
I gotta make a bet.
A bet? You're laying there with a hole in your head an inch away from the grave and you still think a bet?
But this is different, Floss.
What's different about it? You ain't got a concussion, you got a disease. You got the 50-year hives to chase the horses.
I can't lose, Flossie. I tell you, this is in the bag. There's no two ways about it.
Huh. Who told you there wasn't? The horse?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
The horse told me. Mayonnaise.
You're feverish. You're sicker than I thought. Nurse! Doctor! Come quick,
No,
he's dying.
Flossie, pipe down. I was only kidding.
You were?
Sure, horses don't talk. It was just my way of cracking a joke. Forget it, Flossie. Flossie was out, and I didn't have a dime in my pockets. I had to get some dough before the fourth race that afternoon. I was desperate. But then I got an idea. Flossie left at noon. I called the nurse in, told her I didn't want no lunch. I said I felt I needed a long nap, 3 or 4 hours maybe. She slipped me a sleeping pill and said she'd make sure nobody'd come into the room. As soon as she walked out, I chucked the pill under the bed, got into my clothes, and crawled down the fire escape right outside my window. Then I headed for the nearest hawk shop and pawned my wristwatch for $9. Half an hour later, I was back at the track. I hung around the stables till the place was clear for a couple of minutes, and I sidled up to Mayonnaise's stall. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise, you hear me?
Sure, I hear you, Harry.
And it's true. It ain't a dream. You can talk.
Where's my oats?
Oh, never mind the oats. I'll buy you a truck full after I make my pile. But first, I gotta win.
How much you betting?
$6 on the nose.
$6 on a sure shot like me? What a sport.
Well, that's all I could get. I got 9 on my watch. And it cost me $2.50 to get in here, and then there was subway fare and a sandwich.
$6, huh? What's the tote board say? How am I doing?
You're a 10 to 1 shot. Fruitcake's a favorite, like you said.
That means 6 will get you 60. Okay, that ought to make you happy.
Happy? I'm just getting started. By the time I'm finished, I'll be a billionaire. If you tip me off each time you run Mayonnaise, I'll...
Jeez, the groom.
What are you doing there, mister? Customers ain't allowed near the stall.
I was just looking them over, Governor. No offense. This one looks like a winner to me. I think I'll bet him on the nose. How about that, Mayonnaise? I almost couldn't wait till the fourth race began. I never was so nervous in my life. If the nag was right, I was in the money. I'd buy myself a limousine with a chauffeur built right in. I'd have a house in the country with a swimming pool, a mink-lined bathtub.
And I'd even... are on the track.
And then it was time. I grabbed a spot near the finish line and watched them line up in the gate. My heart was in my mouth when I heard...
And it's Model T in front with Jabberwocky second, Fruitcake and Mayonnaise in that order. Fruitcake taking the lead as they make the first turn. Model T second, Jabberwocky third, and Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise moving up to third position. Fruitcake and Model T neck and neck in front. Rounding the second turn, we have Fruitcake leading. Mayonnaise moving up to second position. And they're in the stretch with Fruitcake out in front by half a length. Mayonnaise coming up to make a bid. Mayonnaise neck and neck with Fruitcake. And now it's Mayonnaise out in front by a length to
I was so dopey after it happened, I almost forgot to collect my money. A winner. After all these years, a real winner. And the best was yet to come. 2 hours later, I was back at the stables to have a heart-to-heart talk with my horse. We're in Mayonnaise. We're going to be the biggest winners in town.
Where's the oats, Harry?
I'll buy oats made of gold before we're through. Now, look, from now on, we're partners, see? I'll follow you around from track to track, and all you got to do is let me know when you're a sure winner. In 6 or 8 months, we'll both retire.
I got some bad news for you, Harry.
Huh?
I'm retiring on Saturday.
You what?
I heard my owner talking. He's running me for one more race, then he's shipping me to the farm.
But they can't do that to us. Not so soon.
I got nothing to say about it, Harry. I'm only a horse.
That's my luck.
You could still make a killing, Harry.
Yeah? How?
I told you I got one more race.
When is it?
Tomorrow. They're running me in the 6th.
How do you think you make out?
I'm a cinch to win.
You sure?
Don't be a schmo. The big money will be on Barber's itch. But the barber won't make it. My time beat his at the workout this morning, only nobody knows.
One more chance. I got one more chance to clean up, and all I got is $60.
You better dig up some moolah in a hurry, chum. And Harry, don't forget the oats.
That's when the chase really started. Because I never ran so hard after a quick bankroll like I did that night. I almost forgot about going back to the hospital. All I did for the next 8 hours was look for cash, like a bloodhound hot on a trail. Hello, Artie. This is Harry Potter. Listen, Artie, I need some dough. Can you lend me... hello, Artie? Hello? Listen, Joe, you gotta help me out. I got a cinch to win in a 6 tomorrow. Lend me 5 C's and I'll split the take. Joe, where you going, Joe? $50 is all I want. How about it, Jack? I'll sign a note in blood if you want, Herman, but don't turn me down. Don't anyone want to lend me money? Don't anyone want to take a chance? Is my credit that lousy? The answer to that one was yeah. Couldn't get a nickel. Then I thought of something. There was one guy in town who was rolling in cash and who'd grab a sure thing if he saw one. Big Ed Morgan, the smartest gambler in the East.
Well, look who's here.
Hello, Big Ed.
How's the numbers racket?
Oh, I ain't in the numbers racket, Ed.
And who are you?
Well, I used to run your bets at the track maybe 5, 6 years ago. Harry Potter, remember?
What do you want?
Well, I got a deal.
What kind of deal?
I got a sure winner in the 6 tomorrow.
So have I.
Yeah?
Barber's itch. You can have the tip for free.
But Barber's itch ain't winning, Ed.
Who says he ain't?
The syndicate.
What syndicate?
Well, it's a new outfit from Detroit. They got the 6th race in the bag tomorrow. I heard them talking.
I know every hood from here to Kansas City. There ain't a bum comes to town without my getting wind of it. And I never heard of no syndicate.
All right. I'll take my custom somewhere else.
Don't move, Shrimp. Stay nailed. I want to hear more.
Well, there's nothing left to tell you except the name of the horse. The race is fixed. All the dough goes to the barber, leaving my nag with good odds. It's on the line.
And what's the name of this dog?
I ain't saying. Will I make a deal?
What kind of deal do you want?
I want to be staked to a bet. You got nothing to lose. You get your stake back, and you'll also have your winner.
How much do you want to be staked to?
20 grand.
20 grand. That kind of dough don't come with a bingo prize.
The horse should run at 5 to 1. It's the easiest way of making hay since they invented this stuff.
All right. You're in, Potter.
You'll stake me to a 20 grand bet?
Yeah. Now, what's the horse?
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise, huh? He won today in the 4th.
Sure, and I was backing him. That was part of the deal with the syndicate.
Tomorrow, just before the 6th is run, you meet me at the rail near the finish. I'll get the bets down right now.
Okay, Big Ed, thanks a lot. You mind if I asked you how much you're going to bet?
80 grand.
Hey.
With your 20, it means I'll have 100 on the line. And if that nag don't come in, Potter, they'll be picking you up with the tweezers before the jockey gets to take his shower.
When he said it, he looked at me with them fishy eyes of his, and then I got the funny feeling that I should have stood in bed. Suppose something did go wrong. Suppose... I couldn't. Didn't Mayonnaise tell me? But still, I figured I better go back to his store once more just to double check. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise, wake up.
What's the matter?
It's Harry Potter.
Oh, you got the oats,
Oh,
Harry?
never mind the oats. Listen, I dug up 20 grand for the 6th tomorrow. Big Ed Morgan's staking me. And he's putting 80,000 down for himself. It's in the bag, ain't it?
What's in the bag?
The race, you jerk. You said you were sure to win.
Oh, well, I ain't so sure anymore, Harry.
What?
You better forget about it.
Forget about it? You're nuts? The dough is down, I tell you. If you don't come in, I'm finished.
Well, I hope everything works out okay.
What do you mean you hope? You said you were a cinch.
Yeah, that was before I saw the afternoon papers. The groom left them in my stall.
What's the papers got to do with it?
They say it's going to rain tomorrow.
Rain?
And I ain't no mother, Harry. I can't run on a wet track. It gives me chilblains.
Well, you gotta run, you hear?
Well, maybe the papers is wrong. You know how them weather forecasts are.
You don't know what you're saying. Rain or shine, you gotta win. My life depends on it now.
I don't know, Harry. Weather clear, track fast, I'll come in by 3 lengths. But once that track gets soggy... See what I mean?
Yeah. I see what you mean, all right.
But maybe the rain won't come down, Harry. Keep your fingers crossed. Good luck.
I didn't sleep a wink all that night. I just walked the streets like a zombie. Every time I heard that thunder, I lost another 2 pounds. But it didn't rain. Not yet, anyway. So far, it was what they call an electrical storm. All noise, no water. But all the next morning, the sky was cloudy. When I got to the track, it was getting darker by the minute. Just before the 6th race, I spotted Big Ed down by the rail, waiting for me. For one split second, I wanted to run. Where could I hide? Ed would follow me even if I got myself a flying saucer. So I slowly pushed my way down to the rail and hoped for the best.
It's about time you showed up, Shrimp.
Hello, Ed.
I got the dough down with 3 bookies. All we got to do now is wait until the nag comes in and collect.
Sure.
Sure what?
All we got to do is collect.
Looks like rain.
Don't say that.
This cow we got our dough on is a mudder, ain't he?
Mudder?
Wet or dry, he likes the track, right?
Right.
The horses are on the track.
There's mayonnaise. Number 2.
Looks good, don't he?
I've seen jackasses that look better. There's Barber's itch, number 7. That's a fine-looking oat burner, if you ask me.
Oh, mayonnaise got more in the ball head.
He better have. Starting to rain.
No.
Thought I felt a drop on my nose.
No, I didn't feel nothing.
I think they're almost ready now.
That's peculiar.
What's peculiar?
I just thought I heard some bells.
Bells?
A tinkling in my ears. They're gone now.
You got all your marbles, Potter?
Sure.
It's Barber's taking the lead with Mayonnaise second and Flatfoot third. Baby Me, Jump Switch, Mama's Angel, Fortify, and Significant in that order. And now it's Barber's and Mayonnaise neck and neck as they round the first turn. Baby Me, Flatfoot, and Mama's Angel. Mayonnaise taking the lead by half a length. Barber's at second. Baby Me dropping back to fourth, and Fortify coming on.
Oh, my gosh, it's raining.
By half a length. Barber's itch coming on again. Coming up now, neck and neck with Mayonnaise. Neck and neck, and it's Barber's itch. Barber's itch. Barber's itch, the winner.
Well, that's life.
So the syndicate said it was in the bag.
One thing you can never figure out, huh, Ed? Women and horses.
$100 grand. 100,000 pieces of lettuce down the drain.
I'm sorry, Big Ed.
You're going to be more than sorry.
The bells. I hear the bells again.
I'll give you bells.
I guess I was lucky at that. All he did was clip me on the skull with a billy and knock me cold. He might have finished me then and there if one of the track cops hadn't spotted us and hauled Big Ed off to the cooler while they were taking me back to guess where.
He'll be all right, Miss Hinkle.
Are you sure, Doctor?
I think he's coming out of it now.
Harry? Oh, Harry, honey, it's Mama.
Ah. Hello, Floss. Where am I?
You're back in the hospital, Mr. Potter.
With another lump on your head.
Big Ed. What happened?
He's been taken care of by the police. Now, try to relax.
I shouldn't have listened to that talking horse.
Doc, he's off again. His brains are scrambled for sure this time.
Just a moment, Miss Hinkle. What's all this about a talking horse, Mr. Potter?
Well, Doc, you asked for it. You see, it was this one. So I told him a story, every word of it from beginning to end. He just watched me as I talked without saying a word, just nodding his head from time to time. He was a great guy, that medic. He didn't laugh once or call me a liar or say I was cracked. He just listened, very serious, till I finished, then gave me his verdict.
What happened to you is not so uncommon, Harry.
No?
You had hallucinations, that was all.
Mean I imagined the whole thing?
Obviously. Now, you say you heard bells ringing every once in a while?
That's right, Doc.
You still hear them?
No, they're gone.
It's quite possible that the second blow on the head you received was an antidote for the first one.
You mean I'm cured? I'm all better?
Physically, yes, I'd say so. But there's still the psychological side. You've got to convince yourself, Mr. Potter, that the voice you heard, the horse's voice, was an hallucination.
How can I do that?
We'll go down to the stables together and prove it to your satisfaction.
You mean now, Doctor?
Tomorrow morning.
The next day, the doc drove Flossie and me to the track. We walked over to Mayonnaise's store. For a second, I got scared when I saw him and felt a little woozy. But then the doc patted my shoulder and it was okay again.
Is this the horse, Mr. Potter?
Yeah, that's him. That's Mayonnaise, Doc.
All right. Talk to him.
What?
Talk to him. See if he'll answer you.
Hello, Mayonnaise. You remember me, Mayonnaise? I'm Harry Potter.
Say something else.
You let me down, Mayonnaise. Then you said you couldn't run in the mud. Or did you say it?
All that horse can do is whinny, Harry, and he's not so good at that either.
Are you convinced now, Mr. Potter?
Sure. Sure, I'm convinced. This horse can't talk. No horse can talk. I'm cured.
Now, there's another cure I'd like you to take, Mr. Potter. The gambling cure. You've got a fine girl here in Miss Hinkle, and I wouldn't want to lose her if I were you.
Don't worry about that, Doc. I'm finished with the races.
Do you mean it, Harry?
Word of honor. I'll never bet another nickel as long as I live. I'm getting myself a steady job, Floss, like normal guys, and we'll settle down and raise a family, huh?
With no horse players?
No horse players.
Oh, Harry, I'm so proud of you.
And how about you show it with a little kiss? Flossie leaned over and kissed me and took my hand. We started to follow the doctor back to his car. But you know something? I must have had just a little bit of a hangover left from that sock on a noodle I got. Because just as we were leaving, I swear I heard a voice behind me saying,
Harry, where's the oats?
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. Heard in the cast were Kermit Murdoch, Ann Thomas, John McGovern, and Charles Penman. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Way. Fred Collins speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, this program concludes the present series of The Chase. Next week at the same time, over many of these same stations, we invite you to join us for the NBC summer concerts featuring the NBC Symphony.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. We are about to bring you a tale of magic. What a word, magic. What do we mean by magic? What are we thinking when we say something is magical? Why, only that we do not understand how it came to be, or even what it is that came to be, or, for that matter, if it ever really did come to be. Our mystery drama, The Walls of Jericho, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Robert Dryden. Anything can have magic. A name, a poem, a face, a touch, a phrase of music, a sudden silent thought that brushes across the mind. But it won't be captured. No, not magic. For magic merely happens. Watch out. Ready or not, here it comes.
It's cold in here, don't you think, Cudworth? Brindle's gone to fetch another log. We'd best hurry, or the fire will have burnt itself out completely. That's asking a bit much, isn't it? For Drindle to hurry? I suppose one shouldn't ask too much. Ah, poor old Drindle. How old is he now? What will be your guess, Ashley? I wouldn't hazard one. He's been steward at the club since before I became a member. Ah, here he comes. I don't like to see him carrying a log that size. Oh, Drindle.
You wanted something, Mr. Ashley?
Half an hour ago, Drindle, I asked for a brandy and soda.
But you have your brandy, Mr. Ashley.
Ah, but have I my soda?
Haven't you? Oh, you haven't. I'll get it for you right away, sir. Right away.
Possess your soul in patience, Ashley. The club should really start to think of retiring him, wouldn't you say? Start to think? That's all we ever do. We never actually get on with the thinking, do we?
Oh, hello. Everybody, have you seen this?
Who's making that racket? Higgins just came in. Oh, him.
Have you seen it? Have you?
Seen what, Higgins?
Well, I just took it off the bulletin board, Winthrop. Now, you're president of the club. You should be the first. Read it aloud.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of January 12th, the devil will come down the chimney of the fireplace in the members' lounge. Let's see that.
I just this minute took it off the bulletin board.
Now, who's playing jokes around here? Now, who wrote this? Did anyone here put this notice up on the bulletin board? Now, let me see it, Winthrop. At 4 o'clock on the afternoon of January 12th, the devil will come down the chimney of the fireplace in the members' lounge. What the?
that fireplace right there.
How very interesting. It's not interesting at all. Just a feeble attempt to be funny.
Well, it wasn't on the bulletin board this morning.
Well, it wasn't there an hour ago when I came in from dinner. Now, was it, Cudworth? Well, I certainly didn't see it. Well, somebody put it there.
The devil could have put it there.
Oh, rubbish.
Well, he might have. He's very ingenious, I've heard.
Now, let's not let ourselves be carried away, Higgins.
Mr. Ashley, sir?
What is it?
Your soda, sir.
Well, set it down. Drindle, have you seen this?
What is it, sir?
Mr. Higgins found it pinned to the bulletin board. Here, read it.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, January 12th, the devil will chimney the fireplace in the members' lounge. What does it mean?
It means that the devil will come down that chimney at 4 o'clock on January 12th. That's what it means.
Oh, surely not, Mr. Higgins.
Definitely not.
It's a joke, isn't it?
Of course it is. But, on the other hand... really, Cudworth, you and your other hand. Let's mark it down as a joke till we know better. At least until then.
Anyway, until the afternoon of January 12th at 4 o'clock.
Fools, half-wits.
Come to the table.
Boobies, every one of them.
Now, your oatmeal will get cold.
Those clods.
Don't blame me if it's spoiled.
I bamboozled them like the bunch of noodles they are.
Anytime you'd care to state what you're talking about, I'm all ears, as the saying goes. Meantime, come sit down.
Esteemed high and mighty members of the Ralph Waldo Emerson Gentlemen's Club, from the president, the exalted Mr. Amos Winthrop on down.
Oh, them.
Imbeciles.
Now, you didn't go making trouble, did you?
That remains to be seen.
Because they're just waiting for an excuse to give you the sack. You're not so young anymore.
I know that, Martha.
And not always strictly teetotal on the job, I suspect.
I'm never drunk. Well, a man needs to be a little elevated to spend 10 hours a day with those Back Bay snobs, but I flim-flammed them.
Now, look here, Timothy Drindle. Don't you go doing anything to raise the hackles on those gentlemen.
Nincompoops.
Because if they should give you the old heave-ho, you know where you'd wind up, don't you? Right here at home with me, and I won't have that.
They're not about to fire me, not right away. As a matter of fact, it's I who may have lighted a small fire under them. And they should be starting to feel the heat of it soon now. Very soon.
Timothy, what have you done?
Oh, nothing very much. I only posted a notice on the bulletin board, that's all.
What kind of a notice?
A modest little notice stating that on January 12th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the devil would descend the chimney of the fireplace in the members' lounge.
You said the devil?
You should have seen the excitement, especially Mr. Higgins. Oh, he's such an emotional little man.
You invoked the name of the devil?
No, I did no such thing.
You summoned up the devil?
No, I played a joke on those superior snobs who've been taking me for a joke all these years. That's all I did.
Oh, once you summon up the devil, Timothy, it's not so easy to send him back where he came from.
Will you stop it, Martha? I only want to make them worry. Those fine gentlemen who've never had a care in the world since the day they were born.
Worry? How? About what?
Worry. Will he come down the chimney? Oh, they'll worry from now to the 12th of January, and I'll be there 10 hours a day to watch them worry.
And if his satanic majesty does come down the chimney, what then?
Oh, he won't. He won't. I wrote the notice myself, and old Beelzebub didn't dictate it either, if that's what you're thinking.
No, I'm thinking you've started something, Timothy, that he won't be able to stop.
Your coffee, Mr. Winthrop?
Oh, thank you, Drindle. That's quite a fire you've got going there.
I always try to keep up a good, smart blaze, sir.
Nothing special about this particular fire, Drindle?
No, sir.
It's January 12th, Drindle. And precisely 3 minutes before 4 in the afternoon.
Is it indeed, sir?
Oh, come off it, Drindle. Surely you're not indifferent to the heralded appearance of the Prince of Darkness down the chimney?
Well, it's really no concern of mine, Mr. Winthrop.
No, the membership doesn't share your aplomb, Drindle. Lounges filled to overflowing.
So it is, sir, and I'd best stir myself. Other gentlemen will be wanting coffee.
Bring me a brandy, Drindle, if you have the time.
All the time in the world, Mr. Higgins.
Old Drindle's the only cool character in the room. Even Ashley, who thinks this whole thing's nonsense. Ashley doesn't even believe the devil exists, for goodness sakes. Well, he's still been sitting on that little hassock by the fireplace since noon. I tried to get him to lunch with me, but he wouldn't budge.
Oh, suspects a trick, no doubt.
What do you?
Well, it is possible, I suppose.
But who'd want to play a trick like that? I mean, even if someone wanted to, how'd he go about it? Now suppose something, or someone, descends that chimney at 4 o'clock, as I am firmly persuaded he will. Who or what could do that? There's a great roaring fire going.
Drindle saw to that.
Well, suppose someone with a perverse sense of humor should toss a dummy down the chimney. We'd find it afterward.
Well, none of it was reduced to ashes.
But something would remain. It couldn't all burn up. Am I right?
Well, ask Cudworth. He's the brainy one. Gentlemen, All prepared for the big moment? Hello, Cudworth.
Only the devil himself could survive a trip down that chimney. Am I right, Cudworth?
I'd say so, yes.
Oh, it's nearly time.
Nervous? Well, I don't know what to think. I mean, I don't know what to expect.
The whole thing is nerve-wracking. Positively devastating.
It's time.
What's that? It's him. It's him. The devil himself. He's there. See him? There he is.
There is certainly something there. Someone.
Oh, it's the devil. It's old Harry, the devil.
Is it really the fiend?
Look at him, standing in the flames. He's laughing.
Is he really laughing?
Oh, that old serpent. Look at him.
He's gone.
No, he's not. He's still there, in the flames. Laughing in the flames. He's... Now he's gone.
Well, that was quite an experience. Yes, it was.
Oh, 'twas the most wonderful thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. Oh, really extraordinary.
Well, now, are you all satisfied?
What do you mean by that, Ashley?
His Satanic Majesty failed to put in an appearance.
Of course he put in an appearance.
You didn't see him? Now, don't tell me you did.
Of course we did. He was all in black, head to foot.
No, he was dressed in red. Black and red, I thought. Well, he had red hair.
You couldn't see his hair. He wore a cap.
I saw his hair. It was sort of waving in the flames, a draft or something, but it never caught on fire. I distinctly remember noticing that.
He wore a cap. You couldn't see his hair, and his mustache was black.
No cap.
A cap and a big black cape. He kept his cape around him all the time he was standing there.
Yes, but the cape was red, a very bright red. Now listen to yourselves. Listen, will you? You all saw him. You all say you did. But each of you saw something different. Huh? Red cape, black and red cape. Why, it's ludicrous.
It is not ludicrous at all. We were all overexcited, all worked up over this thing, and maybe our accuracy, our powers of observation were impaired. That's possible. Except I know he wore a big black cape.
Beg pardon, Mr. Higgins?
Yeah, don't bother me now, Drindle.
Your brandy, sir.
Drindle, settle this argument for us, will you? What was the devil wearing?
The devil, sir?
What was he wearing when he came down the chimney?
I wouldn't know, sir. I was not in the lounge. I was fetching Mr. Higgins' brandy. Did the devil make an appearance, sir?
How then was the devil dressed? Oh, he was in his Sunday best. His coat was red and his breeches blue. And there was a hole where his tail came through. Those charming lines were written by Mr. Robert Southey at the turn of the century. But not our century. No, 100 years before. Clearly, the devil had time to acquire a new suit of clothes. We'll be back shortly with Act Two. Did the devil indeed descend the chimney of the Ralph Waldo Emerson Club in the afternoon of January 12th and stand laughing in the flames? There isn't complete agreement among the club members even now, more than a month later.
Cudworth, I have to talk to you.
Sit down, Winthrop.
Have you seen it?
I've seen it.
It wouldn't do any good to take it down from the bulletin board, I suppose.
Well, half the membership's already seen it and told the other half.
Lightning strikes again. I never dreamed it would, did you?
Well, it's a slightly different bolt of lightning this time. Not the devil. The White Goddess, I believe the notice said.
I copied it down. On February 8th, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the White Goddess will run naked through the members' lounge.
Naked, eh?
Cudworth, just who is the White Goddess?
Daughter of Astarte, I believe.
And, just who is Astarte? sorry not to be up on these things, but it's not really in my area of concern.
I believe Astarte is the goddess of fertility and sexual love.
You don't say. That would account for her being naked, wouldn't it? Cudworth, do we still believe in such things? Goddesses of sexual love?
Why shouldn't there be such a goddess? And why shouldn't she have a daughter? And why shouldn't the daughter be called the White Goddess?
You don't believe she'll run naked across the members' lounge, do you?
I didn't believe the devil would come down the chimney.
But you did see him, didn't you?
Yeah? Or something that looked very like him. Assuming, of course, I know what the devil looks like.
Cudworth, I saw his horns.
Did you indeed?
Have you seen it? Have you seen the notice?
Yes, we've seen it.
Do you know that members are pouring in from all over the country?
Oh, no.
Members that haven't been inside the club in 20 years. We can't even begin to put them up. Half of them are stopping at hotels.
Oh, heaven help us.
Oh, cheer up, Winthrop. There's a chance the White Goddess won't show.
I don't know, Cudworth. I have a sinking feeling that she will.
There isn't an empty hotel room in the whole of Boston.
Why are you doing this, Timothy? What are you getting out of it?
I'm getting something off my own back, that's what.
I'll never understand you.
You haven't up to now, that's for sure.
Playing jokes on people at your age.
It's no joke.
Well, I don't know what else you could call it.
It's a plot. A plot to make them squirm, those fine gentlemen with their fancy ways. Why should they go through their entire lives without knowing a moment's uncertainty or a pang of anxiety? They're always so damn sure of themselves. Well, they're not sure any longer. They're divided amongst themselves already on the subject of the devil. I hear them jawing away about it in the lounge. Was he there or wasn't he? What did he look like? What did he wear? Mr. Higgins says red. Mr. Winthrop says red and black. Mr. Cudworth says nothing at all, just looks wise. And Mr. Ashley says the devil never came down the chimney at all, so they're every last one of them crazy. I tell you, their chatter and their argument was driving me right up the wall. But I put a stop to it, all right.
And just how did you manage to do that?
By putting up the notice about the White Goddess. That's how. Now they're all talking about her.
And when is this White Goddess making her debut?
6 o'clock tonight.
And is she coming down the chimney?
No. No, as the notice says, on February 8th at 6 o'clock in the evening, the White Goddess will run naked through the members' lounge.
Where will she come from?
How should I know? I only wrote the notice. But I think it would be nice if she came in through the main door and went out through a window. That would be rather nice.
The room is filling up.
It's amazing.
Oh, I don't know. It isn't often, if ever, any of us gets to see the White Goddess run naked across the lounge.
You think they really believe?
Well, who knows what they believe.
Cudworth, do you believe?
I'm here, as you see.
I suppose that's the only possible answer.
Well, it's the only one you're going to get. Do you believe, Winthrop?
Like you, I'm here.
What's the time? Time. Cudworth, you always have the right time.
Mr. Higgins, the clock on the mantel is exactly right.
2 minutes to 6. Mind if I sit down?
We've been saving this chair for you, Higgins.
Oh, that's nice of you. Well, the lounge is pretty well filled up, isn't it?
Bursting at the seams.
Oh, I've been studying all about the White Goddess.
Daughter of Astarte, who in turn is the goddess of fertility and sexual love.
Oh, you knew that.
Cudworth told me.
Cudworth, you really do know everything.
On the contrary, I know very little.
Well, you've always seemed to me to know everything.
That's because you know less.
Well, mind if I join you?
Well, there's no place to sit, Ashley.
Oh, what a pity. Well, you could sit on the floor. Now, how would I look sitting on the floor when the white goddess comes running across the lounge? No, I think I shall join old Drindle over by the window. Perhaps he'll fetch me a brandy.
No, you haven't time. It's nearly 6.
Oh, you mean I might miss her goddess-ship? Oh, my, that would never do.
Oh, jeez. That ass doesn't believe she'll appear.
Well, why did he bother to come here at all?
Because if he doesn't believe, neither does he disbelieve.
Just look at him, laughing and joking with Drindle.
Well, that's probably the first time he's ever spoken to Drindle, except to give him an order.
You could say that about most of us, myself included.
Well, Drindle's getting old.
Poor old Drindle.
It's time. The time has come. Look at her. Look at her. She's beautiful.
Sublime.
Oh, white goddess. Oh, heavenly thing.
I never thought I should live to see anything so beautiful. The most exquisite thing I ever saw. Or ever shall see.
Where did she go? She was here such a little time. She disappeared through the window.
The wall, I think.
No, through the window. The one back of where Ashley's standing with Drindle. I saw Ashley turn and look out the window just as she vanished.
You don't think it's possible he saw her too?
Oh, no. Not Ashley.
Well, Ashley?
What?
If you could stop staring at the stars, I'd like to ask you something.
Magnificent.
Yes, the stars are magnificent, but I have something else in my mind.
Well, what's troubling you, Cudworth?
Why, nothing very much, Ashley. Is something troubling you?
The way she disappeared. Simply melted into the astral light.
Who melted into the astral light, Ashley?
Why, the white goddess. Well, don't tell me you didn't see her.
Oh, yes. I saw her.
Radiant in all her nakedness. Glowing like mother of pearl. Her long hair flying out behind her. Oh, but then, you saw her.
Yes.
Now, the others, did they see her?
Oh, yes.
Of course. Oh, everyone must have seen her. Now, Drindle.
Yes, sir?
You saw her.
No, Mr. Ashley.
Oh, come now, Drindle. Of course you saw her. We were standing here together, side by side.
I didn't see anything, Mr. Ashley.
Now, don't tell me you didn't see anything, you old liar.
But I was busy with something.
You were not busy with something. We were standing here talking, and the clock struck 6, and the door opened, and she came in. And she ran. Her feet hardly touched the floor. Ran across the lounge to this window, this one right here. Why, her shoulder brushed mine. I felt it. My left shoulder. Now, don't tell me you didn't see her, or I'll break your back.
Now, don't excite yourself, Ashley.
The most beautiful spectacle it's ever been the good fortune of any of us to witness, and this numbskull Drindle stands there and tells me he didn't see it. He was busy with something. Oh, I won't stand for it. You listen to me, you fool. It's blasphemy. Unadulterated blasphemy for you to deny that you saw what I saw. What we all saw. Now, say it. Say you saw the white goddess run across this lounge, didn't you? Didn't you? You say it or I'll choke the life out of you.
Ashley, this is going too far.
He saw her. I know he saw her.
Now, Mr. Ashley, please, you're choking me.
He saw it. He's going to admit it.
Ashley!
Oh, why couldn't you stay out of this, Cudworth?
Now, you might have killed him. Are you all right, Drindle?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, Ashley, go into the bar and buy yourself a drink. You need it.
Yes, I need it. I need it, all right.
You're sure you're all right, Drindle?
Yes, quite. Quite sure, Mr. Cudworth.
Oh, by the way, Drindle, did you see the white goddess or didn't you? You don't need to be afraid to tell me. Either way.
I didn't see anything, Mr. Cudworth. You see, I was busy with something, and No, I didn't see anything at all.
Well, I think I must be getting on home.
Yes, it's been quite an evening, hasn't it? Quite an evening.
A never-to-be-forgotten evening.
Beautifully put, Ambrose. Well, come along. I'll drop you off.
Thank you. So long, everyone.
Night all. Wait up, Ashley.
Yes, I'll wait for you.
Well, Cudworth, a never to be forgotten evening. Well, at any rate, one I'll never forget. I fancy none of us will ever forget. You leaving now? No. I'm going to stay until the room's cleared. It's about cleared now. Nobody much left? I want to speak to old Drindle. He doesn't look too happy. That was quite a going over Ashley gave him, wasn't it? Looked that way. Ashley can be a rough man. Can't he, though? Well, I'm off for home. Night, Winthrop. Night, Cudworth. A never to be forgotten night. Oh, Drindle.
Yes, Mr. Winthrop.
May I speak to you for a minute?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Winthrop, of course.
You all right?
Perfectly all right.
I couldn't help noticing you and Mr. Ashley seem to be having an altercation of some sort.
Mr. Ashley was angry, sir, because I wouldn't say I saw the white goddess.
And why wouldn't you say you saw the white goddess?
Because I didn't see her.
But we all saw her, Drindle. Even Mr. Ashley saw her.
She wasn't there.
Oh, my dear man, she was there. She ran across the lounge all naked, just as the notice said she would. Now, why do you persist in denying it?
Because I wrote the notice.
Oh, now, Drindle.
And I wrote the other one, too, about the devil coming down the chimney. I wrote them both, and I made them up out of my head.
Why are you lying to me, Drindle?
I'm not lying, sir.
But of course you're lying. I don't know why you're lying. Perhaps to make yourself important in our eyes.
I am not lying.
But we all saw her, Drindle. It was the most exquisite moment of our lives. We saw her. Therefore, you're lying.
All minds are little. In this great universe of ours, man is a mere insect as compared with the boundless world about him, as measured by the intelligence capable of grasping the whole of truth and knowledge. Yes, Virginia, there is a white goddess. We'll be back shortly with Act 3. Have you read your Shakespeare lately? If you have, you'll remember Hamlet's observation to his friend. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. If you haven't read your Shakespeare, now for the third act of The Walls of Jericho.
Come eat your breakfast, Timothy. It's on the table.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. They're trying to ruin me.
Oh, he's off again.
I never even turned around when I heard them whispering behind my back. Drindle's getting on. Poor Drindle. Drindle's had a drop too much.
That part's true, all right.
But when they called me a liar, and to my face, I don't have to take that.
Who called you a liar?
Mr. Amos Winthrop, the president of the club. The highest mucky-muck of all the high mucky-mucks, that's who.
Well, what kind of a lie did you tell him?
No lie. I told him no lie. I told him the God's own truth. That I had written those notices and put them up on the bulletin board. The one about the devil coming down the chimney and the one about the white goddess running naked across the lounge as well.
Why wouldn't he believe you?
Because he's a fool. The biggest fool in a pack of fools.
I said, why wouldn't he believe you?
He says he saw the devil, saw him come down the chimney and stand in the flames, and that most of the others saw him too. All but Mr. Ashley and a few other disbelievers.
Oh, you should never have invoked the devil. I told you that at the time.
But even Mr. Ashley is saying that he saw the white goddess run across the lounge. Radiant in her nakedness, he says, glowing like mother of pearl. Imagine Mr. Ashley talking like that. He says she brushed up against him, against his shoulder, and then went out through the window and melted into the astral light. Mr. Ashley, of all people.
Maybe it happened.
How could it have happened when I made it all up?
Well, come eat your breakfast.
No, well, I can't. I'm too upset.
You're more upset than they are. Those fine gentlemen you were going to teach a lesson.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll fix them. I'll put up another notice.
Oh, now, Timothy, don't start up again.
Only this time I'll make it so crazy, so outlandish, they'll see that it's only a joke. They won't be able to help themselves. Now, let's see. Where's a pen? And a piece of paper. Now, what shall I... I need to get them excited, all worked up, waiting for something, and then to let down when it doesn't happen. That's what I'm after. Yes, I've got it. On March the 2nd at 5 o'clock... You see, they'll all be having drinks in the lounge about that time. At 5 o'clock, a leopard will enter... No, not a leopard. A tiger will enter the members' lounge. How's that?
As long as you don't make it the devil.
No, better yet. 3 tigers will enter the members' lounge. No, I don't like enter. It's too sedate sounding, too tame. We'll come through the windows. No, we'll crash through the windows. Yes, that's good. Crash through the windows of the members' lounge. There. That should put Mr. Winthrop in his place.
Somehow, Timothy, I don't think you were born to put Mr. Winthrop in his place.
That's where you're wrong, Martha. It's precisely what I was born for, and this'll do it. Wait a minute. I thought of something else.
What now?
Listen to this. On March the 2nd at 5 o'clock, 3 tigers will crash through the windows of the members' lounge, one of them carrying a chicken in his mouth.
Oh.
Yeah. How's that, Martha? Huh? How's that? Oh, that's perfect.
Drindle.
Mr. Winthrop? Yes, sir.
Stir up that fire, will you?
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
Would you like another log, sir?
No, that'll do it, I think. Weather's letting up a bit.
Yes, it seems to be. You're in the club a bit early today, sir.
Yes, a bit. Why, yes, it's only a little after 4.
Are you waiting for the tigers, sir?
How's that?
I just thought perhaps you might have wanted to be the first one on hand when the tigers crash through, that's all.
You're being impertinent, Drindle. That's very unlike you, Drindle.
Is it, sir?
Same as you're lying. It was unlike you to lie to me.
Yeah, I suppose it was.
You know it was. Now, you're not going to tell me the latest notice on the bulletin board was also your invention, are you?
I'm not going to tell you anything, Mr. Winthrop.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I'm sure you'll agree that it's not my place to tell you anything.
I most certainly and emphatically do agree.
I thought you would.
Not that I'm certain that the 3 tigers will crash through the windows. No, I'm not certain at all. It's absurd on the face of it, isn't it?
Most absurd.
3 tigers. Well, now.
Perfectly ridiculous.
And one with a chicken in his mouth.
It's laughable.
Well, don't laugh, because it just may happen, precisely as the notice predicts. We simply do not know.
I promise not to laugh.
Nervous, Cudworth?
A few flutters. It's the uncertainty, of course.
I've been here since 4 o'clock. Can you imagine that?
I had a hard time staying away myself.
I had a few sharp words earlier with Drindle. Sorry to say. The old man's getting very independent, very opinionated.
Where is he? He's usually around taking drink orders by now.
He's standing over there by the main door looking very superior. We really have to retire that fellow, Cudworth.
Winthrop, Cutworth, do you realize people are standing outside on the sidewalk? This isn't a club matter anymore. It's spread all over the city.
Oh, I can't say I care for that.
It looks like hundreds of people. I tried to get Ashley to be with us for the great event, but he insists on his post by the window.
Ashley by the window, old Drindle by the main door. Well, we're well covered.
We should be quiet. It's time.
I don't think our conversation will either deter or encourage the tigers.
Yes, but all the same, you quiet.
Here they come!
Oh, look there! Lord save us! There they are! Tigers! 3 of them! 3 tigers! And one has a chicken in his mouth. They're making for the door.
Out of the way, Drindle! Out of the way!
Drindle! Out! He doesn't see them! Cudworth, did they... Is he...
Don't look, Winthrop. Better not look.
Is Drindle... Did the tigers get him?
I don't know. Well, here's Ashley. Maybe he knows something. Ashley, what happened?
Oh, Drindle's dead.
Oh, no.
How did it happen?
Heart attack, apparently. Not the tigers. There isn't a scratch on him. They simply jumped over him, knocked down the big door, and disappeared.
Old Drindle never believed in the tigers.
Oh, is it conceivable he didn't see them?
Oh, he saw them all right.
Well, how can you be sure?
Well, don't you remember, just before the tigers reached the door, he called for help.
He saw them. He called for help. And he died.
Of fright, do you think?
Can you think of anything more frightening than the sight of something you never believed in coming to get you?
Let's step in here for a few minutes, gentlemen. We won't be disturbing you, Katie, if we use part of the lounge, will we?
What happened in here, Mr. Winthrop? Who upset all the furniture?
A little fracas, Katie, with some unexpected visitors. Let's set our drinks down here. Pull up chairs, everybody. There's a few that weren't overturned.
Well, we'll have a new steward tomorrow. They're promoting someone from the dining room.
You'll never hold a candle to Drindle, no matter who he is.
Drindle was a good man.
If you gentlemen are going to be using this room, I can clear out and come back later.
Now, you go right ahead with your cleaning, Katie, if you don't mind sweeping around us.
That's all right with me. There certainly isn't that.
Gentlemen, I asked you to meet with me here because I have a confession to make. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but, well, I didn't. But now I must. After the incident of the White Goddess, gentlemen, Brindle told me that he himself had posted those notices on the bulletin board.
Brindle? The one about the devil?
And the White Goddess, that one too? I didn't believe him. After all, we saw the devil, most of us, and we all saw the White Goddess. And to believe Drindle would be to admit that he had the power to summon them up.
What about the 3 tigers?
One with a chicken in his mouth?
We saw them, too. And in all probability, so did Drindle. And the sight killed him.
Is it possible that a man like Drindle had the power to invoke such things?
Well, I must now concede that he did.
There I must take issue with you, Winthrop. Drindle only put up the notices. The power lay within us, the membership.
I, for one, claim no such power.
You, for one, have no such power, Ashley. Nor have I. Nor has Winthrop or Higgins or any member of the club separately or consciously. But unconsciously and collectively, the power is ours.
Together and without knowing it, we can do such astounding things.
Together and without knowing it, we are constantly doing astounding things, are we not? And always have. both for good and for evil. I call your attention to the biblical story of the Battle of Jericho. We all know that stone walls cannot be shattered by a band of men marching round them, a final blast of trumpets, and a great shout. We know that. And yet it happened. The walls of Jericho fell.
Why did they?
Consider the circumstances. The Israelites outside the fortress city, the eagerness, the expectancy, and above all, the desire and the belief. Consider the steady tramp of marching feet. Consider the narrowed concentration of the marchers. No man divided in his mind, and no mind divided from the mind of any other man. Consider the psychic pressure created by such a congregation.
Mass hallucination?
It was no hallucination that Jericho fell to Joshua. No. I should call it mass projection.
And that's what happened here? To us?
We, all of us, acting in concert, projected these apparitions by the sheer force of our unconscious minds.
Then we weren't wrong. We really saw them. The devil, the white goddess.
The 3 tigers?
One with a chicken in his mouth.
We really saw them, even as the walls of Jericho really fell.
Beg your pardon, sir.
What is it, Katie?
Oh, look what I swept up over by the main door, sir. If I'm not mistaken, they're chicken feathers. What's been going on here, sir?
And so ends our tale of magic. A magician performs his tricks. We are delighted and applaud because we cannot comprehend how he did them. But what if the magician himself cannot comprehend? I'll be back shortly. Seek to know the truth, for the truth shall make you free. I believe that, but it's a long search and a weary one. And let's be glad that a lot of mystery remains. And there's a little magic here and there along the way. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Mary Jane Higby, Ian Martin, Ralph Bell, Guy Sorrell, and Sidney Walker. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Sound of better music. This is KIXI, dial 91 AM or 96 FM, Seattle.
CBS News. The kidnappings of a publisher's daughter and a newspaper's editor have turned out to be poles apart politically, as well as at opposite ends of the country. I'm Steve Young reporting on the CBS radio network. Finally, Thursday night, more than a day after Reg Murphy was kidnapped, the Atlanta Constitution received a tape made by him. How it got from Murphy's kidnappers to the paper still is not clear. He voiced their name, the American Revolutionary Armies, their ransom demand, $700,000, and their complaint. The news media is too leftist. The newspaper says it will pay the ransom. The ARA also is calling for the resignation of all federally elected officials, promising to, quote, return the American government to the American people. Murphy's release is not conditioned, though, upon those terms being met. About the only thing the right-wing ARA has in common with the left-wing Symbionese Liberation Army, which kidnapped Patricia Hearst, is that few, if any, non-members heard of either group before they made their moves. One excerpt from the Murphy tape indicates timing of the kidnappings was to be coordinated, but nothing else.
I have been asked to tell you that my abduction was planned at the same time that the Symbionese Liberation Army abducted Miss Hearst, and that there were circumstances which made it difficult to do that at that time. I think I would just say, and it's fair, that the two groups don't work in concert at all. They don't share, if I understand it, the same goals and don't work in the same way.
The voice of Reg Murphy, kidnapped some 29 hours ago. The latest on the Hearst kidnapping in a minute.
Sophia Loren, as beautiful as erotic dreams, great cook, great crook, cheat you at cards anytime. The writer, believe it or not, is the actor Richard Burton. His beautifully written tribute to Sophia, another leading lady in his life, appears exclusively in the current issue of Ladies' Home Journal. Richard writes that Sophia is treated like a queen. She should be. She is one, observes Burton, who says Sophia tends to correct his spoken English and his acting. I always obey, writes Richard. She's always right. Sophia Loren by Richard Burton in the Journal. Also in this issue, a preview of a startlingly candid new book about Joan, the tormented Kennedy. Martha Mitchell's life today with a first-time ever photo tour of her lonely New York dream house. Also in the Journal, how much do Jackie's clothes really cost? Sylvia Porter's tax tips, and Mia Farrow models Great Gatsby fashions. All in the new Ladies' Home Journal, The Priceless Environment, on newsstands now.
In San Francisco, food distribution to the poor is to begin in the morning at 4 pickup points. But the Symbionese Liberation Army, which kidnapped Randolph Hearst's daughter Patricia 2.5 weeks ago, says the $2 million program agreed to by Hearst isn't enough. It wants $4 million more. There are mixed opinions as to the feasibility of meeting that $6 million demand. The administrator of the Hearst plan said he's confident food donations will top the demand. But the purchasing agent says that as the result of the tight food market and transportation problems, he's scraping the bottom of the barrel just to get enough food for the initial $2 million program. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger has told Latin American foreign ministers meeting in Mexico City that top-level negotiations on a new Panama Canal treaty will start in May in Washington. That, according to a U.S. official, who also said Kissinger has indicated Washington's willingness to work out interim offshore fishing rights with Latin American nations which claim sovereignty to 200 miles. This country only claims and recognizes 12-mile rights. Pennsylvania service station owners are threatening to shut down at 6 p.m. Friday to protest the federal gasoline allocation plan. Federal Energy Chief William Simon met with 7 governors in Washington Thursday. Later, one of the governors, Daniel Evans of Washington State, said Simon was considering whether to allow higher prices and preferential treatment for regular customers, a decision expected soon. Iran says it's ready to deposit $1 billion with the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund to help poor nations hurt by rising oil prices. Iran would get commercial interest rates on the money, which would be used to make long-term low-interest loans. The Egyptian newspaper Al-Ahram says censorship on foreign newsmen has been lifted for all subjects except military stories. I'm Steve Young, CBS News.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are staggering across the blazing Sahara, your body charred by the sun, while somewhere ahead of you, lying in wait for you, is a tribe of natives ready to either make you their king or kill you.
Listen now as Escape brings you Les Crutchfield's exciting story, Diary of a Madman.
From Berlino's History of the Second World War, Volume 2, page 98. During the month of November 1942, the disintegrating German forces in North Africa, with the British Eighth Army doggedly at their heels, moved wearily westward. Morale was low and desertions frequent. But the soldiers of the Third Reich, who singly or in small groups struck southward into the terrible vastness of the Sahara, soon found the blazing days and the freezing nights and the dry and lonely cruelty of the desert far more formidable than any mortal foe. The fate of most is unknown, for few of them were ever heard of again.
North Africa, November 24th, 1942. Today, I begin my diary. The diary of Unteroffizier Hans Brock, German 15th Armored Division. Entry number 1. 9 p.m. A light wind is throwing a haze of dust and fine sand over the bivouac area, and visibility is poor. A perfect night for it. They are waiting for me now, out at the last outpost on our southern flank. I picked them myself. 10 men who fear neither God nor devil. Desperate men who stand ready to gamble with death for a chance at an empire. Karl? Geppo?
Where is it?
Hans? Where are you?
Over here. Flash the light, Manny. Here, Hans.
Yeah, I see it. Turn it off now. Are we all here?
Yeah.
No one missing?
We are all here, Hans.
Well, then let us not waste time. There's a lot to be done before morning. All right, you men. All of you know the general plan, and all of you have agreed to it. What remains now are the details and the final decision.
But the details first, Hans. What equipment? Supplies? Arms?
Our transportation you saw in the flashlight, a D7 half-track with sand tires, overhauled this morning in excellent condition.
Good choice. It's light and fast.
I have 450 liters of gasoline, 200 liters of water. More than sufficient. We'll reach Tel Amil Oasis in less than 3 days.
With luck?
No, it's a matter of planning, Carl, not luck. As for food, there is plenty. Ammunition? 3,000 rounds for the Schmeissers, 2,000 for your sidearms.
But the gasoline, Hans, is not enough. It's 1,500 miles to the Niger.
Roughly, yeah. The fuel will take us 1,000 miles.
And after that, we walk.
Exactly. But by then, there will be no danger of pursuit and no Arabs. The oases are close together, and there's plenty of wild game. And the price is more than worth the hardship.
Empire of the Niger. 500,000 native subjects, slaves, taking their orders from us.
Yeah, that's it, Geppo. 500,000 of them. Hating the French, ready to revolt. Ours for the asking. The Empire of the Niger, with every one of us a king. The alternative. Retreat. Day after day. With the British behind us and the Americans ahead. And no reinforcements now or ever. Back there is the camp and retreat. South of us, beyond the desert, is an empire. Our empire. 4 p.m., November 25th. The heat is terrific. We are lying in the hollow between 2 sand dunes, with a camouflage net covering the truck. Until we are farther south, we dare travel only at night. 4 German scout planes have passed over during the day. The Luftwaffe has orders to strafe any deserters sighted. But fortunately, the breeze continues, and our tracks are covered by drifting sand. Morale of the men is good. Prospects, excellent. Just now, they are making ready for the night's run.
I loaded, Hans. Ready when you are.
Right with you, Carl.
Think we'll reach the Tel Amil Oasis before morning?
Yeah, unless we run into too much drifting
Look,
sand.
the plane! There are two of them! Belly off the ground!
Pick them up! Quick!
They're bound to have seen us down. Get down!
They've hit the truck. Come on, Carl. We have got to save some of that water, if nothing else.
Stay back, Hans. The fire may set off another gas tank.
Got to take a chance. We need water. Give me a hand. Who was killed, Geppo?
Everyone, I think, except me and Manny. They were all on the truck.
Here's one take. Take it quick.
All right.
I got a kick here, Hans. Manny's got one.
Yeah.
You better get away before that other gas drum goes.
Yeah, the fire's all around it. Come on. Yeah. 4 of us left. 4 out of 11. 7 of us dead. This is far enough. All right, put them down. Yeah. Those were German planes.
They may come back, Hans.
Why? They did a good job. Greetings from the fatherland.
Too bad we couldn't get the food off the truck.
Some of it was blown clear. I saw 2 cartons over there in the sand, and we have 36 liters of water. That should be enough.
Enough for what, Hans?
To take us to Tel Amil Oasis. What else?
But, Hans, that's only the beginning. Somehow I didn't think the desert was so empty.
So, well, it is not empty behind us, Manny. It's full of firing squads. We just had a sample of what to expect. I'd like to go back for more of it.
Hans is right. We made our decision, so why change it? We knew there would be trouble.
Well, what about the Arabs? They get paid a bounty to bring in the service.
We still have our pistols. What odds do you want before you'll play? There is an empire waiting in the south, waiting for the 4 of us. Ours for the taking. All ours. 4 kings. Equals. Brothers. Kings of the Niger.
A glorious thing the way you say it.
Yeah. It is the carrot dangling at the donkey's nose. Well, no matter. I too am a donkey. Shall we start?
Seven a.m., November 30th. Made camp. No danger now from planes, but it's too hot to travel during the day. Also, more danger from roving bands of Arabs in daylight. Morale is bad. Carl is the worst. Always cynical, tongue-in-cheek. I should not have picked him. The other 2 can be led. Ought to reach Tel Amil Oasis in 3 more days. We have to reach it. 4 a.m., December the 3rd. Rest halt. Expect to find Oasis by dawn or soon after. Geppo acting strangely. His nerve is gone. Carl does not change and may prove the strongest of the 3 in the long run. Though he doesn't believe in anything, he doesn't fear anything. Neither do I. 8:20 a.m. We found the Oasis.
Look! Look! Water! Trees and water! Trees to hide us from that sun!
Trees. My empire for a tree.
No. Oh, no. Hans? Hans! No, there's no water! It's dry!
Huh? Sometimes it's below the sand. You have to dig for it. Here. All we have to do is dig down.
It's no use, Hans. Somebody has dug down. There are holes all over here. 6 and 8 feet deep. Dry. Bone dry.
You said there will be water, Hans. Trees and shade. The trees are dead. And there is no water, Hans.
Geppo, stop it. All right. There is no water. That's that. We'll have to reduce drinking rations, of course. It will take us a week to reach Avil Mak, the next oasis.
A week and a half, Hans. It's the best.
And if it too is dry, then what?
It is the end. I will go no farther, Hans. You lied to us, promised us water, blinded us with your dream of empire.
We still have water. We still have food. We will go on.
Hans, among brothers and equals, I think all should have a voice in the decision.
So, very well, speak up then. What is it you want?
Let's turn back and take our chances.
We could rejoin some other unit. They wouldn't shoot us. Better yet, we could look for the British columns and give ourselves up. It's better than dying in the desert.
And you, Carl?
I'm inclined to go along with them, Hans. It was a good idea, but it didn't work.
I see. Very well.
Hans, what are you going to do?
Hans, you can't drive us across the Sahara at the point of a gun.
I don't intend to. I am removing the clip, dropping it on the ground, and returning the gun to my holster. Now, if any one of you attempts to turn back north, I will kill him. At the moment, I am unarmed, so if you wish to give up and go back, you'd better shoot me now. All of you have guns? What are you waiting for?
We wouldn't do that, Hans. Shoot you down in cold blood.
I will shoot you, Manny, if you try to turn back. Well?
You devil. You know we can't do it.
You are given the chance, though. All right, time is up.
That was quite a gamble, Hans.
Yeah. Why not? There is an empire at stake. All right now, let's march. (9:15 p.m., December 8th. 5 days south of Tel Amil, at about the same distance from Abelmak, in spite of forced marches in the heat of day. Geppo increasingly worse. I watch him constantly. Manny weakening physically but seems mentally sound. Carl? Who knows? I myself am gaining strength. The dream of empire. How can food and drink even compare with it? Why do the others not see it? They are fools. Fools and cowards. We rest here an hour and then go on.
Hans?
What is it, Geppo?
I got to have water, Hans. My throat is killing me and my head screams inside.
We all feel that way. You had your ration when we stopped.
But I'm dying. I begin to hear voices speaking to me from the sand, whispers in the wind, strange sounds all around.
Let him have an extra ration, Hans. We don't have to cut it that short.
No. We'll stay on the ration we set and make the best of it until we get to Abelmak.
No, I can't, I tell you. Don't move anyone. I will shoot anyone who moves.
Geppo, put away that pistol.
No. I'm going to drink.
For the last
water.
time, Geppo.
Beautiful, clear water. Hans, you killed him.
You fool. You just sit there and let that water run out on the sand. There.
Killed Geppo.
Kings, equals, brothers. Except for Brother Geppo. 3 kings now, huh, Hans?
You saw what he did. He defied all of us. I have mutinied.
How can a king mutiny, Hans?
Why, in emergencies such as that, someone has to act and act quickly. It was his own fault. I don't feel any better about it than you do. You'll look at it differently when we get to Abelmak and find water. Everything will be all right then. You wait and see. (2:45 p.m., December 16th. Our progress grows slower. Day or night, we stop now only when we drop exhausted. We rest an hour and go on. The large oasis of Abelmak is still 5 or 6 days away. There will be water at Abelmak. I must keep saying that, believing it, making Carl and Manny believe it. It is only the strength of my dream that drives them on. How to make kings from such material? A problem indeed. 3 p.m. Time to go on. Are you ready, Carl?
Any time.
Manny?
Hans, I have to rest a little while longer.
We have been here half an hour, Manny. And we stopped only an hour before that.
No, but just 5 minutes, Hans.
Try getting on your feet. You'll feel better standing up.
I don't know if...
Here, Manny, I'll give you a hand.
Yeah.
There you are.
Thanks, Carl. And if... I can't seem to make it.
It'd have to be carried.
Well, if we take it in short hauls, I'll get his left arm here.
Leave him alone, Carl. Move back.
Maybe with a little help,
Get up, Manny.
Hans, I can't move.
Then you understand that we cannot take you with us?
No, Hans. No.
You cannot leave him here like this.
Let's go, Carl.
No, please.
At least we can move him under the shelter of those rocks, leave him some food and water, come back for him after we found the oasis.
We have barely enough water for ourselves. We can't afford to waste it.
Waste it?
There's no use arguing, Carl. Let's go.
And if I don't?
I will kill you. Now move.
Hans, please. No, Carl.
Manny, Goodbye, Manny.
No. No, don't leave me.
He has no right to expect anything else. I wouldn't if it were me.
How can you be sure, Hans?
It is a matter of either him dying or all of us dying. I feel bad about it, too.
You're bearing up well.
Well, one of us has to. We cannot give in to sentimental weakness.
Speak louder, Hans. Manny is screaming in my ears.
You are imagining it, Carl. I cannot hear him.
I know you cannot.
"7 p.m., December 19th. Today has been the most terrible of all. There was no wind, and the sun flamed with a fury impossible to describe. Our minds play strange tricks. Around noon, I seemed to hear Manny's voice calling behind us. We have 1.5 liters of water. No food. "11 a.m., December 20th. A half hour ago, we sighted a flock of birds, but Carl says it means nothing that they can fly for 1,000 miles without water. I know the oasis is near. I keep hearing Manny's voice. 7:10 p.m., December 21st. An hour ago, we stumbled into the Abaknak oasis. There are birds by the thousands for the killing and eating. Ripe dates, firewood, and water. Pools and rills and ponds of water. Water. I must have eaten a dozen of them. What kind of birds are they, Carl?
I do not know. Partridge, desert quail of some kind. What difference does it make?
None, I suppose. I only wondered. Phew. Yeah, it's quiet moonlight.
Yeah.
And water. All the water anyone could want.
Yeah. Enough even for Manny and Geppo. You keep hearing Manny's voice, don't you, Hans?
Of course not. What makes you think that?
Because I keep hearing it, and I have less reason than you.
Carl, you have to realize that a leader is forced to do things against his nature, things he doesn't want to do. I'm going to build...
Hans? I thought it was we.
Yeah, well, I mean we, but anyway, that is the thing that has to determine every move, not our personal feelings.
Maybe so, Hans. Incidentally, it is not we. I am not going on with you.
What do you mean?
Just that. I am staying here at the oasis, Hans.
But you can't. What will you do here?
Eat and drink, sleep, and think.
But there is an empire waiting for us. You are completely insane.
No, Hans. You are.
I.
As mad as any man could be.
Don't say that, Carl.
There is no empire waiting for you.
There is.
No, Hans, because you're insane.
Don't say that.
What fools we were to follow a power-drunken madman off into the desert. Power and the love of power, the old destroyers, and the trail of violence and murder they leave behind them.
But I had to do it, Karl. I had to sacrifice Geppo and...
The old story, the end justifies the means. Only it never does, Hans. The end is created and shaped by the means. You've sown violence and death, and you'll reap violence and death.
No, there's an empire waiting. It's mine, Karl.
You are as crazy as
Don't
the
say that!
hearing voices babbling about an empire.
Karl, don't say that.
You're insane, Hans. How plain you...
I told you not to say it, Karl. I warned you. It was your own fault.
The same way it was Geppo's fault, Hans?
I didn't kill you. I missed. I'm glad I missed you, Karl. He's dead.
You are insane, Hans. You're hearing things.
No!
It's all in your head, like Manny's voice.
No, you're wrong. I don't hear Manny's voice.
Maybe I ought to talk louder, Hans.
Manny? Ah, no, it can't be.
How about me, Hans? Don't forget me.
Geppo! No, that's a trick. You're all dead.
Of course, Hans. We are dead and you are insane.
No, don't say that.
It's quite a joke, really.
It's the diary. Yeah, I wrote you into it, and that's what makes you stay alive. If I tear you out, you'll die and go away. Yeah.
Hans, don't you understand?
Tear out the pages, and then you'll stop it and go away.
It's all in your head, Hans. Why don't you laugh?
There now. Now you'll stop. Huh? You're hiding there. I see you behind that tree. There, by the rocks. Over there. You can't stop me. I tell you, there's an empire waiting, and it's mine. I'm going to be a king. Take the gun. You can't stop me. None of you can stop me. I'm going to be a king. Do you hear me? A king!
I've seen some strange things come out of the desert, Colonel Bouget, but never one so strange as this.
Huh? Here, let me have the glasses.
It's a man, I think. One can hardly be sure.
Yes, it is a man, dressed in rags, burned black by the sun, stumbling and staggering. Now, what could bring such a one to the Niger?
And from where, sir? There's nothing behind him but 1,500 miles of desert.
We will ride out and meet this remarkable traveler.
Yes, sir.
Africa. After 30 years of it, it is still as much a mystery as ever. Well, we shall see.
His skin, blistered to shreds, and yet he lives.
Life clings to shreds in Africa. Bonjour, monsieur.
His eyes. He appears not to see us.
Are you ill, my friend? Where do you come from?
You are wrong, Karl. You can see now that you are wrong. For I have an empire and 1,000,000 slaves.
What did he say?
It hardly matters. It was not addressed to us.
All three of you laughed, but now you see. They bow to my will, serve my slightest wish.
Who are you, monsieur? What is your name? Can you hear me?
Thousands of miles, Karl. The empire of the night.
What are we to do with him, sir?
And I am the king as I told you I would be. Huh? A king with 1,000,000 slaves. What do you say now, Karl? Huh?
Take him to the fort. Protective confinement. Make the usual report.
You laughed. All of you laughed. You called me insane.
But how shall I refer to him in the report?
But I showed you, all of you.
Who is he?
I won. I
I am a king.
You heard him? He's a king.
King of the Empire of the Niger.
Eh bien, take the king away.
But those who struck southward into the terrible vastness of the Sahara soon found the blazing days and freezing nights and the dry and lonely cruelty of the desert far more formidable than any mortal foe. Few of them were ever heard of again.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Diary of a Madman by Les Crutchfield, starring Ben Wright. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, Paul Richards, Edgar Barrier, and Barney Phillips. Editorial supervision is by John Meston, and the special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are trapped in a snowbound cabin in northern Canada. The temperature slowly dropping. All across the table from you, his eyes staring at you, is your only companion, a madman, waiting for his chance to kill you.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Anthony Ellis's terrifying story, A Study in Wax. It's 30 minutes of fun, laughter, and entertainment when the Bob Hawk Show is heard tomorrow night. Bob Hawk, the quizmaster who's never at a loss for words, who puts words together so that they lead the contestants right up to the LEMAC questions. You'll laugh and learn, for the Bob Hawk Show is fun for everyone. Hear it tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door. We're going to begin tonight's festivities on a scientific note with something that will save you a good deal of money. Yes, it seems that quite a few people have taken to turning off their refrigerators during this program. Yes, they've discovered they can deep freeze all sorts of things by just listening to Inner Sanctum and letting their blood run cold.
Well, Mr. Host, that's quite an idea. Have you any other scientific suggestions?
Oh, certainly, Mary. For instance, here's a way to cut down on your laundry bills. Instead of having the laundry starch your clothes, just put them on top of your radio Tuesday nights. Inner sanctum will scare them stiff.
Well, now it's my turn, Mr. Host, and I'd like to make a suggestion, too. It's about an easy way to get more enjoyment out of your teapot. Here's the whole trick. Just use Lipton tea. In every cup of piping hot Liptons, there's extra tastiness waiting to delight you. And the reason is Lipton's grand brisk flavor. Brisk, you know, is the tea expert's own word for the tangy, full-bodied flavor of Lipton's. And what a pleasure that flavor is. No wonder more folks buy and enjoy Lipton's than any other brand of tea in the world. They've found, as you will, that Lipton's always has brisk flavor. It's never flat, always lively and spirited, with the hearty zest of tea at its best. So next time, serve Lipton tea. Its brisk flavor gives you more contentment in every cup.
Now, friends, lend an ear to tonight's story. An original radio play by Robert Newman called Blood of Cain, starring two of your radio favorites, Mercedes McCambridge and Carl Swenson. A tale of blood spilled in hatred and vengeance. Of blood that carries a curse that is as old as man. You don't believe that's possible, eh? And suppose you put out all the lights, pull your chair up close, and listen. A small square, once fashionable, on the outskirts of New Orleans. The iron balconies where elegant ladies once sat are now rusty and sagging. The paint on the rambling houses is cracked and peeling, and grass grows between the cobblestones. The bayous and the jungle have crept close to it. And at night, the cries of strange birds, the croaking of giant frogs can be heard. What was formerly a living portion of the old world has become a place of decay and death.
More pigeons died this evening. I saw them towering up and up into the darkening sky as if to escape the pain gnawing at their vitals, and then fall into the square and into the garden. I still didn't believe, couldn't let myself believe. And then I saw her standing in the shrubbery, the bag from which she had been feeding them still in her hand. I knew then that I could wait no longer, that I had to find out. Louise.
Eugene, the pigeons. There's something wrong with them. They're
Dying. Yes.
how? And why?
I'm no chemist, but I'd say it was poison.
Poison? But who would do that?
Louise. Now listen to me, dear. Please listen. I love you. I've loved you since I first came down here. First met you. You know that. And you know that I'll understand. Now tell me, why have you been doing it?
I?
You're the only one who feeds them. The only one who could do it.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Louise, where are you?
Grandfather! Grandfather!
Oh, my dear child, what is it?
The pigeons. They're dying. It's the second day now. And Eugene said...
He said what?
Have you looked at any of them, Dr. Philippe? Examined them?
Will you go into the house, my dear? I'll be along in just a minute.
But, Grandfather...
Please, please, dear.
Yes, Grandfather. Of course.
I'm very sorry you did this, Owen. Mentioned it to her.
Did you examine any of the pigeons?
I did. Poison. Probably from my laboratory.
But then you know...
I know a great deal, Mr. Owen. I'm her grandfather. And I think it would be very wise if you kept away from Louise. Did not see her again.
What? Well, that's ridiculous. I love her.
I'm sure you do. But perhaps I did not make myself clear. If you continue to see her, it might prove dangerous for you.
I didn't eat any supper that night. I went back to my room and sat there in the dark, staring at the shuttered, brooding house. About 11 o'clock, the door of the doctor's house opened quietly, and Louise came out. Without looking right or left, moving almost like a sleepwalker, she went up the street. I hesitated only a minute, and then I hurried down the stairs and after her. And just as I got downstairs, the door opened again, and...
Is that you, Owen?
What? Yes, Doctor. She just left the house. I was watching from the window.
Yes, I know. She's done it several times, and this time I was determined to follow her and see where she goes.
Look, she's hailing a cab. My car's right across the street. Quick. Louise went in there. What kind of a place is that?
Yeah, that smell. That's the smell of death. From the noise, I would say it was an abattoir.
A slaughterhouse? Good Lord. But why? Why would she come down here in the dead of night?
I like you, Owen. I think you know that. And it was for your own sake that I warned you to keep away from her. There are things that you do not... well, that you cannot know about her.
No? Well, we'll see. I'm going in and get her and find out from her.
Just a moment. There she is, just inside the gate, talking to the watchman.
No sense arguing about it, lady. I just can't let you in.
But you must. You've got to. You always did before.
That's just it. Now, once was all right, even twice. But, well, if you want to know the truth, the men have been complaining. Nobody exactly likes killing steers, but they say that the way you stand there watching them, well, it makes them nervous.
You've got to let me in. I'll make it worth your while.
Watching the killing?
I've just got orders from the...
That's awful. It's horrible. I'm going in and get her.
No. In the state she's in, well, having you come on her suddenly would have a very bad effect.
But
you wait here. I'll go.
No, don't hit me. No.
Louise.
What in...
Here.
What happened?
The watchman. This stone here on the temple.
Louise. Why did you do this?
I don't know. I had to get in here. He wouldn't let me in.
Take her out to the car, Owen. Come on, let's go.
You can't go now. Leave him lying there like that. He's hurt. He may be dying.
No, it's not serious. He's just stunned. We can phone for an ambulance as soon as we get home. But we've got to get her away from here immediately. Sit down, Louise.
Yes, Grandfather. I'm sorry I ran away like that, Eugene. But I suddenly felt strange. Ill.
It's all right, Louise.
You've been feeling that way quite often lately, haven't you?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Just what makes this feeling so strange?
Well, it's hard to describe. It's as if I weren't myself anymore. It's the opposite of sleepwalking. It's as if I were awake, but not really conscious. And I hear voices telling me to do things, and whispering a name that sounds like Jonah.
Like what? You've been in my study reading my books.
No, but I haven't, Grandfather. You always forbade me to.
And how did you know that name?
Well, whose name is it? And, well, what does it have to do with Louise?
It's the name of a family which is almost extinct. And it is a name which means death.
Oh, what do you mean?
I was always very interested in the Jonat family for reasons of my own. And I've collected all the historical references to them that I could. These references start with the 13th and 14th century. But by the 15th century, they had become the traditional executioners of France.
Executioners?
And in those days, you know what that meant. It was a Jonat who put the torch to Jeanne d'Arc. A Jonat received a handsome bequest from Louis XI for services rendered. A Jonat operated the guillotine during the French Revolution. Perhaps that's why the family migrated here after the fall of the Republic.
They came here?
Yes. 20-odd years ago, there were a whole series of particularly atrocious murders here. The murderer was finally caught and executed. His name was Max Jonat.
Why do you tell me all this? And why should I constantly seem to hear that name?
Well, even when you were little, my dear, you used to have those strange fits, spells when you would do unpleasant things. Afterward, you could never remember them. Now, do you remember poisoning the pigeons and going to the slaughterhouse?
What? Oh, no,
Well,
no.
I've never discussed the matter with you because I thought it might actually implant the idea in your mind. I'd hoped that if you were left alone, you'd outgrow it, but...
But what? You still haven't told me what all this about the Jonas has to do with me.
It has a great deal to do with you, my dear. You see, Max Jonas was your father.
Well, now there's a girl with a real tradition in her family. A murderer for a father and a long line of ancestors who were real killer-dillers. I was beginning to get a little worried about her. Fooling around, poisoning pigeons and things like that. But I can see now that there was method in her madness. After all, practice makes perfect.
Good gracious, Mr. Host. Louise may turn out to be a very dangerous person.
Yes, Mary, she's not the kind of a character you'd like to have ringing your doorbell.
I should say not. Why, usually, as our Lipton listeners know, a doorbell is one of the nicest, most friendly sounds there is. Because so often it means friends are dropping in for a visit. Of course, your first thought is to make them welcome. So after you've taken their coats and made them comfortable, pour them a cup of flavorful, spirited Lipton tea. You know, it's wonderful how Lipton's add sparkle to the conversation. For there's extra enjoyment in its grand, brisk flavor. Each sip is brimming with such lively, full-bodied tanginess. Yes, serve your friends Liptons when they call, and when you say goodbye to them at the door, you can be sure they'll come back for another visit and another cup of Lipton tea.
That's a friendly suggestion, all right, Mary. And now, are we ready to get down to business again? The kind of business that Louise's family has specialized in for a good many years. Murder. Oh, I know that what she's been interested in so far is small fry, but I think from now on she'll really be cooking with gas. Just a moment later now. Sitting in Dr. Philippe's study, Louise and Eugene Owen stare at the elderly gentleman with shock and horror in their eyes.
You mean my father was a murderer?
Your father and his father before him, back as far as the family's history can be traced.
Well, I don't believe it. And even if it is true, it's ridiculous to think this need to kill can be passed on from generation to generation.
Well, of course, Owen, there is absolutely no scientific basis for it. Still, how else can you explain some of the things that Louise has been doing?
Oh, it's true. It's true. These spells that come over me when I don't know what I'm doing. That name which I never heard consciously until... Oh, no, it can't be true. It can't.
Oh, Louise, dear.
No, Eugene, don't. Don't come near me. Don't touch me. If there's even a chance that it's so...
Well, I didn't want to tell you. I was never very close to your father because he was a rather strange son-in-law. But if you want to know more about him, there is someone you should talk to. Joel Ferguson, down on Gaylord Street. He was the very last person to see your father alive.
Yes, who is it?
Mr. Ferguson?
Yes. Who is it?
My name is Louise Philippe. I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes.
Just a second. Come in. In here.
Thank you.
What did you say your name was again?
Louise Philippe. At least that's what I always believed it was. Until yesterday. And then I discovered that my name was Louise Jonas.
Jonas? Not Max Jonas?
Yes. He was my father.
What do you want of me after all these years? It wasn't my fault. You know it wasn't my fault. I only did what I had to do.
I don't know what you mean. I was told that you were the last person to see him alive, and that perhaps you could tell me something about him.
Yes. There are things that I can tell you. That he was evil, but that he knew he was evil. There was a curse on him that made him do the things he did do. Voices that whispered in his ear. told him to kill, made him kill.
Voices?
And in the end, at the last minute, he thanked me.
He thanked you for what?
For stopping him from doing any more killing in the only way he could be stopped. And when I put the rope around his neck...
The rope?
I was the state executioner. It was I who hanged him.
You killed my father.
I only carried out the sentence that was passed on him. And why are you looking at me that way?
I didn't know. I only came here to see you because...
You're lying. If you were his daughter, then you were like him. And you came down here to kill me.
Kill you?
That knife there in your bag.
Huh? I didn't even know it was there.
You're lying. Keep away from me. Keep away.
But I didn't come down here to kill you.
Then stop staring at me like that. Put that knife away. No, don't come near me. Don't.
Good evening, Mr. Owen. Where's Miss Louise, Benson? I must see her right away.
I'm sorry, sir, but she's not in. She went out about a half hour ago.
Oh. Well, where did she go?
I'm afraid I don't know, sir. She didn't say.
Well, what about Dr. Philippe?
He's not in either, sir. He left right after Miss Louise as soon as he heard that she'd gone out.
Oh?
It seemed to me, sir, he looked rather worried. He said something about Mr. Ferguson.
Ferguson? Great Scott! If she went down... Thank you.
Who's that?
I'm looking for Miss Louise Philippe. I was told that she... Is that you, Dr. Philippe?
Yes, Eugene.
Is she here?
Yes, she's here. But you're too late, just as I was too late.
What do you mean?
Inside there. See for yourself.
Oh, don't tell me that anything's happened. Good Lord. Louise.
She won't answer you. That's the way I found her when I got here. Sitting there with a knife in her hand and Ferguson lying across the table, dead.
Eugene.
Louise.
Eugene.
Oh, Louise,
Eugene.
darling. Oh, why did you do it?
Do what? Ferguson. Dead?
Yes, dear. Didn't you do it?
I don't know. I didn't even know who he was when I came down here. And I found out that it was he who executed my father. Then I started to hear those voices. Voices telling me to kill, that I had to kill. Then there was a knife in my hand. Oh, I can't remember.
Voices. That's what Max said at the trial. It was the only defense he offered, but that he heard voices telling him to kill. It didn't save him. But in your case, the woman...
What are you saying?
Well, there's no sense even trying to escape. That would only make things worse, you know that?
Yes, Grandfather. Except that there is only one way that things could be made worse. That is if I were allowed to live.
But, Louise, don't say that. You must...
Oh, it's true, Eugene. For centuries, to be a Jonard meant to bear the mark of Cain. Well, I'm the last of the Jonards, and there must never be another.
Well, I had not gone quite that far, my dear, but perhaps you're right.
I am right. Goodbye, Grandfather. Eugene.
Louise, come back. Wait.
No, let her go, Eugene. She's my own flesh and blood. But I think that may be the best way after all.
Yes? Well, we'll see. Louise! Wait, please!
It's no use, Eugene. It's all very clear.
Clear as witch's brew.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Maybe it's because of our love that I understand. Maybe that was what was wrong with the Jonards. They never knew love, only hatred. But there is a cure. It lies there, in the river.
Louise.
No, please, dear. There's a curse on me, on all the Jonards that ever were.
You're right. There is a curse, but not the kind that you think, dear. Listen, I was at the library all afternoon reading, and I think I understand now, for the first time.
You understand what?
The nature of the curse and how it can be ended. Because it can be ended in only one way.
Oh, Eugene? Is that you? Eugene?
No, Grandfather. It's not Eugene.
Louise, why, I thought you... Why did you come back here to Ferguson's place?
I don't know, Grandfather. The voices, the call in my blood, it's too strong. I tried. I wanted to end it finally and completely, either in the river or with the police. But I couldn't.
You mean you're not going to give yourself up?
No, Grandfather. I'm not going to give myself up. But that's not all I mean.
Louise, you still got that knife?
Yes, Grandfather. Walking up the street, realizing that I was still holding it, that it was red with blood. I think it was then that I knew for the first time what it meant to be a gendarme.
Oh, look, Louise, you're completely distraught. That's only natural. But now, look, you put that knife down and let me take you home. I'll give you something that'll help you sleep, and then
No,
tomorrow...
Grandfather, you won't give me anything. Ever again.
Well, Louise, you're not going to kill me.
Yes, Grandfather, that's just what I'm going to do.
No, please don't.
No, don't try to get away. I'm younger
Louise,
and quicker than you.
Louise.
Just one quick
No, Louise, no, listen to me. Listen carefully. You can't kill me. There's nothing driving you to do it. You see, you're not a Jonat.
What are you saying?
It's true. I am a Jonat. Max Jonat was my son. But you're not evenly, distantly related to us.
You're lying. You're lying. You're just saying that.
No. I swear it's true. I changed my name when I studied medicine to avoid the stigma. But Max kept it. Your father was Louis Martin, the judge.
You're lying. How is that possible?
Well, because I adopted you after your father's death for a reason. It was your father who condemned Max to death. He didn't know Max was my son, and I didn't tell him until later. Your mother died when you were born, and I was your father's physician. And when he was desperately ill, I offered to adopt you and take care of you. And then when the papers were signed, I told him who I was, what I was going to do, that I was going to destroy you to avenge my son. And that's what killed him.
But all those horrible things I've been doing, poisoning the pigeons, killing Ferguson...
You haven't been doing them. It was I who did them, using drugs and suggesting to make you believe that it was you, so that you would either destroy yourself or...
Oh, thank heaven, Eugene! Eugene, did you hear?
Yes, dearest, I heard. And I told you, didn't I?
Eugene! So it was a trick. A trick to trap me.
Yes, Doctor, it was. I was at the library and at City Hall all day looking up the records. Here, drop that knife.
No, Owen. This won't be as poetic a death as the one I'd planned for her, but...
The lights! Louise, put the lights out!
Oh, that won't help you. Either of you. You won't get away. I'll find you in the light or in the darkness. And... there you are. Die, then. Now you'll die! Die! Die!
Louise!
It's not I!
It's not you! What did... Then who did... Let go of me! Let go of me!
Lights! Louise, quickly.
Eugene, what happened? Who did he... Ferguson.
Yes. He stumbled into him in the darkness, thought it was one of us. Then he must have tripped.
The knife. He must have fallen on the knife.
Well, somehow it seems only right that the last of the Journals, who killed so many, should be destroyed by the dead.
Oh. Too bad, Doc. You were a character we certainly could use on this program. But now at least you've got the perfect answer for the rest of your family when you meet them in wherever it is that dead murderers congregate. When they ask you who you were with last night, you can always say, That was no lady. That was my knife.
Well, I'm glad you could put a new point on that old joke, Mr. Host.
Oh, I like to sharpen up an old saw now and then, Mary.
Well, let me see what I can do along those lines. How about the best things in life are tea?
Mary. I'm afraid your enthusiasm for Lipton's has got the best of you.
Well, maybe you're right, Mr. Host. But it's so easy to be enthusiastic about Lipton's. Once you taste that marvelous brisk flavor, you can't help being a real Lipton fan. And that lively, zestful taste is something you folks should start to enjoy right now. Next time you visit the grocer's, get a package of Lipton tea. Try it. I know you'll enjoy it.
May I add a word of advice, friends? If you should happen to bump into an elderly gentleman dressed all in black on a dark street some night, don't get into an argument with him, especially if he happens to be carrying a blood-stained knife. After all, you can end up just as stiff if you're dead right as if you're dead wrong. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Pavilion by Hilda Lawrence. And next week's Inner Sanctum story, brought to you by the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup, and directed by Hyman Brown. Next week's story is called Skeleton Bay. It's about a lady novelist who writes murder mysteries until she decides she'd rather be a character instead of an author. She chooses Skeleton Bay as a vacation spot, but it turns out to be her last resort. So join us next Tuesday on Skeleton Bay. Until then, friends, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Ready in a jiffy and as tasty as can be. That's Lipton's Noodle Soup. It's a grand chickeny-tasting broth full of tender golden noodles. You'll love its fresh-cooked, homemade flavor. And Lipton's Noodle Soup is ready to serve in a few quick minutes. It's economical, too. It costs less and makes lots more than canned soups. Ask your grocer for Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix tomorrow. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
All names and characters used on Inner Sanctum are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Mr. Joseph Cotton in The Day I Died, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, the 4th of July weekend is coming up with a lot of reckless weekend driving. So remember, take care, don't take chances. Reckless driving can put you in a spot you can't pull out of. Yes, even a dandy, dependable Autolite stay-full battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use can't help you then.
Your life depends on normal, safe car driving. Be extra safe.
And an Autolite stay-full battery is protected by fiberglass insulation for stronger life and longer life. Why, in recent tests conducted according to the Society of Automotive Engineers life cycle standards, Autolite stay-full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without stay-full features.
So ask your dealer for an Autolite Stay Full battery. And this weekend and all the time, take care. Don't take chances. Be battery right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Mr. Joseph Cotton in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Good morning, Leslie.
Good morning. Why is that window open?
It's getting stuffy in here, and
I told you to keep it closed. You might be seen from the street.
I haven't gone anywhere near it. No one
Don't
could...
argue with me, Wells. Keep that window closed. And a shade down.
Now, just a minute. I'll give the orders around here. You're still my wife, Leslie, and this is still my house.
You're forgetting something, aren't you, Wells? I'm not your wife. I'm your widow. And it's been my house ever since the day you died.
I had no comeback. I did what Leslie told me because, well, she was right. A dead man can't put up much of an argument. He has no authority, not even with his wife. Things had been different once. I had money, power, and there was nobody in the world who would have presumed to tell Wells Galloway what to do. But that was before a certain evening in July up at Lake Latimer. That was before Red Tuttle, my law partner, paid me a visit at my cabin up there. In other words, that was before the day I died. I was alone. I'd gone to the cabin to be alone, to try to figure things out. The money was gone by that time. I'd thrown it away, hundreds of thousands of dollars in good living and gambling. And in a sense, Leslie was gone, too. Oh, she was still my wife, but the man she loved was Norman Vale, and I knew it, and she knew I knew it, and she didn't much care. So this time I'd come up to the cabin without my rifle because I wasn't planning to do any hunting. But I brought along a revolver for reasons I didn't admit to myself. And I left it lying on the table in the living room. I was staring at it that evening when I heard the cab from the village stop down on the highway. It was still a little light, and I saw a shock of flaming red hair on the path between the trees, and I knew my partner was going to honor me with his presence. I thought I knew why, too, and I wasn't wrong.
I couldn't believe my eyes, Wells. I still can't believe it. I came all the way up here just to hear you say it isn't true.
You wasted your time, Red. It is true.
But good Lord, man, we were appointed trustees of that estate. Taking those bonds was a criminal act. Why did you do such a thing?
I needed the money.
Well, I hope you're ready to pay it back before the heirs get wind of it.
I'm not. I haven't got a cent.
Then what are you going to do?
I don't know yet.
Well, you certainly don't expect me to... Is that what you're thinking, Wells? It is, isn't it? Well, I'll be hanged if I'll do it. I'm not going to take a beating to cover up for you. You cash those bonds and you'll make them good.
Oh, go away, will you, Rad?
What?
I said go away. I don't care what you do about those bonds. I've got more important things to worry about.
Like your wife, Wells? Well, don't expect any pity from me there, either.
I'm not asking you for anything.
You're responsible for losing Leslie. No man could treat a woman the way you've treated Leslie and get away with it. Why, you made a slave of her. You practically locked her up in your house.
Now, I think you'd better go away, Red.
I'll go when I get the money to buy back those bonds, not before.
Oh, for the love... Here's my ring. Here's my watch. Take them. They ought to be worth something. Take them, and get out.
I'll take them, Wells, but it's not enough.
It's all I've got, I tell you. Now, leave me alone.
All right. But when I leave here, I'm going to the police.
Police?
Yes. If you think I'm going to suffer for your mistakes, you're wrong. I'm going to bring charges against you before the Prescott heirs start prosecuting the firm.
Why, you dirty...
That was another mistake, Wells. I won't take that either.
He was stronger than I. His blow caught me on the chin, and I went staggering across the room. I crashed against the mantel above the fireplace. The kerosene lamp had been burning there. It toppled off and fell on the floor, but I hardly noticed it. My eyes were on something else. On that revolver that lay on the table by the window. I don't remember picking it up. I only remember how it felt in my hand.
Wells! No, Wells! Put it down! Wells!
The first shot dropped Red to the floor. But I kept on firing because I couldn't stop. This was power again, the power to kill, and I loved it. But not for long. With the last bullet, the spell was broken, and then was when the fear came. I'd never known fear before. I wasn't prepared to deal with it. It took hold of me and shook me until I was trembling from head to foot. It brought the sweat popping out of every pore. It wouldn't let me approach the body, not even to reclaim my ring and watch. It carried me out of the cabin and sent me stumbling into the darkening woods. And I spent the night there, wandering blindly through the blackness. In my hand, I still carried the gun. Long before dawn, I began to wonder why I hadn't saved one shell, just one. For if my life had reached dead end a few hours ago, then what would you call this? Where did I go now that I was wanted for murder? It was daylight when I came out of the woods. There was a truck rumbling toward me. Desperate men take desperate chances.
Give me a lift to the city?
Why, sure, mister. Hop in.
He'd heard about me. Wells Galloway was wanted for murder. I knew that right away. I knew it from the way he looked me over, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered. This really was dead end.
I guess you're okay, mister. Shut the door.
What do you mean, okay?
Well, I thought maybe you're the guy I heard about back at Lake Latimer.
What guy?
Well, it was a murder back there last night. One fella shot another one in a cabin, then burned the cabin down.
Burned it down?
Sure. Right to the ground. Couldn't even have identified the body. Only they found a ring and a watch on it. I figured you might be the killer, but he's a redhead. Word named Tuttle. The guy killed was his law partner. A big shot with a fancy moniker. Something like, Wells Galloway.
For suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Joseph Cotton in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hello there, Harlow. I hear you're going to speak at the 4th of July picnic.
I sure am, Hap, and by happy coincidence, I just happen to have a copy of my speech right here.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to say, on this glorious occasion, it behooves us all to think about that dandy, dynamic, dependable Autolite Stay Full battery that needs water only 3 times a year, normal car use.
Mm-hmm.
On this historic occasion, my friends, let's look at facts. An Autolite Stay Full battery practically eliminates one of the major causes of battery failure. And in addition, it's protected by fiberglass insulation for stronger life and longer life.
My.
Think, my friends, longer life. In recent tests conducted according to the Society of Automotive Engineers Life Cycle Standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70%, yes, 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features.
It's inspired, Harlow.
So remember these words that will go ringing down the corridors of time. An Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And at this point, Hap, I take a long, cold drink of water.
Why?
Because I'm thirsty. You know, I'm not an Autolite Stay Full battery.
And at this point, suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Joseph Cotton as Wells Galloway in The Day I Died, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
So the day I killed my partner turned out, as far as the law was concerned, to be the day I died. It was my body the police had decided that was lying back there in the charred ruins of my cabin on Lake Latimer. It was Red Tuttle, not Wells Galloway, who was wanted for murder. The truck driver dropped me on the outskirts of the next city. I went into a barbecue joint, sat down at the counter, and pieced the story together. The kerosene lamp I'd knocked off the mantel, that was what had started the fire, and it was the ring and the watch I'd given Red that enabled the police to identify the body that had been burned beyond recognition, to identify it as me, Wells Galloway. That much was clear. But what wasn't clear was what to do about it. What's the next step after you've been pronounced dead?
Well, here's the eggs, fella. Nice day, eh?
Yeah.
Yes, sirree. Beautiful day. Kind of day it's great to be alive.
He made me see the point, the man behind the counter, the point I'd been missing. It was great to be alive, especially if everybody thought you were dead, especially if the life you'd been living had reached an impasse and you were broke and your wife was in love with another man and you were wanted by the police and your only hope lay in a chance to start over, to start from scratch. That's what they were giving me. handing it to me on a silver platter, a fresh start, a clean slate. I was dead. Now I could begin living again.
Well, now, let's see. Oranges, 2 eggs, bacon, coffee. Huh? That'll be 80 cents, please. 82 with tax.
But that was another point the counterman made me see. Subtract 82 cents from $50 and you get $49.18. Not much to start a new life on, not when you're used to big money. And big money was the only thing that would make a new life worth living. A little capital was all I needed, but where do you borrow capital when you can't show your face? Who'll lend money to a corpse? In the circles where Wells Galloway had moved, friends were not to be trusted. And as for my wife, as for Leslie... Leslie. Yes, that was it. The Wells Galloway brain was beginning to click again. It kept on clicking, keeping pace with the click of the train wheels that carried me back to the city where the late Wells Galloway had lived. It was night when I got there. I was halfway up the walk when the front door opened. I hardly had time to slip behind the lilac bush before Leslie stepped out on the porch. He was with her, the man she loved, Norman Vale.
You think I'm callous, don't you, Norman? You think I'm too hard.
No, of course not, darling. If you weren't happy with him, naturally you can't be too broken up over his death.
Happy? I was miserable with him. You know how he treated me? I wasn't his wife. I was his prisoner. I hated him, Norman. And I'm not broken up. I'm glad he's dead.
A shudder ran down my spine when I heard her, but that must have been because the night was getting cool. For after all, this was just what I was counting on. My plan wouldn't work if she weren't glad I was dead. I waited till Norman Vale's car pulled away. Then I waited 5 minutes longer. And finally, I climbed the front steps, put my key in the lock, and let myself in.
Who is that? Who's out there? Who?
Hello, Leslie. There had been a time when she would have fainted. She didn't faint now, but she turned very white, and I noticed when she poured herself a half tumbler of bourbon that her hand was trembling. Still, she managed, after one long swallow, to say rather evenly, almost casually.
Let's have it, Wells. I'm sure it's a fascinating story.
So I told her. As I talked, I had a queer feeling that she was a stranger. Something had happened to her since I saw her last. Whether it was Norman Vale or whether it was the fact that she thought I was dead, whatever it was, she was a different person, a stronger one and braver and harder.
What do you want, Wells?
Accept my condolences, Leslie. It's a tough break.
Not at all. I'm tickled pink.
I'm sure.
Did you think I would be?
No.
Did you have any illusions I'd be heartbroken when they called and told me that you were dead?
None.
You know what I did? A jig. It's the first time I ever danced in this house.
Well, you should have done that oftener. Things might have been better between us.
I couldn't find anything to dance about. Well, why'd you come back? What are you after?
3 guesses.
Knowing you, I only need one. How much?
$25,000.
What makes you think you'll get it?
I think you could use $25,000 yourself.
Maybe you'd better explain.
Simple enough. I'm worth $50,000 dead. The insurance is payable in one lump sum to you. It should be coming through in another week or so.
And you're suggesting an even split?
Exactly. I take my half and disappear. As far as you and the rest of the world are concerned, I'm dead and I stay dead. You have $25,000 and you're free to marry Norman Vale.
I see.
Well?
Must have occurred to you I'd prefer to keep the whole 50.
If you could.
And why couldn't I? Suppose I turn you in.
Yeah?
And you're electrocuted for killing Red Tuttle. I still collect, but there's no split.
And if I'm not electrocuted? If I get life imprisonment?
There would be that risk.
Too big a risk, Leslie. I didn't plan Red's death. There was nothing premeditated about it. I killed him in anger. The state doesn't give the death penalty for that.
If you can prove it.
I think I could. I'd live a long time in prison, Leslie.
I wouldn't like that.
So?
I'm thinking. You'd stay here in the house till the insurance company pays off.
It's the safest place as any.
Safer? You'd have to stay hidden.
Of course.
You couldn't step out the door.
Not very often.
Not at all. You'd be practically a prisoner in your own home.
Well, for a week or two, it'd be worth it.
Would it?
Oh.
Yes. I guess it would. All right, Wells.
I mean,
all right. It's a deal.
She was smiling when she said it, but after all, why shouldn't she smile? Things had turned out well enough for her, considering the fact that I wasn't actually dead. This was the next best thing. Naturally, she smiled. Her reasons for smiling were perfectly obvious, weren't they? She went upstairs afterward, and when she came down, she was still smiling.
I thought you must be tired after all you've been through, Wells. I made your bed.
Thanks, Leslie. Guest room?
No, not the guest room.
Well, if I'm going to stay hidden, that's the most isolated room in the house.
Not quite the most. You're forgetting the attic.
The attic?
There's an old army cot up there. You'll use that.
It's hotter than blazes in the attic.
It's only for a week or so. You said yourself it was worth it.
Oh, and I didn't mean
No, but I did. Don't you want to go up now, Wells?
That was when I started to catch on. It hadn't occurred to me that she would relish the idea of keeping me as confined as possible. I was amused as I climbed the stairs. Let her have a fun, I thought. It wouldn't be so bad. A few days in the attic, well, that wouldn't kill me. The light up there was dim, and she must have walked very quietly because I didn't know she had followed me up the stairs. I didn't know it until I opened the door to the attic room. And then just behind me, she said,
Go on in, Wells. I have the key. I'll lock the door.
Lock it? Well, there's no need to lock it.
I don't agree with you. The cleaning woman comes tomorrow.
Well, she won't come up here.
But you might be tempted to go down.
Why should I?
You'll get lonely, Wells. You'll get bored and restless and terribly unhappy. You'll begin to think you'll go crazy if you don't get out. You'll be desperate for the sound of a human voice. Believe me, I know.
Now, look here, Leslie.
Please go in, Wells.
All right, but there's no reason to take advantage of the spot I'm in.
What do you mean, dear? I'm protecting you. I'm carrying out our bargain, the one you suggested. Now go in and let me lock the door.
I wasn't amused anymore. This wasn't funny. This was a new experience, taking orders from my own wife, and I couldn't say I liked it, but what could I do? One quick telephone call, one shout, even to the neighbors in the next house, and my game was up. I knew that, and she knew I knew it. So the trump card was in her hand, and she was playing it. She was playing it slowly and with pleasure. She was playing it for all it was worth.
Good morning, darling.
Morning. It must be almost noon. I'm starving. Why didn't you come up?
I was busy. Norman dropped over to see me.
You didn't tell him.
Of course not. This is our little secret, dear. Did you sleep well?
I didn't sleep at all.
Worried about something?
Certainly not. It was hot up here, that's all. What have I got to worry about?
Nothing that I know of.
Well, go and get me something to eat. I'm dying of hunger.
Oh, I hope not, Wells. I wouldn't want you to die of hunger.
And then I saw it. I saw it all, the whole thing. That thing I should have seen before. How could I have missed it? She was going to kill me, and why not? What was there to stop her? Wasn't I dead already? Who would ever miss me? Who would know what she had done? She could bury me in the back orchard. She could burn me in the furnace. She'd have the whole 50,000, and who would be the wiser? You can't accuse a woman of killing a corpse. Then on I paced. The room was only 8 feet square, but I walked for miles, and the sweat rolled down my face and down my body, and the walls closed in, and I waited for her to return. What do you want, Leslie?
Well, I thought you'd like to know. I just came from your funeral.
Oh, they buried Red.
Mm-hmm. It was a beautiful service. I'm sorry you weren't there.
That was the evening of the second day. She left my dinner on the table and didn't come back that night. At least I didn't think she had come back, but when I awoke the next morning, I wasn't sure. Sometime toward dawn, a shadow had moved across my dream. A lock had snapped, a door had opened. Had it been a part of the dream itself, or had Leslie... But why should she have come and gone like that? What could she have wanted? There was nothing of interest to her, nothing. Except the revolver. The gun I'd emptied into Red Tuttle's body. It was in the pocket of my coat, and my coat was hung over the back of a chair. I leaped from the bed and went for my coat, the right-hand pocket. There was empty. Must have been the left. The left was empty, too. The gun was gone. Leslie had taken it. And now for the second time in my life, I knew fear. I stumbled toward the door. I began to pound frantically. Leslie! 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 I heard her footsteps, and then she was just outside, hissing at me.
Quiet, you fool.
Let me out of here.
I said be quiet. Norman's downstairs. He'll hear you.
I don't care who hears me. Let me out!
Leslie, who is that? Here he comes. Will you be quiet?
Who's up there, Leslie?
It's no one, Norman. It's nothing,
Don't
really.
lie to me. I heard someone shouting. There's somebody in that room. Who is it, Leslie? Leslie, answer me. Who's in there?
It's my husband. It's Wells.
So now he knew, too. There was silence after she told him, and the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. She was leading him away. She was going to talk it over with him, tell him her plan, ask his help. They were discussing it now, just how they would do it, just how they would dispose of me afterward. I staggered to the window. She'd put a lock on it after the first time she'd found it open, and even if she hadn't, what good would it do me? Suppose I could climb down somehow. Where was I to go? The face of a dead man attracts attention on a public street. An hour passed before I heard footsteps again. And now I thought, now they would do it. The key turned in the lock. But the door didn't open. They were getting ready, checking the gun. It was loaded now. They would empty it into me as I had emptied it into Red Tuttle. Now they were turning the knob. They were coming in. But it was only Leslie, and she had no gun, and Norman wasn't with her.
It's all right now, Wells.
What?
Everything is all right. He won't tell.
How do you know?
He wanted to. He wanted to go to the police. I persuaded him not to, so don't worry. Everything's quite all right.
Was it? Then why did she say it like that, and why was she trembling? Because she was afraid of what she and Norman Vale were planning to do. Afraid because the next time she came, he would be with her, and they'd kill me. And I was alone again now. Oh, what were they waiting for? Let them come and get it over with. I was tired of this room. It was getting smaller every minute, smaller and hotter. The heat was unbearable. I could scarcely breathe. Why, it was hotter than it'd been 10 minutes ago. It was like a furnace. Just like a furnace. I didn't know what it was at first, that sound. I didn't know until I heard it again. And then I knew. There was no need even to look at the steam radiator in the corner. They had built a fire, Leslie and Norman Vale, in the middle of the summer. They had built a fire, and they had built it for me. And now the sweat really poured. Now the breath came hard. No, not alive. I thought they wouldn't put me in alive. Of course they would. That was the safest way. Gunshots could be heard, but you can't hear a man being stuffed into a furnace. Of course they would. No, they wouldn't, because I wouldn't let them. Maybe I had to die, but not that way. No, not that way. There was still the window. There were still people on the street. Help! Help me! They're going to burn me alive! Help! 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 Something happened. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was lying on the army cot. The policeman towered above. He waited until my eyes could focus, and when he said it very quietly.
You're under arrest, Mr. Galloway, for the murder of your partner, Mr. Tuttle.
You fool! You stupid fool!
She was standing in the doorway, and there was another policeman with her. His arm was linked to hers. I could almost smile at that, but Norman Vale, where was Norman Vale? He'd wanted to kill me, too. He was as guilty as she. The policeman must have seen the question in my eyes.
Your wife is under arrest, too, Mr. Galloway, for the murder of Norman Vale.
The murder of... Leslie, you killed him?
Of course I killed him. Didn't I tell you he wanted to turn you in? Did you think I'd let him rob me of all that money? Oh, you fool, you. If you'd only waited 10 minutes, there wouldn't have been a trace of him left.
Thank you, Joseph Cotton, for a splendid performance.
Well, hello. I guess that winds up suspense for this season.
It sure does, Hap, but we'll be back in the fall on September 1st, in fact. Same time, same stations. And gosh, does that make me happy.
Oh, it does?
Yes, because then I'll have more opportunities to tell people about those dandy, dependable Autolite stay-full batteries that need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Well, folks, I think he likes you.
Yeah, just the way folks like Autolite stay-full batteries. So, friends, this is Harlow Wilcox.
And his pal Hap.
Saying so long for now and best wishes for a happy, trouble-free summer from Autolite, makers of more than 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats.
Keep happy, folks.
And keep your car happy. Have it checked regularly at your Autolite dealers or by the dealer who services your make of car. There's one near you, no matter where you're vacationing. And be sure to ask for Autolite original factory parts, because they're engineered perfectly to fit together perfectly and work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So long for now, and remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And for this 4th of July weekend, remember this slogan.
Take care. Don't take chances.
And now here again is Mr. Joseph Cotton.
I've always enjoyed appearing on Suspense, and particularly so in tonight's unusual play. As you know, this is the last Suspense broadcast for this season, but I'm looking forward, and I'm sure you are, to its return to the air on September 1st, when radio's outstanding theater of thrills will again bring you Hollywood's most famous stars in these gripping studies in
Suspense.
Joseph Cotton appeared by arrangement with David O. Selznick, producer of Portrait of Jenny. Tonight's suspense play was written by Ken Pettis and Lou Schofield, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks at this same time, be sure to hear Escape, a series of great stories of high adventure by the world's outstanding authors. Suspense, brought to you by Autolite on Thursday nights at this hour, is taking its customary summer holiday and returns to the air on Thursday, September 1st.
You can buy Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. And sometimes the most important chase of all is to stop one you yourself have begun. Have you ever written a letter, then wished you hadn't? That's what concerned Hilda Bradley in Harry W. Junkin's famous chase story, Special Delivery.
Your loving daughter, Hilda. And that, my fine, prancing husband, will fix you. Brooks! Judge James T. Tommins, Washington, D.C. Brooks? Email special delivery. Brooks! Where is that butler? Brooks?
Yes, Mrs. Bradley.
Oh, I want you to mail this. It's an airmail special delivery.
Yes, Mrs. Bradley.
And if you hurry, you can catch the 1 o'clock pickup from the mailbox at the corner.
I'll hurry, Mrs. Bradley.
It's to Judge Tomlinson in Washington, and it's very important. It concerns Neil, Mr. Bradley. So run along.
Yes, Mrs. Bradley, I'll hurry. Would you like some ice cream for lunch, Mrs.
No,
Bradley?
I don't care. Just hurry with that letter.
All right, Mrs. Bradley.
P-R-S-U. U.S. Government. M-N-P. Post Office, 8th Avenue and 31st Street. Pennsylvania, 67099. E 6 7 0 9 9.
Post office?
I want to inquire about a letter.
Yes, ma'am.
A letter mailed just now from New York to Washington. Airmail special delivery. When would it get there?
Sometime this evening, madam.
Well, it would be picked up at 96th and Madison at 1 o'clock. Can't you get any closer than just this evening sometime?
Well, it should be there by 9 o'clock, madam. If it's marked special delivery, they'd send it right out.
You're sure it would be there by 10?
Well, of course I can't guarantee it, madam.
But you think it would be?
Yes, madam.
All right, thanks. Oh, Neil. Neil. Hello?
Hilda? Is that you, Hilda?
Yes.
Sound peculiar.
I'm all right.
Is it still convenient for me to drop in tonight?
I was expecting you. Brooke says the rest of your things packed. They'll be ready.
I'd like to see you, Hilda.
What do you want, a fond farewell?
Hilda.
I've got the evening all planned. We can toast each other in nitric acid.
I wish you'd listen to reason, Hilda.
Oh, reason. Oh, you stallion.
We can't talk on the phone. You're so mixed up with love and hate, you don't know what to think. I don't want to leave you, Hilda. I love you. I've told you that 1,000 times. I've said it so often that...
You almost believe it.
Deep down, you believe it. Don't you?
Oh, Neil, I don't know what to think. 1 minute I could claw you apart. And the next minute I could...
Hilda, it won't hurt you to talk to me, will it?
It always has.
Hilda, I love you. You can't just throw me out like this. I swear there's nothing with Sharon. There's never been anything with Sharon.
Oh, if only I could...
Hilda, it's true. Honestly true. I just can't believe that this is happening to us. Please see me just once more. Please, Hilda.
Neil, do you really think we could...
I'm sure we could, Hilda. I love you. If you could only trust me, but you're so...
Eaten with jealousy.
Yes.
Oh, Neil, I'd give anything if we could... I'd try to do... Well, not to be that way, but... You don't know what it's like. 1 minute I
know. Let's not talk on the phone. I'll be up tonight. Just remember that I love you.
Want to come for dinner?
Hilda, you'll never be sorry. If we can get back together again, you'll never be sorry, I promise.
Maybe we can. Maybe I want to terribly. Neil, I can't talk anymore. Come about 8.
All right, Hilda.
Goodbye. Why? Why is it that one moment I love him so much and the next moment I want to kill him? Oh, Brooks! Never mind that letter, Brooks. Brooks? Oh,
Perhaps if I parked in the shade, Mrs. Bradley, the car would be cooler.
No, this is all right, Brooks.
Be no trouble to move.
No, this is all right. What time is it?
25 past 1, Mrs.
It says
Bradley.
on the letterbox that the pickup is at 1. Do you suppose we could possibly have missed him?
We were here at 1:45.
Well, I know, but... Oh, if only I'd caught you before you mailed it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradley. That was too bad.
Too bad. Brooks, where can he be?
Well, he'll be along.
Oh, I've done something dreadful.
What's that,
I
madam?
wrote a silly, ridiculous letter to a judge in Washington. A silly letter that can ruin... Oh, Brooks, where can he be? Nobody's ever on time anymore. If it says 1 o'clock on the box, why don't they clear it at 1 o'clock? You think we've missed him?
I wouldn't know, Mrs. Bradley.
Well, I'm going to ask for the letter back, Brooks. Do you think you'll give it to me?
I really wouldn't know.
After all, I wrote it. It's not as though it were somebody else's letter.
No, Mrs. Bradley, not when you wrote
The
it.
devil doesn't he come?
Well, he'd probably be along soon, Mrs.
Oh, if
Bradley.
I'd only caught you before you mailed it.
Well, if the postman won't give you the letter back, you can write the judge again and explain whatever it was.
Oh, some explanation. Oh, Brooks, there he is.
You want me to come
No,
with
no,
you?
you wait here. I won't be long. Young man.
Yes, lady, what is it?
Are you going to open that letter box?
That's what I get paid for, lady.
Well, you see, I mailed a letter. I wrote it, too, just a little over an hour ago. It's in this box, and I must get it back.
What?
I must get it back. I can prove I wrote it. I brought a sample of my handwriting so you'd know that I wrote it. It's addressed to Judge Tomlins in Washington. It's airmail special delivery, and it's terribly important that I get it back. I forgot to put something in it that I should have, and it's terribly
There isn't a
important.
chance of you getting the letter back that's been dropped in this box.
But why? I wrote it. It's mine. It's mine, and I shouldn't have written it. It's a terribly bad, wicked letter that I shouldn't have written.
First you say you left something out, now it's wicked? What's in the letter, lady?
No, please. Please listen to me. I must get it back. It's a matter of life and death. Oh, listen, I'll give you $500 for that letter.
You will?
Yes, right now. I'll give it to you here. The money's right here.
Keep it
right
there.
In my
Keep it
what?
No, across the street. He's watching us. Look, it's broad daylight. Don't start waving $100 bills at me right under a cop's nose.
$500 for my letter.
Must be some letter.
Will you give it to me?
That's your car over there, the big one with the chauffeur?
Yes, what of it?
Make it 1,000.
But I can't. I can't. I can't get $1,000 without my husband wanting to know what for.
Tell him then. This letter. You, having a little fun on the side?
Oh, you. How can you be so stupid?
Have it your way,
oh,
lady.
Here, $500 right now,
You
please.
flash
Take
that
it.
dough again, and so help me, I'll lace you one. That cop's coming over. Shut up, can't you?
I'll follow you in my car.
Beat it. Beat it.
No, I'll follow you.
All right, but beat it.
I'll follow you in my car and find a place that's quiet. I'll follow you. Brooks, surely you can hang on to a mail truck with a Cadillac.
Don't worry, Mrs. Bradley.
Oh, where's he going?
Probably to another box on
Will
his
you watch
route.
him?
Traffic's getting
Oh, Brooks,
heavier.
he's making that light. Go on, Brooks. Never mind the light. Go on. Go on.
I can't, Mrs. Brooks.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you've lost
Well, I
him.
couldn't help it. I've run down the traffic.
Okay, you see the mail truck?
Well, I think he turned the corner as soon as the light
No,
changes.
don't wait for the light. Go through it. Go through it. I must catch that mail truck.
But the traffic cop will
Oh, we've lost him. He's gone.
I'm sorry.
Oh, we've lost him.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradley, but if I'd kept on going, I'd have run down that policeman.
Oh, it's all right, Brooks. It's not your fault. I guess you better take me home. Your U.S. government. MMNOP. Pennsylvania 67099.
Post office?
Oh, who's in charge of everything?
Well, just what was it you wanted?
No, I asked you a perfectly plain question. I want to know who's in charge of everything.
Mr. Rogers is the postal
Well, let me speak to him, please.
Well, just a moment, madam.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Rogers speaking.
Mr. Rogers, this is Mrs. Neil J. Bradley speaking, and I must see you. Something very important. If I come right down to your office, could you see me?
Well, just what was it you wanted, Mrs. Bradley?
I can't possibly tell you about it on the telephone. But I must see you, Mr. Rogers. Please. Please let me come down.
Well, if it's that important, why, certainly 8th Avenue on 31st Street.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I'll be right there.
Sit down, Mrs. Bradley.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Mr. Rogers, are you married?
What?
Are you?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am. Why?
Do you love your wife?
Mrs. Bradley, what are you talking about?
Do you?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I love my wife.
Do you love her so much that sometimes you want to kill her?
Really, Mrs. Bradley, I can't for the life of me understand what it is you want me
Well,
to do.
I wrote a letter. A special delivery letter.
Oh,
A dreadful,
letter.
terrible letter that well, it isn't true at all. And it's terrible. And I've simply got to get it back. If I don't get it back, my husband's life and my life and... Well, I've just got to get it back.
Mrs. Bradley, there's no use you're going on. If you've come down here to get a letter back, it's quite impossible. Quite impossible.
No, listen to me. Please listen to me. You don't know what was in the letter.
It wouldn't matter.
That 2 lives will be hopelessly wrecked.
Sorry?
How can you be so callous?
Mrs. Bradley, the moment a letter is mailed, it becomes the property of the addressee. It's an absolutely unbreakable regulation.
But this letter is murder.
What?
Yes. Yes, murder. Do you hear that?
No, Mrs. Bradley, you'd better go home. You're upset.
Please, let me tell you, please. My husband and I were once very close. Very close. We were very deeply in love, and I think we could be again if... Anyway, he was overseas for 4 years, France mostly, and I took it very badly. Very badly. I was awful about it. I cried at the slightest provocation. I imagined him with all sorts of French women, and I know I'm neurotic, but I just can't help being that way. Jealous. I've always been jealous. I fight it. I swear I'll never again be suspicious or horrible, but I am. I was always that way. Jealous of his work, his business, his friends, everything. And then we lost a baby, and well, I'm a little older than Neil, and I was afraid that...
Now, Mrs. Bradley, this is very hard on you. Why don't you let me send you home in my car?
I was
It's
afraid
no
that he was
use
beginning
now.
to think that I was too old for him. Too old for him to love. And he began to see something of another woman, Sharon Elders. I thought I'd go crazy. I used to plan how I could kill her.
What?
And then kill him.
What?
Don't look so stricken. I never got to the point that I attempted murder, but I reached that point today.
What do you mean?
There's murder in that letter.
Please, Mrs. Bradley, people will hear you.
I was going to kill him tonight. Yes, it's true. I was going to kill him. I planned it all week. I was clever. There's an old saying, hell hath no fury, and it's true. I was cold and relentless and incredibly clever. Every last detail was planned. The police would be fooled. Everybody would be fooled. It was perfect. It was a perfect murder.
Now, Mrs. Bradley, you're not going to kill him, are you? You're going home. Now, please, Mrs. Bradley, let me take you home.
You don't understand. I was killing him tonight by by taking my own life. He would have been executed for my murder because it would have looked like murder. Don't you see? Can't you understand?
You mean you actually planned to kill yourself and have your husband take the blame?
Yes. The letter was to a judge in Washington, Judge James T. Tomlins. The letter was part of the plot. I said that I knew Neil would kill me tonight, and the letter was to be the final piece of evidence. Please help me. Please, please.
Really, Mrs. Bradley, you make it so difficult for me to know what to do.
Well, if you can't, you can't. That's all.
Well, wait a minute. Hello, give me the special delivery desk on 3. That was a special delivery mail?
Yes. Mr. Rogers, you'll never be sorry, I promise you. If you help me, you'll never regret it. I swear.
Hello, who's this?
I'll never tell.
Oh, Johnson, would you see if you've got a letter for Tomlins? It's Judge James T. Tomlins, Washington, D.C. Huh? Tomlins.
Yes.
All right. They enter all special delivery letters in the book.
Oh, I see.
What? Oh, when did you mail it?
Today. 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock today. It's airmail to Washington. That's right. Huh? All right, Johnson. Thanks.
Well?
Your letter's gone, Mrs. Bradley. It'll make the plane that leaves for Washington in 35 minutes.
Faster, Brooks. We've only 10 minutes more.
We're doing 70.
Well, then do
Mrs. Bradley.
90 to 100. Please, God, help me. Please.
Passengers for Flight 7 to Washington. Flight 7 to Washington, now loading to gate number 2.
Miss.
All aboard, please.
Is that the next flight to Washington?
Yes, madam. We're leaving in 3 minutes.
Oh, well, I want a seat.
I'm sorry, madam. The flight is full.
Got to get on that plane.
Well, there might be a cancellation on Flight 8, madam. If you'd care to stand by for an hour, I'll see what I can do.
Who's in charge of the mail on that plane?
Well, just what
now,
is it
I
you
want to talk
want?
to whoever's in charge of the mail. Is that the ship out there? The big silver one? Is that the one that's going to Washington?
Yes, madam, but it's quite impossible for you to get... Madam! Madam! Come back here. Now, you can't go through there. Madam!
Mister, you. Yes, you. I got to get on this plane. Would you sell me your seat for $500?
I beg your pardon? I don't quite understand.
I'll give you $500 for your seat on this flight.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. I have to be in Washington myself tonight.
Excuse me. Let me buy. Let me buy, please. I beg your pardon.
Your
let me
ticket,
buy.
sir?
Please let me.
Seat 16, sir.
Stewardess, I don't have a seat, but I must get on this plane because I've written a letter that's being carried on it, and I have to get to Washington when the letter gets there so that perhaps I can stop it from being delivered. I shouldn't have written
Madam,
it.
have you a reservation on this flight?
No, I just told you that, but you'll have to put somebody else off. I must be on this plane. I must.
But, madam, if you haven't a ticket...
I'll buy a ticket. I don't want to ride for nothing. But there aren't any tickets left.
Will you please see the ticket agent in the airport?
No. It's this flight I want. I must be in Washington before a letter that I wrote that's on this plane. It's a very silly letter.
Would you mind stepping aside, madam, please? You're preventing the passengers from boarding. Your ticket, sir? Seat 4, sir.
Stewardess, it's a letter that I wrote is on this plane, and I simply must get it.
Your ticket, miss? Seat 11, miss.
Stewardess, I must get to Washington before that letter does. I may be able to explain
Your
why
ticket, sir.
I wrote it.
Yes, that's seat 6. Thank you.
Stewardess, for heaven's sake, listen to me. I've written a very silly letter that I shouldn't have written. And if I don't get it, my husband
Your ticket,
will...
madam? Yes, that's seat 4, madam.
Please, stewardess, can't you help me?
1, 2, 3, 4,
I don't mean to bother
5,
you, but it's
6,
so
7,
urgent
8,
that I get on this plane.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
If you'd only just let me
14,
explain
16, 17, 18,
Stewardess, for
19,
pity's sake, listen
20,
to me. It's a matter...
21,
Will you listen to me?
23. Madam, I'm sorry. I don't doubt that your trip is urgent, but you haven't a seat.
I'll stand up. I don't need a seat. If only you'll let me
Madam,
go.
we're ready to take off. Now, you
No,
must
please,
leave the ship.
Please let me stay. I'll give you $500 if you'll let me stay, please.
Madam, if you won't get off, I'm going to have to put you off.
No, I won't. I won't get off.
Mr. Hill, will you help me, please? I can't do anything with this woman. She simply won't get off the ship.
All right. I'll get off.
Home now, Mrs. Bradley. Mrs. Bradley.
Oh, what?
Home now.
Yes. Mr. Bradley will be home for dinner. Some coffee, Neil?
No, thanks. Aren't you well, Hilda?
Yes, I'm fine.
You seem awfully nervous.
Nervous?
I've never seen you like this before. Hilda, please don't worry about things. It's all settled. Isn't it?
I guess so.
You guess so?
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Hilda, I don't understand you tonight. Of course, I never did, I guess.
What time is it?
It's 10:15.
Any minute now.
What?
Oh, nothing.
What do you mean, any minute now?
Nothing.
You must have meant something.
No, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
Hilda, please, don't brood anymore. I thought that I'd come up here and, well, we'd just settle it all. I even told the hotel I'd be checking out tonight. I thought maybe I'd come back here tonight, Hilda. I thought you'd want me to.
You thought I'd forget all about Sharon, didn't you?
No, you haven't changed. You still think I'm cheating, that I always do.
I can't stand anymore. I can't stand anymore.
What is it? You've been acting so strangely all evening. Please don't cry, Hilda. Tell me what it is. I can help. Hilda, it kills me to see you like this. There's nothing to cry about now. Everything's going to be all right.
Stop. Leave me alone. Don't touch me.
Hilda.
You might as well go to her. There's no use you staying any longer here.
Darling, I've never seen you so upset. Here, drink this, please. Have some coffee, please.
I don't want this coffee.
Please. Here, drink it.
It's cold.
It'll do you good. If I'd dropped that cup, you'd have murdered me.
Don't.
What?
Don't answer it.
Hilda.
No, don't answer it, I tell you.
Well, you can't answer it.
No, leave it. Let it ring.
Oh, Hilda,
I
be
don't
silly.
want you to touch that phone.
All right, Hilda. That does it. You still behave like a crazy woman, and you always will. Jealous, lying, scheming.
I didn't want you to touch it.
Sure, a whim like your other whims. Well, I've had enough. I've had plenty. More than any one man could be...
Let me tell you
Shut
why
up, Hilda. For once, shut up and listen. I came here tonight to do one of two things. If we could reconcile our problems, we'd try to keep the marriage, but you've shown me you'll always be the same, and on that I can't stand. So I'm going to do the only thing left me.
What's that?
Kill you.
Neil, where'd you get my gun?
I know you'll never let me live happily, and I can't take any more.
Neil!
Yes?
Mrs. Bradley, please.
She can't come to the phone now. This is Mr. Bradley. Can I help you?
Oh, Miss Bradley, this is Rogers of the 31st
Yes?
Will you give your wife this message? Just tell her the letter came back just now.
Letter? Came back?
She'll know it was incorrectly addressed. It'll be in her mailbox tomorrow morning. I know how important it is to her.
Thank you, but it doesn't matter. Bye.
Oh, Mr. Bradley.
Yes?
Look, well, it's none of my business, but I am a married man myself, and I think you'd better have your wife see a doctor. She told the craziest story today, something about killing herself and framing you for a murder. I know it's just neurotic talk and silly, and I tried to humor her, but, well, you never know what these women may do. She may do away with herself.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Thank you very much. Bye. Get me the police. Hello, I want to report an accident. It's my wife. She's been threatening to do away with herself. She's just killed herself. Suicide.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. The script was written by Harry W. Junkin. Heard in the cast were Jan Miner, Maurice Tarplin, Shirley Blank, Bill Quinn, William Keane, and Ian Martin. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Way. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a New York cab driver finds himself the object of a statewide hunt in a pursuit featuring a fabulous bracelet and a beautiful corpse in The Chase.
Tonight, Bob Hope meets the Veep on NBC.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. Welcome. Come right in. There's room enough for everybody. As a matter of fact, the more bodies, the better. Don't be surprised by the gloom. It's our new paint job. In black, so the bloodstains won't show.
Why, Mr. Host, that's an awful thing to say. Giving all these nice people the wrong impression about our program.
Oh, on the contrary, Mary. You know very well that our proceedings here are rather terrifying and our little family a bit on the gruesome. Of course, it used to be different in the old days of Inner Sanctum, but since then we grew some.
We have indeed, Mr. Host. But now, while you're busy making last-minute arrangements, I'm going to enjoy a chat with our Lipton listeners. When you tip up the teapot and pour yourself out a cup of Lipton tea, what a lively, inviting fragrance curls up from the cup to greet you. And above all, what sheer delight there is in Lipton's delicious taste. You say to yourself, there must be a reason why Lipton tea is so much more enjoyable than any tea I've ever tasted. And, friends, there is. It's Lipton's brisk flavor. Briskness in a tea is what folks like. And brisk is the very word the tea experts themselves use to describe Lipton's hearty, more flavorful goodness. So no wonder tea drinkers love Lipton so much. Unlike ordinary, dull-tasting teas, Lipton's has a world of fresh, lively, full-bodied flavor. And because it's brisk-tasting, more people buy and enjoy Lipton's than any other brand of tea in the world. Chances are you'll prefer it, too. Try this tangy, more flavorful tea soon. It's Lipton tea. Brisk-flavored Lipton tea.
And now, friends, draw up your chairs. Dim the lights and listen to a story designed to freeze the spine and set the teeth on edge. It was written by Michael Sklar and Richard Manoff, and it's called The Confession. And our star is Santos Ortega, who plays the role of Alex.
The last thing I remembered was the gunshot, the thud of the bullet, and the burning pain in my stomach. And everything got black. When I regained consciousness, my impression was of blinding whiteness.
There, don't try to move, Mr. Sturgis.
Where am I?
This is the emergency ward of the General Hospital.
I felt no pain. Just an overall numbness and a desire to sleep. Am I going to die?
Yes.
How much time have I got?
A couple of hours.
Doctor, I want to make confession. I want to confess to murder. I told the doctor about the money and Lenore. She was much younger than I. And she thought because I owned a little drugstore, I must be prosperous. And I suppose that's why she married me, in spite of the difference in our ages. But there wasn't any money for fun or nice clothes. So she became restless. But I loved her. And I did my best. Until the other night, in the drugstore.
Oh, it's 12 o'clock, thank heaven. Time to close up, Alex.
5 more minutes, dear. Another customer might come along.
Just like an old man chasing pennies, never getting anything out of life.
Be reasonable, dear. I'm trying to make a living for us.
Is this your idea of a living? Is this what you promised me before we were married?
I know it's not what you deserve, Lenore, but someday...
Oh, you make me sick. I must have been crazy when I married you.
Lenore.
I'm going to say something I've had on my mind for a long time, Alex. Rather than go on this way, I'd prefer to be dead. Look at you. I don't have to put up with you. I'm still young, Alex.
So there it was. Out in the open. An old man with money would have been acceptable. But because I had no money, she was going to leave me. I wanted to plead with her. I would have gotten down on my knees. But before I could say anything, the street door opened. And a man stumbled into the store.
Oh, Alex, look!
Help me, quick. I'm wounded. I helped the man to a chair. He'd been shot in the chest, and the front of his coat was covered with blood. His breathing came hard.
Bullet in my chest. Patch me up.
I'm only a pharmacist. You need a doctor.
I'll call Dr. Johnson.
No, I don't want any doctor. I want you to help me.
Is it because doctors must report bullet wounds? Is that why you want a doctor?
Never mind my reason. I got plenty of dough. I'll give you $500 to take care of me.
Well, I'd better call the police.
No, lady, no. Look, mister, take care of me. Keep it quiet. I'll give you $1,000.
$1,000? Let me see the money.
Here's a $1,000 bill, but I got plenty more.
No. Help me take him into the back room.
Oh, but Alex.
No, I'll take him myself. You get busy and wipe the blood off the floor.
Oh, no, you can't.
Wipe up the blood. Do as I say, Lenore.
What's taking you so long?
I'm looking for a certain medicine among these bottles.
Give me something to stop the bleeding. Hurry.
I'll be ready for you soon. Oh, Lenore, did you get the floor clean?
Yes, it's clean. How is he?
He's in bad shape. Weak from loss of blood.
Alex, you haven't done anything for him yet.
Be quiet.
But you've been in here 5 minutes, and he's just like he was before. Alex, you're stalling.
Oh, the hell.
Alex,
Let him lay there.
But he's dying.
I know.
Alex, call the police.
No.
Are you going to let him die?
Yes.
That's as bad as murder.
I didn't shoot him. It's not my fault if he dies. Lenore, he's got money. Thousands of dollars. No one knows he came here. This is our chance, Lenore.
What do you mean?
I'm going to let him die. Take his money, and then get rid of his body. He lay still. I stooped and went through his jacket. There was a wallet containing a few $1 bills and a driver's license, which I handed to Lenore.
His name is James Kirk. He lives in Hillsborough.
His pockets were crammed full of bills of large denominations. Lenore watched, fascinated, as I counted.
How much is it, Alex?
A little over $78,000. We're rich, Lenore.
I'm frightened.
There's nothing to be afraid of. All we have to do now is wait until he dies and get rid of the body.
Do you need me to help you?
No, I can manage alone. This body's heavy. Yeah. It's through the door.
Oh, Alex, he's still alive.
Yes.
Well, what are you going to do now?
It'd be dangerous to wait here until he dies. Anyway, what difference does it make? He'll be dead when he goes into the water.
No, that's murder.
Call it what you like. We've gone too far now to stop. You wait in the car. I'm going to carry him to the edge of the pier and drop him over the side. He's gone. I watched Kirk's body sink into the water. I knew the current in the bay would carry it out to sea. One doesn't picture a middle-aged druggist committing a perfect crime. But I felt sure that I had done it. For I had Kirk's money, and it seemed that no one could connect his death to me. I rejoined Lenore in the car, started for home. After I'd driven for a few minutes, I noticed she was strangely quiet. What's the matter, dear?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Something's troubling you. What is it?
Nothing.
You act as though you're afraid of me.
No.
You are afraid of me. Lenore, why?
I never saw you act this way before. Something's happened to you. You're different.
Oh, nonsense.
Don't you feel it, Alex? You're a murderer.
No.
You wouldn't even wait until he was dead.
Listen to me, Lenore. Whatever I did for your sake. I wanted the money for you, so you could be happy.
Oh, how can I be happy with this thing hanging over us?
We had breakfast the next morning in absolute silence. Then Lenore went to open the store, while I wrapped the money in a parcel, took it to the bank, placed it in my box in the safe deposit vault. No one paid any attention to me, although the bank was swarming with police detectives. From the bank, I went directly to the drugstore and found a man there waiting for me.
Mr. Sturgis?
Yes?
Biggert is my name. Mark Biggert.
What can I do for you?
I'm an insurance company detective, Mr. Sturgis. I'm investigating the First National Bank robbery for my company. I want you to tell me everything you know about that robbery.
Don't say I didn't warn you about Alex Sturgis at the beginning of our story. You know, he's quite a guy for an oldish man. A real killer. He thinks death begins at 40.
Mr. Host, I think Alex Sturgis is a perfectly dreadful person.
Oh, but he's a good druggist, Mary. Just the man to go to if you have to fill a prescription for Murder.
Well, we've certainly had plenty of prescriptions for murder, mayhem, and arson on our program, Mr. Host. But now I've got something different, a prescription for enjoyment. The directions are pleasantly simple. First, just stretch out in an easy chair in front of the fireplace. Then make sure there's a cup of brisk-flavored Lipton tea at your side, and your pleasure will be complete. There's just nothing more delightfully good than the zestful flavor of Lipton tea. It's so bright and refreshing and satisfying. Its familiar, welcome fragrance seems to fill the whole room with summer. And how beautifully its deep amber color fits the scene. A color as warm and cheery as the flames dancing on the hearth. Now there's a real prescription for enjoyment. Try it tomorrow with a piping hot cup of delicious, brisk-flavored Lipton tea.
Well, that should be a very pleasant prescription to take, Mary. And now, friends, let's get on with our story. Lying on a hospital bed, Alex Sturgis has confessed to the murder of a bank robber who entered his drugstore in much the same manner as the fly who entered the spider's parlor. Alex pocketed the robber's loot and dumped him, still alive, into the bay. An insurance company detective has just come in to question him.
He was a big man, but not fat, this detective. And although he didn't appear to be very intelligent, he had a look of cunning. His clothes were rumpled, and he rolled an unlit cigar around in his mouth as he spoke.
Suppose you start from the beginning, Sturgis.
There's nothing to talk about, Bigot. I don't know anything about the robbery.
You don't, eh?
No, I don't. Why should you come here annoying me with silly questions?
I'll tell you why I'm here, Sturgis. And then maybe you'll see your way clear to talk. You know the bank was robbed last night, and the crook got away with better than $78,000.
Yes?
The night watchman was shot. He's in a coma now, but before he was shot, he shot one of the crooks.
What does that have to do with me?
I'm coming to you, Sturgis. I'm a slow man, but I'm thorough, which is more than you can say for the harness bulls on the police force. Take those harness bulls. They didn't spot the trail of blood that wounded crook left when he ducked on the alley behind the bank. Funny thing, they clean missed it. But I noticed it, Sturgis. I followed it through the alley and straight up this street. And here's another peculiar thing. The trail ended right smack at the door of this drugstore.
Are you implying...
2 and 2 makes 4, Sturgis. As I said, I'm not a fancy-pants detective, but here's how I figure it. This yegg was wounded, so he came in here and asked you to fix him up, which you did. In exchange, he gave you a nice big piece of the tape to keep your mouth shut. Am I right, Sturgis?
You're 100% wrong.
If you were smart, you'd talk now and save yourself a lot of grief.
I've got nothing to tell you.
Suit yourself, Sturgis. But here's my business card. In case you change your mind, you can reach me at the Hotel Empire. By the way, the company is offering a $5,000 reward for the return of that money.
I'm not interested. Good day.
Okay. It's your next, Sturgis. I'll be seeing you.
Alex, I heard what he said. He knows.
I should have thought of the blood outside.
Well, how can you stand there and act so calm about it? He knows, I tell you.
Take hold of yourself and know. He only suspects, and his suspicions aren't worth 2 cents unless he can produce evidence. Believe me, we've got nothing to worry about. I was cocky then. Too cocky. Fenor was right. I was a changed man. That money had put iron into my spine. And then, that afternoon, I got the first of the phone calls. Hello? Sturgis Drugstore.
This is Western Union calling. I have a telegram from Mr. Alex Sturgis.
This is he speaking.
Will you accept the message over the telephone, Mr. Sturgis?
Yes, of course.
The message reads as follows. Place the money in an envelope and mail it to box number 11, General Post Office. Don't fail to act as instructed because your future depends on it.
Is, that all?
That's all, Mr. Sturgis. There is no signature.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, it was bad enough having that detective snooping around, but now this telegram. Oh, don't take any more chances, Alex. Send the money.
No.
Alex, please. I'm frightened.
Listen, Lenore. Calm yourself. It's perfectly clear what happened. One of the bank robbers came with Kirk as far as the store. He must have been frightened away by the police. Now he's using this method to get the money. But he won't get it.
Why? What are you going to do?
I'm going to put a wad of blank paper in an envelope and mail it to that post office box. Then I'll stand watch at the post office and see who claims it.
And then what?
That money means everything to us, Lenore. I've already killed one man for it. If necessary, I'll commit another murder. I placed blank strips of paper in an envelope and mailed the envelope to that post office box. The next morning, I went to the post office and stood near the window, waiting for someone to come along and claim the envelope in box number 11. Hours passed. I got hungry. My legs began to shake from exhaustion. But I couldn't leave that spot. I meant to stay there until...
What are you waiting here for, Sturgis?
A voice cut through my thoughts. I looked up. It was Kelly, the policeman. He was suspicious.
The clerk noticed you hanging around and called for a cop.
It's nothing, Kelly. I arranged to meet my wife here. She's late.
I saw your wife through the drugstore window as I came up the street. You must have forgotten all about your appointment. You'd better get back to the store, Sturgis.
I couldn't stay there after that. I walked around the block. When I came back, the policeman had disappeared. I entered, went to the window, and asked the clerk if anyone had claimed the mail in box 11. He nodded. The letter was gone. My plan to discover the identity of Kirk's confederate had failed. There was nothing to do but go back to the drugstore. It was empty. I felt a sense of danger as soon as I entered. So I closed the street door quietly and walked as silently as I could to the door of the back room. It was open. Lenore was at the telephone.
Hello. Hello, Empire? Hotel? Hello. Connect me with Mr. Biggert, please. Yes. Mr. Mark Biggert.
Hang up, Lenore. Hang up the receiver.
Alex!
You were calling that detective.
Suppose I was. What of it?
You were going to tell him about the money. You were going to double-cross me for the reward.
You're so smart, Alex. What are you going to do about it?
Lenore, don't you understand? I don't want the money for myself. I took it for you, to give you the things that will make you happy.
Big-hearted, unselfish Alex.
What are you laughing at?
I'll tell you why you took that money, Alex. You thought you could buy me with it. Well, you're wrong. I wouldn't stay with you if you had all the money in the world.
Lenore, would you leave me after all that's happened?
I'm packing up right now.
No.
You can't stop me.
I love you, Lenore. I did my best to hold you. If I can't have you, no one else will have you.
What do you mean? Alex, stay away from me.
I'm going to kill you, Lenore.
Alex, no. Don't.
I'm going to kill you, my darling.
Let go of my throat. Alex, please. Let go.
She's dead. All men kill the thing they love. And I've killed you, Lenore. I felt empty, drained of all emotion. I buried her body in the cellar of the drugstore. I was even a bit glad that it ended in this fashion. For now, Lenore would be with me forever. Did I say it was ended? I was wrong. I found no peace. For the very next morning, Biggert came to the drugstore.
Good morning, Sturgis. Nice morning, isn't it?
What do you want?
Just stop by to have a chat, Sturgis. I've been giving a lot of thought to the First National Bank robbery. You know, that night watchman came out of his coma this morning.
Why, tell me about it.
I thought you might be interested. Here's an angle, Sturgis. The watchman says the robbery was pulled by only one man. One single crook, and he was shot. Nice angle, isn't it?
Is it?
Yes, it gave me a new idea, Sturgis. Now, I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but I figure it this way. That crook came in here and asked you to fix him up.
We've gone through this before.
I'm going to take it a little further, Sturgis. The crook asked you to fix him up, but you got a peek at all that money. So you let him die, took the money, and disposed of the body. How's that for a theory?
Very clever. But Can you produce the body?
No, the police haven't been able to locate it, but I'm not discouraged, Sturgis. Those harness bulls aren't very smart. I'll find that body.
And when you do?
I'm an insurance company, Dick Sturgis. I want that $78,000. When I find that body, I'll come around here and you'll cough it up.
I've told you before I know nothing about that robbery or the money. Now I've got work to do. Suppose you run along.
Okay, Sturgis. So long.
Hello. Sturgis Drugstore.
Western Union calling. I have a telegram from Mr. Alex Sturgis.
This is he speaking. Read it to me, please.
The message reads as follows. Received your letter. Contents not what requested. Suggest you obey instructions. Same box number and post office. This is final.
Is there a signature?
No, sir. There's no signature, Mr. Sturgis.
I hung up. My head was reeling. But out of the confusion in my mind, one thought emerged. The night watchman had said Kirk had no Confederates in the bank robbery. Therefore, the person sending me the telegram must be Kirk. The salt water of the bay must have revived him. Kirk was still alive. I found Kirk's wallet on a shelf where Lenore had placed it the night all this began. From the driver's license, I copied his home address. I waited till after midnight and drove to Hillsborough, where I found Kirk's apartment in an old tenement building. The door was unlocked. I drew out my gun and entered. I meant to kill Kirk. I had to kill him. The living room was empty. No one was in the bedroom. I turned, walked back to the living room.
Drop that gun, Sturgis. Big, drop the gun, quick. I'm not taking any chances with you.
How did you know?
How did I know you were going to come here, Sturgis? Sit down in that chair by the table and I'll tell you.
You sent the telegram?
Yes, I sent them.
You got me to think that Kirk was still alive.
That's right.
And you followed me here. You trailed me.
It's all clear now, isn't it, Sturgis? You take 2 and 2 and add it up and it comes out 4. Now, where's the money?
The money?
We're going to cut out the cute stuff, Sturgis. I want that money. Now, where is it?
It's in a medicine jar. On a shelf. In the back room of the drugstore.
All right, let's go, Sturgis. First, you'll give me the money. Then I'll take you down to police headquarters.
We drove to the drugstore. I led him into the back room. I knew exactly what I was going to do. On one of the shelves was a bottle of hydrochloric acid. Bigger thought it was the bottle containing the money. I reached up, uncorked the bottle, and flung the burning liquid into his...
Ah! I'm blind. I'll kill you for this, Sturgis. If I could only see you. Where are you, Sturgis? Sturgis, where are you?
I was huddled against the wall. He stood between me and the door, screaming in pain, firing his gun blindly. The first 3 shots missed, but the 4th bullet struck me in the stomach. The last thing I remember is Biggett running out of that room, shouting for help. I lost consciousness soon after. When I came to, I found myself here in this hospital. You know the rest of the story, Doctor.
That's your confession, eh?
That's my confession.
Did you get all that down on paper, Mr. Biggert?
Got every word of it, Doctor.
Biggett, how did you get here? I thought hydrochloric acid.
You thought you blinded me permanently, but not enough of the stuff get into my eyes to do any real damage.
Lenore.
He's dead, Biggert.
I've seen a lot of funny cases in my time, Doc, but this beats them all. He's a man who commits murder to get a lot of stolen money for his wife. Then he kills his wife. And finally, he gets killed himself. And the money? The money is safe and sound in the bank safe deposit vault.
Oh, what a pity. Exit Sturgis. Yes, Biggert smoked him out just like a poor fish. Smoked Sturgis. Think of it, a respectable pharmacist ending up that way, and all because of his wife.
Now, there you go again, Mr. Host. Always blaming it on a woman.
Oh, come, Mary. You know very well that was Lenore's fault. If you ask me, Alex should have tossed her outside and tended to his business. He never would have been nabbed by the copper. But the fool, he didn't think of it. Now the world is iridium.
Goodness, Mr. Host. Well, after all that, I hope you won't mind if I get serious for a moment, because I have a very important message for our listeners. Friends, the 1946 March of Dimes is now in its final week, and your contribution is needed as never before. Every year, thousands of children are stricken by infantile paralysis. Your dimes and dollars guarantee expert medical treatment and continuing care for these children, so give generously. Send your dimes and dollars to your local March of Dimes headquarters. Join the March of Dimes.
And now, friends, a word of advice to all prospective murderers. Never fall in love with your victim because, as Oscar Wilde found out, it's so embarrassing to kill the thing you love. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Pavilion by Hilda Lawrence. Next week, the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup will bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown and called The Blood of Cain. It's a grim little story of a New Orleans family with a fine old tradition of murder. Yes, this family tree casts a shadow of death. So, if you're able, tune in next Tuesday and we'll all raise Cain. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Friendly Divorce Murder Case. It is 8 o'clock in the morning, and in the bustling city, most people are up and about their business. But the attractive apartment of Eric Belden is ominously quiet as Letty Stone, the daily cleaning woman, enters it. And she looks around her in surprise as she moves toward the bedroom door.
That's a funny thing. Mr. Belden's always up at this hour. He's usually finished with breakfast, too, and on his way to the studio. I don't see any breakfast dishes. Bedroom door. It's closed. And the key's on the outside. Well, that's strange. Mr. Belden? Mr. Belden? Are you in there? Mr. Belden? Guess I'd better open the door and see. Might be sick. Oh, Mr. Belden. Oh, dear heaven. Oh, he was shot. He's dead.
What's that? What's the matter?
Oh, Miss Katie, where'd you come from?
Oh, I just came into the apartment. You left the front door open, Letty, but what's the trouble? Eric.
He's dead, Miss Katie.
Oh, poor Eric. I knew he'd been depressed lately, but what a horrible thing to do, to kill himself that way.
You think he did it himself, Miss Katie? I'd better call the police.
Well, go ahead and call them, Letty, but I tell you, it's suicide.
But a little later, as Mr. Chameleon, the astute and dreaded detective, bends over the prostrate body of Eric Belden, he says to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold, who is with him,
Dave, look at this. Position of the gun. It was placed here too carefully. This wasn't suicide, it was murder.
You think so, Mr. Chameleon?
There's no question of it, Dave. No powder burn at all. This gun was fired at a distance and then laid beside the body. Where are those two women?
Right here, Mr. Chameleon. Buddy Stone. Miss Katie, come in here, please.
Mrs. Stone, you're the cleaning woman here?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you found the murdered man.
Murdered? Did you say murdered, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, he couldn't have been murdered.
He was, Miss Katie. Martha Katie, is it?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Tell me something about this man.
Why, Eric ran the Belden Fashion Studios. He supplied fashion photographs of models for the magazines.
And you are one of his models, I take it.
Yes, that's right.
And you, Letty Stone, when you came in here this morning to clean, was the apartment empty? I mean empty except for the murdered man.
Why, I thought it was, Mr. Chameleon.
But you could have been mistaken. Now, the murderer could have been hiding somewhere. Tell me, what is this key doing on the outside of the bedroom door?
Oh, so you noticed that.
My job to notice things, Letty. When you came in, did you find the bedroom locked?
Oh, well, no, Mr. Chameleon. That's the strange part. It was unlocked, and the key was on the outside. Mr. Belden always locked his bedroom door at night.
You say Eric Belden always locked his bedroom door when he went to bed? From the inside, of course.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Why did he do that, Letty? What was he afraid of?
He said he was afraid of burglars.
You sound as if you didn't believe it. Well, neither do I believe it, Letty. If Eric Belden was afraid of anything, he was afraid of being murdered. And for very good reason. Someone has murdered him, tried to make it look like suicide, but forgot to lock the bedroom door when leaving and take the key along. Miss Katie, what were you doing here at the apartment so early?
Beg your pardon?
I believe you heard me. What were you doing here in Eric Belden's apartment at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I had an appointment with Eric, a business appointment. We were going to Park Avenue, where Eric intended to take pictures of me modeling fall clothes.
And you stopped here first? To meet him, Miss Katie, or to take the key from the lock where the murderer had forgotten it in all the excitement?
Mr. Chameleon, you can't think that I killed poor Eric. Well, why should I? We were simply business acquaintances.
How about that, Letty?
Well, she was here an awful lot. She and Mr. Belden were thick as thieves.
Be quiet, you wretched old woman. And as for keys, you have an extra key to the apartment. You could have let yourself in, Letty, and robbed him and murdered him.
That's a lie, Mr. Chameleon. That's a wicked lie.
Did you have an extra key to the apartment, Letty?
Why, yes. Yes, sure.
Well, let me have it, please.
But I didn't kill Mr. Belden.
I haven't said you did, yet. And as for Miss Katie's statement...
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dave, what is it? What's the matter?
Martha Katie. I just remembered.
Huh?
She was known as the Glory Girl. She's the model who was mixed up in that murder and blackmail case 3 years ago.
Of course, Dave. How stupid of me not to have remembered. Of course, Martha Katie is the same one.
Well, so what? That doesn't mean I killed Eric Belden. Why don't you go after Cherry? If anyone had a reason for killing him, she did.
Who was Cherry?
Eric's ex-wife. She was one of his models, too. He'd reneged on his alimony, and Cherry was threatening him. She and her old battle axe of a mother were both threatening him.
What about it, Letty? Did you know about this?
Well...
Did you?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. Miss Cherry was here only last night. She and Mr. Belden had an awful row. She said he was a heel, and he was. He's the kind that should have been killed. But I had nothing against him.
Except that you hated him, apparently. Where does Cherry, Belden's former wife, live, Letty?
With her mother, Mrs. Holt. They have another apartment in this building.
What is the phone number, please?
Here it is, on this pad on Mr. Belden's desk.
Thank you.
Now you're using some sense, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh? Why, Miss Katie? Because I'm calling Cherry Belden and you think suspicion is diverted from you? Only it isn't.
Hello?
Hello. I would like to speak to Cherry Belden, please.
Who's calling?
Is this her mother, Mrs. Holt?
Who is calling?
The police. This is Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Eric Belden has been murdered, and I want to speak to his ex-wife.
Well, Cherry's not here, and I don't know where she is.
Oh, really, Mrs. Holt? Is that all you have to say?
What else can I say? My daughter isn't here.
Oh, so you are Mrs. Holt. I was afraid that you might pretend that you were the maid. You don't seem disturbed by the news of your son-in-law's murder. Or didn't it come as a surprise?
See here, you can't speak to me like that. You can't insult me.
I am not trying to insult you, Mrs. Holt. But I want to know where your daughter Cherry is or when you expect her back.
I have no idea. I can't help you.
And we shall have to help ourselves.
Who are you calling now, Mr. Chameleon?
Central Police Headquarters, Miss Cady. A direct line to the police commissioner's office. Any other questions you'd like to ask?
Yes. You talked to Cherry's mother. Couldn't you tell from just talking to her she was a terrible woman?
Miss Cady, in a murder case, it's never smart for one suspect to run down another. It's often...
Hello, Commissioner speaking.
Hello, Commissioner. This is Chameleon. Eric Belden was murdered, and it was made to look like suicide. I want a general alarm sent out for his ex-wife, Cherry Belden.
Good. What's the description?
Letty, you describe her, please?
Well, she's very tiny and blonde and has blue eyes, Mr. Chameleon. She's in her 20s.
Her 20s? She's 30 if she's a day.
She's between 25 and 30, Commissioner. Blonde, blue-eyed, very small, lives with her mother, Mrs. Holt, here in this apartment building.
You think she murdered Belden, Chameleon?
Well, there's a chance of it, Commissioner. But she's not the only one who might have done it. Far from it. This chap Belden was a fashion photographer, and his life, I gather, was full of women. And I think Dave Arnold and I will pay a visit to his office, to the Belden Fashion Studio, which must have been a clearinghouse for some of the most beautiful girls in New York.
And a little later, we find Mr. Chameleon and Dave walking down the corridor which leads to Eric Belden's fashion studio. And Dave is saying...
You really think we'll turn up any leads here, Mr. Chameleon?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, Dave, I decided to come down here, but...
Arguing with you,
Dave,
Mrs.
listen.
Belden. I don't care what
There's someone in the studio.
silly letters with me, so get out of my way.
I'm not moving, Mrs. Belden, till you put those letters back.
Mrs. Belden. That must be Cherry Belden. Come along, Dave. Good morning, ladies. I'm sorry to interrupt a private quarrel, but I am Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Are you Cherry Belden?
Why, yes.
And you, young lady?
I'm Beryl Carrington, Mr. Belden's secretary, and Mr. Belden isn't in.
I am well aware of that fact, Miss Carrington. I just left his apartment where he was found murdered.
Oh.
Shot through the head.
Murdered? Oh, no. Eric dead. I can't believe it. Poor Eric.
You really sound sorry, Mrs. Belden.
I am, Mr. Chameleon. If you're a detective, I suppose you've already learned that Eric and I were divorced, but it was a friendly divorce. We were incompatible, that's all.
Oh, really? And what are those letters that you've got there? I heard Miss Carrington forbid you to take them from the office.
Then nothing, Mr. Chameleon.
I shall be the judge of that. Let me see them, please. No. Well, I see they're written by your mother, threatening Eric Belden. I'd say they're very nasty letters.
Poor Mother was upset. She didn't mean half, she said. Eric promised to pay me $250 a month alimony, and he didn't. I hadn't been working lately, and Mother got excited.
So did you, Cherry Belden. Excited enough to try and get those letters that your mother wrote and destroy them.
Because I thought they put my mother in a false light. Good heavens, I didn't know that poor Eric was dead.
Cherry, oh, thank heavens you're still
Mother.
here. A detective named Chameleon is looking for you.
And he found her, Mrs. Holt. I'm Chameleon. How do you do?
Oh, how do you do? Well, so you found my daughter. Isn't that nice?
Yes, indeed. You lied to me, Mrs. Holt. You said that you didn't know where Cherry was. Why'd you lie?
Well, I wasn't sure she was here in Eric's studio.
I think you were. You knew that she'd come to get those letters. The letters that you wrote Eric Belden threatening him.
Threats were the only thing that Eric understood. Oh, not that he wasn't a fine man in many ways. It was a friendly divorce, you know, Mr. Chameleon. Just incompatibility.
In this case, Mrs. Holt, the word incompatibility may simply be another word for mother-in-law.
How dare you say that? Do you think I killed Eric? Why, Eric was our source of income. Killing him would be like killing the goose that lays the golden egg.
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Miss Carrington.
I'd like to speak to you alone. Do you mind stepping into Mr. Belden's private office?
What for, Miss Carrington?
Yes, what for? Anything you have to say, you can say in front of us.
Miss Carrington apparently feels otherwise. Dave, you keep an eye on Mrs. Holt and her daughter, Cherry Belden. I shall be right back.
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Carrington, what's on your mind?
Mr. Chameleon, I happen to know that in addition to the alimony Mr. Belden was paying Cherry, he also took out a life insurance policy in her favor.
A life insurance policy?
Mm-hmm.
For how much?
$50,000.
Hmm. Tidy little sum. Thank you for the valuable information, Miss Carrington.
I tell you, I am going in there. I want to know what that Carrington girl is saying to Mr. Chameleon.
Well, I take it that Mrs. Holt would consider it valuable information, too.
Now then, Miss Carrington, what are you saying?
Mother, dear, please, you mustn't be so excited.
Mr. Chameleon, what has this girl been telling you?
Mrs. Holt, I want to ask you about a key. A key that was found on the outside of Eric Belden's bedroom door. The door to the room where he was murdered.
Is that what the two of you were talking about? Keys?
Mrs. Holt, Eric's murderer forgot that key. Now, who was it? Who was in his apartment last night? Your daughter, Cherry, for one.
That's not so. Cherry was with me all afternoon and evening.
Oh, that's very strange. The cleaning woman said that she was at Eric's apartment.
Yes, I was, Mr. Chameleon, just for an hour. Mother, you've forgotten. I went out for an hour around dinner time.
What? Oh, yes, that's right, Cherry. I did forget. I've been suffering a great deal lately from loss of memory.
You sound to me like a woman with an excellent memory. Mrs. Holt, do you or your daughter have a key to Eric Belden's apartment?
No.
Mr. Chameleon, that's not so. Mr. Belden told me that Cherry had a key she wouldn't return to him after their divorce. In fact, he was going to have the lock changed. Meanwhile, he always slept with his bedroom door locked.
Thank you again, Miss Carrington. Where is your purse, Cherry Belden? And on the table. Dave, will you search it, please?
Yes, sir.
This is an outrage.
Mother, you're only making matters worse. And you, Miss Carrington, I don't understand what you think you're doing.
Don't you, Cherry? I understand her perfectly.
Here, Mr. Chameleon. Here's the key. It's even marked. Eric Belden, 507.
Handle it very carefully, Dave. I want to send it in to be checked for fingerprints. Who knows? It might have Mrs. Holt's fingerprints.
That does it. Now I'm going to tell the truth. Mr. Chameleon, I said I understood Miss Carrington, and I do. But I've been too decent to say anything. This girl, Mr. Chameleon, this Beryl Carrington, was Eric Belden's secretary, and she was more than that. She was the cause of my daughter's divorce. She was the woman in the case.
Mr. Chameleon and the friendly divorce murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the friendly divorce murder case. It is a few minutes later, and in the Belden Fashion Studios, Mr. Chameleon stands facing three women who played such a vital part in the life of Eric Belden before he was mysteriously murdered. And he says to Beryl Carrington, Belden's secretary,
So you were the woman in the case, Miss Carrington. You are the real reason why Eric Belden divorced his wife, Cherry.
No. There was nothing between Eric and me, Mr. Chameleon. Nothing except a business relationship.
That's not true, Mr. Chameleon. Miss Carrington was in love with Eric.
Then why tell me that yours was a friendly divorce, Cherry Belden? Your whole story sounds pretty fishy to me. And besides, you've lied consistently. You've lied consistently. You even told me that you didn't have a key to your ex-husband's apartment. And it was right there in your purse.
I didn't have a key. I don't know how that got into my purse. Isn't that so, Mother? I had no key.
Absolutely, Cherry. You should be ashamed, Mr. Chameleon, to accuse my daughter of murder.
Mrs. Holt, I have a motto. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished. To prove that your daughter or anyone else is innocent, I must first prove who is guilty.
Mr. Chameleon, I didn't quite tell the truth. I know I first said it was a friendly divorce, but that was because I didn't want any scandal. Is that wrong?
It's wrong to accuse Miss Carrington falsely, Cherry Belden.
And that's exactly what she's doing. Cherry and her mother are trying to frame me to get themselves in the clear.
That's a lie, a vicious lie.
Please, that's all for now. You and your daughter may go, Mrs. Holt, but don't try to leave town, either of you. Dave, you show the ladies out, please?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon, you'll hear more of this.
I fully expect to, Mrs. Holt.
Oh, this is a dirty business, Mr. Chameleon.
It certainly is, Dave. That attempts to frame Miss Carrington here certainly backfired. But I want the best men we have to tail them constantly. Have Davis and McCarthy go over to their apartment.
Right, Mr. Chameleon.
And as for me, I shall be looking for just one little thing, one small detail that I know will trap the killer.
What's that, Mr. Chameleon?
Fingerprints, Miss Carrington. I noticed some on the door of Eric Belden's bedroom. You see, I'm sure the murderer is an amateur. Being an amateur, they wouldn't stop to think of erasing evidence like fingerprints.
My gosh, Mr. Chameleon, everybody, including old ladies in wheelchairs, knows that killers shouldn't leave fingerprints around.
I know, Dave, but an amateur killer is very often emotional. They think of those things too late, like the key in the bedroom door. They forgot that, didn't they? Anyway, tomorrow morning, I'm going to search Eric's apartment. Search it thoroughly for any and all fingerprints.
But why tomorrow? Why not now?
Because first, Dave, I want to check on the past life of Cherry Belden and her mother, Mrs. Holt. So tomorrow is soon enough to look for fingerprints. Miss Carrington, goodbye. And thank you very much for your invaluable help.
If there's anything else I can do, please call on me, Mr. Comedian.
I will. Oh, in fact, you might go through Mr. Belden's files and see whether there are any more threatening letters from Cherry's mother.
I'll do that immediately, Mr. Comedian.
Good. Oh, one more thing. Did you know a model named Martha Cady?
Martha Cady?
Yes, I have a hunch that Eric Belden was quite crazy about her.
Yes, I remember her. I had very little to do with her, though.
Mm-hmm. And Letty Stone, the cleaning woman at Belden's apartment. Do you know her?
Yes, I saw her once or twice.
You're frowning. Why? Didn't you like Letty Stone?
She's not young, Mr. Comedian, and she's a hard-working woman.
Who might welcome a few $1,000s. Well, that's what I figured. And I also figured that she knows Mrs. Holt, Belden's former mother-in-law. Must have known her.
She does, Mr. Comedian. One of the few times I ever went to Mr. Belden's apartment, I found the two of them in the living room talking away like mad. They stopped the minute I arrived.
All ties in. It's quite possible that Letty, the cleaning woman, could have admitted Cherry's mother to Belden's apartment the night that he was murdered. Well, we'll soon see. Those fingerprints will tell the story. Goodbye, Miss Carrington.
Goodbye, Mr. Comedian.
You're going to pick up Letty Stone and question her now, Mr. Chameleon?
No, not exactly, Dave.
What the heck? I don't get it. It's not like you to move cautiously. Why not grab her quick and question her?
I intend to, Dave, but not as chameleon. Going to make an appointment with Letty Stone, that cleaning woman, to meet a special police searcher in Eric Belden's apartment. And I shall be there, disguised as that special police searcher, a very quiet but very thorough cop named Christopher Madden.
And so, that night, we find Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Christopher Madden, a police searcher, in the Belden apartment with Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold. And with them is the cleaning woman, Letty Stone, a badly frightened Letty Stone, to whom Chameleon is saying, in the voice of his disguise,
Mrs. Stone, my name is Madden. I'm a special police searcher. I came to this apartment to look for further fingerprints. The murderers.
But, Mr. Madden, why send for me? I mean, my fingerprints is sure to be all over Mr. Belden's apartment. I used to come here almost every day and clean.
Well, then you can't be much of a cleaner, Mrs. Stone. You leave fingerprints all over the place.
Well, there'd be sure to be some around. I couldn't help it.
What about Mrs. Holt, Belden's former mother-in-law?
What do you mean? What about her?
Well, you and she were friendly, weren't you? Make a deal? She promised you some of Mr. Belden's insurance money to keep your mouth shut?
I don't know what you mean. I never said 2 words to Mrs. Holt. Now, I got to get home and cook supper for my husband.
At 9 o'clock?
Well, he don't get home from work till 9 o'clock.
All right, Mrs. Stone, you can go. We're leaving immediately, too, right after you. Good night.
Good night, sir. And I don't know Mrs. Holt hardly at all.
Mr. Chameleon, for Pete's sake, you've done it again. Every time you get someone cornered in this case, you let him go.
Dave, it won't be long now before you see a very interesting little drama unfold. I'm going to call the police commissioner. As soon as I finish dialing, turn off all the lights, will you?
Oh, I get it. Letty Stone will think we're gone, and she may come back.
Mm-hmm. All right, you can turn off the lights now, Dave.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Commissioner. This is Chameleon.
Yes?
We're at the Belden apartment. What is the report on the key to the front door? The key that we found in Cherry Belden's purse?
Just what you thought, Chameleon. You hit the bullseye.
Good. Send the report to the corner drugstore where Dave will pick it up later.
Right. Good hunting.
I think we've got them, Commissioner. Goodbye.
Mr. Chameleon, I think someone's trying the front door.
Yes, you're right. Can you see in this darkness, Dave?
Well enough. Yes, sir. By gosh, the door is opening. Is it Letty, the cleaning woman?
All I can really make out is that it's a woman.
She's got a flashlight, Mr. Chameleon. She's wiping things off with a damp cloth.
Right, Dave.
Shall I grab her?
No. Not yet. Let's see if she goes to the bedroom door. Bedroom where Belden was murdered.
She's going there, all right. Now she's wiping off the door.
Let her go inside. Now, where's the light switch?
Right here.
Turn it on, Dave. Let's have light. Plenty of light. And see what sort of a bird we've snared in our net.
Oh.
All right, Miss Carrington. Put your hands up and keep them up. I have a gun which I shall use if I have to, the way you used one on Eric Belden.
Mr. Chameleon, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Only I happen to know what you're doing here, Miss Carrington. I scared you into thinking that you might have left fingerprints. I said I was going to look for those fingerprints tomorrow.
But why should I kill Eric?
Because of Martha Cady. This afternoon, when I mentioned her name, I watched you very closely. A look of complete hatred flashed across your face. Passed very quickly, but I caught it, Miss Carrington. Eric Belden had thrown you over for Martha Cady.
No, Cherry Belden killed Eric. That key was found in Cherry's purse.
You planted it there when Cherry Belden wasn't looking. You must have, Miss Carrington, since it bears your fingerprints.
No.
I just got the report from police headquarters. And besides, I saw a door key in your desk, Miss Carrington. The key to the front door of this apartment, which you used just now. I deliberately didn't mention it, hoping that you'd use it. And you did.
No, you have no evidence.
I have all the evidence that we need. You murdered Eric Belden, Miss Carrington. You murdered him, and your plan was to make it look as if Eric Belden had committed suicide in a locked room. But in the excitement of leaving after the murder, you forgot to lock the door. You left the key in the lock on the outside.
Stop it!
And then when I stated Belden's death wasn't suicide in a locked room, but murder, you tried to plant it on Cherry, a woman that you must have hated as much as you hated the other beautiful model, Martha Cady.
All right, I confess I did it. And all the time you were so friendly, I thought you believed me.
I know, Miss Carrington. It's the way we cops have to fool people. But what is really amazing is the way a criminal like yourself always believes that he or she is fooling the police.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Herbert Marshall in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents a story of justice as we examine a man who was suspected of having committed a perfect crime. It's called Murder by Jury. Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall. This is Harlow Wilcox. Would you like to be responsible for your local church or hospital getting a big share of $100,000 in cash? Well, a total of $100,000 will go to the recognized charities chosen by the 25 persons selected in the Autolite family charity drawing. To enter is as simple as signing your name and address, and that's all you do. Now, it's our privilege to have you hear what the head of one of America's finest health organizations says about this great event. Here is Mr. Mark H. Harrington, president of the National Tuberculosis Association.
Autolite is performing a wonderful service. If you're one of the 25 selected, I hope you'll remember the National Tuberculosis Association, which needs your help to conquer our #1 infectious killer. Good luck in this Autolite family charity drawing.
Fill out a registration form at any of the following Autolite family car dealers: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler, and sign up tomorrow.
And now, Autolite presents Murder by Jury, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
Pardon me, sir. To be sure I understood you, you did say a snake.
Yes, sir. A snake.
Possibly, Mr. Mason, you could describe the snake.
Yes. It was gray with a sort of red mottling, dark, plum-colored.
I see. Go on, please.
Underneath, it was raised up toward me, its head ready to strike. Well, underneath was grayish but lighter, almost white in the center.
Now, was there anything else you remember about this snake, Mr. Mason?
It was big. It was as thick as my two wrists put together.
And then, according to your statement to the police, you seized the snake just below its head with both hands. Would you kindly show the jury the position of your hands? Yes, thank you. You say that you squeezed with your fingers and dug in with your thumbs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's about it. And I felt the snake twisting and squirming under me, trying to get away,
And then you woke up?
Yes, sir, I woke up. I was kneeling beside my bed. It was my wife's neck, which was in my hands. It was her throat I was squeezing.
What did you do when you realized this?
There was nothing I could do. She was already dead. I'd killed her.
His name was Edward Mason, and he was on trial for the murder of his wife, Frida. I was counsel for the Crown in those days. It was just about the nastiest case I'd ever had. One should, I suppose, begin at the beginning. That was on the first day of the trial. McCrae was defending the accused, and he began his defense by questioning the police inspector who was in charge of the case. The inspector was nominally a witness for the Crown.
Would you give us a brief account of your investigations, Inspector?
I will, sir. The accused was residing with his wife at the Clendonian Hotel at Chatham-on-Sea in Norfolk. On the night in question, the manager, 2 servants, and some guests were aroused by horrible screams emanating from the Mason room. On reaching said room, they found it to be opened by Mr. Edward Mason, who appeared in a state of great excitement.
I'll continue, Inspector.
Yes, sir. He was in a state of great excitement, and while looking, he kept looking at his hands and saying over and over again, "I killed her," or "I strangled her."
One or the other, Inspector?
No, sir. He said both, over and over.
Then he never attempted to deny that he had killed his wife?
No, sir, he did not.
Thank you, Inspector. That's all. Cross-examination?
You have before you the statement made by the accused, Inspector.
Yes, sir.
I call your attention to the following remarks made by the accused during your questioning.
Yes, sir.
I had had a dream about a snake. I tried to strangle it, and when I woke up, I found I had strangled my wife. This was a dream that I'd had before, but I'd never done anything like this. I'd never killed anyone. Those are the words of Mr. Edward Mason, are they not?
Yes, sir, they are.
What was your reaction when you heard them?
I thought it was a lot of rubbish.
Objection, my lord.
Objection sustained. Kindly contain your remarks to a dignity fitting this court, Inspector.
I'm sorry, my lord.
I'm of the opinion, my lord, that before the Crown's case is concluded, the accused's carefully prepared statement will be termed just such. A tissue of lies and a complete fabrication. Thank you, Inspector. That'll be all. Then Mrs. Mason's brother was put in the box. He was a hefty chap with a bull neck and hands like a pair of warming pans covered with red hair. His name was Hector Easterday, and we knew that he didn't like his brother-in-law. Didn't like him at all. I thought he was going to be a strong witness for the prosecution, and for a time it looked as though he would be. Very well, Mr. Easterday. Now tell us, were the police made aware of the fact that Mason had insured his wife's life for £10,000?
They knew. And if you'd known Edward Mason, you'd have realized it was just like him. He knew what he was going to do to her a long time ago.
Do you think that she had any idea of it, Mr. Easterday?
Objection, my lord. Counsel is leading the witness.
Counsel will kindly refrain from leading the witness.
Sorry, my lord. Mr. Easterday, had she ever confided any fears to you?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but she knew. She knew all right. And last year there was another woman, and between that and the money, that's why he killed her.
Thank you, Mr. Easterday. That will be all.
You spoke of a life assurance policy, Mr. Easterday.
I did.
Did you know that they had each insured the other's life? Not an uncommon practice for married couples these days. Also that the insurance was by no means recent. It was taken out when they were first married and had been successively increased.
Yes, but...
You spoke of another woman, Mr. Easterday. Did Mrs. Mason tell you about that?
Not exactly, but I knew.
Oh? And how did you know?
I could tell.
Oh, you could tell. You are then clairvoyant. You could tell. Possibly you hired detectives to follow Mr. Mason. Possibly you followed him yourself.
The defense counsel tore him to bits, made him sound like a nasty-minded, prurient busybody who had never liked the accused and never lost an opportunity to blacken his character. Nevertheless, making a fool out of a witness is a two-edged weapon, and I could see that the jury, although not in sympathy with Easterday, still felt that there might be more than a word of truth in what he'd implied. You couldn't argue away insurance. Mason did stand to collect £10,000 by his wife's death. But did he murder her? That's what they were thinking. You could see it. And they waited for him to take the witness box. When my turn came for cross-examination, I made him go through the whole thing again.
When I woke up, I was kneeling beside my bed. It was my wife's neck, it was in my hands, and it was her throat I was squeezing.
What did you do when you saw this?
There was nothing I could do. She was already dead, and I had killed her.
I see. Now, you have admitted small quarrels between yourself and your wife.
I have. Married life is like that. You live together, you have differences, and then you make them up. Most people do.
But there were quarrels which were more serious. Perhaps less likely to be made up.
No. We were happy. I loved my wife.
You loved your wife, but you killed her. Quite so. Now, as far as the insurance is concerned, you gradually increased it until it reached the amount of £10,000 on your wife's life.
Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, it was about, 3 or 4 years ago that I'd done rather well in business, and that's when I increased the premiums. Yes.
But more recently, you've been in some difficulty. Financially, I mean.
Things had become rather slow, yes. I couldn't afford to buy any more insurance, I know that.
But you hadn't reduced the amount on your wife.
No, sir, that would have been unsound, quite unsound, and uneconomical.
In fact, then, your business position would have improved considerably in the event of your wife's death and the money received from the insurance.
I did not say that, sir.
But is it not the case, Mr. Mason?
Nothing could be worth the loss of my wife.
But you did kill her.
Yes, I did.
Do you know the woman referred to by Mr. Easterday?
There was no woman.
Do you wish to refresh your memory, Mr. Mason? Last year. Perhaps it escapes you.
There was no other woman.
You still maintain that the cause of your wife's death was due to the recurrent dream you had.
Yes, I do.
It went on like that, and I couldn't shake him. He never contradicted himself and never sounded too glib. If he was lying, I knew that the court was of the opinion that it was some of the most perfect and painstaking lying they'd ever heard. Then Mason's sister was called as a witness. She was a gray-haired, middle-class intellectual, about 2 years older than the defendant. Didn't take long for her to come to her brother's defense.
Will you state in your own words the event that took place between you and your brother, please?
Indeed, I most certainly will. I think that it's criminal.
Objection, my lord.
Objection sustained. Miss Mason, strict adherence to facts is the object of the court. Kindly abstain from all subjective feeling, if you will.
Well, I was going to say that when we were children, he was 8 then, I was only 10, we slept in the same room. And one night, it was after we'd gone to see Peter Pan, and Edward was frightened by the crocodile. You probably remember how frightening that was. It was that night that he awakened, and he was dreaming that a crocodile was chasing him, and he tried to strangle it. And when he woke up, he was strangling me.
It was perfect timing. The accused gave way, buried his face in his hands, and sobbed as though his heart would break. The jury, even Mr. Justice Forepaugh, were visibly shaken. I could see the case for the Crown disappearing down the drain. More than that, I could begin to see a man who had committed a perfect murder going scot-free.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Herbert Marshall in Murder by Jury. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, here's a new 54 Willis.
Stunning, isn't it, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, hi, Miss Drake. Is this yours?
It sure is. When I saw this car, I fell in love with it. And when I saw the price tag, I just couldn't resist.
Well, we're privileged to salute Willis as a member of our Autolite family. So let's hear more about your new Willis, Miss Drake.
Well, it's not only beautiful and economical, but that wonderful Hurricane engine is a bundle of power. Much more power than ever before.
What model is this?
It's the brand new Aero Lark. And Willis also has the luxury hardtop Aero Eagle and the lovely Aero Ace with that unmatched Willis visibility. And don't forget the famous Jeep and the first all-steel-bodied station wagon. And, of course, you know that all Willis cars come equipped with Autolite products.
I sure do. And Autolite is proud of its long association with Willis and Willis dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Herbert Marshall in Elliot Lewis's production of Murder by Jury, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Mr. Edward Mason was given half an hour to recover following his outburst. Then the trial continued. His sister remembered every detail of the matter. And even when I made her go through her story again, she remembered.
He was an awfully strong boy, you know, even at 8. Very strong. And I'm sure if Nurse hadn't come in when she did, well, I don't really care to think about what might have happened.
Would you mind telling the court your age, Miss Mason?
Oh. Is that necessary, my lord?
Is it necessary, counsel?
There is a point involved, my lord.
Very well. Recognizing the delicacy of the question, the witness is still directed to answer.
I'm not ashamed of it, of course. I just...
And your age, Miss Mason?
54.
Thank you. Now, you have every detail of your brother's attack firmly in your mind. That is so, isn't it?
If I live to be 80, I shall never forget it.
Yet this was 44 years ago, and you ask us to believe that the incident is still indelibly etched in your mind.
Indelibly, sir. Absolutely. It was a long time ago, but such an experience is not likely to be forgotten. Of course, I forgave Edward. It wasn't his fault, and furthermore,
How fortunate that you are still alive to forgive him, Miss Mason. His wife, more's the pity, is not. No further questions, my lord.
The witness may step down.
It was a telling point for the defense. They had proved to the jury, at least, that the accused had, years ago, repeated the act of strangulation during a dream. The next witness I'd like to forget. She was a surprise to the Crown, and a rather nasty one. Her name was Amy Burke, an extremely self-possessed young lady in her early 30s. She had already made a tremendous impression on the court. Correct me if I'm wrong, Miss Burke. You've stated in this court of justice that 3 years ago, you met the accused, Mr. Edward Mason, at a seaside resort, Broadstairs.
Yes, sir, I did.
Was his wife aware of this meeting?
I don't know. Well, I don't think so. She wasn't with him. Like I told the other gentleman, he was there alone for a few days.
Quite so. Now, for my benefit, would you repeat the incidents which occurred during your first meeting?
Oh, I'd be ever so glad to. Look, we were walking on the sand. It was very nice. Perfectly all right, don't you know? Talking about his wife, as I remember. She was with friends in Devon.
Yes. Go on, please.
Well, it was a hot day, and we sat down for a bit. The next thing I knew, he was asleep.
I believe you said, with his head in your lap.
Oh, no. I put his head in my lap while he was sleeping. He was getting sand in his hair. Well, it was all perfectly proper and all. He didn't even know it.
I'm sure of that. Please continue.
Well, I got a bit drowsy myself, and next thing I knew, I was asleep too.
With Mr. Mason's head still in your lap.
That's right, but all very proper. Mr. Mason is a gentleman.
What took place then?
Well, he started to choke me. It was something horrible. When I woke up, he was leaning over me with his hands about my throat, and I couldn't breathe.
But you managed to fight him off.
Oh, yes, I managed.
What did he say to you after that?
Well, it was like he was just waking up, you know? And, oh, he was terribly upset. Told me about a dream, a snake in it. Of course, I was dreadfully angry and frightened. You can imagine.
Oh, yes. But after he paid you £10 to soothe your feelings, the anger subsided, did it not?
He was a gentleman about it, if that's what you mean.
So much so that you didn't pursue the matter further. A stranger tries to murder you and pays you £10 not to report the matter to the police.
No, it wasn't the £10. He was sorry. He wasn't well, and I could see that, and I felt sorry for him.
This took place 3 years ago, Miss Burke.
That's right.
And yet here you are today, nobly springing to his defense. The event must have made quite an impression on you. Or perhaps Mr. Mason did.
Mr. Mason is a gentleman. He didn't want me to come here at all. I said I had to after I read about what happened. Mr. McCrae over there talked him into letting me come here. Oh, he's a gentleman, he is.
I put it to you, Miss Burke, that your whole story is a lie. That it never happened. Although I don't doubt that you are familiar with the accused. I put it to you that your testimony has been bought and paid for. And that you have deliberately perjured yourself in the witness box.
It's a ruddy insult.
My lord, I protest. Counsel is badgering the witness most unfairly.
Silence in the court. Mr. Peyton, you will confine yourself to stated fact. Refrain from badgering the witness.
Yes, my lord.
Can I go now?
Not for a moment, Miss Burke. Did you see Mr. Edward Mason again after that day?
I never set eyes on him again till today in court. And that's the truth.
And you ask us to believe that this story you've just told us is given of your own volition? That you at no time given a prepared statement by interested parties? That this event actually took place?
I wouldn't be likely to forget it. It's true. Every word of it.
Very well. That's all, Miss Burke.
The witness is excused.
Dr. Regal to the witness box, please.
McCrae had us. I knew what was coming. It was perfect. And there wasn't a thing that I could do to prevent it. Dr. Regal was a small, intense little man with heavy glasses. The jury looked at him and they were impressed. When he said he'd tell the truth and nothing but the truth, they believed him. And they would have believed him even if he'd been the biggest liar on earth, which unhappily he wasn't.
Dr. Regal, will you tell us if you recognize anyone in this courtroom?
Yes, sir. That young lady over there.
Miss Burke?
I believe that is her name.
Anyone else?
The gentleman there.
The accused, Mr. Mason?
Yes, sir.
Will you tell the court upon what occasion you had the opportunity of meeting these two people?
Well, it was about 3 years ago. I have the date in my attendance diary. Just a moment. The 16th of July. That was it. Mr. Mason brought the young lady to my office during the afternoon.
Miss Burke?
Yes, sir. It was 3:30. He asked me to look at her throat.
I see. And what did you find when you looked at her throat?
Bruises. They were not dangerous, but I treated them.
And after that?
I never saw them again.
The bill was paid?
Yes, Mr. Mason paid. In cash before he left.
Thank you, Doctor. That will be all. Cross-examine.
No questions. That was all. There wasn't any use in cross-examining what was so obvious in truth. Counsel for the defense made a brilliant and short summation. I made a not-so-short, and I'm afraid far from brilliant, summation for the Crown. Mr. Justice Forpaugh gave his instructions, and the jury never hesitated. They retired for only a few moments.
With your worship's permission, we have already reached a verdict.
Very well. What is your verdict?
We find the accused, Mr. Edward Mason, not guilty of the charge.
What?
He's guilty! He's a dirty murderer! He killed my sister, and I say he's guilty! He ought to be hanged!
Sergeant at Arms, put that man under arrest. Silence! Silence!
The dead woman's brother thought that Mason was guilty, and I knew he was one of the most cold-blooded, successful murderers we ever failed to hang. It was about 6 months later that we found the proof, and then it was too late. I talked it over with the Director of Public Prosecutions in his office.
There's nothing we can do. I suppose had I been on the jury, I should have brought in the same verdict. We have to assume the man was innocent.
He was guilty, sir.
My dear fellow. Surely Mason didn't start to plot the murder of his wife at the age of 8. My dear fellow.
No. But he did decide to about 3 years ago. And he took a precaution before he did so.
I don't follow.
He knew his sister remembered the strangling incident during their childhood. And all he had to do was to repeat the dream strangling with someone else.
The Burke woman. But how did she...
From her point, it was all quite innocent. She didn't know what was in his mind. He didn't go too far with her, just enough to produce some convincing bruises. Then he took her to the doctor and paid the bill. That was all true.
Well?
You remember, he admitted at that time doubling his wife's insurance. Then he sat back to wait until he felt the moment had come to kill her.
Uh-huh. Assuming you're right, there's the Burke woman. If he never saw her again, how did he know where to find her to appear for him?
He didn't look for her, sir. She was telling the truth. But he knew where to find her, all right. Those 3 witnesses did the job for him. His sister he could always find. The doctor, easily traceable, a medical directory. But Miss Burke, a girl like that she might move about a great deal. She did. So the method he adopted to keep in touch with her was to send her £10 a month, anonymously. So long as she kept him notified as to her whereabouts, he would continue to send her the money.
But if she had to notify him when she moved, surely she must have known who he was.
Not at all, sir. A post office box under an assumed name. He kept it up for 3 years, and she didn't ask any questions. Why should she?
Blast. You're certain of all this?
I'm afraid I am, sir.
Well, it seems a pity you didn't have the information during the trial.
We didn't know anything about her until McCrae brought her in.
And we can't try Mason again for the same offense. He's done it, Peyton. The perfect murder.
It was about 2 months later that I saw the paragraph hidden away on an inside page of the Times. I made a telephone call and then went to the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions.
I'll be blowed.
It appears that Mr. Edward Mason had been staying at a little hotel in Cornwall, and yesterday, when the maid came in with his morning tea, she found the window unlatched and the balcony rail broken. It's a 50-foot drop to the rocks below.
Mason?
He wasn't in his room. We found the body below.
I'll be blessed. Justice. I'll be blessed. Suicide, you think?
I don't know. Probably an accident, since there was no sign of foul play. Possibly he stumbled and fell. But there is one curious coincidence.
What's that?
The dead woman's brother, Hector Easterday.
Yes?
Well, it's a rather curious coincidence. Hector Easterday occupied the room next door.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. Remember, you now have a wonderful opportunity to do your favorite local or national recognized charity the favor of a lifetime. If you're one of the 25 persons selected in the huge Autolite family charity drawing, you can name any recognized charity you wish to receive a big share of $100,000 in cash. Those charities can be schools, hospitals, churches, the National Tuberculosis Association, or any other recognized charity. So, if you're 18 years or over, visit any of the following Autolite family car showrooms: DeSoto, Hudson, Plymouth, Studebaker, Dodge, Willis, Nash, Packard, Kaiser, or Chrysler. Print your name and address on the drawing registration form and have the car dealer sign it. That's all. Nothing to buy, try, or solve. So visit any Autolite family car showroom and sign up tomorrow.
Next week, a story based on fact. The search for an animal capable of destroying a city, whose bite, if not immediately treated, is 100% fatal. It's called The Barking Death. Our star, Mr. William Powell. That's next week on Suspense. Murder by Jury was written by Michael Gilbert and adapted for Suspense by Anthony Ellis. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Ben Wright, William Johnstone, Herb Butterfield, Richard Peel, Norma Varden, Betty Harford, and Keith McConnell.
Herbert Marshall may soon be seen co-starring with Janet Leigh and Tony Curtis in the Universal International CinemaScope Technicolor picture Men of Iron.
And remember, next week, Mr. William Powell in The Barking Death.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Escape, brought to you by your Richfield gasoline dealer and the Richfield Oil Corporation of New York. Marketers of Richfield gasolines with xylene, Rich Lube all-weather motor oil, and other famous petroleum products. Look for the Richfield Eagle on the cream and blue pumps.
Tonight, we escape to a charter fishing boat in the waters off the little Central American country of Nicaragua, and the story of the violence and terror that suddenly developed there. As Anthony Ellis tells it in his exciting tale, Shark Bait.
I just come out of the hole they call El Splendido. Passes for a hotel in Puerto Morazan. They call it El Splendido, I guess, because of the bigger and better cockroaches. Funny thing is, there are always a few Americans there. They come down to Nicaragua for the fishing. Two of them, a man named Williams and his daughter, had chartered my boat for the next morning. It was getting dark when I walked down to where the boat was tied up, and as I came to the shack that palmed itself off as a cocktail bar, I knew it was time for a drink. The joint was called Joe's. Nobody knew why, since it belonged to a fat, happy Portuguese named Miguel Pereira, who in his spare time dabbled in everything from cut-rate murder to dope. He was a good man not to trust. Went to a table, and he stopped plunking his guitar long enough to bring me a warm beer.
Buenos tardes, Capitan Hook.
Hi, Mike.
It was hot today, eh?
Yeah.
You are the first person for cocktails all day today.
Now, that's tough.
But when it gets dark, the Americanos will come in. Then I make up my loss.
I'll bet you do.
I have heard some interesting talk today.
No, is that so?
I would not breathe it to a soul but you.
Go on.
Across the border, they are ready.
Oh, the rebels again?
So they say. Oh, those Hondurans. I have heard something else.
Huh?
They are bringing guns in for the attempt.
No kidding.
See. They pick them up from a Honduras fishing trawler off the coast tomorrow night. Then take them to Point Maria here in Nicaragua.
Well, that's the point, a couple of miles below Puerto Morazan, is it?
See, from there they carry the guns across the border to Honduras.
Well, that's pretty slick.
These things I have heard, amigo.
You're a true conspirator, Miguelito.
There is something more, and believe me, dear friend, I will tell it to no one but you. The guns arrive at Point Maria at 30 minutes past 10 tomorrow night.
Well, that's valuable information, Mike. You'd better not tell anybody else. You know, you might get yourself into trouble.
Oh, but of course I would not. You I tell because I can trust you as you can trust me, Capitan Hook?
Yeah.
Come, I bring you another beer, And Joe's Cocktail Bar, free.
My customers came aboard the next morning at 5:30. Mr. Williams, short and fat, with a prissy little mouth that smiled and sparkling eyes. His daughter looked all right. There were two other men with them. I didn't like that, though. Strangers in Central America, particularly these days, can mean trouble, and that was something I didn't want. My deckhand, Sam, was standing by to cast off.
Hey, Captain Hook. I should like you to meet Mr. Baxter and Mr. Gordon.
How do you do? Gentlemen.
They're staying at the El Splendido. Missed you last night when we made the charter. They're coming with us.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Williams.
Wonderful day. It should be great for fishing.
Look, Mr. Williams, my charter calls for only two, you and your daughter.
Well, my dear fellow, Mr. Baxter and Mr. Gordon are my guests. You will be paid accordingly. Now, that's settled. Shall we, shove off?
Okay.
All right, Sam, cast off.
See you, Jocko.
It's beautiful, isn't it, Captain?
It's all right, Miss Williams.
It's because you're used to it. I've never seen water like this before.
No?
Your deckhand, you call him Sam.
What about him?
Sam. He is Spanish, isn't he?
Part. Rest is Nicaraguan.
Why do you call him Sam? Is that really his name?
No, but it's easier. The other one's too long.
He calls you Jocko?
It's Jonathan, but he can't pronounce it.
Strange to find a man like you down here running a charter fishing boat, and with a name like Captain Hook. It's very romantic.
I'm glad you like it.
Oh. Am I annoying you?
No, of course not, Miss Williams. It's my job to answer questions.
I see.
Captain, that dark patch of water over there. See?
Yeah,
It seems to be moving.
it is. Manta ray.
Mantaraya.
A giant manta ray. We stay away from him. It's healthy.
Oh, my camera. I must get a shot. Can you get closer?
I can, but I won't.
Well, now, look here. There's no need to use that tone with me. I'm hiring you. I want to get a picture of the beast.
I'm sorry. I'm chartered for fishing. This is a 46-footer.
Now-
Your beast is about 35 feet across, and he's bad-tempered, too. Nothing doing.
Huh. Oh, very well.
Jocko!
What?
Albacore!
Where?
Of the port bow.
I see him. Forget your manta ray, Mr. Williams. Look, albacore. Tell your friends to get ready. Better let me try for the first one. If we lose him, the rest will get away. Watch those outriggers, Sam. Mr. Williams, break out your gear. This is it. It was a school of fish you see once in a lifetime. When you tie onto one of those babies, you got something. I turned the wheel over to Sam and got set. The albacore took the feather jig like a crazy horse, only 10 times faster. I knew that if I lost him, it was goodbye school. That's the way albacore are.
Oh, you've got him.
Come on, get those lines wet. Over on the other side of me, Baxter. Right. No, Baxter, look out. You're crossing my line. I'm sorry. No, get around me. Here, not that way, you fool. You're fouling me. Under me. Up. That did it. There goes the line. I'm sorry, Captain. Forget it. Well, you won't see albacore again today, Mr. Williams. There they go.
Dear. Too bad. Oh, well, that's luck. Come along, Baxter. We'd better have a beer.
Good idea.
After all that excitement, I could almost feel the fight in them. It's really too bad, but accidents will happen.
All right, Sammy, I'll take the wheel.
See you, Jocko. Perhaps we catch something else later.
Yeah.
You're angry, aren't you, Captain?
What? No.
Oh, yes, you are. Mr. Baxter hadn't been so clumsy, we would have caught albacore.
That's right. And I'll tell you something else.
What?
I don't think that either Baxter or his friend Gordon are fishermen.
They are. The hotel last night, they said so.
Don't kid yourself, not the way Baxter handles a rod.
But they
and
said...
another thing, he's carrying 2 guns and shoulder holsters.
Oh?
Yeah. Well, I guess it's their business. Mine's to find fish.
You're not afraid of very much, are you?
Listen, why don't you go and sit up forward?
Are you afraid of me?
Look, I've taken too many spoiled dames on these trips. Like smallpox, I'm immune.
And I'm bored.
You talk like a bad movie. Now go cut up mullet or something. I'm not expendable. We cruised for another couple of hours. Sighted one marlin tied into another. That is, Mr. Williams did, but he lost it. Baxter and his quiet friend didn't fish much. They watched. I didn't like that any better. We landed a few barracuda. Big, nasty devils that could rip the meat off your arm in a second. And it was hot. Sun bounced back from the glassy water and made you wish you were somewhere else. And then it was afternoon. Those 2 guys just sat. They were making me nervous. Williams drank beer and perspired while his daughter kept casing me. I figured she was getting ready for another try when we saw the boat. It was a fisherman flying the Honduran flag.
Oh, not very good sport today, eh, Captain?
It may get better.
It's too bad I missed that marlin.
There'll be another.
I hope so. First the albacore and then marlin. Hey, on your right.
Huh?
What sort of craft is that?
It's commercial fishermen.
Oh, quite large, isn't she?
They take a lot of fish.
Of course. I'd like to get a picture, if I may.
I thought you wanted fish.
I do?
Right, then I'm headed down the coast.
Well, would it take long to get close enough for a picture?
No, it wouldn't be worth it.
Huh?
She's Honduran. I don't want trouble.
Trouble, Captain?
In case you haven't heard, Honduras is ripe for another revolution.
What?
We're under the Nicaraguan flag. I'm not taking any chances.
I don't understand.
It depends whose side the fishermen are on. If they're Honduras government, it's all right. If they're not, they might like to have my boat.
What?
It's happened before.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Revolution. Well.
Captain, that ship, she seems to be signaling.
No, what about it?
Mr. Gordon knows a little about signal pennants.
Does he? Like he knows how to fish?
I think it's a distress signal.
Yes, you ought to find out.
Distress. Is that so, Captain Hook?
Could be. Could be a trick.
Well, I don't understand. If they're in distress, it's our duty to
When
go...
we first sighted her, there wasn't any signal. Now she very conveniently runs one up. I don't like it. We're putting back to Puerto Morazan.
We better take a look.
Not on my boat.
Sam!
Hi, Jocko.
We're through for the day. Take in the outriggers.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, but I don't like this charter.
Now,
You'll
look
get your
here.
money back.
But you can't do that. I
Stay on the
engaged...
course.
Nuts.
I insist, Captain.
Oh, Mr. Baxter, what are you doing with a gun? Are you crazy?
Walk over here slowly, Hook. Come on. I mean it.
Well...
All right, Gordon, take over.
Right. I've been wondering about you ever since you boarded.
Have you? Well, now you know.
Mr. Baxter, really, you have no right to endanger us all. This is going too far.
Keep out of this, Mr. Williams.
You're pretty interested in that trawler, aren't you?
Yes, that's why we've borrowed your boat. If you give us any trouble, I'll shoot you in the leg and throw you overboard. I imagine you would make excellent sport for the shark and barracuda. They have an extraordinary scent for blood, Captain Hook.
Did you know that today's motor car is the most powerful ever built? But it needs gasoline to match. It needs gasoline containing xylene. Xylene, a great discovery of modern science, puts a new dynamic wallop in gasoline. That's because xylene is one of the highest anti-knock gasoline components ever discovered. A super component to give your car new, higher anti-knock performance. Today, every gallon of Richfield gasoline contains xylene. Try Richfield gasoline on a gear shift hill. Press down on the gasoline pedal. Feel your car leap forward. That's what xylene in Richfield gasoline does. You get new high anti-knock, new power, new mileage economy. What's more, you have a choice of 2 great Richfield gasolines with xylene. The Richfield dealer offers Richfield Ethyl. Ethyl at its best for best results in highest compression motors, or Richfield High Octane at regular price for the average car. Stop where you see the Richfield Eagle on the cream and blue pumps. Get Richfield gasoline containing xylene. And now we return you to Escape.
Well, it was nicely done. One minute I was the skipper of my boat, the next I was waiting to see if Baxter wasn't going to put a bullet into me. I knew he wasn't kidding about those shark and barracuda, so I decided to play along. Gordon may not have been a fisherman, but he knew how to run a boat, and he headed straight for the fishing trawler.
What does it mean, Captain Hook?
You tell me, Mr. Williams. How long did you say you'd known those guys?
We met them last night, Jonathan.
Yeah?
Well, certainly. Well, you don't for 1 minute suppose that I would have invited them had I known this was going to happen. Whatever are they up to? I've never heard of such a thing.
It's rather exciting.
Dana.
I've got an idea.
Oh?
I told you they're ripe for a revolution in Honduras.
Yes?
That trawler might be carrying guns.
Guns?
Mm-hmm.
But why? I mean, what's the point of taking over your boat?
Unload guns, put them aboard us for the revolutionists.
What? But Baxter couldn't have known we were coming out here. Oh, I don't believe it.
Sure he could.
How?
You could have told him.
I?
That's right. Last night I told you I'd run out from Puerto Morazan for about 2 hours, you remember?
Huh?
Even told you the direction, south-southwest.
Yes. You said we'd have a chance at Marlin and possibly Tarpon. Yes. I guess I did mention it to them.
Okay. That's why Baxter didn't want us to stop for those albacore. He and his pal made a deal with the skipper of that boat to meet him somewhere around here and at about this time.
Oh?
It's only a guess, but it'll do for now. And it was a good guess. 10 minutes later, we tied up alongside the trawler. She was filthy enough, but she wasn't fishing, and she wasn't in distress. The crew was right out of a Sabatini novel. They didn't have cutlasses, but they had plenty of guns, and not the government kind either. The skipper had a few words with Baxter while Gordon covered us. Then a package changed hands, and they began to put the boxes on our deck. A couple of the deck hands stowed them below and in the cabin. We had quite an arsenal aboard when we pushed off.
Well, Captain Hook, you wanted to put back into Puerto Morazan, so we shall.
Are you kidding?
Not at all.
If those are guns, how do you think you're going to get them into Nicaragua?
Nobody said anything about guns. I shouldn't worry about the contents of the boxes. We shall wait until night, then put into Point Maria. We'll put the cargo ashore there.
Just like that?
Just like that.
You get paid off, and somebody else worries about getting them over the border into Honduras, huh? Yeah, that sounds familiar.
If that is my plan, you have described it perfectly. And, Captain, remember, it's pointless for you to attempt any heroics. Our stakes are rather high, and we should prefer not to kill you.
You won't kill me, don't worry.
Your boat will be returned to you, and there'll be a bonus for your rather unusual charter.
Well, thanks a lot.
Well, I'm going to join Gordon at the wheel now, and keep in sight, Captain Hook.
Psst. Jocko. Sammy. Stay down. They can't see you.
Jocko, they think I am below. Yeah. I behave very scared. They did not trouble to search me carefully. I have my knife.
Good boy. Not now, though. Stay out of the way. If we get a chance, I'll... Duck, here comes the dame. Well, where's your father, Miss Williams?
In the cabin, worrying. Who were you talking to just now?
Oh, me? Talking? Uh-uh.
Yes, you were. I know. It's your deckhand, Sam, isn't it?
Keep your voice down.
Sorry. Haven't they missed him?
Probably not. Sam can look like a real scared Indian when he wants to.
He isn't scared, is he?
No.
You've got a plan.
Maybe?
I could help.
No, just stay out of the way.
But I want to help. What can I do?
What's your first name?
Dana.
That's no name for a girl.
Well, it doesn't matter. I am a girl.
Yeah, I can see that.
What do you want me to do?
Go over to the wheel. Gordon hasn't got a gun in his hand. Baxter's the one to watch. Get him talking, and if you can move him in front of me, cut him off for about 5 seconds, right?
But you haven't got a gun. What can you do?
Not me, Sam. If I got his knife, he can do tricks with one. Just give him time to get a good throw, that's all. When I yell, duck.
Where is he?
Inside the bait tank behind me.
All right.
I'll take care of Gordon. You still game?
Of course.
All right, go on. Sam.
See, Jocko?
Get set. Did you hear what I told her?
I hear.
Make it good, boy. If you miss...
I won't miss, Jocko.
Now, she's talking to him now, Sam. You haven't got much time.
I'm ready.
I'm going for Gordon. We'll get him off guard. If you miss with a knife, rush him.
Okay, Jocko.
All right, now, Sam.
Look out!
Stay where you are, Captain Hook. That was most unwise.
Jonathan, you must have seen him. I couldn't help it.
Sam. Sam.
I'm sorry, Jocko. I was not fast with the knife. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, Sam. You'll be all right, Sam. There we go.
We have one good, fine time together. Jocko.
Sure. Sure we do, Sam. And lots more.
Put him overboard, Captain.
What?
Put him over the side. He's dead.
Listen, you're murdering...
I want no dead bodies in this boat. Might be difficult to explain if anyone came aboard before we reached land. Put him over the side.
I picked him up in my arms. He was very light. The little mestizo who'd been with me for 3 years was dead. Sam was dead. He looked like a sleeping child, except for the blood stain creeping over his wet shirt. I stood at the rail for a moment. Then I let him go. He fell astern of us, and I had to watch. I knew what was going to happen, but I had to watch. So did Baxter. I could feel that murderous fascination as he waited. Then there was a swirl. And another. The water boiled with triangular fins. And Sam was gone. After that, I just waited. Williams and the girl didn't show. It was just me and those two at the wheel. Then it began to get dark like it does down there. We didn't show any lights. Gordon was still at the wheel, and I could see the glow of Puerto Morazan off the port bow. There was no moon, just sudden blackness. Must have taken Carter by surprise, because when he called to me, I wasn't sitting by the bait tank any longer. I was around the other side with a big gaff hook in my hand.
Captain. Captain.
Why didn't you watch him?
Never mind that. He's still aboard. Hook! I'm coming to get you. Don't be a fool. Hook. This is your last chance. I swear I'll shoot.
I caught sight of his figure for a second against the glow of the town, and then he was gone. But I was ready. I could hear him. Just a couple of more steps. 1, 2, 3.
Hook, you're a fool.
I'll put on the lights.
No. They'll see us from shore.
Then I could hear him breathing. And I hit out with the gas, and I caught Nexter in the throat. He went down hard, dying fast. I grabbed his gun and moved quietly toward Gordon at the wheel.
Did you kill him?
Baxter can't hear you, Gordon. He's dead. All right, drop it. Drop it! I got away from the wheel. Okay.
Williams! Williams, get out here. It's all right. I've got him.
Captain Hook. Oh, well done. It mustn't have taken a lot of nerve to do that. Pity it's wasted. Sorry, Captain Hook.
It was dark again when I came around. I could hear voices up forward. I'd been a sucker, and I knew that the 4 of them had been in it together.
I tell you, I can't take it any closer. Baxter knew these waters. I don't. We could hit anything, rocks, shoals. We wouldn't have a chance. The sharks.
If you hadn't been so careless, this never would have happened.
Well, what's the use of talking? We've got to do something. Look,
What?
Isn't that a point over there, on your left?
Yes. Yes, that might be Point Maria.
Now I understood why Sam had died. The girl must have told Baxter what was going on, then faked the routine we'd worked out. That's why she got so cozy with me, just to make sure she'd know what I was up to. And it was quite a setup. It's a lot of dough and running guns, and it takes all kinds to do it. And I decided it was about time to let them know I was awake.
Well, Captain.
Yeah.
You feeling better?
Yeah.
I didn't mean to hit you quite so hard.
No, I'm sure you didn't.
You caused us quite a little inconvenience, you
Yeah?
know.
I'll bet Sam's sorry for you, too. That's a nice kid, your daughter. She pulled wings off of flies when she was younger.
Not my daughter, Captain. Dana's, well, shall we say, a partner in the enterprise.
Oh?
And we have a proposition to put to you.
Oh?
Frankly, we need your help. Mr. Gordon is unable to discern the landmark we have chosen. Baxter might have found it, but, well, Captain, we needn't go into that. I offer you $1,000 if you will take us in to Point Maria, where we should be able to see the signal.
Sorry.
2,000.
Find it yourself.
Shoot him. He'll only give us more trouble.
Yeah, do that. Then explain how Sam and I disappeared when you get back to Puerto Morazan. By the way, have you checked the fuel?
It's almost empty.
That's right.
All right, Captain. What do you want?
Look, Williams. Suppose I take you in, and we decide on a fair deal when we get there.
Very well. You have my hand on it, Captain?
Yeah. Gentleman's agreement.
Are you sure this is Point Maria?
I'm sure. Do you want me to signal?
No, we'll wait. They are to pick up the guns at 10:30. The boats will put out from shore.
It's 10:30 now.
We'll wait.
It's okay with me. 5 minutes went by, and then we heard the sound of muffled oars. From out of the blackness, riding out to us on the swells, came 3 boats. I was at the rail when the first man lumbered heavily over the side. It was the owner of Joe's Cocktail Bar, Miguel Pereira, still fat and still happy. 4 others followed, well armed, stood waiting.
Ah, Captain Hook, my good friend, and Senor Williams.
Yes.
But I did not know that you were acquainted.
The captain was kind enough to assist in delivering your consignment, Senor Pereira.
So? Ah, now I understand. You and the captain have become partners, eh? You used his boat for the task. Very good.
Not partners, Mike. These are my guns.
Oh, now come now, Captain Hook. You're getting a little out of your depth, aren't you?
You might as well start unloading, Mike.
But there is only one consignment?
That's right, mine. Williams wasn't able to pick his up.
Wait a minute. Are you in us, too?
You, Captain, you're running guns?
Yeah. It wasn't nice of Mike not to tell you about me, and it wasn't nice of him not to tell me about you. Would have been simpler to let us do the whole thing instead of splitting it up, Mike.
Never mind what was nice. I know what I'm doing. It was safer this way. If one of you were caught, the other would get through. Mr. Williams said he arranged for a boat and would pick up his guns this afternoon from the trawler and bring them here this evening. And you, my dear friend, were to pick up yours tonight, as I told you.
That's right, you've got him.
Now, look here. If you think I'm going to be double-crossed like this, you can...
Go ahead. There's a load of guns waiting for you out on that Honduras fisherman. Pick 'em up. This one's my deal.
Well, I tell you, Senor Pereira, these are mine.
We must have the other shipment of guns tonight.
Looks like you're not going to, Mike, unless I can get 'em for you.
You're not going to get away with this, Captain Hook.
You will return to the trawler tonight, Captain?
Sure. You'll have to pay me first for these.
It is done.
Oh, no. We made a deal, Pereira. I am not
You did
going...
not keep your bargain, senor. Obviously, these are the captain's guns.
look.
Please, no violence. My men are nervous. That is better. Here is the money, my friend.
Thanks, Mike. I'll give it to Sam's wife. It won't make her feel any better about Sammy, but it may help a bit.
Well, Captain Hook, you've done quite well, haven't you? Where does all this leave us?
Out, Mr. Williams. And if you're smart, right out of Central America. And if I were you, I'd do my fishing in a lake from here on. It's healthier.
Did you know that just the motor of a modern car has as many moving parts as a whole car did only a few years ago? That means your motor oil has a bigger than ever job to do. That's why it's more important than ever to use Rich Lube all-weather motor oil. Rich Lube is refined 100% from the costliest Pennsylvania crude. It protects moving engine parts with a tough elastic oil film that stands up under the hardest driving conditions. Rich Lube keeps your motor cool by carrying excess heat away from vital engine parts. In addition, it cleans your motor of harmful deposits as you drive. Rich Lube, the Pennsylvania premium motor oil, saves you money by protecting your motor under all-weather, all-driving conditions. Yes, it's much cheaper to use Rich Lube than to pay the cost of motor repairs. Change to Rich Lube all-weather motor oil tomorrow. Keep your motor clean. Keep your motor young. Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight has presented Sharkbait by Anthony Ellis. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad as Captain Hook, Mary Shipp as Dana, Will Gear as Williams, John Daner as Baxter, Steve Roberts as Gordon, Harry Bartell as Sam, and Paul Frees as Miguel. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week.
You are standing on the deck of a whaling ship, about to put out from San Francisco, when a stranger suddenly appears to inform you that he has just murdered your first mate. A stranger from whom you realize there can be no escape.
Next week at this time, the Richfield Oil Corporation of New York invites you to escape with a story of intrigue and violence aboard a whaling ship of 100 years ago, as Bud Nelson tells it in his exciting tale, Yellow Wake. Be listening. Goodbye then until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Tom Hanlon speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.